Gazing at the anime, playing on his computer, Wang Yu sighed as he watched the poignant scene of Uchiha Fugaku. In his final moments, the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, the foremost family of Konoha, who would have imagined that it would all culminate in tragedy, meeting his end at the hands of his own son? He fulfilled his son's destiny, yet doomed his lineage. Wang Yu's thoughts spiraled despite having watched Naruto numerous times before. Each viewing of Fugaku's demise elicited profound sorrow. The foremost family of Konoha, one of its founders and the bearer of the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan ultimately faced annihilation, prompting reflections on Fugaku's inadequacies. As a clan leader, perhaps he was a good father, but he fell short as a leader, leaving only Sasuke as the sole survivor of the once mighty Uchiha. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu shut his computer outside. The sky darkened, clouds obscured the light, and a chill breeze wafted through the open window. The cool air jolted him awake from his drowsiness. After a refreshing shower, he lay down in bed and gradually succumbed to sleep. In the middle of the night, Wang Yu's consciousness abruptly stirred, yearning to rise from his bed, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. He felt as if his awareness were plunging into an abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, a state of utter confusion. Attempting to open his eyes and survey his surroundings, he could only vaguely sense an overwhelming darkness enveloping him. He recalled having experienced sleep paralysis before, and the current situation bore some resemblance. Wang Yu concentrated, striving to move a finger to break free from the paralysis. A single movement could restore mobility to his entire body. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his head, akin to another being incessantly burrowing into his mind. The intense agony seemed intent on merging two consciousnesses into one. He had never heard of sleep paralysis being accompanied by such cerebral torment. Wang Yu felt drenched in sweat, his mind a whirlwind of chaotic images flashing before him. Surreal and disjointed, devoid of logic, it resembled a rapid succession of slides, his throbbing head unable to focus on any coherent narrative. A profound terror gripped him as he remained oblivious to his predicament, fearing that a plunge into the abyss would mean true death. The pain in his head, however, did not linger long. It gradually subsided, and the sensation of descent halted. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, his body utterly drained, and sleepiness washed over him once more. That moment, Wang Yu was blissfully unaware that he was no longer in his original world. As dawn broke, he stirred in his sleep, furrowing his brow before opening his bleary eyes. The ceiling above was a stark white, adorned only by a simple light bulb, devoid of any decorative touches. Wang Yu surveyed the room's layout, which bore the hallmarks of traditional Japanese design. His body felt somewhat heavy, likely a remnant of the previous night's ordeal. Raising his hands for inspection, he noticed they were markedly different from his once coarse, weathered hands of a man over 30. They appeared youthful and tender. A wave of dizziness, mingled with pain, swept through his head. Wang Yu pressed his hands against his temples, gently patting his aching head, as a set of unfamiliar memories surged into his consciousness. Uchiha Fugaku, a member of the Uchiha clan, son of the current clan leader, Uchiha Tenchi, and captain of the Konoha Guard. Little did he expect that after reflecting on Fugaku's life the previous night, he would awaken to find himself inhabiting Fugaku's very being. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Since the era of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had been excluded from the power center of Konoha, culminating in the establishment of the Konoha Guard. Many Uchiha members reveled in this development, unaware that the Guard was merely a catalyst for their isolation. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 10, Fugaku was now 3 years post-graduation. Having become Uchiha Fugaku, I shall lead my clan out of the shadows of annihilation. Fugaku began to organize. The knowledge he possessed about himself at merely 13, he held considerable authority and, as the son of the clan leader, was privy to certain clandestine information. In the aftermath of the last great ninja war, various nations had turned inward, resulting in a rare semblance of peace within the ninja realm. However, from Fugaku's perspective, this peace was but a fad. Recent undercurrents indicated that nations were stirring with unrest. Elite ninja from various lands persistently sought intelligence on their rivals, executing assassinations of key figures. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku bore more knowledge than most. The Konoha Guard had recently apprehended several foreign spies, most masquerading as ordinary citizens to glean information on Konoha's ninja. Some had infiltrated Konoha with the intent to assassinate significant members and sow chaos. High-ranking officials in Konoha were already preparing for the impending Great Ninja War. Fugaku believed that the fragile peace could not endure for long, as conflict could erupt at any moment. Although the leadership of Konoha harbored disdain for the Uchiha, the situation had not yet escalated to a dire state. Having been established for over 20 years, while the Uchiha clan held a sense of pride, they had also made many enemies their contributions as members of the Guard were. Notable, Shimura Danzō, the one with the most grievances against the Uchiha, had not yet descended into the madness that would follow the Third War. Now that he had assumed the identity of Uchiha Fugaku, the forthcoming Great Ninja War presented a pivotal opportunity for the Uchiha to transcend their fate of extinction and rise. Anew, Fugaku rose from his bed. Opening the door to his room, the morning light fell upon his youthful visage, and he squinted against its brightness. The Uchiha clan resembled the nascent sun, though still tender. With proper guidance, it could radiate brilliance across the ninja world. Refreshing water cascaded over Fugaku's face, invigorating his dazed mind. After donning his training attire and inspecting his ninja tool pouch containing several shuriken, kunai, and other minor supplies, slung it over his shoulder and stepped out of his small courtyard. Beyond the gate lay a cobblestone path leading straight into the village. Flanking the road were the homes of his fellow Uchiha clansmen, presenting a veritable village within a village. Konoha offered most everyday goods and eateries, with businesses run by those lacking ninja aptitude or retired shinobi, striving to make a living through trade. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, the Uchiha had no designated clan territory and cohabited with the villagers. After Uchiha's departure and his subsequent battle with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, at the Valley of the End, it was not long before the first Hokage passed away. The second Hokage seized this opportunity to consolidate the Uchiha, relocating them to a newly designated area on the village's outskirts. In the eyes of Fugaku Uchiha, having traversed time to become the future clan leader, he could no longer allow the Uchiha clan to be subjugated. His first priority was to enhance his own strength. At the tender age of 13, Fugaku had already awakened the Sharingan, manifesting the three-tomoe. In the annals of Uchiha history, while awakening the three-tomoe at such a young age may not be deemed extraordinary, especially when compared to his own son, it is certainly not weak. Presently, within the Uchiha clan, there exists no prodigy who surpasses Fugaku. Indeed, there are no talents who have awakened the three-tomoe before the age of 13. Many Uchiha ninjas only attain this ability upon reaching full maturity, typically between the ages of 20 and 30. Those who awaken the two-tomoe after 30 often possess diminished potential, their minds fully matured and laden with experiences, making it exceedingly difficult for them to be stimulated into awakening the three-tomoe or the subsequent Mangekyō Sharingan. In the forest behind the clan's territory, where Fugaku regularly trains, numerous targets for throwing practice are suspended, some cleverly concealed to the point of being nearly invisible from the front. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and aided by the Sharingan, he excels particularly in the art of throwing hidden weapons, a skill exemplified by Itachi Uchiha. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's throwing prowess is equally commendable. He circled around the various targets, closing his eyes to recall the posture he assumed during practice. Suddenly opening his eyes, the Crimson Sharingan revealed 3 spinning tomoe, instantly broadening Fugaku's field of vision. The movements of the insects in the forest appeared bizarrely clear to him. With a leap, he swiftly hurled several kunai, which collided midair, producing a series of sounds as they struck the wooden stakes. After traversing all the targets, he had hit the bullseye each time. Indeed, there was no discernible difference from the original Fugaku Uchiha. He had not even unleashed his full potential, feeling entirely at ease. With his hands forming seals, his fingers became mere phantoms, and the chakra within him surged, causing his chest to swell as he exhaled forward. Fugaku unleashed the Great Fireball technique, the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. A searing fireball erupted from his mouth, igniting the fallen leaves on the ground. the temperature around it so intense that the air began to shimmer. Forming seals once more, waves of flames spewed forth from Fugaku, engulfing a vast expanse of land before him. He continued his training until dusk, mastering all the ninjutsu previously known to him. The training grounds had become a scene of devastation, scorched branches and charred leaves littering the small forest. As night descended upon the Uchiha clan's territory, the area was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Ninjas, having completed their day's work, often ventured outside to unwind, indulge in a drink, or share tales of peculiar happenings as fodder for conversation. Strolling toward his own courtyard, Fugaku exchanged greetings with fellow clansmen he encountered along the way. Upon entering the courtyard, he could hear his father conversing with clan members. As both the clan leader and captain of the guard, Taijima Uchiha frequently held meetings at home. "Ah, is that you, Fugaku? Come in, I have matters to discuss with you," Taijima's voice called out. "Yes, father," Fugaku replied, sliding open the door to the living room. He found nearly all the clan's elders present. "Greetings, uncles," Fugaku said, proficiently offering his salutations. Several high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan nodded in agreement. "Esteemed clan leader, this child, Fugaku, has grown under our watch," one senior member of the guard remarked. "At such a tender age, he has already unlocked the three-tomoe. He is destined to inherit the position of clan leader and guide the Uchiha to continued prosperity." "That is high praise," Uchiha Tenchi replied with a smile. "I hope you all will continue to mentor Fugaku, as he has much to learn." "The clan leader speaks gravely," another elder interjected. "Fugaku is currently the pride of our Uchiha clan. It has grown late, so we shall take our leave for now." "Fugaku, see off your uncles," Tenchi instructed. "Yes, father." After escorting the senior members out, Fugaku returned to the living room. "Come with me," Uchiha Tenchi said. "There are matters I need to discuss with you." Fugaku nodded and followed his father to the study, a place with soundproofing suitable for discussing more sensitive topics. "Fugaku, you have performed admirably over the past 3 years since your graduation, bringing no shame to the Uchiha," Uchiha Tenchi stated. "Today, when reporting to the third Hokage, I requested that you be promoted to Jonin, and the third has agreed. Tomorrow, you shall go to the Hokage's office to receive your promotion assignment. You are a genius of the Uchiha. You must uphold our clan's honor." "Yes, father." Since the passing of Uchiha Kagami, the Uchiha's influence within the higher echelons of Konoha has waned considerably. Once, the Uchiha and Senju collaborated to establish Konoha, yet now, there are no Uchiha among the current leadership. You are the most gifted genius of the Uchiha lineage. I hope you can awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan and lead our clan back to its zenith, Uchiha Tenchi expressed. "Rest assured, father, I shall strive diligently," Fugaku replied with a nod. It seemed that the current Uchiha members were not fully aware of the implications of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku held great confidence in his potential to awaken it. However, as the sole son in his family, he lacked brothers, and achieving the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would require considerable effort. The ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan could not reverse the Uchiha's decline. Ultimately, it led only to blindness. In the absence of Senju Hashirama, possessing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would ensure invincibility, regardless of how dire the circumstances became. Uchiha Tenchi sighed, patting Fugaku on the shoulder before stepping outside. Fugaku sensed his father's helplessness. Konoha was currently at its pinnacle, with the third Hokage in his prime, the legendary Sannin unacclaimed, and the Konoha White Fang. Many strong warriors existed, yet the foremost clan lacked a leading figure at its peak. The three-tomoe ultimately fell short in terms of power. The world of Hokage is one that reveres strength above all. Tomorrow's assignment would serve as a test for him. He could only wonder what kind of promotion task the third would assign, especially in such a sensitive period when reconnaissance or assassination missions were likely. In the early morning, Uchiha Fugaku meticulously organized his ninja equipment, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and other assorted items for setting simple traps, placing everything into his gear pouch. Before the Hokage's office, Fugaku knocked on the door, and a deep voice from within responded. Fugaku stepped through the door, and before him sat the third Hokage in his youth, exuding an aura of formidable strength as he quietly occupied his seat. Unlike decades later, when he would only evoke a sense of frailty. "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku has come to report," he announced. The third nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed, a youthful prodigy. At such a tender age, you have awakened the Sharingan's three-tomoe, reminiscent of the esteemed Uchiha Kagami. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Hokage, Fugaku humbly replied. I dare not compare myself to the esteemed Kagami. I still have much to learn. The third smiled and remarked, Fugaku, you are too modest. As one of the youngest Uchiha to awaken the three-tomoe Sharingan, your future is boundless. I hope you can transcend beyond personal and clan interests, always considering the perspective of Konoha. Ultimately, the future belongs to the youth. Contemplate this carefully. Yes, Lord Hokage, I shall give it due consideration, Fugaku replied. Though he understood that the complications between the Uchiha and Konoha would not be resolved in the near future. The conflict would only intensify, particularly after the Nine-Tails attack on the village, which led the higher-ups to unanimously blame the Uchiha for controlling the beast, resulting in the fourth Hokage's demise and Konoha's near destruction. With Danzō at the helm, the militant faction began to conspire against the Uchiha. Currently, the higher-ups merely adhere to the second Hokage's will, fostering exclusion towards the Uchiha. However, given Danzō's nature, it was only a matter of time before he set his sights on the Sharingan. One pair of three-tomoe was worth a life. No one could remain indifferent to such a lure. The third Hokage retrieved a mission scroll from the table and handed it to Fugaku, stating, "This is your promotion mission." Fugaku accepted the scroll and unfurled it. The task was to investigate the situation of the Land of Wind in the Land of Rain. He realized this was a preparatory measure for the impending Ninja World War, as both the Wind and Earth countries had already begun to deploy troops to the Rain country. Konoha would not wait until these nations occupied the Rain country to act. Perhaps a small-scale conflict among the three nations had already commenced. For the Uchiha clan, intelligence missions were relatively straightforward. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan made it easy to extract information from adversaries. In the forest outside Konoha, Fugaku traversed the woods. 3 days later, he arrived at the border of the Rain country, a land caught in the turmoil between the three great nations of wind, earth, and fire. Suffering greatly from the ravages of war, the nation lay in ruins, with some citizens numb to their plight, while others seethed with hatred towards the great powers. In this ruthless world, weakness was a sin unto itself. As night fell, Fugaku entered the Rain country, where chaos reigned as various factions clashed. Encountering a team of elite adversary ninjas would pose a significant challenge for Fugaku. Thus, darkness offered a semblance of safety. Those entrusted with infiltration missions in enemy territories were no ordinary shinobi, and Fugaku had to remain vigilant. With his Crimson Sharingan activated, three-tomoe swirling with intensity, he could perceive his surroundings with clarity, even in the depths of night. Fugaku advanced slowly among the rocky terrain, scrutinizing the remnants left by the passing ninjas. However, this task proved to be quite challenging, especially given the proximity to the Land of Fire, where the Konoha ninjas predominated. He pressed on discreetly into the heart of the Land of Rain, seeking refuge in desolate caves by day and moving further into the territory at night. Once again, under the cloak of darkness, Fugaku sought the presence of ninjas from the Land of Wind. Shadows flitted ahead. It was a patrol team from the Rain, consisting of 3 members. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Fugaku vanished from his position, concealing himself behind a large boulder. For 2 consecutive days, there had been no sign of the Sand Ninjas. Perhaps capturing a few Rain ninjas to interrogate could yield valuable information. The footsteps grew ever closer, and Fugaku focused, 2 shurikens silently materializing in his hands. Regulating his breath, he discerned from the trio's conversation that they formed a Chunin team, led by 1 Chunin accompanied by 2 genin. It was imperative to eliminate all 3 in one swift motion. Otherwise, exposure to the larger patrol could jeopardize his very survival. The footsteps drew nearer, and Fugaku mentally conjured images of the 3 as they walked. The leaders of the Wind, Earth, and Fire nations have continuously dispatched ninjas into the Land of Rain to engage in battle, showing no regard for Lord Hanzo, one voice proclaimed. These great nations are truly despicable, completely disregarding the lives of us from smaller countries. Another ninja indignantly replied. Fugaku surmised from their voices that the speakers were relatively young, likely 2 genin. The Chunin, having witnessed the brutality of the ninja world, was considered an elite among the smaller nations, and thus would not complain to his subordinates. As the squad leader patted the shoulders of his companions, Fugaku distinctly heard the sound of the gesture. In a flash, he appeared before the trio, his shuriken deftly slicing through the throats of the 2 genin. The three-tomoe Sharingan whirled rapidly, and before the Rain Chunin could react or launch a signal flare, he fell victim to Fugaku's Jinjutsu. As the two genin collapsed, lines of text emerged in Fugaku's mind. The cool sensation from the Sharingan alleviated the fatigue that had built up from prolonged use, revitalizing his gaze and sharpening his perception of the surroundings. With no time to spare, Fugaku delivered a swift blow to the Chunin's neck, dragging him toward a pre-identified cave. In this critical moment, as war loomed, the corpses of the genin would soon be discovered by the patrolling ninjas of the Rain Village, scattering the pursuit and erasing traces of his advance. Forming hand seals, he activated the shadow clone technique. Two clones appeared beside him, darting off in different directions to create a diversion. After a night of relentless trekking, Fugaku repeatedly subdued captured Rain ninjas, bringing the Rain Chunin back to the cave he had previously scouted. He ignited a bonfire, casting flickering light to dispel the surrounding darkness. Binding the Rain ninja's limbs and gagging him, he settled quietly beside the fire, patiently awaiting the moment the Rain ninja would awaken. As Futake dispatched two Rain shinobi, a pair of phrases flickered through his mind amidst the urgency of the situation, leaving him no time to ponder. The first read, eliminated a genin, gained a minuscule amount of ocular power. The second, eliminated a genin, gained a minuscule amount of ocular power. It appeared that this was a boon bestowed upon him by his transmigration into Uchiha Fugaku. Personally vanquishing a ninja allowed him to absorb their ocular power, replenishing it within his own eyes. The meager ocular power obtained from a genin seemed to depend on either their strength or age. The Rain shinobi beneath him stirred slightly. Falling silent once more, it seemed he had feigned unconsciousness. Futake grasped the Rain shinobi by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The shinobi could no longer maintain his charade, bound as he was, and began to struggle futilely. Futake tightened his grip, causing the shinobi's face to flush crimson as a lack of oxygen rendered him dazed and confused. The three-tomoe Sharingan manifested in Futake's eyes, and as he relaxed his hold, the shinobi's resistance waned, his gaze empty as he stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Speak of the infiltration activities of the Sand Shinobi in the Land of Rain, Futake commanded. The Sand Shinobi primarily operated near the Wind Country, engaging in battles with the Rock Shinobi, and it was rumored that only a select few elite members ventured throughout the Land of Rain to hunt foreign ninjas. Futake nodded. The Wind and Earth countries had begun skirmishes, and with the Fire and Rain countries involved, a minor conflict among the four nations was unfolding within the Land of Rain. With a decisive motion, Futake broke the Rain shinobi's neck, and a new message appeared in his mind. Eliminated a Chunin, gained a small amount of ocular power. A refreshing sensation coursed through his eyes as his Sharingan activated, and Futake felt the ocular power within his three-tomoe Sharingan intensify, gradually accumulating strength. He sensed that with sufficient build-up, he might awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan without needing excessive provocation. The minuscule ocular power from a genin and the small power from a chunin suggested that the quantity of ocular power was determined by the strength of the foes eliminated. As night fell once more, Futake emerged from his concealed cave, continuing his journey. The elite squad dispatched by the Sand was elusive, necessitating a trek along the borders of the Wind and Rain countries to acquire substantial intelligence on the Sand's activities in the Land of Rain. Capturing a Sand Jonin would be most effective, as Genin and Chunin possessed limited and potentially misleading information designed to confuse adversaries. Uchiha Fugaku moved cautiously under the cover of darkness, drawing nearer to the Wind country. The closer he approached, the more Sand squads he encountered, and he resolved to halt his advance. Further progression risked exposure to the unpredictable puppet techniques of the Sand Shinobi. Were it not for the keen insight of his three-tomoe Sharingan, he would have fallen victim to several traps and been compromised. In the areas of the Land of Rain bordering the Wind country, there were likely several supply points serving as secret bases for the Sand. The command center of the Sand Shinobi within the Wind country was presumably located among these hidden strongholds. The mission bore no time constraints, and Uchiha Fugaku remained unhurried, occasionally shifting his position to observe the movements of the Sand Shinobi. Over the course of 2 days, he refrained from making any sudden moves, watching as several squads of weaker Sand Shinobi passed before him. The Crimson Sharingan once again surveyed the direction of the Land of Wind, observing yet another squad of Sand Shinobi passing from the vicinity of Fugaku. By analyzing their chakra and presence, it was evident that they were elite Sand Shinobi. The Sharingan, however, proved inferior to the Byakugan when it came to scrutinizing the internal chakra pathways of the human body, making it particularly challenging to identify the opponent's chakra points. A jonin accompanied by two chunin demonstrated remarkable finesse in both assassination and infiltration. Fugaku refrained from acting hastily. Any disturbance could easily alert the sand-hidden forces stationed in the land of rain. He stealthily trailed behind the trio, intending to strike at a location well away from the border. The three sand shinobi halted in an open area, seemingly planning to rest. Having distanced themselves from the land of wind, as long as they kept their noise to a minimum, they would not rouse the attention of the main sand forces. As they munched on their rations, their hushed conversations revealed their heightened vigilance, rendering Fugaku unable to catch even a whisper. As night deepened, the surroundings grew tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects. The trio began to settle down, with one chunin on watch while the others succumbed to slumber. Fugaku coated all his kunai with a sedative. Should he inflict injury, the effects of the drug would facilitate a swift capture. As the night enveloped the landscape in silence, the watchful chunin began to doze off. Unsure if they were taking turns on watch, Fugaku waited for 2 hours, confident that the other two had fallen into a deep sleep. In an instant, he executed the body flicker technique, moving soundlessly. Two kunai, adorned with explosive tags, were hurled towards the sleeping ninjas. The chunin on guard, startled by the commotion, abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, "Enemy attack!" The kunai collided just as they neared the two recently awakened ninjas, igniting in twin bursts of flame that enveloped the three. Fugaku formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth toward the conflagration. Two figures, somewhat disheveled, burst forth from the flames. Upon closer inspection, Fugaku recognized them as the jonin and the vigilant chunin from the squad. A message manifested in his mind: eliminate an elite chunin to gain a modicum of ocular power. Realizing that one chunin had perished in the inferno, he noted that this elite chunin offered more ocular power than a typical chunin from the land of rain. Fugaku fixed his gaze on the fleeing jonin and flung several shuriken, propelling himself towards the disoriented chunin, intent on eliminating him first before confronting the jonin. The crimson three-tomoe Sharingan whirled rapidly as his kunai aimed for the chunin's heart. The opponent raised his kunai in a desperate attempt to parry, but his eyes locked onto Fugaku's spinning Sharingan, rendering him momentarily dazed, his actions suspended in midair. In the midst of combat, where life and death hung in the balance, a single misstep could prove fatal. Fugaku's kunai found its mark, piercing the chunin's chest. Another message flickered in his mind: eliminate an elite chunin to gain a modicum of ocular power. The jonin, having deflected the shuriken, regarded Fugaku and remarked, "A member of the Uchiha clan with three-tomoe. It appears that Konoha is unwilling to remain idle and is preparing to deploy forces against the land of rain. There is no need for excessive dialogue with one on the brink of death." Uchiha Fugaku launched a series of shuriken from his hand, each flying towards his opponent from various directions, his fingers moving swiftly like fleeting shadows. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Sparks erupted from his mouth, following closely behind the shuriken. The Sand Village jonin, encircled, executed a body flicker technique to escape the trap, hurling several kunai towards Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a massive wind blade. Fugaku deflected the kunai, leaping from the ground to evade the incoming wind blade, which severed a large tree behind him. The Sharingan in Fugaku's eyes spun rapidly. The sand ninja before him momentarily lost focus, allowing Fugaku to thrust a kunai towards him. However, the seasoned sand jonin swiftly regained his composure, blocking with his kunai. The clash of weapons echoed through the night, sparks dancing in the dark as the battle unfolded. The sand jonin began to falter, for the knight served as Uchiha's greatest weapon. Although his opponent may have been stronger than Fugaku, the combined advantages of darkness and the Sharingan began to inflict wounds upon him. The effects of the tranquilizer began to take hold, clouding the sand jonin's mind. "You coated your kunai with a sedative, intending to capture me for information, but you underestimate the sand ninja." The jonin's right hand blocked Fugaku's assault once more, while his left kunai aimed for his own heart. In response, Fugaku's Sharingan activated an illusion, and his right kunai grazed the opponent's wrist. The sand jonin, now fully under the influence of the sedative, could no longer resist, his eyes losing their spark. Fugaku's three-tomoe Sharingan fixated on him, casting illusions that completely ensnared the jonin. "Who is your commander, and how many have infiltrated the land of rain?" Perhaps the sensitivity of Fugaku's inquiry led to a flicker of struggle on the sand ninja's face. Ensnared in the illusion, Fugaku intensified the illusion's grip, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, rendering his opponent's expression once more vacant. Who is the commander of this operation? And how many ninjas were deployed? Uchiha Fugaku repeated his question. The Jonin's demeanor remained largely unchanged, still entrapped in the illusion. And Fugaku could distinctly feel the power of his Sharingan amplifying. From his memories, it was evident that in the past, controlling an elite Jonin with the three-tomoe Sharingan had proven exceedingly difficult. The leader of the Sand contingent was Elder Inazu. The precise number of personnel was known only to the commander and the upper echelons of the Sand. Fugaku furrowed his brow, recalling his impressions of Inazu, the brother of Chiyo, the puppet master of the Sand. Known for his remarkable intellect and strategic prowess, he was one of the few from the Sand to have survived to old age. What is your purpose in the Land of Rain? To infiltrate the Land of Rain and await further orders. Fugaku frowned. The information he had gleaned was largely useless. The Sand's operations were far too cautious, with even the Jonin executing the mission unaware of any valuable intelligence. From the observations and accounts gathered upon your arrival in the Land of Rain, how many ninjas have entered this realm? Moreover, please delineate the supply routes from Mangekyō to the Land of Rain, along with the supply points within its borders. Fugaku fixed his gaze upon his counterpart, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he unleashed Jinjutsu, denying the other any chance to react. The supply routes were of paramount importance for this operation. Everything else was secondary. Given Konoha's intelligence network, acquiring a general understanding of Mangekyō's situation within the Land of Rain would be a mere formality. The Mangekyō Jonin diligently sketched the information Fugaku sought upon the mission scroll. Yet Fugaku could sense the resistance within his adversary's body, his movements faltering intermittently as he attempted to break free from the Jinjutsu. Fugaku cast the illusion once more, and the supply routes within Mangekyō were clearly marked by his opponent. While the supply points in the Land of Rain were annotated by Ebizo himself, a detail known to only a select few, revealing only a handful of locations that the other was aware of or had heard about. Fugaku posed additional inquiries, witnessing the struggle etched upon the other's face. Glancing at the scroll in hand, realizing that the intelligence had been sufficiently gathered, in a swift motion, a shadow darted past, and a kunai pierced the heart of his adversary. A notification reverberated in Fugaku's mind. Eliminate a common Jonin to acquire moderate ocular power. A refreshing sensation coursed through his eyes. The Sharingan invigorated, its potency markedly enhanced. With the mission accomplished, it was time to return. He glanced at the lifeless body beneath him, hoisted it, and concealed it deep within a cave, setting a rudimentary trap with explosive tags beneath the corpse. Should anyone disturb the remains of the Mangekyō ninja, the tags would detonate, obliterating both the body and the intruder. In this perpetually drizzly land, one might find amusement in sightseeing, yet the execution of duties left much to be desired. Fugaku found himself yearning for the sunlit skies of Konoha. After 4 days, he returned to the village. Upon entering, a sense of unease washed over him. Uchiha clan members were conducting thorough searches throughout the area. A shadow flitted by, and an Uchiha clan member appeared before him. Jin, what has transpired? The figure before Uchiha Fugaku was Jin, an elite ninja of the guard team, possessing the three-tomoe Sharingan. I heard you were on a promotion mission. Allow me to congratulate you on your ascension to Jonin, Uchiha Jin whispered as he approached Fugaku. Last night, a high-ranking elder from Konoha was assassinated. The guard team is currently on high alert, searching for the perpetrator. Fugaku's heart sank with understanding. Which elder was it? How could this happen within the village? Elder Yamada, the higher-ups suspect involvement from the Wind and Earth countries. Uchiha Fugaku felt incredulous. Many veterans from the earlier generations still resided in Konoha, individuals who had fought alongside the first and second Hokage. Some served as elders, assisting the Hokage in daily affairs. The Wind and Earth countries were infiltrating the Land of Rain, and at such a critical juncture, he found it hard to believe that the leadership of these nations would act so foolishly as to assassinate an elder in Konoha. It is indeed plausible that Danzō orchestrated this, with the approval of the third Hokage. With each elder that perishes, the authority of the Hokage grows stronger, and the root can expand with fewer constraints, all while providing a pretext for military action in the Land of Rain. Regarding the events from last night, the area is now under martial law, and it is likely that the perpetrator has long since fled Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku remarked. I am aware that you have analyzed the situation, esteemed clan leader, Uchiha Kin responded. However, The upper echelon of Konoha has continuously pressured the Uchiha clan, and the guard cannot remain indifferent. Thus, they are compelled to conduct a search under martial law. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, realizing that the higher-ups still sought to sow discord between the Uchiha and the villagers. The Uchiha clan has always been proud, and this martial law is likely to offend many. It seems I must discuss this with my father tonight. Kin, please continue your investigation, Uchiha Fugaku instructed. But do be mindful of your demeanor towards the villagers. I shall head to the Hokage building to submit my mission report. Uchiha Kin smiled and nodded, saying, I wish you the best in your promotion to Jonin. Once this matter is resolved, do not forget to celebrate. Fugaku acknowledged with a nod and waved as he made his way to the Hokage building. At that moment, the third Hokage was convening a meeting of the elders. Fugaku submitted the mission scroll to the assistant in the Hokage's office. The scroll was sealed, and nothing could escape the watchful eye of the third Hokage. Today, the Uchiha district felt rather desolate, as most had taken to the streets in search of the assailant. After bathing, Fugaku lay in bed and slept until nightfall, clearing away the fatigue accumulated from recent missions. In the living room, Uchiha Tenkan was once again in conference with several high-ranking Uchiha members, deliberating on the recent assassination attempt. Upon entering the living room, Fugaku greeted, Father, uncles, good evening. Uchiha Tenkan nodded in acknowledgement. It is good that you have returned. Once the Hokage reviews the mission, you shall be promoted to Jonin. You should attend today's meeting as well. Yes, Father, Fugaku replied. Clan leader, if I am not mistaken. You are only 13 this year and already on the verge of becoming a Jonin, one of the high-ranking members remarked. Many of the Uchiha elders praised Fugaku, but he remained largely unmoved. Few of these high-ranking members truly captured his regard. Had there been even one capable individual among them, the Uchiha clan would not be in its current predicament, with not a single Uchiha among the upper echelons of Konoha. Clan leader, I believe the most likely culprit behind the assassination is the Land of Wind. In recent years, the third Kazekage has been rising steadily, and given the harsh environment of the Land of Wind, it is plausible they might instigate war to seize fertile lands, suggested one elder. It could also be the Land of Earth, attempting to frame the Land of Wind and provoke a conflict between the two great nations. Is it possible that the Land of Rain is involved? The Land of Wind and the Land of Earth have exerted their influence there, conducting infiltrations and assassinations. The pressure on the Land of Rain is immense. They might seek to incite discord within Konoha and lay blame on the other two lands, hoping to trigger a three-way conflict and reap the benefits. The Uchiha elders engaged in heated debate, yet by the conclusion of the meeting, no clear conclusions were reached. In Uchiha Tenkan's study, father and son sat across from one another. Fugaku, Uchiha Tenkan began. Do you have any thoughts or differing perspectives regarding today's meeting? Father. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated before speaking. Ever since the second Hokage's resentment towards the Uchiha clan following the death of the first Hokage, the higher-ups in Konohagakure have persistently marginalized us. While the police force appears prestigious, tasked with the security of the village, we remain under the watchful eyes of the village leaders, our actions entirely transparent. Moreover, our clan's inherent pride has made it easier for the higher-ups to sow discord between the Uchihas and the villagers. As Fugaku spoke, he observed his father's expression. Uchiha Tenkan's demeanor remained unchanged, though a flicker of surprise and solace danced in his eyes, perhaps at the realization that his 13-year-old son possessed such insight. I take comfort in your ability to form your own opinions, Uchiha Tenkan sighed. As one of the founders of Konohagakure, our clan boasts many far-sighted members who cannot be blind to the village's motives. Fugaku nodded, his father's esteem for him rising further still. Yet, understanding the higher-ups' intentions felt futile. Uchiha Tenkan continued. We have long transcended the warring states period. Our clan has grown accustomed to a life of ease, and it has been quite some time since a member awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Though Uchiha Madara was not favored by the clan, he propelled the Uchiha family to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Now, many within our clan have placed their hopes upon you. You are the youngest prodigy, the sole individual with the potential to awaken the Mangekyō and lead our clan to greatness. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had become the embodiment of hope for his kin, having resolved to lead the Uchiha to resurgence and avert their annihilation. Hearing that many relied upon him felt like a heavy burden upon his shoulders. What is your perspective on the recent assassination of the elder in Konoha? Uchiha Tenkan inquired. Which of the three nations, wind, rain, or earth, do you believe holds greater culpability? Fugaku began to grasp why the Uchiha clan had ultimately faced extinction. Many of his kin within Konoha failed to perceive the broader circumstances. The wars among the shinobi world, at their core, were driven by self-interest. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Fugaku stated, Elder Yamada was merely an aging retiree, lacking significant strength and influence beyond his reputation in Konoha. His assassination would only serve to provoke the village, yielding no substantial advantage. Uchiha Tenkan nodded in agreement. According to Fugaku's analysis, the sole consequence of Elder Yamada's murder would be to incite Konoha to mobilize against the Land of Rain. Although not part of the village's upper echelon, Uchiha Tenkan possessed some understanding of the various factions within. A faction led by Danzō had long advocated for military action against the Land of Rain. Are you suggesting that someone within the higher-ups orchestrated this? Uchiha Tenkan asked, somewhat astonished. To compel the elders to consent to an offensive against the Land of Rain? Fugaku affirmed, it is also a means to consolidate power, diminish constraints, and further exacerbate the rift between the Uchiha and the villagers. Uchiha Tenkan regarded Fugaku with surprise, yet did not dismiss the possibility. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had witnessed considerable darkness from the Warring States period through the establishment of Konoha, though his previous thinking had been constrained. Moreover, it is not only Elder Yamada who is at risk. Indeed, all elders may soon find themselves in peril. With each elder that falls, power becomes increasingly centralized. Concurrently, the senior officials within the village manipulate public opinion in Konoha, skillfully attributing blame to the countries of wind and earth, thereby inciting the villagers' desire to take up arms. Fugaku contemplated this deeply. Uchiha Tenjo sighed, expressing a hope that Fugaku's suspicions would prove unfounded. Without the power of the Mangekyō, the Uchiha clan members are not significantly stronger than the elders of Konoha. Although numerous in number, they lack peak-level warriors and could easily become expendable pawns. Father, do not be overly pessimistic, Fugaku replied. While the Uchiha may lack peak warriors, we possess a considerable number of those with the three-tomoe. To effectively counter the Uchiha, one would need to deploy a vast contingent of elite ninjas, which would create too much commotion. Given the current turmoil in the ninja world, the upper echelons of Konoha would not willingly cripple their own strength. The father and son continued their discussion until late into the night before parting ways. Some of Fugaku's insights left a profound impact on Uchiha Tenjo, illuminating several blind spots in his thinking. Tenjo could not help but reflect that the clan's hope placed in his son was indeed well-founded. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, Konoha was not at peace. In a shadowy area, two patrolling Uchiha members clutched their throats, their eyes wide with terror as blood flowed incessantly through the gaps between their fingers. Shadows darted swiftly between the buildings of Konoha, vanishing in an instant into a grand estate. The residence belonged to another elder of Konoha, Elder Yamamoto. The shadows seemed intimately familiar with the surroundings, infiltrating the estate as if it were a deserted domain, heading directly for Elder Yamamoto's quarters. Awakened from slumber, Elder Yamamoto's eyes flew open. Despite his advanced age and frailty, his senses remained keen. As the figures entered his abode, he had already made his escape to the courtyard. A flash of steel cut through the air. Drawing upon years of battle experience, Elder Yamamoto narrowly evaded the incoming blade, though blood began to seep from his left side. Surveying his surroundings, he noted 6 masked ninjas encircling him. Who are you? Elder Yamamoto bellowed, hoping to attract the attention of the patrolling ninjas. Are you from the land of wind or the land of earth, daring to assassinate an elder within Konoha? The 6 ninjas remained silent, their weapons poised to strike. Gripping his kunai tightly, Yamamoto desperately parried their relentless attacks, blood blossoming from his wounds. Gasping for breath, he lamented the increasing frailty that accompanied age. The ninjas offered him no respite, their movements perfectly synchronized as they continued their assault from all directions. Summoning all of his chakra, a silver arc sliced through the night sky, narrowly missing one ninja's mask. Even in the face of certain death, Yamamoto was determined to discern the identity of his assailants. The mask was cleaved in twain, a crimson streak marking its descent, as 6 weapons plunged into Elder Yamamoto's body. Ultimately, he expelled a torrent of blood. Gazing at the fallen mask of the ninja before him, his wide eyes betraying a disbelief at the identity of his would-be assassin. The individual has discerned your true nature. You must not remain here. Clean up the scene and retreat immediately, someone whispered. The ninja with the torn mask nodded, clutching the wound on his face. and a flash of crimson light flickered by, leaving only a headless corpse in the courtyard. Awakened by the cacophony in the yard, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and listened intently. Last night, yet another elder from Konoha had been murdered in his own residence. 2 members of the Uchiha clan responsible for patrolling had also met the same fate, their throats severed. The clan members arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, their hurried footsteps fading from Fugaku's ears. It seemed his suspicions were correct, amidst the sensitive climate among the various nations of the shinobi world. The higher-ups of Konoha were steadily consolidating power within the village. As long as the elders remained alive, they would wield a certain influence over the decisions made by the upper echelons. The demise of the Elder Council would herald the impending crisis for the Uchiha clan. With 2 elders already deceased, the motives behind Konoha's military action in the Land of Rain had been fulfilled. Dressed, Uchiha Fugaku stepped outside his home and made his way to the usual gathering place of the clan. In the center of the courtyard lay 2 black body bags, now unzipped, revealing the slain clan members within. The bags had been opened, exposing the pale faces of the deceased. Fugaku immediately recognized one of them. Uchiha Senmoku from the guard, who had awakened the second Tomoe Sharingan, though he was not particularly gifted. Several high-ranking officials from Konoha and the family members of the deceased were present, among whom the 2 children of one victim caught Fugaku's attention. The older child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, while the younger one was about 5 or 6. Both children were sobbing inconsolably, breathless and clearly unable to comprehend the sudden loss of their revered father. A faint pulsation of chakra emanated from the 2 children, which was the reason for Fugaku's interest. They were on the verge of awakening their Sharingan at any moment. Fugaku has arrived, Uchiha Tenkan remarked upon spotting his son. We were just about to examine Elder Yamamoto's body. You should join us. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Very well, father. The body of Elder Yamamoto was temporarily housed in the intelligence division. By the time the Uchiha clan entered, the high-ranking officials of Konoha had already examined the body without rendering any conclusions. In a mortuary room within the intelligence division, a headless body lay covered by a white cloth. Several Uchiha clan members carefully lifted the cloth to inspect the various wounds on the body. The incision at the neck was remarkably clean, indicating a swift beheading. Uchiha Tenkan pulled Fugaku aside and asked, "What have you discerned?" "Nothing." Fugaku pondered for a moment before replying softly. "The head is missing. It is highly probable that Elder Yamamoto was acquainted with his assailant. Fearing that the intelligence division might probe his memories and discover the killer, I suspect those responsible for Elder Yamamoto's death belong to the same group." Tenkan nodded gravely. "It sends chills down my spine. They will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. With 2 elders already dead, one wonders how many more must perish before they relent. Elder Yamamoto is likely the last one," Uchiha Fugaku remarked. "The public opinion has reached its saturation point. The assassination of another elder would only tarnish Konoha's prestige, yielding counterproductive results." Uchiha Tensho nodded, acknowledging the validity of his son's words. "I must report the investigation findings to Lord Hokage at noon. It appears that the ninjas responsible for the assassination of the 2 elders can only be attributed to the countries of Wind, Rain, and Earth," Uchiha Tensho stated. "The vendetta for our 2 clansmen remains unresolved, and with the recent incident involving Elder Yamamoto, the Uchiha clan finds itself in an even more precarious position. Henceforth, we shall increase the number of patrols and intensify nighttime surveillance," Uchiha Fugaku suggested, allowing the villagers to believe that the cessation of the assassinations is due to our Uchiha clan's efforts, thereby restoring some semblance of our family's reputation. Uchiha Tensho concurred, stating, "This aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Only in this manner can we alleviate the pressure on the Uchiha clan." For 7 consecutive days, Konoha enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, devoid of assassination incidents, much to the relief of the villagers. News of the Uchiha clan deploying numerous members to safeguard Konoha circulated quietly. The village buzzed with rumors surrounding the assassination events. With the perpetrators seemingly identified as one from the countries of Wind, Rain, and Earth, any alternative theories swiftly vanished without a trace. Uchiha Fugaku observed coldly, noting how the villagers were being incited, recalling that it was through similar manipulations by the higher-ups of Konoha that White Fang met his tragic end years later. Amidst this storm of public sentiment, the reputation of the guard unit experienced a slight improvement, which could be considered a silver lining for the Uchiha. Over the course of several days, Fugaku organized his memories regarding Jinjutsu, intensifying his training in this art. Given the current tense climate, he could be summoned to the battlefield at any moment. Neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu could be significantly improved in a short span. Rather, it is through Jinjutsu, leveraging the formidable powers of the Sharingan, that one can unleash tremendous potential. As his ocular strength increased, so too would the potency of his Jinjutsu, rendering it the finest means of self-preservation on the battlefield. That night, in Uchiha Tensho's study, father and son engaged in conversation. The specter of war loomed ever closer, with the conflict in the Land of Rain reaching a fever pitch. Uchiha Tensho stated, "The Ninja World War could erupt at any moment. Tomorrow morning, you are to visit the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage has approved your promotion to Jonin, and there may be new assignments awaiting you." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, having anticipated this development, though he remained uncertain as to whom he would be assigned. Uchiha Tensho further advised, "It is highly likely you will be dispatched to the Land of Rain. Exercise caution, for in the chaos of a four-nation melee, countless formidable foes abound." Uchiha Fugaku assured, "Father, you need not worry. I shall proceed with care." The following morning, at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku knocked before entering, finding only the third Hokage within. "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku has come to report. The completion of this mission was commendable," the third Hokage remarked. Uchiha Fugaku, "Following verification of the intel from Mangekyō, I hereby officially promote you to Jonin of Konoha, and there is an S-rank mission that requires your expertise." Uchiha Fugaku remained composed, having braced himself for this moment. "As a Konoha ninja, fulfilling missions is my duty," he declared. The third Hokage nodded, expressing a degree of satisfaction with Fugaku's demeanor. Following the assassination of two elders from Konoha, the nations of Wind, Rain, and Earth could not escape culpability. The third Hokage remarked that many years had passed since the last great ninja war, and the ninja world had forgotten Konoha's might. Konoha had established a vanguard unit, and Fugaku was assigned to serve under the unit's captain, Kakashi Hatake. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Fugaku replied, expecting to serve under the legendary Sannin, only to find himself under Kakashi's command instead. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, he unfurled the mission scroll, which detailed the time and location for the upcoming assembly. The gathering was scheduled for the following morning in a forest outside Konoha. The scroll bore the third Hokage's autograph. Only with this signature could one join the vanguard unit. At dawn, outside Konoha, shadows flitted about, converging in a forest clearing. Fugaku and several members of the Uchiha clan arrived in succession. The forest was already populated with numerous ninjas, representing various clans of Konoha, particularly the reconnaissance-focused Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. Amidst the turmoil of the Rain Country, reconnaissance ninjas indeed played a crucial role in anticipating enemy movements and mitigating losses. Figures continued to materialize in the forest, each at least a skilled chunin. Even the proud Uchiha adjusted their mindset, recognizing that these individuals were the elite of Konoha. "There are quite a number of us in this vanguard unit," remarked Uchiha Jin, standing beside Fugaku. "The situation in the Rain Country may be worse than we anticipated." Fugaku nodded in agreement, stating, "Hanzo is known as a demigod within the ninja world. The Rain Country ranks among the strongest of the 5 great nations. Had we not dispatched our elite, the Wind and Earth nations would have long been expelled from the Rain Country." Suddenly, a figure with flowing white hair and a short blade appeared, interrupting their conversation. This individual exuded a formidable aura, radiating undeniable prowess. Fugaku recognized that Kakashi had arrived. The ninja present instinctively arranged themselves into neat rows, their gazes fixed ahead. Kakashi was well regarded in the village. His swordsmanship had been renowned since the Warring States period, and he had surpassed even the fame of the third Hokage's 3 disciples. Ninjas, by their nature, idolized strength, and within this contingent of the vanguard unit, there were many who admired Kakashi. The allocation of squads commenced, as Kakashi's voice resonated. "You have 6 days to coordinate with your teams. Assemble at the designated location on the map in 6 days." Shadows darted through the forest, and several ninjas distributed mission lists to each member. Fugaku received his list, which contained his number and the names of his 2 teammates. Mission list, number 013. Captain, Uchiha Fugaku. Team members, Yamanaka Nozomi, Sato Maru. Mission objective, proceed to the Rain Country and eliminate 3 foreign ninjas. At the bottom of the list, the meeting location was marked, a mountainous forest in the Rain Country. Fugaku was uncertain if all missions required entering the Rain Country to eliminate foreign ninjas. Yet he understood Kakashi's intention behind issuing the tasks. Ninjas emphasize teamwork. A group lacking cohesion can only hinder progress. The task list does not specify whether the target ninjas are Jonin or Chunin, as it is hoped that the squad will forge bonds through combat. Uchiha Fugaku discerned a deeper meaning. This was an assessment conducted by Hitaki Tsukumo on various Jonin teams. Those with unwavering confidence in their abilities would, even without explicit kill orders, prioritize targeting Jonin from foreign lands. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku understood that the honor of the Uchiha name forbade him from merely taking down 3 Chunin. Ideally, he aspired to confront a Jonin team. "Captain, I am Yamanaka Nozawa," announced a slightly taller ninja, donning black sunglasses and a hood that obscured his face. "I excel in insect manipulation." He extended his right hand, revealing several parasitic insects scuttling upon it. "Captain, I am Sato Maru, a Chunin from Konoha, skilled in fire release and swordsmanship," chimed in a seemingly ordinary ninja. Fugaku nodded, never underestimating anyone. To achieve the rank of Chunin and be dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to the front line, one must possess inherent merit, regardless of outward appearances. "Very well. I am Uchiha Fugaku," he introduced himself to his teammates. "I specialize in Sharingan Genjutsu and fire release." Each of the 3 teammates articulated their respective strengths, an essential aspect of effective collaboration. Fugaku presented the mission briefing to his companions, stating, "Our objective is to reach the Land of Rain and eliminate 3 foreign ninjas." Without specifications regarding their ranks, they nodded in understanding, their expressions subtly shifting as they likely surmised the true purpose of the mission. Teams quickly assembled in the forest, shadows vanishing into the thicket. "Fugaku, farewell in the Land of Rain," echoed Uchiha Jin's voice. "We shall proceed ahead." Uchiha Jin and his 2 companions disappeared into the foliage. "Let us also set forth," Fugaku declared. "Once we arrive in the Land of Rain, we shall devise a strategy to fulfill our mission." Agreed. The 3 figures simultaneously vanished from their location, advancing through the forests of the Land of Fire. Their pace was not swift. They were mutually observant, hoping to deepen their understanding of one another, considering this was their inaugural assembly as a team. Fugaku's focus primarily rested on Sato Maru, as he was somewhat familiar with the Yamanaka clan and their various insect manipulation techniques. The more he observed Sato Maru, the more he recognized the depth of his character. Whether on the move or resting, Sato Maru exuded a sense of caution and prudence. Fugaku speculated that he might have previously served in Konoha Zumbu. His assignment to Fugaku's squad was likely no mere coincidence. The 3rd Hokage intended to cultivate an alliance with him, inserting trusted individuals to assess his worthiness for such a bond. The trio traversed the terrain for 3 days until they reached the borders of the Land of Rain. A persistent drizzle fell upon them, and although Fugaku preferred not to undertake missions in inclement weather, he understood that this journey to the Land of Rain would likely prevent a swift return to Konoha. Once the impending ninja world war erupted, it would herald years of relentless conflict. Previously, I undertook a mission in the Land of Rain and possess a fair degree of familiarity with its terrain. First, I sought refuge in a cave to escape the rain. Uchiha Fugaku inquired, "Nozawa, can your parasitic insects be released in this inclement weather?" "I shall utilize the hours of this night to cultivate parasitic insects resilient to rain," Nozawa replied calmly. "I had anticipated this assignment in the Land of Rain and have already devised a cultivation strategy." Fugaku nodded. The Land of Rain is characterized by its mountainous landscape and sparse vegetation, and it did not take long for us to discover a relatively clean cave. One of the locations I had marked during my previous mission. The cave was dimly lit, and the 3 of us gathered around a fire we had kindled, sitting closely together. At the entrance, Fugaku had set a trap. Regardless of whether an intruder could disarm it, the trap would alert him. "We have only 3 days to execute this mission," Uchiha Fugaku stated. "As elite ninjas of Konoha, it is an indignity to complete this mission with a Chunin or Jinin team. We may eliminate targets, but they should not be our primary objective. Our foremost goal is to confront the Jonin teams from various nations. In this time of widespread conflict, defeating these Jonin teams will not only showcase our strength, but will also effectively diminish the prowess of our adversaries. Nozawa, tomorrow deploy your parasitic insects to scout for foreign teams. Regardless of whether they encounter a Jonin squad, they must relay any information back to us." In the stillness of the night, the fire in the cave was dwindling, and the three of us rested around its warmth. The embers flickered and then extinguished. The Uchiha clan members participating in this advance unit had been personally selected by the Hokage based on intelligence from the Umbu. They possessed the fundamental qualities expected of ninjas. Fugaku was most concerned about sending arrogant clan members lacking in strength, as their failure would tarnish the Uchiha name. The Uchiha clan had increasingly faced exclusion in Konoha, ultimately leading to their near extinction, with the actions of certain clan members bearing significant responsibility for this downfall. It appeared imperative not only to elevate the Uchiha reputation, but also to devise means to eliminate the malign influences within. Fugaku's mind swirled with plans and strategies. The Oil Woman clan's insects seemed to possess an innate biological clock. The first to awaken in the dim cave was Oil Woman Nozawa, closely followed by Uchiha Fugaku. Nozawa, have the parasitic insects been cultivated? Fugaku inquired. We have only 3 days. We must strive to complete the mission of eliminating the Jonin team within this time frame. Nozawa nodded, replying, they have been fully cultivated, all possessing attributes conducive to resisting rain. Rising to his feet, Nozawa extended his arms, and countless black parasitic insects poured forth from his being, densely filling the cave. Observing the swarm of insects, Fugaku felt a shiver of unease. Anyone encountering such a mass of insects up close for the first time would likely feel a sense of dread. Nozawa commanded the parasitic insects to fly out of the cave, and the three of us followed suit. Outside, the insects dispersed in a fan-like formation, heading towards the heart of the land of rain. The sky remained overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling. Cloaked in raincoats, the three of us proceeded cautiously, awaiting news from the parasitic insects while remaining vigilant to the sounds around us. In the realm of shinobi, the extraordinary is commonplace. It is not surprising that some can perceive the parasitic insects of the Oil Girl clan. Moreover, it is said that the Kamizuyuki clan of Iwagakure also wields insects in battle. However, while the Kamizuyuki manipulate not parasitic insects, but rather bees. The world of shinobi is replete with peculiarities. Perhaps some employ various common animals or insects as summoning beasts. Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan, his eyes rapidly revolving to capture dynamic objects, possessing an insight into moving entities that even surpasses that of the Byakugan. Parasitic insects continuously emerged from Nozawa's body, as his chakra incubated the eggs within him. In the skies, parasitic insects returned to Nozawa, relaying reconnaissance information. Captain, we've spotted enemy ninjas, Nozawa said. 300 meters to the southwest, there is a 4-man squad from the land of rain, seemingly engaged in a mission. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, instructing, maintain vigilance. The trio slowed their pace, as more parasitic insects flew to Nozawa, reporting on the movements of the Rain Ninja squad. The three had already discerned the traces of the 4 Rain Ninjas, closely tailing them. The 4 Rain Ninjas had slowed their pace, resting in place, which was relayed through the parasitic insects. The three exchanged glances and stealthily approached, revealing the 4 figures within their line of sight. Fugaku observed quietly, noting that one among them was clearly the leader, exuding maturity and composure. The remaining 3 appeared somewhat juvenile to Fugaku, barely qualifying as chunin, possibly hastily promoted during wartime without undergoing formal evaluations. Prepare yourselves, Uchiha Fugaku instructed. I will count to 3. Nozawa, you ensnare the enemy leader and the Rain Ninja on the left with your parasitic insects. Sato, you bind the Rain Ninja on the right, while I take out the one in the center. Once I eliminate one of their ninjas, Nozawa, withdraw the insects from the leader, leaving him to me. If we can successfully dispatch all 4, the preliminary task of the vanguard will be complete. With 2 days remaining, we can select additional enemies to eliminate, fostering synergy within our team. 1, 2, 3. As Fugaku's voice fell, he activated the body flicker technique, simultaneously hurling 2 kunai towards the Rain Ninja leader, his form transforming into a shadow that lunged at one of the Rain Ninjas. Sato also struck, targeting the designated Rain Ninja, while the parasitic insects in the sky began to gather, diving towards the leader and the remaining Rain Ninja. The Rain Ninja leader was the first to react, shouting, "Enemy attack, prepare for battle." He recognized the 2 kunai arcing towards him and realized he was up against formidable opponents, furiously swinging his weapon to block. Ignoring everything else, Uchiha Fugaku activated the body flicker technique, appearing beside one of the Rain Ninjas, thrusting his kunai towards the heart. His Sharingan remained fixed on the adversary, unleashing a long-prepared Jinjutsu. The opposing rain ninja felt as though three-tomoe were spinning endlessly in his mind, rendering him incapable of any other action. In the realm of ninja conflict, life and death often hang by a thread. As the rain ninja succumbed to Fugaku's jinjutsu, the kunai in Fugaku's hand pierced the heart of his foe. He had slain an ordinary chunin, garnering a modest amount of ocular power. Familiar characters resurfaced in his mind as Fugaku pivoted, charging towards the opposing team leader. The speed of Uchiha Fugaku was astonishing. None anticipated that a chunin would have no opportunity to retaliate, falling within a single exchange. The rain ninja captain, witnessing the demise of his subordinate, bellowed, "It is the Uchiha clan of Konoha. They have joined the fray. Retreat." Without a second thought for the lives of his two fallen comrades, the captain fled ahead. Yet Fugaku was not far behind. His 10 fingers moved like phantoms, weaving hand signs with remarkable agility. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Streams of embers erupted from Fugaku's mouth, obstructing the escape route of his adversary. The advancing rain ninja captain was compelled to halt, realizing that any chance of alerting his allies had vanished. Turning to face Uchiha Fugaku, he calmed himself, brandishing a kunai in each hand, emanating an aura of resolute determination. Fugaku furrowed his brow, keenly observing every movement of his opponent. As his Sharingan spun rapidly, the prepared jinjutsu swiftly entering the captain's line of sight. The rain ninja captain was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, visions swirling before him. With both hands forming seals, he shouted, "Release." However, Fugaku had already surged forward at the instant the jinjutsu was cast. The clash of kunai in midair sparked brilliantly as the other kunai grazed the captain's ribs. The dispelling of jinjutsu required time, and within that initial exchange, Fugaku had discreetly gained the upper hand, albeit a slender one. For the opponent to adapt to the battle against the Sharingan, extensive training was essential, much like the future Might Guy, who could engage in combat solely by observing the shoulders of his adversary. The rain ninja captain's gaze grew cautious, astonished that such a young Uchiha possessed the strength of a jonin, with formidable jinjutsu abilities. Previously, he had merely heard of the Uchiha clan's esteemed repute within the ninja world. It was only through direct confrontation that the true complexity of their prowess could be appreciated. Casting a glance at Nozawa and Sato, Fugaku noted their equally strenuous battles, realizing it would be challenging to resolve their conflicts swiftly. Years had passed since the last great ninja war, and the ninja world had scant understanding of the Uchiha Sharingan, largely reliant on hearsay. The rain ninja jonin found himself at a loss for strategies against Uchiha ninjas, his focus solely on Fugaku's eyes, ever vigilant for the next move. With a wealth of ocular power amassed in his gaze, Uchiha Fugaku unleashed a jinjutsu upon his opponent while simultaneously employing the body flicker technique. The rain ninja jonin, having fallen prey to the first jinjutsu, was now on guard against Fugaku's subsequent assault. As the Sharingan activated, he dispelled the jinjutsu, his hands forming seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The accumulated water on the ground began to flow inward, coalescing into a water dragon that surged toward the swiftly moving Uchiha Fugaku. The timing of the opponent's ninjutsu usage was impeccable, suspended in midair with no leverage to draw upon. The only recourse was to counter with ninjutsu and withstand the onslaught. Once both sides engaged in a clash of techniques, the effectiveness of the Sharingan would be significantly diminished. Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals, his chest swelling with intensity, and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, manifesting as a colossal fireball that collided with the enemy's water dragon. Fire and water, inherently incompatible, produced a dense steam that obscured the vision of both combatants, leading to the simultaneous vanishing of the fireball and water dragon. As the steam enveloped the battlefield, Nozawa and Sato ceased their skirmish and returned to Fugaku's side. "How confident are you in defeating the opponent?" Fugaku inquired. "It will require some time," Sato replied. "The conditions are decidedly unfavorable. Our adversaries have thrived in this rainy environment, while our experience in the land of rain is woefully inadequate. They intend to escape." Nozawa suddenly remarked, "My parasitic insects won't hold them for long." A swarm of parasitic insects erupted from Nozawa once more. Uchiha Fugaku produced several shuriken, flinging them forward as they arced towards the 3 enemy ninjas. The trio of rain ninjas, retreating, deftly wielded their weapons to deflect the shuriken. As Fugaku and his allies advanced once more, the jinjutsu, cultivated within the depths of his Sharingan, was unleashed, plunging the rain ninja before Sato into disarray. At that moment, an enemy Jonin charged towards Fugaku, kunai poised to pierce his throat. The Sharingan, renowned for its insight and Jinjutsu prowess, allowed Fugaku to perceive the Jonin's every move with clarity. The Jonin's grotesque grin appeared hideous to Fugaku, and at that instant, a ripple of uncertainty flickered within the opponent's psyche. Seizing this momentary lapse, Fugaku implanted an illusion within the Jonin's mind, projecting an image of himself being pierced by the kunai. Just inches away, the Jonin, holding the kunai aloft, wore a vacant expression, utterly deceived by the Jinjutsu. He had unwittingly struck only an illusion. In a swift motion, Fugaku thrust his kunai into the Jonin's heart. The once dull eyes regained their fervor as blood erupted from his mouth, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Fugaku, leaving an indelible impression of the Sharingan in his mind. Though he was afforded no second chance, a message materialized in Fugaku's consciousness: eliminate a Jonin, gain moderate ocular power. A refreshing sensation enveloped his Sharingan, enhancing their potency. Meanwhile, the rain ninja ensnared by Fugaku's Jinjutsu fell to Sato's decisive strike, as the trio encircled the remaining Jonin. The last rain ninja, surveying his surroundings in silence, recognized the futility of escape. He was the sole survivor of his quartet. The three did not indulge in idle chatter, launching their assault without targeting vital points, swiftly subduing him. You seek intelligence on the Rain Shinobi village, do you not? The captured Rain Shinobi declared, I shall reveal nothing. You ninjas from great nations have never regarded the citizens of our small country with any seriousness. In every great ninja war, it is we, the small nations, who suffer the most. Fujitaka refrained from commenting on the adversary's words, to spare his own countrymen from suffering. He understood that one could only prevent war from encroaching upon their borders. In this world, absolute justice is a myth. What is deemed just by one side is perceived as malevolent by the opposing faction. Ultimately, strength dictates the terms of existence. Within the depths of his Sharingan, the three-tomoe spun incessantly, ensnaring the foe in a Jinjutsu in a bid to extract vital information regarding the Rain Shinobi. The opponent's demeanor grew increasingly frantic as he shouted, You butchers who invade our lands shall one day face retribution. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, and he coughed forth a spray of blood, which mingled with a piece of flesh, the remnant of a severed tongue, before his head drooped lifelessly. Fujitaka checked for signs of breath and found the man still alive, though unconscious. He could empathize with the feelings of oppression that must weigh heavily on the hearts of the citizens of a small nation, their yearning for peace. Decades hence, peace would inevitably dawn, but not in this present moment. With a kunai, he pierced the adversary's throat, extinguishing the last breath of the Rain Shinobi. The elimination of a Chunin yielded a modest increase in his ocular power. The trio subsequently sealed the bodies of 4 Rain Shinobi within a scroll of ninjutsu and sought refuge in a cave to rest. The continuous battles had taken a toll on all three, particularly on Fujitaka, for at his age, the sustained use of the three-tomoe Sharingan was a formidable endeavor. Upon entering the cave, Nozawa placed several parasitic insects at the entrance for surveillance. With these sentinels in place, there was no need for Fujitaka to set additional traps. In Fujitaka's view, the recent skirmish had been somewhat satisfactory. The foes primarily faltered due to their ignorance of the Sharingan. As conflicts grew more frequent, nations would inevitably become more familiar with its capabilities, rendering the task of eliminating a 4-man squad led by an elite ninja increasingly daunting. The assessment task for the vanguard was deemed complete. Uchiha Fujitaka remarked, From this point onward, we shall not concern ourselves with the strength of our opponents. Our priority is to eliminate as many ninjas as possible while ensuring our own safety. I do not wish to report back with only 1 or 2 members of our team. In missions where the specific strength of adversaries was not indicated, any losses incurred would significantly tarnish the captain's reputation. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Fujitaka was keen to avoid any blemish at the onset of the war. A pristine record was a valuable asset. Rest assured, Captain, Sato replied with a smile, I will not be easily dispatched by our foes. Nozawa merely nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice any further remarks. Fujitaka acknowledged him with a nod. Today's engagement with the Rain Shinobi Chunin had not been particularly formidable. Sato had fought evenly against his opponent, and aside from the unfavorable environment of the Land of Rain, Fujitaka had not discerned any remarkable prowess in Sato's abilities. Perhaps Sato was deliberately concealing his strength, or possessed unique techniques of his own, or maybe Fujitaka had misjudged the adversary's background. Silence enveloped the cave once more as the three sat cross-legged, restoring their chakra within. In the rain-drenched land, a battleground rife with conflict among multiple nations. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance could cost one their life. The three individuals restored their chakra to its zenith, and Nozawa released his parasitic insects to continue scouting for nearby foreign ninjas. The incessant drizzle often cast a pall over one's spirits, at the very least. Uchiha Fugaku found little joy in executing missions amidst the rain. Among the trio, Nozawa, the oil user, was taciturn, while Sato Maru spoke little, leading to prolonged silence among them. At times, Fugaku appreciated this quietude as it allowed him to observe others with a more objective perspective. The less one spoke, the less information was inadvertently divulged. If Sato had emerged from the umbu, he surely possessed his own insights regarding intelligence analysis. Yet Fugaku felt it was not the right moment to reveal his thoughts. Nozawa's cultivated parasitic insects seemed increasingly adept at conducting reconnaissance in the rain. Yet luck appeared to have abandoned them, as they encountered no viable targets throughout the day until dusk. On several occasions, they stumbled upon six-man teams, making it exceedingly challenging for the three of them to eliminate such numbers without risking casualties. The rain country, perpetually shrouded in rain, descended into darkness rather early, prompting the trio to seek refuge in a clean cave and kindle a fire. Having not encountered a single three-man team, Sato spoke cautiously. "Captain, we must exercise caution." Fugaku nodded, pondering briefly before replying. "There seems to be an escalation in the conflict within the rain country. Our task force is nearing extinction, predominantly consisting of 2 or 3 teams. The 4-man rain ninja squad we encountered earlier was merely a stroke of luck. We shall assess the situation again tomorrow and await the assembly of the vanguard. The circumstances in the rain country necessitate a report to Captain Kagami." I doubt Konoha anticipated the current state of affairs in the rain country. Attempting to eliminate 3 foreign ninjas with a smaller force will only lead to unnecessary losses for Konoha's ninjas. Given Konoha's intelligence capabilities, they cannot be oblivious to the situation in the rain country. Every team likely has a reconnaissance member, which suggests that beyond assessing strength, there may be an ulterior motive in coordinating joint strikes against foreign ninjas. Nozawa, Fugaku continued, "Tomorrow we will prioritize searching for members of other Konoha teams, preferably those that include members of the oil user clan." Nozawa nodded, indicating his understanding of Fugaku's intent. Sato remarked, "The captain wishes to collaborate with other teams." Fugaku affirmed, saying, "With Konoha's intelligence prowess, they should be well aware of the situation in the rain country. Deploying teams of 3 is likely a strategy to facilitate joint operations." Sato glanced at Uchiha Fugaku in surprise. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its pride, bordering on arrogance, and Fugaku's suggestion to ally with other teams was somewhat unexpected. Nozawa nodded, stating, "Finding a team from the oil user clan is not overly difficult. We all possess our own means of communication and can set out by tomorrow morning." Fuya nodded, acknowledging that certain clans possess their own unique means of communication, including the Uchiha clan. However, after a day of searching, Fuya had yet to find the Uchiha signal. The trio deliberated on their upcoming course of action, and the cave once again succumbed to silence, save for the crackling of the burning campfire. Suddenly, Nozawa spoke up, "My parasitic insects have issued a warning. Someone is approaching the cave, and they are not from Konoha." Sato extinguished the fire, while Fuya gathered several stones, placing them atop the ashes of the fire, and beneath them, he set a detonation trap. Should anyone disturb the stones, the explosive tags hidden beneath would ignite. The 3 retreated deeper into the cave, the power of the Sharingan manifesting profoundly in that moment. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and they held their breath in anticipation. 6 figures entered the cave, rock ninjas, each bearing wounds that hinted at a recent skirmish, with 2 of them gravely injured. One of them abruptly halted the others. "Captain Oba, what is the situation? Hikawa and Mikukawa require immediate bandaging." Uba remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. His innate sensitivity to temperature alerted him to the lingering warmth of the campfire, indicating that their presence had been detected prior to their arrival. 2 glimmers of cold light appeared before Uba, disrupting his rhythm as 2 shurikens were deftly deflected by his kunai. The flicker of his grim expression was briefly illuminated by the sparks that erupted. These rock ninjas had just emerged from a fierce battle, and Uchiha Fuya remarked, "We should engage in a war of attrition. They are at their wits' end. The cave was shrouded in utter darkness, making visibility challenging even for ninjas. The crimson of the Sharingan suddenly pierced the gloom as Fuya unleashed several kunai, which soared through the inky blackness, an ideal moment for the Uchiha's hidden weapons to shine. The kunai collided mid-flight, altering their trajectories as they descended upon the four remaining combatants. Be cautious of the hidden weapons, Ubo warned his comrades. Fall back. Retreat from the cave. They are Uchiha from Konoha, and the advantage of the Sharingan is overwhelming in this darkness. The three-tomoe were easily discernible, especially within such a shadowy environment. Uba's hands flickered, conjuring a wall of earth from the ground in an attempt to block Fuya and his companions within the cave. Nozawa and Sato had already dashed out as Fuya launched his kunai, emerging on the earthen wall, where countless parasitic insects surged forth from Nozawa, enveloping the rock ninjas. A flash of cold light flickered as Sato drew his long blade, engaging in combat with one of the rock ninjas. Fuya's kunai struck the earthen wall, returning without effect. Utilizing body flicker technique, Fuya appeared atop the earthen barrier, where Sato and Nozawa had already engaged the enemy. However, the numerical superiority of the rock ninjas placed the two at a disadvantage. With fingers moving in a blur, Fuya's chest heaved as he expelled a torrent of fire from his mouth, cascading toward the four rock ninjas. This was a technique favored by the Uchiha clan, the Phoenix Fire technique. Four rock ninjas, utilizing the flickering flames as their guide, chose not to linger in battle and swiftly retreated from the cavern. Pursue them, commanded Uchiha Fugaku. They are already at their wits' end and cannot endure for much longer. Yaze dispatched a parasitic insect to scout for any traps set by the adversaries. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled 2 shurikens, each finding its mark in the throats of the 2 severely injured rock ninjas. A phrase materialized in Fugaku's mind. Eliminate 1 chunin to gain a modicum of ocular power. Fugaku halted, noting that only a single phrase had appeared, indicating that 1 rock ninja still drew breath. Their disguise was remarkably convincing. Even under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, no flaws were discernible. A kunai affixed with an explosive tag hurtled through the air, followed by a tremendous explosion that engulfed the 2 rock ninjas in flames. Simultaneously, another phrase emerged in Fugaku's consciousness, revealing that this ninja was of Jonin rank, granting him a substantial increase in ocular power. As the 3 emerged from the cave, the 4 rock ninjas had vanished without a trace. Fugaku turned to Yaze and inquired, "Have we caught up to them?" Yaze nodded affirmatively, stating, "A parasitic insect has latched onto their scent. They cannot escape, as this insect can track them through the lingering odor of their kind, rendering sight unnecessary." Fugaku acknowledged this, aware that the male and female parasitic insects could trace their quarry by scent, a well-known fact among ninjas often collaborating with the Aburame clan. Several parasitic insects guided them through the dark, rain-soaked night. The trio moved cautiously, deliberately selecting rocky and uneven terrain to obscure their tracks and lower the enemy's guard. Not far ahead, Dabin led 3 rock ninjas in a frantic flight, bloodied and battered. They had already endured a fierce battle and had not anticipated encountering Leaf Village shinobi once more. "Dabin, we cannot keep running," gasped one of the rock ninjas. "There are 4 of us. We should return and confront the 3 leaf ninjas directly. The outcome remains uncertain." "Keep running. Do not stop," Dabin replied gravely. "Were they ordinary leaf ninjas, we would not need to flee. A 4-3 confrontation could go either way. However, they possess a member of the Uchiha clan with a three-tomoe Sharingan, renowned for its Jinjutsu and perceptive abilities. Even in the dark, they can see us clearly. At this juncture, the advantages of the Sharingan are overwhelming. We would be slowly picked off one by one. Dabin, they are not in pursuit. Our traps set along the way may have proven effective." Dabin glanced back into the darkness, where no trace of leaf ninjas was visible. Yet, he remained vigilant. In the world of ninjas, even the slightest chance could lead to one's demise. Regardless of the efficacy of our traps, we must press on. They may be attempting to deceive us into believing they have abandoned the chase. "You all go ahead. I will set a simple trap," Dabin instructed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and his companions, moving silently, accelerated their pace, drawing ever closer to the rock ninjas. The rudimentary traps laid by the rock ninjas were rendered ineffectual beneath the discerning gaze of the Sharingan. Every minute detail was detected by Fugaku, allowing them to evade danger. As dawn began to break, the pursuit had lasted through the night, and Fugaku's team finally caught sight of their quarry, yet they refrained from striking. The 4 individuals were all injured, and, after a night of relentless running, had reached their limits. Ahead, Daibin glanced back, seeing no trace of the Konoha ninjas. Yet unease lingered in his heart. They had no choice but to halt and rest. Continuing would only result in their collapse, leaving them utterly defenseless. Hidden beneath a rock formation behind the 4 IWA ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku and his 2 companions observed their every move. "Let us proceed. They appear to be at their breaking point," Fugaku suggested. "We shall sneak up and launch a surprise attack." Sato and Nozawa nodded in agreement. Despite a night of pursuit, the 3 remained invigorated, partly due to their strategy of exhausting the enemy. The vigilance of the 4 IWA ninjas had waned significantly. As elite shinobi, they should not have been so lax, but their dwindling stamina rendered them incapable of maintaining a state of alertness. At that moment, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Fugaku produced several shuriken, deftly hurling them toward Daibin, the IWA team leader, while the other 2, like shadows, surged toward the remaining IWA members. The instant the shuriken were launched, Daibin understood that their fate was sealed. The Konoha ninjas had never ceased their pursuit, merely biding their time until the enemy was utterly spent before delivering a fatal blow. The shuriken clashed in the air, altering their trajectories with remarkable precision, a testament to the Uchiha's renowned throwing technique. Seizing a shuriken, Daibin mustered the last remnants of his strength, managing to deflect 2 of them. But the rest pierced his body, puncturing his ribs and legs, blood seeping profusely. The remaining 3 IWA ninjas fell swiftly to the Konoha shinobi. One was impaled in the throat by Fugaku, another was struck in the heart by Sato's long blade, and the last, drained of chakra by the parasitic bugs, was left gasping for breath before Nozawa severed his throat. With the defeat of a Chunin, Fugaku gained a slight enhancement of his ocular power. Approaching Daibin, the remaining IWA Jonin clung to life, and Fugaku discerned a mixture of resignation and relief in his gaze. It seemed the enemy had grown weary of bloodshed. Alas, they were born in an era of chaos. Had they been born several decades later, perhaps the shinobi world would have been one of peace and prosperity, rather than war and turmoil. "Nozawa, find a clean cave," Fugaku instructed. "There is no need to search for any remnants of the Oil Woman clan. We shall rest for a day and then proceed to the rendezvous point." During their pursuit, the trio had been spirited, but now that the enemy had been completely eliminated, fatigue began to settle in, reminding Fugaku that recklessness on the battlefield often leads to swift demise. "All right," Nozawa replied, extending his hands as countless parasitic bugs swarmed from his body, dispersing in all directions. The trio meticulously cleared the battleground, and soon, the bugs returned with information. Guiding them toward a cave, they moved cautiously, ensuring that every trace they left behind was erased. The rain washed away any evidence of their passage, rendering them nearly undetectable. Inside the cave, the environment was relatively clean, with jagged stones yet a stark contrast to the damp, rainy weather outside. They lit a fire, grateful for its warmth after being drenched through the night, desperately needing to dispel the chill from their bones. On the battlefield, any habit that might weaken one's own strength is perilous. Uchiha Fugaku would never allow his team to be burdened by an affliction as preventable as a cold. The 3 of them sat in a circle around the campfire, a gentle warmth emanating from the flames, dispelling the damp chill within their bodies. The rain intensified, its rhythmic patter against the ground resonating clearly within the cave. Inside, the atmosphere was tranquil and warm, while outside, ninjas from various nations converged in the land of rain. Driven by their own motives, engaging in brutal slaughter, day quietly faded, yielding to night. Within the cave, the trio remained still, merely consuming some provisions to replenish their energy. After several battles, the team's synergy had improved significantly since their formation. They could now communicate simple strategies through mere gestures. Fugaku's performance in these skirmishes had drastically altered his companions' perceptions of the Uchiha clan, having encountered too many brainless and arrogant members previously. To Fugaku, pride and arrogance were entirely distinct concepts. Once more, the 3 examined their mission list, comparing their current location with the map provided. The cave was a mere 10 kilometers from the rendezvous point indicated by Kakashi Hitaki. They planned to set off at dawn, anticipating a swift arrival at the meeting site. Silence enveloped the cave once again as they began to conserve their energy. Such moments of ease for rest would be rare after their assembly, as even the most basic sleep would become a luxury in times of crisis. As he listened to the rain's cadence against the earth outside, Fugaku drifted into slumber. In a valley near the Land of Fire, a base lay concealed within the Land of Rain, serving as Konoha's outpost and the assembly point for the vanguard forces. Inside the base, Konoha ninjas moved about. Some were logistics personnel, while others were ninjas who had completed their missions ahead of time. As dawn broke, shadows appeared before the camp, entering the central tent to submit their assignments. Fugaku and his team gradually made their way to the front of the camp and entered the main tent, where Kakashi Hatake awaited the returning ninjas. Leading his team, Fugaku stepped into the tent and announced, "Here is the mission scroll." Kakashi received the scroll and passed it to a nearby Konoha ninja. As the seal was broken, 10 corpses were revealed within. An individual stepped forward to examine the bodies. "Sir, 4 rain ninjas and 6 rock ninjas, including 3 jonin and 7 chunin." "Excellent," Kakashi nodded. To possess such strength at the age of 13 is commendable and befitting of the Uchiha name. Proceed to the logistics department to collect your tents and necessary supplies. Fugaku discerned the surprise in Kakashi's calm tone. It seemed he had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan, which had become increasingly mediocre since the departure of Uchiha Madara, could still produce a prodigy. Fugaku understood that the journey toward the clan's revitalization had now commenced. The logistics department was easily located, marked by a prominent sign. The trio was assigned tent number 13, matching their team number, indicating that the tents were allocated according to team designations. Each squad is allocated a certain amount of supplies, including kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and various tools. Each member receives a bottle of soldier pills to consume during missions. These provisions are sufficient for a month, with the option to collect more the following month. Occasionally, shadows flit through the camp as squads gather. Uchiha Fugaku lifts the tent flap, gazing towards the front of the camp, where figures approach to report on their missions. He observes how many of his Uchiha kin will survive this endeavor. Although the mission does not stipulate the strength of the targets to be eliminated, the chaos of ninja combat can yield unforeseen consequences. Those selected for the vanguard are the esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, at the very least possessing the humility to set aside their pride. Fugaku harbors a deep wish that none of his kin perish during this trial. Losing lives in the initial assembly mission would be utterly senseless. Fugaku, as expected, completing the mission poses no challenge for your prowess. Uchiha Fugaku turns to see Uchiha Jin's beaming face before him. "It seems you have already completed your task," Fugaku remarks. "We arrived just after you," he adds. Uchiha Jin chuckles. "What can I say? Fortune favored us." Shortly after entering the Land of Rain, we encountered a team of Mangekyō ninjas who had just engaged in battle, allowing us to reap the rewards effortlessly. We were the first to submit our mission report today. Fugaku nods in agreement. Indeed, sometimes luck is a facet of strength. "Fugaku, I see you've been standing here for a while. Who are you waiting for?" Jin inquires. "I am assessing how many clan members can successfully complete the mission. Those chosen for the vanguard are the elite of our clan. Losing even one here would be regrettable." Uchiha Jin agrees. "You bring up a valid point. The clan members who came this time are impressive, and it would indeed be a pity if any were lost during the assembly mission. Uchiha members should meet their end with grandeur. Ensuring the ninja world does not underestimate them." As dusk approaches, Uchiha Jin steps into Fugaku's tent to share the latest intelligence he has gathered. A total of 30 squads returned, with 27 making it back. The missing squads will be treated as lost until bodies or evidence of death are discovered. Among the 27 returning teams, 2 failed to complete their missions, and 8 fell in battle. Out of the 90 in the vanguard, only 73 assembled, with the Uchiha clan members all accounted for, sustaining no losses. The Uchiha clan's 1 to 3-tomoe Sharingan provides a significant advantage in combat against similarly ranked ninjas. With its formidable insight and elusive genjutsu often ensnaring foes unexpectedly. In the morning, Fugaku's squad receives a summons to gather at the tent of Kakashi Hatake, where new missions are to be assigned. It appears that busyness lies ahead. Sato comments, "I wonder what tasks will be issued." As the vanguard, Fugaku replies, "Our primary missions encompass assassination, reconnaissance, and sabotage, paving the way for the larger forces that follow. Assassinating foreign dignitaries and key figures from the hidden villages, gathering intelligence on hostile forces, and sabotaging their critical strongholds and supply routes are all essential to amassing an advantageous position for the impending decisive battle. Each incremental advantage can ultimately coalesce into an insurmountable edge. Let us proceed to undertake our inaugural mission as members of the vanguard. Sato and Nozawa nodded in agreement and followed Uchiha Fugaku out of the tent towards the tent of Itachi Tsukumo. My lord, Uchiha Fugaku has arrived to report. Fugaku announced as they entered. Inside Itachi Tsukumo's tent were only Tsukumo and a few of his aides. Tsukumo gestured for patience, saying, "Please wait a moment until everyone is gathered." Fugaku comprehended that this mission would not be executed by a mere trio, but rather by a coalition of various teams, though he was uncertain how the ranks within these united teams were determined. Soon after, a young jonin from the Hyuga clan, leading 2 fellow ninjas, entered and declared, "Hyuga Niji has come to report." Niji, being several years senior to Fugaku, was a prodigious talent from the branch family, possessing an extraordinary mastery of the gentle fist technique at a young age. His peers, Hinata and Hisashi, were equally commendable. Members of both prominent clans often compared Uchiha Fugaku with Hyuga Niji, and it was somewhat unexpected for Fugaku to find himself assigned to the same team as Niji. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga families regarded themselves as the foremost clans of Konoha, and beneath the surface, there had been much rivalry. Whether this pairing was a deliberate arrangement by Konoha's higher-ups or mere coincidence was unclear to Fugaku, who was skeptical of chance occurrences. Just then, 2 more ninjas entered the tent, 2 chunin. The previous team leader had perished during a mission, ambushed by Sunagakure ninjas. He sacrificed his life to ensure the retreat of his 2 companions. Yamada Shinji and Yukita Maru have come to report, they stated. Fugaku cast a glance at Yamada Shinji, who belonged to the same clan as the slain Elder Yamada. The Yamada clan lacked any unique bloodline techniques, and Elder Yamada had been the highest-ranking member, having garnered significant merit in the establishment of Konoha alongside the first and second Hokage. With his demise, the clan had not produced any new prodigies and had ultimately descended into mediocrity among Konoha's families. Tsukumo nodded and remarked, "Now that everyone is present, you should be aware of the situation in the land of Rain. Stranded 3-man teams are nearly extinct. Uchiha Fugaku will serve as the captain of this team, with Hyuga Niji as the vice-captain." Tsukumo produced a scroll and handed it to Fugaku, stating, "This contains intelligence gathered by our reconnaissance department regarding a Sunagakure outpost, which harbors a cache of supplies. Your mission is to devise a means to destroy these provisions and disrupt Sunagakure's supply chain." Fugaku observed Tsukumo's expression, which remained inscrutable, revealing nothing. The arrangement of placing members from both clans in the same team, alongside a relative of a former Konoha elder and a suspected Umbu operative, suggested that this task would indeed serve as a formidable test for him. With that, Fugaku led the others back to his own tent. "I shall introduce myself," Uchiha Fugaku declared. "As we have recently formed this team, it is essential for us to become acquainted with one another's strengths to facilitate our collaboration in upcoming missions. I am your captain, Uchiha Fugaku, proficient in fire release techniques and the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Hinata Niji, a member of the Hyuga clan, excels in the Byakugan and the gentle fist. Yamada Shinji is adept in earth release and possesses a family legacy of swordsmanship." Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. The elders of Konoha, who had survived since the Warring States period, each held their own unique styles of swordsmanship, many of which had evolved from ancient samurai families into the arts of the ninja. This included the Hitaki clan, which was originally a samurai lineage. However, it was during the era of Itachi Tsukumo that the clan truly flourished. Tsukumo's son, Kakashi, became renowned in the shinobi world for his mastery of ninjutsu and the Sharingan. Kota Maru specializes in water release, Fugaku continued. Oil Girl Nozawa is skilled in manipulating insect swarms. Sato Maru is proficient in fire release and sword techniques. He then turned to Niji's original 2 teammates. Chiose Danya excels in earth release and sealing techniques, while Yuan Yimu specializes in fire release and swordsmanship. Uchiha Fugaku nodded again, acknowledging that Konoha had been established for over 20 years, and many clans had preserved their ancestral sword techniques from the Warring States era. The integration of ninjutsu and swordsmanship should not be underestimated. Fugaku unfurled the mission scroll, revealing a map marked with the target of their assignment, a strategic outpost belonging to Sunagakure, which also served as a supply point. This supply location lay to the southwest of Sunagakure, relatively close to the Land of Rivers, with their assembly points situated in the southeastern region of the Land of Rain, necessitating a traversal across much of that territory. "Prepare yourselves. We shall convene in 10 minutes for departure," Uchiha Fugaku instructed. This mission marks our inaugural endeavor as the Vanguard unit, and it will undoubtedly serve as a rigorous test of our capabilities. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. In Fugaku's estimation, having 2 Jonin lead 6 Chunin to obliterate an outpost's supplies would prove challenging. As a supply point, it would likely be guarded by at least 3 teams of 9 or 12 individuals, and there was a constant possibility of encountering Mangekyō reinforcements. The 8-member Konoha ninja team trudged through the rain, surrounded by a swarm of insects. Hinata Niji periodically activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. The synergy between the Byakugan and the insects provided enhanced vigilance against potential ambushes. "Captain, there is a situation ahead," Oil Girl Nozawa suddenly reported. "We have detected 6 rain ninjas up ahead. If we proceed, we are likely to encounter them. Maintain concealment," Uchiha Fugaku commanded. "Halt your advance. Let them pass before we continue." "Captain, there are only 6 of them," Chiyoze Danya interjected. "We could easily eliminate them and proceed with our mission." Since their departure that morning, this was the first dissenting opinion voiced, and Fugaku recognized that it was merely the beginning. He cast a glance at Chiyoze Danya, his three-tomoe Sharingan swirling with intensity. The commotion from combat may attract more ninjas, potentially leading to mission failure or casualties before we even commence our task. As a Chunin, you will need to guide the genin in executing missions. Your intelligence analysis skills are currently inadequate and require further development. I must reiterate, before embarking on any task, it is essential to avoid unnecessary complications. All matters can be addressed once the mission is complete. Chiyoze's face flushed slightly as the 8 ninjas concealed themselves, while 6 rain nin gradually distanced themselves, disappearing from sight. Throughout the journey, Hinata Nene, as the vice captain, maintained a silence, refraining from voicing her opinions. However, Fugaku discerned that some members of the team remained resentful, believing that a 13-year-old novice was insufficient to lead them in their endeavors. As twilight descended, Fugaku commanded the team to conceal themselves several times to evade enemy ninja squads. The team complied, recognizing that their primary objective remained unaccomplished. Any encounter with adversaries could jeopardize the mission's success. No one wished to bear the label of causing a mission failure through reckless actions. "Yazawa, seek out a clean cave for us to rest in tonight," Fugaku instructed. They had yet to traverse half the distance to their target location, with another half to cover the following day. At this juncture, Hinata Nene broke her silence. "Captain, there is a suitable cave on the southern side of the team. It is adequately concealed and spacious within." Fugaku nodded. "Let us inspect the cave you have discovered." The cave that Hinata had identified proved to be quite favorable, adequately hidden. As Fugaku entered, he activated his Sharingan to survey the entire cave. In the depths, he found traces of a fire pit, indicating that ninjas had previously taken refuge there. He approached and meticulously examined the remnants of the ashes. "We should withdraw from this cave for the time being," Fugaku stated. "This may very well be a temporary stronghold for enemy ninjas. It appears that someone has resided here multiple times, and quite recently." "Captain, what is the situation?" Sato Maru inquired. "Are there clues left by the enemies?" Sato Maru had previously accompanied Fugaku on a mission and was well aware that Fugaku did not entertain levity during operations. Hinata Nene glanced at Fugaku, her expression tinged with confusion, uncertain whether he was deliberately opposing her or had genuinely uncovered some clues. Fugaku observed the remnants of the fire, noting irregular pale traces at the edges of the ashes, suggesting that someone had ignited fires in the same spot multiple times. However, slight deviations in the ignition points resulted in varying depths of the burn marks. The darkest areas indicated more recent ignitions. "I just checked the temperature with my hand, and it has not completely cooled. It is possible that the adversaries were here just last night." Hinata Nene approached the fire pit deeper within the cave, activating her Byakugan to investigate, even reaching out to feel the remnants. She confirmed a lingering warmth from the fire pit and the traces left behind. "It appears to be approximately equal in number to our own. Should we eliminate them here, catching them off guard with a surprise attack?" Fuyu shook his head and said, "It is not so simple. Those who can form a team to carry out missions in the Land of Rain are not weaklings. Until the mission is completed, I do not wish to incur any additional casualties." He planned to set up a series of traps that would inflict damage on the enemy, dependent solely on their luck and strength. The others nodded in agreement, refraining from disputing Fuyu's words. For ninjas, the mission always takes precedence, and none could predict the strength of the impending foes. If they were renowned warriors of the ninja world, the the Konoha ninjas might face utter annihilation. Every mission issued during wartime is fraught with complexity. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of failures. The team dispersed, each setting up explosive devices in various locations. Uchiha Fugaku placed an explosive tag beneath the ashes as well. Should the enemy ignite it directly, the explosive tag would detonate, obliterating the entire cave. Nozawa left several parasitic insects outside the cave to monitor the movements of anyone approaching. If Konoha ninjas were to arrive, the insects would thwart them. The team pressed onward, seeking a second resting place. After walking for over 10 minutes, a series of explosions erupted from behind, indicating that the traps had been effective. Though the number of enemy casualties remained uncertain, turning back, they beheld a thick cloud of smoke obscuring the sky, as several parasitic insects returned from afar, landing in Nozawa's hand. It was Mangekyō, he reported. 9 entered, and 6 emerged. Fugaku nodded, remarking, "The enemy is formidable." Such a dense array of explosive tags in the cave only claimed 3 lives. We still do not know their fates. With a ninja team of such caliber, even an ambush from Fugaku's team of 8 would not suffice. In the land of rain, skirmishes diminish only at night, as ninjas from various nations seek refuge to rest briefly. Fugaku and his companions took advantage of the darkness, encountering no foreign ninjas, and found a cave to rest for the night. At dawn the following day, they resumed their journey. Fugaku once again consulted the mission map and stated, "Ahead lies a valley amidst the mountains, where we seek the Mangekyō outpost. The situation at the outpost remains unknown. Nozawa and Hinata Ningen, you two are responsible for scouting the outpost status. The valley has 3 passages. The rest of us will split into 3 groups to observe the Mangekyō reinforcements from 3 directions. We shall regroup here in 3 days to finalize our action plan." Sato Maru, Haranuki, and Shiozada Yi formed one group, Yamada Shinji and Kota Maru another, and I will go alone. Haranuki and Shiozada Yi are not particularly strong, but with Sato Maru, their strength increases. Moreover, a teammate suspected to be from Konoha's Umbu follows closely, which leaves Fugaku feeling somewhat uneasy. Yamada Shinji possesses commendable strength, and with Kota Maru's assistance, they should be able to handle minor troubles. The terrain of the Land of Rain is rugged and, coupled with the concealing rain, provides an excellent hiding place. Fugaku concealed himself between the rocks, finding at least a shelter from the rain. Unless an exceptionally perceptive ninja approached, he would remain undetected. His position was in the northwest of the valley, where the Mangekyō reinforcements typically clashed with the Iwagakure ninjas. By observing the movements of the sand ninja, one can roughly estimate the strength of the rock ninja within a certain range. Three-tomoe rapidly spun, the crimson Sharingan sweeping the surroundings, revealing no suspicious targets. The three-tomoe faded away, and the Sharingan returned to its normal state. The sound of rain striking the ground could obscure the footsteps of a person, and given the lightness of a ninja's tread, one could only discern the passage of others through sight. Over the course of a day, a total of 20 ninjas passed through Uchiha Fugaku, entering the valley for resupply, divided into 3 teams, 2 teams of 6 and 1 team of 8. The ninjas departing from this location included 2 teams, one of 8 and another of 9. The 9-member team had not entered the valley for resupply today, while the 2 teams of 12 that had entered remained in the valley to recuperate. After a day of observation, Fugaku furrowed his brow. The task was quite formidable, and he estimated that the other 2 directions likely had numerous teams resting as well. The permanent ninjas within the valley remained uncertain for the time being, but it was evident that at least 1 team of 6 was resupplying from each direction. Uchiha Fugaku reassessed the mission. He could only wait 3 days to thoroughly scout the enemy's situation before devising another plan. As dusk fell and the rain began to lessen, the sand supply point fell into silence. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes to rest. A sudden sound of footsteps roused him. He turned towards the distant valley entrance, where 2 teams, each consisting of 9 members, emerged. Fugaku recognized 12 of them as the 2 teams of sand ninja that had remained in the valley for rest the previous day, now reformed into 2 squads of 9. Fugaku even suspected that both original teams had consisted of 9, and during their battle with the rock ninja, each squad had lost 3 members. The sand and rock ninja were engaged in conflict, just as both nations were at war with Konoha, making them adversaries. In this chaotic battle among 3 nations, compounded by the presence of the Land of Rain, the ultimate contest was one of comprehensive national strength, determining who could endure until the end. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 8-member team returned to the assembly point. The captain, Hyuga Niji, stated, "The situation is not optimistic. There are 16 resident ninjas at the base, for Jonin and 12 Chunin. Approximately 4 groups of ninjas enter the base for resupply and rest each day, with group sizes ranging from 6 to 9. Fugaku had anticipated Niji's report. The difficulty of completing the mission was proving to be more challenging than he had imagined. Sato, Shinji, share your observations, he commanded. Captain, we have observed between 18 to 24 ninjas entering through the monitored entrance each day, Sato Maru reported. The same squads occasionally experience fluctuations in numbers. Our observations align closely, Shinji added, and some teams resupply quite frequently, with some requiring replenishment once a day, resulting in significant personnel losses. Fugaku nodded, realizing that the Sand Ninja had encountered formidable foes on the battlefield, though the losses from conventional combat were not excessively severe. Destroying the supply point of Mangekyō is no simple task. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated. The number of ninjas within the supply point far exceeds ours. A direct assault would only result in needless casualties. Oil Woman Yano continued to monitor Mangekyō's movements, seeking a 6-man squad that had just completed their supply run. The captain intended to utilize the enemy's intelligence to infiltrate the stronghold. Hyuga Niji remarked, "Stationed at the entrance are 2 Chunin. If we remain inconspicuous, we might manage to slip in unnoticed." Fugaku nodded, considering the possibility of acquiring internal intelligence from the Sand Ninjas executing their mission, infiltrating the stronghold to carry out sabotage. With a glimmer of hope for success, direct confrontation with an enemy force several times our number would be tantamount to a death wish. Yano spread his arms, and the parasitic insects emanated from his body, enveloping the entire valley, ultimately dividing into 3 directions to observe the movements of the Sand Ninjas. Finding a suitable place to rest, Uchiha Fugaku stated, "The upcoming battle will not be easy. We must succeed. We cannot afford failure. Should our mission to ambush the Sand Ninjas fail and news leak, it would likely jeopardize our objective of destroying their supply lines. Leave it to me," Niji said. "I have scouted the nearby terrain over the past 3 days, and there are several locations suitable for rest." Fugaku nodded, as Niji led the way to a relatively clean cave, devoid of excessive dampness. After 3 continuous days of observing the Sand Ninjas, the entire team was utterly fatigued. Fugaku, tasked with monitoring a specific direction alone, felt the weight of his responsibilities as captain. He must project strength before his comrades. This mission was fraught with peril, and if the captain wavered in confidence, the mission would surely end in failure, prompting Konoha to dispatch reinforcements. After a night of rest, the entire team appeared rejuvenated. Yano approached, saying, "Captain, a 6-man squad of Sand Ninjas has appeared. I have already tracked them using my parasitic insects." "Well done," Fugaku replied. "Follow them, and wait until they are far from the stronghold before we act." With the Oil Woman's parasitic insects overseeing and guiding them, they encountered far fewer complications. Tracking from morning until noon, during which a few Sand Ninjas merely engaged in probing skirmishes with a squad of Rain Ninjas before retreating. The Rain Ninjas had yet to fully engage the 3 nations in warfare, primarily conducting warnings and expulsions. Their actions would only be perceived as weakness, emboldening further aggression and setting the stage for imminent widespread conflict. "Prepare to act," Fugaku commanded. "Niji, we will each engage 1 Jonin, striving to spare their lives. Yano will create widespread disturbances, while Sato and Shinji will entangle 1 Chunin, and Kuda, you 3 will handle another Chunin. Captain, there is still 1 more Chunin," Kuda pointed out. "Ignore the remaining 1, Fugaku instructed. Proceed as planned." Body flicker technique. Fugaku and Niji simultaneously vanished from their locations, their crimson Sharingan spinning rapidly, causing the 2 Jonin ahead to sense a disturbance from behind. Niji struck out with a palm at one of the Sand Jonin, executing the signature technique of the Hyuga clan, the 8 trigrams air palm. As Niji ensnared his opponent, Fugaku unleashed a long-prepared Genjutsu, ensnaring the other Jonin in a fleeting illusion. In his hand, the kunai transformed into a fleeting shadow, piercing towards one of the Chunin. The Sharingan unleashed a series of illusions, causing the opponent's movements to come to a standstill. The kunai found its mark in the opponent's heart, while his other hand produced several shurikens, flinging them towards a group of ninjas, buying precious time for the leaf ninjas behind him. A message materialized in Fugaku's mind, eliminated a Chunin, gained a modest amount of ocular power. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as several shurikens were deflected by the adversary. At that moment, the sand ninja trapped in the illusion regained consciousness, a grim expression on his face as he gazed at Uchiha Fugaku. Astonished that a Chunin had perished in the blink of an eye, the strength of the Uchiha Sharingan exceeded his expectations. The Sand Jonin, having suffered a minor setback in their initial confrontation, dared not underestimate the Sharingan. Various rumors regarding its prowess flashed through his mind as he swiftly formed hand seals. Intent on creating distance with ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. The sand ninja's chest swelled dramatically, unleashing a powerful gust imbued with rain towards Uchiha Fugaku. In response, Fugaku rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing flame erupted from Fugaku's mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball that collided with the raging wind. Steam billowed upward as the fireball and the gale remained locked in a fierce stalemate. Fugaku performed hand seals once more, summoning a shadow clone that remained in place while his true self executed the body flicker technique to evade. Lacking Fugaku's chakra, the fireball was swiftly consumed by the wind, obliterating the shadow clone and stirring up a cloud of dust. The Sand Jonin fixed his gaze on the center of the explosion, sensing that an Uchiha was not so easily dispatched. Fugaku reappeared at the opponent's side, drawing several kunai and hurling them with great speed towards the Sand Jonin. The kunai clashing in the air, encircling all possible escape routes. The kunai continued to collide, striking at the encircled sand ninja from various unexpected angles. Fugaku constantly shifted his position, charging towards his adversary. Sparks erupted in front of the sand ninja as 3 kunai were deflected. Yet 4 others found their mark upon the opponent's body. Crimson droplets appeared on the sand ninja, slowing his movements. At that moment, Fugaku's Sharingan activated its illusionary powers. Ocular energy surged into the eyes of the Sand Jonin, whose face contorted in struggle, as Fugaku delivered a swift knife-hand strike to the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. This battle had been aided by the Sand's unfamiliarity with the Sharingan. On the battlefield, the Uchiha clan held a significant advantage in the early stages. As nations engaged with the Uchiha clan more frequently, they would inevitably devise strategies to counter the Sharingan. Perhaps the Sharingan would still retain its edge, but easily dispatching foes would become increasingly difficult. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Fugaku materialized behind the ninja engaged in battle with Sato, driving a kunai into the heart of his opponent, extinguishing their life. A message flickered in Fugaku's mind, eliminated a Chunin, gained a modest amount of ocular power. Sato assisted Shinji in overcoming the other adversary, while Fugaku instructed Nozawa, gather the parasitic insects and focus our attack on the other Sand Jonin. The gentle yet formidable Bagua Palm technique of the Hyuga clan can catch opponents off guard in close combat, leading them to fall prey to its subtle yet effective strikes. A sand shinobi, who underestimated the prowess of Gentle Fist, found himself repeatedly struck at vital chakra points, interrupting the flow of chakra within his body. Among the remaining 2 Sand Chunin, one met his demise as Sato Maru pierced his heart, while the other was slain by Shinji, who severed his throat. With the corpses in tow, Uchiha Fugaku commanded, Nozawa, clear the path ahead. Hinata Ning will provide cover as we retreat to a secure location. Hinata Ning incapacitated the remaining Sand Jonin, and the group carried the bodies away from the battlefield. The bloodstains of the conflict would soon be washed away by the rain, a characteristic feature of the Land of Rain, rendering the tracking skills of ninjas less effective. Those relying on summoning beasts or ninjas with heightened olfactory senses, such as the Inuzuka clan of Konoha and the Nin dogs of the Hitaki family, would find their abilities diminished in this region. The mountainous terrain of the Land of Rain allowed Nozawa to swiftly locate a hiding place. Given the present circumstances, with nations embroiled in fierce battles, it was unlikely anyone would discover their refuge until nightfall. Remember the appearance of these 4 Chunin, Fugaku instructed. Tomorrow night, we shall infiltrate the sand hidden base. I hope you all maintain your composure. Captain, there are still 2 individuals idle, Sato Maru interjected. Entering with 6 is too perilous. Exposure would mean certain death. We shall address the matter of numbers later, Fugaku replied. For now, we must interrogate about the specifics of the sand hidden base. Yamada Shinji, Oichioza. You 2 are skilled in earth techniques. Bury the 4 corpses deep within the cave and ensure all traces are concealed. Hinata Ning was tasked with guarding one of the incapacitated Sand Jonin, while Nozawa was to assist Fugaku in interrogating the other. Understood, Captain. Nozawa approached, dragging the unconscious Jonin with him. Deep within the cave, Fugaku activated his Sharingan, the three-tomoe spinning rapidly as he scrutinized the unconscious Sand Jonin, carefully observing the rise and fall of his chest and his breathing. The Jonin was indeed in a genuine state of unconsciousness, not feigning it. If a ninja could mimic unconsciousness so convincingly as to deceive even the Sharingan, Fugaku could only consider himself unfortunate. He pried open the Jonin's eyelids, and the speed of the tomoe's rotation quickened as illusions began to weave in his eyes. Nozawa placed his hands on the Jonin's eyelids, applying pressure to reveal his lifeless gaze. Illusion activated. The Jonin's eyes grew vacant. "What is your name?" Fugaku inquired. "Kurosuna," the Jonin replied. "Please explain the process for receiving supplies." There is a logistics office within the base, staffed daily by 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. One must present identification and the required quantity of supplies to receive them at the warehouse. "What is the guard situation at the warehouse?" Fugaku probed. 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin, came the response. Fugaku nodded. Considering the overall structure, there were 16 ninjas responsible for the base, with 6 stationed at 3 exits. 6 in the logistics office and warehouse, leaving 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin unoccupied. Write down the names, characteristics, and all pertinent information regarding the 16 ninjas in the base, as well as a structural map of the interior. Fuya's Sharingan remained fixated upon the opponent's eyes, with any sign of movement escaping his keen observation. The three-tomoe spun incessantly, channeling an immense amount of ocular power into the adversary's gaze. Fuya dared not let his guard down. The elite shinobi from various nations had undergone rigorous training in resisting genjutsu, and the more sensitive the intelligence, the stronger the subconscious resistance from the target. Should the opponent regain consciousness, they might very well resort to biting their tongue in a desperate act of self-destruction. Lines of intelligence materialized on the scroll, and it wasn't until half an hour later that the opponent completed the detailed information and internal maps of their stronghold. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fuya exhaled softly. Sustaining the Sharingan genjutsu for half an hour was a considerable strain. Without the several prior absorptions of ocular power, he doubted his ability to endure such a lengthy endeavor. A swift strike to the neck rendered the opponent unconscious once more, and the trio escorted the Sand Village's Jonin back to their resting location. "Captain, the body has been buried," reported Shiozade. "I've also set up a simple seal above. Unless one ventures deep into the cave to observe, it will remain undiscovered." "Well done," Fuya acknowledged, handing the intelligence scroll to Hinata Ning. "This is the information provided by the opponent. I hope you can memorize it all. Take a moment to rest. I will proceed to interrogate the second Sand Shinobi." "Should we eliminate the Sand Shinobi we've already interrogated?" questioned Janair. "Let us hold off on that," replied Uchiha Fuya. "Once we have completed both interrogations, we can verify the authenticity of the intelligence before deciding on any execution." After a brief respite, Uchiha Fuya, accompanied by Yunu Nozawa, interrogated the other Sand Jonin. When the 2 sets of intelligence were compared, they revealed minimal discrepancies. "Nozawa, before we act under the cover of darkness tomorrow, confirm the accuracy of the structural diagram drawn by the opponent using the Kikai bug," Fuya instructed. "Everyone is aware of the perilous nature of tomorrow's mission. Hinata Ning and I will lead 4 Chunin into the stronghold to complete the task, while the 2 of you will remain outside to provide support." Sato Maru opened his mouth to speak, but Fuya raised a hand, silencing him. "I know what you wish to say," Fuya glanced at Sato Maru. "In the face of an enemy force that vastly outnumbers us, the difference between having 2 additional members or fewer is negligible. The more individuals sent, the greater the potential for error and risk of exposure. Since no one is speaking, I will assign roles. Yamada Jin-air and Yunu Nozawa. You 2 will be responsible for external support. Should we not emerge by the following morning, you are both permitted to return and report the mission's failure." "Captain, why are we the ones assigned to support?" Jin-air exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Members of the Yamada clan do not fear death. We would rather fall in battle than live in dishonor." Yunu Nozawa fixed his gaze intently upon Uchiha Fuya. Fuya understood their sentiments. No one desired to survive while their comrades perished in the line of duty. The guilt and regret would linger for a lifetime. Much like Kakashi, the deaths of Obito and Rin had left him devastated for over a decade, only to find a flicker of solace when he discovered that his long-lost friend had returned during the 4th Shinobi World War. Though he empathized, the operational plan would remain unchanged. Uchiha Fugaku cast a serene glance at Shinji and declared, "I trust this will be the final instance in which my commands are called into question. Both you and Chioza Daoi excel in earth release techniques, and Daoi possesses expertise in sealing arts. Thus your assistance is invaluable. Conversely, Yazawa's parasitic insects are primarily suited for reconnaissance, rendering their efficacy limited in confrontations where we are outnumbered. Memorize the details of the 22 individuals listed in the intelligence report once we commence our operation. We must not reveal even the slightest flaw." Having determined the specific operatives, Fugaku began to contemplate the persona he would assume, a Sand Village Jonin, specifically the one he had initially incapacitated. The individual was named Kurizuna, a Sand Jonin, with subordinates, Oda Maru and Akazuna, both skilled in wind release. His demeanor was characterized by meticulousness and keen observation, coupled with a generous spirit. While perusing the intelligence report, Fugaku mentally rehearsed the behaviors and speech patterns of his counterpart. Fugaku committed the contents of the report to memory and approached the two Sand Jonin, his eyes revealing the three-tomoe of his Sharingan. The circumstances of the two were laid bare before him, as they had merely pretended to remain unconscious, likely hoping to evade capture when the others relaxed their guard. "Cease your charade," Fugaku stated. "You have fallen victim to the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Your chakra pathways have been severed, and escape is futile." Upon hearing Fugaku's words, both individuals opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes filled with hatred, resignation, and regret, fixated upon Fugaku. Their mouths were gagged, rendering them incapable of vocalizing their curses. It appeared that they were recalling the information divulged while ensnared in the illusion of the Sharingan, their hearts rife with bitterness. "Do not blame me. If you must assign fault, direct it towards this cruel world," Fugaku remarked. "I hope that in your next life, you may be born into an era of peace." A shadow darted by, and with a swift motion, he used kunai to sever the throats of both men. Two notifications echoed in Fugaku's mind. Eliminate one Jonin to gain moderate ocular power, followed by another. Eliminate one Jonin to gain moderate ocular power. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through his eyes, invigorating them, as the fatigue from sustained use of the Sharingan began to dissipate, bolstering Fugaku's confidence for the impending mission. "Shinji, Daoi, bury these two along with the other 4 sand ninjas," Fugaku instructed. "We shall depart tomorrow morning, first proceeding to the designated location to set traps, creating cover for our retreat." A tranquil night passed without any ninja discovering their temporary refuge, and the group of 8 made their way toward the Sand Village stronghold. In the land of rain, the downpour was heavier than usual, allowing the 8 to traverse without the need to erase their tracks, as the rain concealed all traces. Uchiha Fugaku concealed himself atop a high vantage point and pointed to a stretch of land below. "We shall establish traps here. Upon exiting the southeastern gate of the Sand Stronghold, we will veer north and utilize the traps to extricate ourselves from the Sand Ninjas, making our way east directly back to the forward base." Hyuga Niji pondered for a moment and then replied, "Indeed, it is an excellent route for retreat. Yamada Shinji, Aburame Yazawa, the task of guarding the traps is entrusted to you both." As elite members of Konoha, setting traps posed no challenge for the group, especially with 2 Earth Release ninjas among them. As dusk descended and the rain intensified, Fugaku prompted, "Let us proceed. During our journey, we shall adapt to our assumed identities." Transformation Jutsu. A veil of mist enveloped the surroundings as a contingent of sand shinobi emerged, making their way towards the supply outpost of Mangekyō. Each individual briefly reflected upon their unique characteristics as ninjas, striving to attune themselves to their respective habits. Fyake's right hand occasionally scratched his right cheek, a notable trait of the Kurizuna, attributed to childhood encounters with pesky insects that frequently bit his right cheek, thus ingraining the habit. His eyes darted around, and his body remained in a defensive posture, exuding an air of utmost caution. Streams of intelligence from the Kurizuna circulated in Fyake's mind, gradually manifesting in his demeanor as the Mangekyō outpost came into sight, the 6 individuals displaying an impressive mimicry of their roles. The Kurizuna captain had returned, and a gatekeeper among the sand shinobi greeted them from a distance. "How did the mission go? Did you encounter any from Iwagakure or Konoha?" "It was Takugi and Haikase," Fyake adeptly replied. "We did not encounter any from Iwagakure or Konoha, but we did cross paths with several teams of Rain Country ninjas. We exchanged blows a few times. Yet the Rain shinobi were numerous, leading to a stalemate, and we retreated." Indeed, finding ninjas from Iwagakure and Konoha is quite a challenge, Takugi remarked. Today, Captain Kurizuna is on duty in logistics, so we shall not accompany you. Fayek nodded in acknowledgement, a silent response to his counterpart. The Kurizuna's cautious nature was well known among the ninjas at the outpost, rarely engaging with those from Konoha or Iwagakure, and if encounters did occur, retreat was the preferred course of action. Fayek's assertion of not having encountered ninjas from the two nations was anticipated by the internal personnel of the outpost. Any claim of engagement would have raised suspicions. Nevertheless, Kurizuna was known for his generosity, often using a significant portion of the mission's bounty to treat others. And the various ninja squads at the outpost had been treated by him during their time in Sunagakure. The reputation of the logistics officer, Jonin Kurizuna, lingered in the minds of the group. Kurizuna, a Jonin well-versed in wind release and puppet techniques, was known for his calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of disdain for the Kurizuna's excessive caution. Upon arriving at the logistics tent, Fayek lifted the curtain, leading Hinata Ninjin inside, while the other four stood guard outside. The interior of the tent was simply furnished, featuring a table adorned with paper and writing utensils. Kurizuna sat behind the table, accompanied by two Chunin, Murakami and Inoue, who were on duty that day. Captain Kurizuna and Jonin Shinkai have returned, Murakami greeted warmly. How did the mission fare? The situation regarding Konoha and Iwagakure remains unclear, Fayek replied, but the rain shinobi have intensified their mobilization, and the ongoing skirmishes have evidently vexed Hanzo. It was evident that he was unaware of the circumstances regarding Konoha and Iwagakure, as Kurizuna's icy voice interjected. Shinkai, continuing alongside Kurizuna will only stifle your potential. Do you require my assistance in drafting a letter to Sunagakure to request your reassignment from the Kurizuna squad? Kurizuna, your interference may prove detrimental to Shinkai, Fayek countered. As a newly promoted Jonin, Shinkai does not require the brutality of combat at this juncture. Rather, he needs time to acclimate to the responsibilities of a Jonin. Kurizuna inhaled deeply, stating, I have nothing further to discuss with you, yet there are points I must convey. The current situation cannot be sustained for long. The chaos will only escalate, and failing to adapt to confront formidable foes will lead to swifter demise in the face of heightened conflict. Hinata Ning stood to one side, a look of embarrassment gracing her features, seemingly uncomfortable with the quarrel between the two that was ignited on her behalf. You should mind your own business, Fugaku said. Turning to exit the tent, his voice trailing behind him, I will wait for you outside. Utilizing the argument to divert Kurizawa's gaze, allowing him to overlook certain details to achieve his objective, was a scheme Fugaku had meticulously crafted prior to entering the tent. Inside the tent, Hinata Ning smiled at Kurizawa and said, Captain Kurizawa, I must trouble you once more. Captain Kurizawa is a competent Jonin, and I have learned much during my time under his guidance. I believe he has become overly cautious, bordering on cowardice, Kurizawa replied, handing the completed certificate to Hinata Ning. Here is your certificate. Take it. I hope you do not become another Kurizawa. Thank you, Captain Kurizawa. As Hinata Ning emerged from the tent, the entire team exhaled in relief. Having obtained the certificate, they had accomplished half of their mission. The next step was to devise a method to dismantle the supplies within the Sand Village's warehouse. Exchanging glances, they silently understood the gravity of the moment. The more critical the situation became, the more composed they needed to remain. Any sign of weakness could lead to their downfall. The six of them proceeded toward the Sand Village's supply depot. There was a fork in the path leading from the logistics department to the warehouse, at the end of which numerous tents were set up for the Sand Ninja teams to rest. From the Sand Ninja's resting area to the warehouse, an elite Jonin could traverse the distance in less than a minute. Uchiha Fugaku and his team had to destroy the supplies within the warehouse within that crucial minute. Otherwise, they risked attracting a significant number of Sand Ninja, jeopardizing their mission. As darkness deepened and the rain intensified, obscuring many details, Chiyoze handed several kunai, embedded with explosive tags, to Fugaku. Shadows flitted past, and the kunai vanished into the torrential downpour without making a sound. The explosive tags were affixed with simple seals by Chiyoze, which would trigger upon impact with the ground, embedding the explosive tags beneath the earth. This path was a mandatory route for the Sand Ninja en route to the warehouse, should anyone step upon the soil above the explosive tags. The pressure would activate the tags, thwarting the Sand Ninja's approach. The explosive tag trap was merely a preliminary maneuver, as long as it succeeded in halting the Sand Ninja. it would have served its purpose. The warehouse was a large tent divided into several smaller compartments, guarded by 3 sand ninja, 1 jonin, and 2 chunin. As they lifted the flap, Fugaku and his team entered. Kurizawa, Shirmu, you have arrived, greeted the opposing ninja upon seeing the 6 sand ninja. Today, the logistics department is under Kurizawa's watch. I trust you haven't faced any difficulties. The intelligence regarding the 3 individuals inside the tent surfaced in their minds. The sand jonin Ishida excelled in both wind and water techniques. In a place like the land of rain, abundant with water, he could unleash powers far beyond his usual capabilities and was known for his affable nature. Among the 2 chunin, one named Hikamura specialized in wind techniques, characterized by a timid demeanor and meticulous nature. The other, Mitsui, was adept at fire techniques, with a fiery temperament and an inclination to disregard minor details. Fugaku wore a smile and remarked, how could that be? This is, after all, the front lines. Even if Koizumi disapproves of me, he wouldn't dare to trouble me in such a place. Ishida nodded in agreement. Indeed, Koizumi would think twice before challenging Akasuna. Otherwise, Akasuna would promptly escalate the matter to the Suna command in the Land of Rain, and Koizumi would face severe repercussions. During wartime, the logistics department intentionally making things difficult for the village's elite shinobi could raise suspicions of collusion, potentially resulting in them being detained as spies. As long as Koizumi isn't foolish, he wouldn't dare to antagonize Akasuna. Handing over the well-preserved documentation to Ishida, Fugaku inquired, when I last collected supplies. Noda mentioned that resources were nearly depleted. Surely, we haven't reached a point where nothing remains for us? Impossible, Ishida chuckled. We received a fresh shipment this morning, and all types of supplies are currently plentiful. The kanai are the latest batch just delivered from the land of crafts, not leftovers from years past. Ishida meticulously examined the document before passing it to his 2 assistants, instructing, everything checks out. Mitsui, Hikamura, please retrieve the items from the warehouse according to the list. Akasuna, Shimaku, kindly wait a moment. Ishida warmly attended to Akasuna and his companions, ensuring that the 4 chunin were not neglected, engaging in light conversation. Fugaku's gaze remained fixed on Ishida's eyes, where even the slightest fluctuation would not escape his notice. He observed Ishida's pupils constrict momentarily before returning to their lively state. Although most of his attention was directed towards the 4 chunin, Fugaku sensed that their exposure was imminent, despite their utmost efforts. The disparity in experience and strength made it easy for a jonin to detect flaws over time. There was no time to waste, otherwise, Ishida might relay information that would summon a horde of Suna shinobi. Fugaku exchanged glances with his comrades, who understood the implication and readied themselves for battle. Having already recognized their precarious situation, Ishida, Fugaku suddenly called out. Ishida turned to face Uchiha Fugaku, only to be met with a pair of crimson, three-tomoe Sharingan. The tomo spinning rapidly. Ishida's expression momentarily faltered, allowing the 5 to strike swiftly, 5 kunai piercing into his body. The intense pain shattered the illusion that had ensnared Ishida. As he beheld Uchiha Fugaku and his companions transformed into Konoha shinobi, he glanced down at his own body, riddled with fatal wounds. Summoning every ounce of strength to alert his 2 subordinates in the warehouse. With a sudden motion, Fugaku's arm swung, the kunai slicing through Ishida's throat, leaving the Suna jonin to die with eyes wide open. A message flashed in Fugaku's mind. Eliminated a jonin, acquired moderate ocular power. A refreshing sensation surged through his eyes, revitalizing his Sharingan. Chozade and Sato Maru supported the lifeless Ishida, placing him in a corner of the tent, the sound of the torrential rain outside muffling any noise, ensuring that no one would take notice. Fugaku signaled to Hinata Niji, who nodded in silent understanding and activated his Byakugan. Before the Byakugan, the tent appeared as mere illusion. The layout within the warehouse became crystal clear to Niji, revealing all the traps concealed therein. Hinata Ning whispered softly in Uchiha Fugaku's ear. Fugaku nodded. There was an early warning trap just inside the entrance of the warehouse, easily triggering for unsuspecting ninjas, thus attracting a swarm of sand ninjas. Hinata Ning transformed once more into Ishida's form and engaged Fugaku in conversation. The 2 men were becoming increasingly sluggish in their tasks. Hinata Ning exclaimed, Haikusa, I shall take a look inside. Please wait here. Rising, he lifted the curtain of the warehouse door and stepped inside, with Uchiha Fugaku following closely behind. his three-tomoe Sharingan scanning the interior. Upon hearing the commotion, Fei Village turned his attention toward the entrance. He had already harbored suspicions upon hearing Ishida speak. Typically, only he and Mitsui were responsible for collecting supplies, while Ishida would converse with the arriving ninjas to gather intelligence on the ongoing conflict among the four nations. This time, Ishida's remark about their slow pace either indicated his awareness of an unusual situation or suggested that he had encountered a mishap. Fei Village was prepared to spring from the tent at any moment to raise the alarm. However, the instant he caught sight of Uchiha Fugaku behind Ishida, the illusion technique activated in Fugaku's eyes. All of Fei Village's plans dissipated, his gaze captivated, his consciousness fading. Fully aware that he had fallen prey to the opponent's genjutsu, yet powerless to act. In a flash, Hinata Ning appeared beside the unsuspecting Mitsui. His kunai slicing through Mitsui's throat, a spray of blood splattering onto the shelves of the warehouse. After dispatching the two chunin, Fugaku finally took the time to examine the warehouse before him. The shelves were stocked with an array of weapons commonly utilized during ninja combat. Gleaming kunai and shurikens reflected a sharp glimmer. Fugaku ventured into the smaller storage rooms, discovering various weapons, frequently used puppet components, and bottles of pre-made military rations. Neatly stacked bags of food indicated supplies for preparing provisions. After all, ninjas subsisted solely on military rations, which could lead to health issues if consumed over extended periods. Fugaku approached another small storage room, which was adorned with several seals. He speculated that it might contain explosive tags or toxins specifically for puppets. Sato Maru and his three companions followed closely behind Fugaku and Hinata Ning into the warehouse. Hinata Ning remained vigilant of the surrounding situation, aware that the two other jounin could appear at any moment to patrol the warehouse. The others hurriedly began to affix explosive tags in various locations. Chiyoze Dian, find a way to dispel the seals here, Fugaku instructed. Indeed, there was no intelligence regarding patrols in Fugaku's reports. However, as one of the supply warehouses for the Sand Village, it was certain to have scheduled patrols. The more critical the moment, the less one could afford to be negligent. Chiyoze Dian approached and scrutinized the seals within the warehouse. Captain, the sealing techniques of the Sand Village are rather rudimentary, he remarked. Dispelling the seals should not pose a challenge. Please wait a moment. Fugaku nodded. In the current ninja world, the nations of the Whirlpool and Fire were renowned for their sealing arts. The Senju and Uzumaki clans were closely related, and after the establishment of Konoha, the sealing techniques from the land of Whirlpool were extensively adopted and continuously refined. As a result, Konoha's sealing techniques had far surpassed those of the other four nations. Before the downfall of the land of Whirlpools, the sealing techniques employed by other nations in the ninja world were merely superficial, hardly warranting the attention of Konoha. It was only after the obliteration of the land of Whirlpools that more advanced sealing techniques began to circulate among various countries. Chiyoze Dai continuously formed hand seals and struck the tent with a palm, releasing the seal. The symbols surrounding the tent gradually twisted and vanished. Indeed, Fuyue nodded and said, "Let us enter and discover what treasures could have been sealed by Mangekyō." Chiyoze Dai was the first to lift the curtain and step inside, revealing a small storage room filled with wooden boxes. As he attempted to open one, Fuyue stopped him, cautioning that one must navigate carefully. For if Mangekyō had laid a trap here, their entire team could meet with disaster due to a moment of recklessness. "Hinata Niji, step in for a moment," Fuyue called, exiting the small storage room. "Utilize your Byakugan to inspect the contents of these boxes." Hinata Niji activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings of the tent to prevent any sudden ambush from lurking ninjas. Upon hearing Fuyue's command, he entered the sealed storage room, where the neatly stacked boxes were laid bare before the penetrating gaze of his Byakugan. These boxes were not ordinary. Niji's expression turned serious as he pondered. Many of these boxes are traps, equipped with explosive devices that will detonate upon opening. The ignition of just one box could trigger a chain reaction, obliterating the entire storage room and sealing the fate of anyone inside. What a cunning strategy! Fuyue had to admire the tactical acumen of Mangekyō's commander. No one would have anticipated that a storage room sealed with sealing techniques would turn out to be a veritable powder keg, leaving both internal traitors and external intruders with no escape. "Let us affix detonating tags here," Fuyue instructed. "Use your Byakugan to see if there are any hidden items." He was unwilling to overlook any potential threats that could compromise their mission after their departure. Niji nodded. moving about the interior of the storage room while examining its structural layout. "Captain," Satomaru suddenly interjected, "we have exhausted our supply of detonating tags. It seems insufficient to obliterate all the supplies here." Fuyue nodded. He had anticipated the shortage of detonating tags. Yet he had not expected to uncover the explosive traps deliberately set by Sunagakure, which was an unexpected boon. "Captain, all supplies are accounted for, and no hidden compartments have been discovered," Niji reported. "Let us prepare for withdrawal," Fuyue said solemnly. "The next phase of our operation will be a brutal trial for us. Remember the route of retreat." "Understood." The ninjas dispatched to the Land of Rain were all elite from Konoha, having long since cast aside concerns for life and death. With a series of fleeting shadows, Fuyue's chest swelled as he expelled a jet of flame from his mouth towards the provisions stored within the warehouse. Bags of grain ignited, and near the provisions, a detonating tag was affixed to the tent. Once the flames reached the first detonating tag, the entire warehouse would erupt in a catastrophic chain reaction. Transformed once more, the sand shinobi retreated with utmost urgency. Fujitake instructed, "Engage the enemy only when necessary. Prioritize withdrawal." Shadows flitted by as 6 elite sand shinobi emerged from their tent, hastening along the preordained escape route. The sky had plunged into darkness, and the relentless downpour served as a boon, while a faint glow emanated from the tent. Rain cascaded onto the flames, creating wisps of steam that spiraled into the air. The fire at the warehouse drew the attention of many sand shinobi, and alarms blared throughout the encampment. Groups of sand shinobi surged forth, racing toward the warehouse. The echoes of successive explosions reached Fujitake's ears. The previously laid explosive tags had ignited, though it remained uncertain whether they had inflicted any harm upon the sand shinobi. Ahead, Kurosawa appeared with 4 sand chunin, blocking Fujitake's path. The flames at the warehouse, battered by the rain, began to dwindle, prompting a collective sigh of relief among many sand shinobi. Given the current state of the fire, the losses seemed manageable, yet soon after, a series of explosions emanated from the warehouse. The successive blasts rendered the warehouse in tatters, culminating in a colossal fireball that erupted skyward, obliterated into fragments. Fujitake discerned that the traps set by the sand shinobi had been triggered. However, the magnitude of the detonation exceeded his expectations. If indeed a spy had infiltrated, the destruction of the entire supply cache to eliminate a single trader raised questions of value. A substantial crater marked the spot where the warehouse once stood, and the provisions were utterly lost. "Kurosawa, it is indeed you," he bellowed, his typically composed demeanor now tinged with frustration. As one of the station shinobi, Kurosawa helplessly observed the perpetrator slip away right under his nose, bearing a responsibility akin to that of Ishida, who had perished. With Ishida gone, Kurosawa bore the brunt of culpability for the destroyed supplies. Capturing Kurosawa and his accomplices was imperative to mitigate his own transgressions. Kurosawa's hands moved in a blur, unleashing a fierce gale, wind release, great breakthrough. The tempest, interlaced with torrential rain, surged toward Fujitake and his companions. The rainwater on the ground was likewise swept up by the wind, crashing down upon them. "Proceed without delay. Do not let their jutsu hinder our escape," Fujitake urged, as he formed hand signs. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. 3 searing fire dragons erupted from his mouth, a prominent B-rank fire jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Renowned for its formidable power, the 3 fire dragons collided with Kurosawa's wind release in a formation resembling a character for fire. The vibrant, crimson dragons radiated intense heat, causing the rain around them to evaporate, enveloping them in swirling steam. As the 3 fire dragons struck Kurosawa's technique, the wind's potency was gradually diminished until it dissipated entirely. The fire dragons, now weakened, transformed into 3 smaller red dragons that surged toward Kurosawa and his team. Stepping forward to intercept were Takugi and Murakami, both swiftly forming hand signs. The water on the ground coalesced, erecting a barrier before them to counter the fire dragons, resulting in a clash of elements. White steam enveloped the area, dispersing outward. The warehouse has been reduced to a vast crater, all supplies obliterated. The reinforcements from the sand village have begun to alter their route, closely trailing behind Fugaku Uchiha and his companions. Here, each wasted second is fraught with peril. Should the pursuing ninjas complete their encirclement, even Fugaku Uchiha could not guarantee his own survival. Simultaneously, several kunai materialized in the hands of the 6, launched forward with precision. Fugaku's kunai were distinctively unique, more cunning and erratic, continuously altering their trajectory mid-air. The adversaries retaliated with their own projectiles, bursts of fire illuminating the sky. The Sharingan spun rapidly, rendering the trajectories of the enemy's weapons starkly visible to Fugaku. He deftly parried several incoming shurikens and kunai, sending them spiraling away. Fugaku's kunai soon entered the enemy's line of sight, showcasing the Uchiha clan's renowned throwing technique, astonishing both allies and foes alike. Several kunai sliced through the air at unconventional angles, grazing three ninjas. While they did not meet immediate demise, their injuries rendered them incapable of further combat. The distance between the two parties diminished rapidly, transforming the initial 6 against 5 into 6 against 2, with Fugaku's side gaining a definitive advantage. Sato Maru and Hayamaki unsheathed their long swords, while the others produced their respective weapons. "Do not linger in battle," commanded Fugaku. "Leap past them directly." He charged towards Kurizawa, while Hinata Ninjin advanced upon the last remaining Chunin from the Sand Village. As Fugaku activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu, Kurizawa's eyes glazed over in a stupor. Fugaku zipped past him, the kunai slicing through Kurizawa's shoulder, drawing forth a stream of blood. At a critical moment, Kurizawa regained his senses, narrowly avoiding Fugaku's lethal strike. While the remaining Chunin met his end at Hinata's hands, his throat severed. In swift succession, 6 figures darted past, racing towards the stronghold's perimeter. As Fugaku and Kurizawa crossed paths, he pivoted mid-air, leaping backward while hurling several kunai towards Kurizawa. The metallic clangs resonated as Fugaku and his companions gained considerable distance. The kunai's purpose was merely to delay Kurizawa's pursuit. Had he continued to engage, the Uchiha team would have found themselves in a precarious position. The Sand Village's main force had divided into 2 factions, with several Jonin leaving the Chunin far behind, rapidly closing in on Fugaku and his team. The disparity between Jonin and Chunin was starkly evident at this moment. Shadows flitted past, each usage of the body flicker technique narrowing the gap. Fugaku remained vigilant, observing the movements behind him. The speed of the 4 Konoha Chunin had reached its zenith, yet they still lagged behind the pursuing Sand Jonin. With hands forming seals, chakra surged through his body. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. 5 fire dragons erupted from Fugaku's mouth, swirling with steam as they surged toward the open ground in front of the Sand Ninjas. His aim was to target the advancing Jonin, intending to hinder their speed and buy time for his comrades' withdrawal, consecutively unleashing 2 B-rank ninjutsu, summoning a total of 8 fire dragons. Uchiha Fugaku had reached his limit without exerting himself further. He retrieved a soldier pill from his pouch and placed one into his mouth. The 5 fire dragons danced and spiraled in the air behind him, effectively blocking the advance of the Sand Shinobi, forcing several of them to halt their pursuit. One by one, the fire dragons collided with the ground, causing explosions that lasted several seconds, sending splashes of mud and soaked earth flying in all directions. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall rose before the Sand Shinobi, absorbing the aftermath of the massive fire dragon's assault. In the rain-soaked land of the Rain Country, once a certain distance was established, locating their targets became as daunting as searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Unless one possessed the skills of a proficient reconnaissance ninja, the rain and darkness served as the finest cover. Hinata Niji inquired, "What is the situation behind us? Are the Sand Shinobi in pursuit?" His Byakugan remained activated, affording him a comprehensive view of his surroundings. "They are still chasing us," Niji responded. "However, they should have lost sight of us by now, yet they persist in their pursuit. I suspect there are sensory or reconnaissance ninjas among them, capable of detecting our route." Fugaku nodded in agreement. It was to be expected that elite ninjas from various nations would converge in the Rain Country, making the presence of a few skilled scouts entirely plausible. The 6 of them constantly adjusted their course according to their prearranged retreat plan, with the Sharingan and Byakugan active. Navigating through the night posed no greater challenge than during the day. "Captain, it's Yamada Shinji," a voice echoed. "You finally made it. Was the operation successful?" Yamada Shinji and Aburame Nozawa emerged before them. Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a glance with Hinata Niji to confirm his identity, to which Niji nodded. As ninjas, maintaining necessary caution was imperative, otherwise, one could easily falter. Each individual possessed distinct chakra points. Transformation techniques could alter appearances, but could not disguise one as chakra points. which would be transparent to the Byakugan. Only the white Zetsu could mimic a target's appearance by absorbing their chakra, including their internal pathways and points. With Niji's confirmation, they saved time on identity verification. Are the traps secure? Fugaku asked. The pursuing sand shinobi are drawing closer, and these traps are our last line of defense for a successful retreat. No worries, Captain, Yamada Shinji assured. Nozawa and I have set numerous traps. Excellent work, Fugaku replied. Keep moving, and remain vigilant. The sand shinobi are still behind us and could catch up at any moment. Understood. The 8 adjusted their direction and retreated toward the Konoha forward camp. Fugaku formed a series of hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that remained behind. Positioned a short distance ahead of the shadow clone were the preset traps, designed to mislead any pursuers, regardless of whether they were sensory ninjas or not. Look, the Konoha ninjas have changed direction, one of the sand ninjas exclaimed. 8 individuals are heading toward the land of fire, and 1 ninja is right in front. This individual was a sensory ninja from the sand, named Morikawa, skilled in perception and wind release techniques. The sensory ninjas of the sand village failed to discern that the ninja lingering in the area was merely a shadow clone of Fugaku. They could only rely on experience to speculate whether there were traps or if it was a deliberate ploy by Konoha ninjas willing to sacrifice themselves to impede their pursuit. Unlike the basic clone technique, shadow clones are tangible, containing flowing chakra within them. Generally, sensory ninjas in the ninja world determine the precise location and number of their opponents through chakra detection. The sand ninjas maintain their speed, launching several shurikens towards the hiding place of Fugaku's shadow clone. The shadow clone moved at high speed, with its three-tomoe Sharingan continuously spinning. Despite the swift trajectory of the shurikens, they could not escape the perceptive acuity of the Sharingan. The paths of the shurikens were all anticipated by him, and he wielded his kunai in a continuous motion, sparks flying in all directions. The sand ninjas had already entered the trap zone. Beneath them, explosive tags lay sealed, and a mere step would not trigger them, lest it arouse the sand ninja's suspicion. Each of those who achieved the rank of Jonin was far from ordinary, representing the elite of their respective villages, highly skilled in reconnaissance, intelligence analysis, and the art of assassination, including the setting of traps. Fugaku could only exploit the shortcomings of other nations in sealing techniques to gain the upper hand. The shadow clone charged at the sand ninjas, leaping powerfully with flickering afterimages in its wake. Fire release, great fireball technique. Suspended in midair, the shadow clone's chest swelled as it expelled a line of fire, forming a searing fireball that surged toward the ground beneath the sand ninjas, enveloped in a mist of vapor. With hands once again forming seals, the shadow clone unleashed another great fireball technique, directing it toward the edge of the trap laden with explosive tags. The 2 successive fireballs served a dual purpose, one to divert the attention of the sand ninjas, and the other to detonate the explosive tags buried underground. Once ignited, the explosion would completely obliterate the sealing power, triggering a chain reaction of destruction. Simultaneously, several kunai were hurled from its hand, flying toward various corners of the trap, activating physical traps that, while not lethal, would at least buy time against the enemy. With a resounding bang, the shadow clone vanished from its position. In the darkness, Fugaku, advancing steadily, sensed the information relayed back from the shadow clone, estimating that the pursuers would not catch up in the immediate future. Once they exited the sand ninja's sensory range, their mission would be deemed fully accomplished. Yazawa, Hyuga, remain alert for any movements behind us. Notify me immediately if there are any changes, Fugaku instructed. Understood. Distant explosions echoed, indicating that the traps had been triggered, though the casualty figures among the sand ninjas remained uncertain. Captain, the sand ninjas have not followed, Yazawa reported. Fugaku nodded and glanced at the map. The sand ninjas are certainly aware that we are heading toward Konoha. We must alter our route to prevent them from employing alternative methods to inform their comrades in the land of rain to intercept us. The mission is complete. We cannot falter at the final hurdle. The others looked to Uchiha Fugaku, awaiting his decision. Through this mission, Fugaku had already established a reputation within the team. Regardless of his strength or his ability to devise plans, Uchiha Fugaku has exemplified the qualities expected of an exemplary captain. As they headed north, Fugaku remarked, "Let us circumvent the borders of the land of rain and the land of grass to return to the Leaf's forward camp. Should the sand shinobi mobilize their forces here en masse, the IWA shinobi will be the first to engage, which will only exacerbate the conflicts between our two nations. The team swiftly altered their course, and with Hinata Niji's Byakugan active, they felt secure against potential ambushes. However, Fugaku's Sharingan, strained from continuous usage, had temporarily closed due to his exhaustion. The dark sky began to show faint hues as the rain started to lessen. After nearly a night of travel, they found no pursuers from the sand behind them. Niji, Yamanaka Nezumi, Uchiha Fugaku stated, "Let us find a suitable place to rest." Understood. The tension that had gripped the team since their infiltration of the sand shinobi the previous evening was palpable, and both their mental and physical states were on the verge of collapse. Continuing onward might lead to unforeseen dangers. "Captain, there is a cave ahead," Niji reported. "There are no traps or shinobi in the vicinity. It could serve as a resting place." Fugaku nodded. "Let us proceed and investigate." The cave was modest in size, yet ample for the 8 of them to rest. The ground was dry, unaffected by the perennial rain, and they lit a campfire. After a night drenched in rain, the warmth enveloped them, dispelling the chill that had settled in their bones. Having expelled some of the cold from his body, Fugaku sat cross-legged against the wall and gradually closed his eyes. The others began to rest in silence, with Nezumi's insects on watch. Should any shinobi approach, they would alert Yamanaka Nezumi. Originally, Fugaku had anticipated the route they would take, but the sand shinobi's search efforts along that path would ultimately be in vain. After 3 consecutive days of travel, the 8 of them navigated the borders of the land of rain and the land of grass, evading the patrols of the IWA and AIM shinobi, and on the 4th day, they arrived at the headquarters of the Leaf's forward forces. "We have finally returned," Sato Maru exclaimed. "I thought this mission would result in severe casualties, even if we succeeded." "I shared that sentiment at the outset," Shinji replied, believing it would be a certain death. Fugaku understood their feelings, as this was their first experience of war, and returning alive from their inaugural mission was indeed a formidable achievement. "Let us go report our mission," Uchiha Fugaku instructed. "Do not celebrate too soon. The situation remains dire, and we will have little time to rest before the second mission is assigned." The momentary relaxation in their demeanor tightened once more. The current state of warfare merely reflected a tenuous restraint among nations, a mere probing of each other's defenses, with the true brutality yet to unfold. "Fugaku, you have returned from your mission," a voice called from nearby. "How did it fare?" Fugaku turned to see Uchiha En, another member of the Uchiha clan. Distinguished by his own Mangekyō Sharingan, a person of considerable integrity within the family. Fugaku recognized the Uchiha clan members who had joined the forward forces, but En was not among them. In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, the appearance of Uchiha En here could signify only 2 possibilities. Either he was escorting supplies or arriving as reinforcements. "You have come as well," Fugaku remarked. "Are you here to escort supplies or to provide support?" Uchiha En stepped closer and whispered, "Recently, the village of Konoha has been relatively stable, and the voices of the villagers eager to fight have grown stronger, leading to a resurgence in the reputation of the Uchiha clan. However, I have heard that the forward camp has suffered significant losses, and Konoha has summoned various clans to dispatch reinforcements. This time, I am leading the Uchiha clan's contingent." Fugaku was taken aback. A mere mission had resulted in such drastic changes. It appeared that the initial assembly task had somewhat incensed the 3 nations of wind, earth, and rain. On the battlefield of the land of rain, Konoha's forces were relatively strong among the 4 nations, and should the other nations launch targeted assaults, the losses would be severe. Uchiha En was one of the few stable members of the clan, and it seemed the clan leader had thoughtfully chosen him to lead. "I will go submit this mission," Fugaku said. "I will find you in your tent shortly, so we can discuss matters further." Uchiha En nodded and turned to familiarize himself with the camp's layout as Fugaku led his team toward the tent of Hitaki Tsukumo. Upon entering, they found the tent transformed from its previous desolation into a bustling command center. A sand table representing the terrain of the land of rain was prominently displayed in the center, adorned with various numbered markers. As Fugaku surveyed the tent, he noted the presence of several ninjas from the Nara and Yamanaka clans, along with some members of the intelligence division. "Uchiha Fugaku has arrived to submit the mission," he announced. "The complete destruction of the Sand Ninja Supply stronghold has been achieved." The fact that Uchiha Fugaku's team of 8 had completed the task without any casualties surprised Tsukumo, who quickly regained his composure. "Well done. You live up to the illustrious name of the Uchiha clan," Tsukumo praised. "In previous missions, Konoha has suffered considerable losses, and a new batch of supporting ninjas has arrived in the village. We will be reorganizing the current team, and your squad may receive some reinforcements. Await further news. Understood. The 8 members turned and exited Tsukumo's tent. Lord Tsukumo is truly formidable, Shiozade remarked. During the time we spent submitting the mission in the tent, I was drenched in cold sweat. I felt the same way, Yukita Mamoru agreed. It felt as though we were facing a blade ready to be drawn at any moment. Fugaku pondered Tsukumo's strength. The current Tsukumo was entirely different from the one who had sat idly for over a decade on the edge of the Pure Land. One was brimming with vigor, while the other had returned to simplicity. One was on the brink of reaching his peak, yet ultimately succumbed to the internal strife of the village. Fugaku felt a conflict within him regarding Tsukumo. He lamented that such a peak warrior had not perished on the battlefield, while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief that Konoha had lost a formidable fighter. The mission has been submitted, Uchiha Fugaku said. Although this task proved somewhat arduous, the process of completion was relatively smooth. None of us had it easy. Let us return and rest. I will notify you for the next mission assembly. With that, the 8 members parted ways, and Fugaku returned to his tent accompanied by Yunyu Nozowa and Satomaru. The dormitories of the base are indeed preferable, lamented Satomaru. For sleeping in caves outside daily is nothing short of a nightmare. This mission is merely the beginning, Uchiha Fugaku remarked. You will soon grow accustomed to executing tasks in the rain and resting in caves. Ignoring Satomaru's cries of despair, Fugaku rose from the tent to seek the tent number previously mentioned by Uchiha. Fugaku, a voice called from behind. It was Uchiha Kin, finally returned from the mission. The 3 nations of wind, rain, and earth have evidently targeted Konoha. I fear you may not return. Fugaku discerned the underlying meaning in Kin's words. Members of the Uchiha clan had already begun to perish, and he felt a pang of regret. How is the casualty situation among the Uchiha clan? Fugaku inquired. Kin shook his head. The situation is grim. 7 Uchiha clan members, 3 deceased. We only managed to bring back 2 bodies, while 1 remains in the hands of the Rock Ninja, and we must await a future exchange for it. Fugaku nodded. The Uchiha clan is unlike the Hyuga clan, as the Sharingan cannot be utilized by those lacking Uchiha blood, leading to significant rejection and even the risk of sudden death. The Uchiha clan has endured countless wars, and the number of lost Sharingan is incalculable. However, since the Warring States period, only 2 non-Uchiha ninjas have successfully transplanted the Sharingan. One was Shimura Danzō, who used the power of the first Hokage's cells to create an unstable balance within himself, barely mastering the Sharingan's power. The other was Kakashi, who transplanted Obito's Sharingan, which he could only keep activated at the cost of constantly consuming chakra. What a pity, Fugaku lamented. All of them were elite members of the clan. When will the bodies be transported back to Konoha? They were taken away this morning, Kin replied. A portion of supplies arrived yesterday alongside the Konoha reinforcements, and today, the ninja transporting supplies returned to Konoha, bringing the bodies along for burial. Uchiha is the leader of this reinforcements, Fugaku stated. I presume you have met in by now? Kin nodded. We spoke briefly yesterday. Let us go. Accompany me to meet Uchiha, Fugaku said. As the situation in Konoha has become quite delicate, and I wish to understand the state of the village. Previously, rumors had circulated in Konoha that the vigilance of the guard had compelled the assassins hiding within the village to cease their activities, leading to a more favorable impression of the Uchiha clan among the villagers than before. Simultaneously, this has disrupted the isolation strategy imposed on the Uchiha clan since the second Hokage's time. Fugaku sensed that the higher-ups in Konoha would not allow matters to proceed so smoothly. This batch of Uchiha clan members had been drawn from the guard and had yet to be organized. Currently, 3 Uchiha members shared a tent. Fugaku, Kin, you have arrived. Uchiha announced. Akira, Sui, you 2 should go to another tent for a while. The 3 of us have matters to discuss. Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Sui, both Chunin who had awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan, had come to the land of rain with Uchiha. The hierarchy within larger clans is often quite rigid. The 2 greeted Fugaku and Kin before stepping outside the tent. Recently, how fares the situation within the Hidden Leaf Village? Uchiha remarked, since our last departure. Has the higher echelon imposed any restrictions on the Uchiha clan? For the time being, all remains relatively tranquil. In response, stated, the clan leader diligently assigns numerous shinobi to conduct night patrols, ensuring that the higher-ups can find no fault. However, upon my arrival, The clan leader instructed me to convey a warning to you. Exercise utmost caution. The upper echelons of Konoha will not idly observe as the Uchiha's reputation improves, nor will they tolerate the emergence of one or two heroic figures to completely reverse our long-standing decline. Fugaku nodded, realizing he had previously underestimated his father. The foresight displayed suggests that the past leaders of the Uchiha clan were indeed formidable, albeit somewhat constrained by the era they inhabited. Perhaps the current intensification of conflict plays a role, as Uchiha Kin remarked. In recent days, Konoha's vanguard forces have suffered significant losses. The higher-ups are presently preoccupied with matters beyond the Uchiha clan. Kin's observation carried weight. At this juncture, the most powerful figures within Konoha are those disciples who served under the second Hokage during his lifetime. In addition to the third Hokage, there are Mito men Toryun Akaharu and Shimura Danzō, who assist the Hokage in governance under the guise of advisors. Beyond the third Hokage's shadowy operations, he has also empowered Danzō to establish a separate assassination unit known as the Root, which answers solely to him. Beneath the advisory council lies the Elder Council of Konoha, composed of venerable figures who accompanied the first and second Hokages and significantly contributed to the village's foundation. While their authority may be limited, their esteemed reputations compel the third Hokage to heed their counsel. Only the Hokage and a select few advisors possess the capacity to constrain the Uchiha clan. The Elder Council lacks the military might to exert any substantial influence and operates in isolation. Any attempts to isolate or suppress the Uchiha are conducted covertly, for it is inconceivable to openly challenge a clan that remains a vital pillar of Konoha. Fugaku speculated that the third Hokage and Akaharu were preoccupied with strategizing for warfare against other nations and managing resource allocation. As for Danzō, who harbors the most significant grievances against the Uchiha, he is likely engrossed in cultivating spies during wartime when the populace is displaced. It is the opportune moment to deploy infiltrators. Fugaku recalled that Orochimaru had solidified his alliance with Danzō during the Second Great Ninja War, when he was tasked with safeguarding Danzō's espionage efforts across nations. Casting a glance at his two clansmen, Fugaku pondered the profound influence of the third Hokage's indoctrination through the will of fire. He was uncertain whether his compatriots had secretly allied themselves with the third Hokage. Certain thoughts must remain unvoiced, especially since he is not yet the clan leader and his words hold little sway over his kin. And Fugaku deliberated. The Uchiha's reputation within the village has been less than favorable, now that a glimmer of hope has emerged. It would be prudent for our esteemed leader to dispatch more clansmen to the Land of Rain. This would not only earn merit for Konoha, but also enhance the Uchiha clan standing. Fugaku understood that the higher-ups of Konoha would likely not grant the Uchiha such an opportunity for distinction. However, should his father express a willingness to engage, the approval of the higher-ups would become inconsequential. There exists no impenetrable wall. It would not be long before the villagers of Konoha learn of the Uchiha clan's request for battle, which would at least serve to partially redeem their previously tarnished reputation. The two individuals nodded in agreement with Fuyue's opinion. He entrusted Yen with the task of delivering a message to the clan leader. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Fuyue was well aware that many would be watching him. It would be quite challenging for him to return to Konoha alone. Unlike him, Uchiha Yen had a spirit beast that belonged to the well-regarded Ninja Cat clan, which would facilitate the transmission of information. Yen chuckled softly and remarked, "You geniuses tend to have lofty aspirations, unwilling to form a summoning contract with the Ninja Cat clan." The same was true for Elder Kagami. "And now it seems you share his sentiments." He reassured, "Do not worry. I shall relay the message to the clan leader shortly." Fuyue and Uchiha Jin elaborated on the current situation in the Land of Rain to Yen, ensuring they would not encounter difficulties during future missions. Sometimes, even the intelligence provided by the village could be misleading. Spies might have been compromised, or internal discord might distort the information. Only through personal experience could one grasp the true circumstances. Fuyue and Jin did not linger in Yan's tent for too long during such a sensitive period. Konoha's higher-ups were particularly vigilant regarding the Uchiha clan. The prolonged gathering of 3 Uchiha Jonin could easily raise suspicion. Upon returning to the tent, they found only Sato Maru resting, while Nozawa was absent. The moment Fuyue entered, he caught a fleeting glimpse of surprise in Sato Maru's eyes, which quickly returned to normal. "Is it just you?" Uchiha Fuyue inquired. "Have you not gone to greet old friends upon returning from your mission?" Sato Maru smiled and replied, "None of my old friends are in the vanguard camp. Only I have been selected. I don't know whether to consider it good fortune or misfortune." Fuyue nodded, realizing that uncovering Sato Maru's true identity would require further effort. Although Konoha was a village, its populace was quite numerous. Sato Maru was merely an ordinary chunin, and few truly valued him. Tracing his identity through friends and classmates could easily lead to exposure. Investigating from the perspective of the Umbu was even less feasible. The Umbu were directly under the Hokage, and the Uchiha's identity was too sensitive, making exposure all the more likely. However, having a suspected Umbu ninja by his side was not without merit. At the very least, it served as a constant reminder for him to tread carefully. For 3 consecutive days, the weather remained calm, yet the battles within the land of rain intensified. The reorganization of teams had commenced on a small scale, with only those who had completed their restructuring being dispatched for missions during this period. Just yesterday, Uchiha Yen had been appointed as the leader of a 9-member squad sent out on a mission. In the morning, a ninja informed Fuyue that there would be a gathering at 9 o'clock in front of Itachi Sakumo's tent. Fuyue surmised that a large-scale reorganization of teams was about to take place, though he was uncertain how many would be assigned to his squad. The rain continued to fall intermittently from the sky. After spending so many days in the land of rain, Fuyue had begun to acclimate. At 9 in the morning, Itachi Sakumo emerged from his tent, accompanied by an aide holding a notebook. With keen eyes scanning the crowd, Sakumo addressed them, "I have gathered you all here today, as I trust you are mentally prepared for what lies ahead." Previously, the vanguard troops suffered significant losses in the land of rain, leading to a sense of disappointment among the higher echelons of Konoha. You are all elite ninjas carefully selected from the ranks of Konoha, and the village has placed immense expectations upon you. However, your performance has been somewhat underwhelming. Just a few days ago, Konoha dispatched additional reinforcements, and following thorough discussions with the general staff, we have restructured the current teams. Konoha Shikaku gestured to the secretary, who was somewhat portly, and he approached with a notebook to announce the rankings. Team 001, Captain Narashinta, Vice Captain Yamanaka Ikamura, Akimichi Okada, and members Nagasawa Maru and Nakamura Matsubara. Team 009, Captain Uchiha Fugaku, Vice Captain Hyuganeru, Inazuka Maru, members Yamada Shinji, Yakaida Maru, Aburame Nozawa, Choza Danya, Sato Maru, Harano Ki, Yamamoto Isuke, Itamaki, and Harada Kitazawa. Team 010. Notably, Team 009 consists of a captain and 2 vice-captains, with the members remaining unchanged from before, 1 jonin accompanied by 3 chunin. This restructuring reveals that each team now essentially comprises 1 jonin and 3 chunin, a stark contrast to the previous standard of 1 jonin and 2 chunin. The apparent reduction in jonin numbers does not indicate a lack of capability. Rather, it reflects that many chunin in this new batch of reinforcements were temporarily promoted after a brief assessment. The purpose of this warfare is to hone these ninjas, with survival denoting a qualified chunin. Those deemed unfit will inevitably perish in the chaos of battle. This strategy is a preparation for prolonged warfare, ensuring that we do not encounter a deficit in personnel in the future. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the 11 team members before him, noting that 4 were new recruits. Each introduced themselves anew to foster understanding and facilitate better collaboration during future missions. Inazuka Maru, a jonin from the Inazuka clan, stood alongside a formidable ninja dog raised from childhood, capable of reconnaissance and combat support, though its scouting abilities would be significantly diminished in the land of rain. Yamamoto Isuke, despite sharing the Yamamoto surname, had no connection to the slain elder Yamamoto. He was adept in water release techniques. Observing Isuke's youthful visage, Fugaku surmised he was likely a temporary chunin. Itamaki, a seasoned chunin from Konoha, had advanced through the ranks over the years and completed numerous perilous missions, marking her as an elite among chunin with expertise in both fire and earth release techniques. Harada Kitazawa, promoted to chunin for 2 years, specialized in wind release and inherited swordsmanship. With the teams now reformed, Uchiha Fugaku addressed them. Some of you may not have participated in warfare before and might find it challenging to adapt to this intense combat environment. However, given the current situation, we have no time to acclimate or hone our skills. In a matter of days, missions will be assigned. I urge you to strive to adapt to your comrades and become accustomed to this tense atmosphere. The remaining time should be spent coordinating with one another in the vicinity of the camp, fostering a degree of tacit understanding. The recent situation remains relatively stable. Although the battles in the land of rain are fierce, the countries of wind, earth, and fire have not engaged in serious conflict. Each nation has only dispatched a single formidable warrior to oversee the entire strategic landscape. The world of the Hidden Leaf is one where the 5 great nations coexist. Currently, there is no movement from the land of lightning and the land of water. The 3 countries have not exerted their full strength, both as a means of testing each other's capabilities to gather further intelligence, and as a precaution against the 2 great nations that have yet to take action, wary of being outmaneuvered by others. Since the onset of the last war, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud have maintained an alliance. Yet the former remains cautious of any sudden interventions from the latter. For the sake of their village's interests, the so-called alliance is but a scrap of paper. Approximately 20 members of the Uchiha clan have been dispatched to the forward camp, and currently, there are 4 Uchiha members present, including Fugaku. A few days prior, Uchiha Kin had compiled a list of the Uchiha members in the forward camp, detailing their names and tent numbers, distributing a copy to each clan member. This practice has become somewhat customary among the major families of the Hidden Leaf, facilitating communication. Even Hinata Niji, Aburame Yuzora, and Inazuka Maru are aware of the distribution of their clan members within the forward camp. Fugaku is not particularly familiar with these 3 Uchiha members. Yet they all hail from the security team and generally treat him with respect. Their thoughts reflect a segment of the Uchiha clan. Understanding the sentiments of his clansmen will undoubtedly aid Fugaku in better managing the family in the future. While strength is pivotal, the human heart holds equal importance. In the past, Uchiha Madara's power was unrivaled in the ninja world, with only the first Hokage capable of standing as his equal. However, within his own clan, he faced significant opposition. To lead his clansmen effectively, he needed the majority to embrace his ideals. Fugaku retrieved the list of Uchiha members in the forward camp, noting that tent 25 houses Uchiha Maeda, a three-tomoe clansman. He lifted the tent flap and peered inside. 3 ninjas were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku at the entrance, Maeda rose and approached. "Someone is looking for me," he informed his 2 companions. "It's from the Uchiha clan. I'll step outside for a moment." The fact that the son of the clan leader had come to seek him out brought Maeda great joy. As the 2 exited the tent, a gentle rain fell from the sky, and they began a casual conversation amidst the drizzle. "Fugaku, is there something the clan needs us to do?" Maeda inquired. "Not at the moment," Fugaku replied. "I merely wish to chat with the clansmen still in the camp." "How have you been adjusting these past few days?" Maeda chuckled lightly. "You may laugh, but I must admit I am quite nervous. This is my first experience in war, and I cannot afford to disgrace the clan. However, I believe I have managed to maintain my composure these past few days. Moreover, I have discreetly observed the others. Most of the ninjas have never participated in war, and many are feeling quite anxious." Fugaku nodded in understanding. "I too felt quite nervous upon my arrival, but after completing a mission, I have fully adapted." Maeda smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, I am fine. After all, we possess the strongest bloodline limit in Konoha. In the presence of outsiders, I would never tarnish my family's reputation. Should an unforeseen incident occur, I would sacrifice my life to uphold the honor of the Uchiha." Fugaku observed the earnestness in Maeda's eyes. Here was someone who placed the family's glory above life itself. Watching him engage in cheerful conversation with his comrades at the tent entrance, he noted how pride could be concealed within, allowing for harmonious relations with peers while being prepared to sacrifice everything for the family's honor when the moment called for it. Fugaku contemplated how many more such clan members existed. With proper guidance, they could prove invaluable in the future. Fugaku continued to discuss the conditions in the land of rain with Maeda, sharing insights he had gleaned during his mission there. He hoped that Maeda would survive the war and emerge as an exemplary Uchiha. After parting ways with Maeda, Fugaku made his way to Tent 36, home to Uchiha Ueno, a Konoha jonin with a Sharingan of three-tomoe, though his aptitude was not particularly remarkable. At 30 years of age, Ueno had awakened his three-tomoe at 27, following the sudden death of his father. "Fugaku, what brings you here?" Uchiha Ueno inquired. "You are quite the busy individual. We rarely see you. Yet, you have brought honor to the clan. At 13, being a team leader in the vanguard camp, you stand alone. Many young ones in our clan look up to you as their role model." "You flatter me, Ueno-senpai," Fugaku replied. "I've been busy honing my team's cohesion these past few days, and Haven T had the chance to pay my respects." There's no need for such formality with me. Ueno responded. When I first joined the guard, I served in the team of our esteemed clan leader, who imparted much knowledge to me. Fugaku felt a sense of astonishment. It was surprising to learn that Ueno was once a subordinate of his father, which explained the respect he showed. Suddenly, Ueno's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Both the clan leader and I participated in the last Ninja World War. Though we arrived only at its conclusion, the brutality of it remains vivid in my memory. The current conflict in the Land of Rain is merely a preliminary probing phase. Unlike you, I am already 30. My strength is unlikely to see significant improvement. To perish in battle, fighting for the honor of the Uchiha, would be my greatest reward. Your future is bright, and you are the one most likely to lead our clan to resurgence. Leading the Uchiha to rise again has always been my goal, Fugaku affirmed. In my view, the strength of the Uchiha directly correlates with the strength of Konoha. They are interdependent. He refrained from voicing the thought that a powerful Konoha does not necessarily guarantee a powerful Uchiha. The resurgence of the Uchiha clan was a daunting task ahead. Ueno remarked. Konoha was established through the alliance of Senju and Uchiha. However, the actions of Uchiha Madara caused our clan to fall from the center of power within Konoha. Though the Senju clan has similarly experienced a decline, it has also risen anew, inheriting the will of fire from the first Hokage. Some of its members perished in battle, while others have integrated themselves into the village of Konoha, influencing generations of villagers. The Senju name has transcended mere lineage to embody a profound spirit. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Ueno with surprise at the profoundness of his words. As a jonin, Ueno's insight and perspective were indeed remarkable. Fugaku reassessed Ueno, realizing that while his aptitude as a ninja may be lacking, his qualities in other respects were exceptional. To assign him to the frontline camp for combat seemed a waste of talent. After parting ways with Uchiha Ueno, Fugaku chose not to engage further with his clansmen. Upon returning to his tent, his mind raced with thoughts, reflecting deeply on their conversation. Ueno's words provided him with considerable inspiration, yet they also appeared somewhat idealistic. Ultimately, the ninja world venerates strength above all. The power within Konoha remains firmly in the hands of the Senju clan. While the villagers' support plays a role, the preeminence of strength is equally significant. Ueno, being immersed in the present, fails to envision the future's trajectory. Fugaku, however, comprehended the entirety of the situation. The current leaders of Konoha can be considered representatives of the Senju, yet they lack the expansive vision embodied by Senju Hashirama. Without inheriting the breadth of spirit that accepts all, their power is but an ephemeral illusion. The current prosperity of Konoha may devolve into fragility due to the internal strife for power among its leaders. When Konoha finds itself truly in a state of decline, that will be the moment when the Uchiha ascend to the heart of its power. In a daze, the night slipped away, and Uchiha Fugaku emerged from his tent, heading toward the tent of the last remaining Uchiha clansman at the base. Each conversation with his clansmen offered him significant insights and a clearer understanding of their thoughts. Maeda and Ueno could be categorized as kindred spirits, both fiercely devoted to their clan, willing to sacrifice their lives for its honor, though Maeda displayed more fervor, while Ueno exhibited greater rationality. The Uchiha clansman residing in Tent 42 was a three-tomoe user named Uchiha Tenzo, who had already ascended to the rank of Jonin. Many Uchiha, despite lacking exceptional talent for the Sharingan, have succeeded in becoming Jonin through diligent effort, affirming that the Sharingan is not the sole path for many within the clan. Upon seeing Fugaku part the curtain, Uchiha Tenzo remarked, "I have heard much about you. You have become quite renowned in the frontline camp." Stepping outside, they found the rain to be mild. "There are discussions about me?" Fugaku expressed his surprise. "I have not accomplished anything earth-shattering. Your destruction of a supply point belonging to Mangekyō with a mere 8-man squad is more than sufficient," Tenzo replied. "That was just a single outpost and hardly remarkable." Fugaku countered. "Moreover, it was a product of teamwork. I could not have achieved it alone." "You are too modest," Tenzo insisted. "With your three-tomoe prowess, forming a team to accomplish missions is hardly a challenge. Although I only possess 2-tomoe, I can sense the latent power within you." Upon hearing Tenzo's words, Fugaku slightly furrowed his brow. Dismissing the capabilities of his team members and exhibiting excessive confidence in the Sharingan was not a favorable sign. At the very least, the current state of the 2 or 3-tomoe did not significantly differentiate him from ordinary ninjas. It was only upon advancing to the Mangekyō that a qualitative leap was achieved, granting the ability to contend with the pinnacle warriors of various villages. It could be surmised that there were numerous members within the Uchiha clan who shared Tenzo's misguided sentiments. This blind arrogance would require careful guidance in the future. Tenzo, Fugaku remarked, the conflict among the four nations in the Land of Rain is fierce and must not be taken lightly. Tenzo replied, do you think my confidence is unfounded? My Sharingan's potential is not remarkable. I am still at three-tomoe. As a Jonin, I am acutely aware of its limitations. I sense that my Sharingan is on the verge of advancement, and at any moment, I may attain the third tomoe. With my strength, I would be capable of handling the current situation. Fugaku observed the somewhat proud Uchiha Tenzo. Although the three-tomoe Sharingan is indeed powerful, it merely represents an increase in quantity. When faced with true peak masters, one still falls short. Tenzo, as a holder of the three-tomoe Sharingan, I must caution you, it is not as formidable as you might imagine. As a fellow clan member, Fugaku deemed it necessary to provide this warning to prevent Tenzo from suffering significant losses in battle. Whether Tenzo heeded the advice was left to fate. After parting ways with Tenzo, Fugaku's thoughts spiraled. There were indeed many within the clan who were blind to their own arrogance, overly trusting in the might of the Sharingan. Transforming an individual's mindset in a short span is a formidable task. Any change must occur gradually through subtle influences. After 2 consecutive days of team acclimatization, the time limit set by the camp had been reached. In the morning, Fugaku received the next mission from Kakashi Hitachi's tent. Surveying the neatly arranged team, Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. This mission was not trivial. He contemplated, it is not too arduous either, as there are no specific mandates on the number of enemies to eliminate, but rather an evaluation of what we can achieve. Our task is to operate in the northwestern region of the Land of Rain, eliminating ninjas from the other 3 nations over a span of 3 months. Fugaku understood that the conflict among the 4 nations would soon enter a prolonged stalemate lasting several years. During this phase, battles would devolve into pure skirmishes, which would be both brutal and a true test of a ninja village's foundation. This mission served as both a trial for the team and for him as the captain. The absence of a specified number of enemy casualties was intended to allow the captain to assess the situation and devise a combat plan accordingly. However, skirmishes among ninjas are inherently unpredictable. Fugaku was mentally prepared for the possibility of team casualties over the months ahead. The brutality of ninja combat has always been unforgiving. In the early stages, do not focus solely on eliminating enemies, Fugaku advised. I hope you can cultivate a spirit of teamwork through practical experience. Let us depart now. With that, Fugaku's team transformed into mere phantoms, advancing towards the camp's outskirts. The northwestern region of the Land of Rain was primarily a battleground for rock ninjas, who frequently clashed with rain ninjas in this area. The rain shinobi predominantly focus on expulsion, resulting in relatively few casualties on both sides. Even with Hanzo's formidable resolve, he would not instigate hostilities while the 3 great nations remain unengaged. After all, Hanzo is merely referred to as a demigod, rather than being one in truth. Kuganiji, Oil Woman Yace, and Uchiha Fugaku stated that the initial phase of the mission would be centered on locating the rain shinobi, utilizing combat with them to foster team synergy while allowing new members to acclimate. Captain, I have fully adapted to the combat of a shinobi, Yamamoto Isuke declared. Please do not let me hinder the entire team. Fugaku observed Yamamoto's somewhat youthful visage. While his resolve as a shinobi was commendable, his intellect appeared somewhat simplistic. You underestimate the rain shinobi, Fugaku replied. In recent years, under Hanzo's leadership, the military strength of the Rain Village has approached that of the 5 great nations. If not for the diminutive size of the Rain country, it would now be considered among the 6 great nations. Furthermore, our engagement with the Rain Shinobi is intended to enhance your camaraderie. They primarily focus on expulsion and will not recklessly engage in a fight. If we were to immediately seek out a rock shinobi team, we risk significant casualties. As the captain, I must ensure the successful completion of our mission while also safeguarding your lives. Some view shinobi merely as tools for murder and power. To me, you are all vibrant individuals, and I will not stand idly by while any member perishes. Fugaku's words cast a solemn silence over the team, a warm current flowing through their hearts. Since their induction as shinobi, they had prepared themselves for the possibility of dying in battle, yet no one had ever spoken to them in such a manner. Captain, I understand my mistake, Yamamoto Isuke said. I will strive to adapt to battlefield conditions and will never impede the team. Fugaku nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The sky rumbled ominously as a light rain escalated into a thunderstorm, transforming into a torrential downpour. Though the rain country is known for its perpetual rainfall, such heavy storms are rare. Even clad in raincoats, the downpour soaked them through, severely impairing visibility as the ground was veiled in mist from the rain striking the earth. "We must find shelter," Uchiha Fugaku said. "Traveling in this weather is perilous and will only exacerbate the risks." Hyuga Niji nodded. The torrential rain rendered Oil Woman Yasa's parasitic insects ineffective, unable to take flight, and Inuzuka Maru's sense of smell was almost completely dulled by the deluge. Suddenly, Niji raised his hand. "There is a trap ahead, but I do not see any concealed shinobi nearby." He hurled a kunai towards a specific spot, and several large spikes made of stone erupted forth. Fugaku activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. Numerous tracks were obscured by the rain, invisible to the naked eye. "Let us retreat for now," Fugaku suggested. "This trap may be part of a series and is unlikely to be straightforward." Niji glanced down at his feet. He nodded, observing through layers of soil that explosive tags were buried at intervals, extending all the way to where they stood. "There are explosive tags leading directly to our position," Hinata Ning exclaimed as Shinji Yamamoto utilized the earthquake core, elevating the ground. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, "Everyone, gather around me. We shall evade the explosion by taking refuge above." Ahead, stone spikes soared through the air with considerable speed, colliding with the rocky mountain. Amidst the torrential downpour, sparks ignited from the friction of stone against stone. A thunderous explosion resonated from the nearby rocky hill, its sound traveling with remarkable swiftness, reaching the group in an instant. Yamamoto, forming hand seals, struck the earth with force. Earth release, earthquake core. The ground beneath them trembled incessantly, fissures appearing to form a square-shaped chasm. The square terrain rose continuously, allowing the group to evade the blast of the explosive tags. "Dispel the jutsu," Fugaku instructed, observing the now tranquil ground. "The sound of the explosion has far surpassed that of the rain, likely attracting a multitude of enemies. We must temporarily retreat and alter our course." He reflected on their earlier oversight. Had they stumbled into a trap, the sudden assault of stone spikes would have forced them to scatter, and triggering the explosive tags underground could have resulted in catastrophic losses for the team. Even before the mission commenced, they had already suffered casualties, and those with ulterior motives would not hesitate to spread malicious rumors. The entire team swiftly changed direction, leaving their previous location. Not only was Hinata Ning's Byakugan activated, but Fugaku's Sharingan was also in use. The combined vigilance of the two ensured that no corner was overlooked, preventing them from falling into another trap. "Fugaku, there is a gorge ahead," Hinata Ning pointed out. "Within the gorge lies another cave where we can take shelter from the rain." Below the gorge flowed a mighty river, which Fugaku surmised led directly to the sea. The land of rain must possess several rivers that flow to the ocean, otherwise, the perpetual rainfall would have submerged the entire nation long ago. Above the gorge, an opening led to the cave's interior, from which several parasitic insects flew from Yono Nozumi's hand into the darkness. "The cave is unoccupied. We can safely enter," Nozumi reported. The 12 members filed in, the cavern resembling a colossal sinkhole, with many areas interconnected by stone pillars. One side of the cave led to the surface, while the other opened onto the gorge's cliff. Fugaku removed his outer raincoat and spread it across the cave's rocky floor. From the side near the cliff, they could see the rushing river below and the relentless downpour. The team members found spots to rest and recuperate their strength. Fugaku gazed at the river, lost in contemplation. As a recently promoted chunin, Hinata Ning advised, "You must become more cautious than us if you wish to survive the war. The brutal battles are far from over." "Thank you for your guidance, Senior," Yamamoto replied. "I will ensure I become more vigilant. Today's trap has taught me that danger lurks everywhere." Inuzuka Maru sat atop a stone, gently stroking his ninja dog, occasionally offering it a piece of jerky. Fugaku observed Inuzuka Maru's dog and remarked, "What is its name?" "It is truly beautiful." The ninja dog was indeed magnificent. Its coat of pristine white with a splash of blue on its back, robustly built, with limbs radiating strength, fully capable of carrying a rider at full speed. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku praise his ninja dog, Inuzuka Maru's face broke into a smile as he said, "His name is Lanmaru, named for the blue fur on his back. He is my closest companion, a partner I can entrust my life to." Fugaku nodded, understanding the significance of this bond, which forms the foundation of the Inuzuka clan. From a young age, they share meals and play with their ninja dogs, nurturing their relationship and later fighting alongside them as ninjas. The voice of Captain Yamamoto Isuke reached Fugaku's ears, pulling him back to reality. "Captain, have you ever battled with the Rain Ninjas?" Yamamoto inquired. "Could you enlighten me on the characteristics of their combat style?" Fugaku contemplated for a moment before replying. "I have not faced them often, and when I have, it was rarely in direct confrontation. Most encounters were ambushes. However, I have heard that the Rain Ninjas excel in assassination techniques. The Land of Rain experiences constant downpours, and most of their ninjas wield umbrellas as weapons. These umbrellas conceal various traps and hidden weapons, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. In future battles with them, we must remain vigilant, as the true essence of their assassination skills can only be grasped through first-hand experience. The advantage of the Sharingan's Genjutsu is significant in battles with equal numbers. The Rain Ninjas who have clashed with Fugaku struggled to execute their assassination techniques effectively when confronted with his ambushes combined with the Sharingan. Thus, Fugaku's understanding of the Rain Ninjas remains superficial, and they have yet to leave a profound impression on him. Yamamoto nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The torrential rain continued unabated, showing no signs of abating. Within the team, for ninjas skilled in swordsmanship practiced in pairs inside the cavern, honing their techniques through combat. In Fugaku's eyes, Yamamoto Shinji and Sato Maru's sword skills bore the mark of expert instruction. Sato Maru's technique leaned towards lethal strikes, employing unconventional angles that left opponents defenseless. It seemed he had received guidance from a master of assassination. Presently, Konoha boasts several adept ninjas in the art of assassination, with a few among the Council of Elders. Yamamoto Shinji's swordsmanship displayed explosive power, emphasizing speed, precision, and lethality. In contrast, Harada Tozawa and Haranoki's techniques appeared rudimentary, indicating a lack of refined training. Perhaps their elders had perished in battle, or they had stumbled upon their skills during earlier missions. While Fugaku held no particular interest in swordsmanship, he felt a flicker of contentment observing Tozawa and Ki's progress in their sparring. At least the team's strength was growing, enhancing their confidence against future adversaries. The days spent waiting for the rain to cease were monotonous. By the following day, apart from Uchiha Fugaku, the others engaged in sparring to cultivate their teamwork in combat. The torrential downpour persisted for 3 days, seemingly cleansing the Land of Rain of its bloodshed and carnage. The river below the gorge swelled considerably. On the 4th day, the heavy rain transformed into a gentle drizzle, and the dense clouds thinned significantly. Activating his Sharingan, Fugaku gazed at the sky, where light began to pierce through the clouds. "Let us proceed," Uchiha Fugaku declared, rising to his feet. "The rain-soaked Land of Rain, freshly cleansed, is about to face slaughter once more. Remember, our actions today are not driven by selfish desires, but rather to ensure that the future of Konoha and the Land of Fire will no longer be subjected to the ravages of war. It is the duty of every Konoha ninja to repel enemies beyond our borders, should a large-scale conflict erupt within the Land of Fire. It would signify a grave failure on the part of all Konoha ninjas." Yamanaka Nezumi released his parasitic insects to scout for suitable foes, while Hyuganiji remained vigilant, observing the surroundings for potential traps. Inuzuka Maru attuned himself to the subtle shifts in the sense around them, and the others maintained a watchful awareness, ready for any threat. As the group emerged from the cave, Yamanaka Nezumi spread his arms wide, unleashing a swarm of parasitic insects that surged forth from his body, ascending into the sky and dispersing in all directions. The entire squad continued their journey toward the northwest, now perilously close to the Land of Grass. A light drizzle fell from the heavens, yet the ground here was unlike other parts of the Land of Rain. Tufts of wild grass sprouted from the crevices of the rocks. The flourishing greenery indicated a change in the weather, suggesting that, despite still being within the Land of Rain, this area was beginning to experience a different climate. Activating his Sharingan, Fugaku gazed into the distance, where towering ancient trees stood majestically. Observing the border, he remarked, "We can utilize the ancient trees for concealment, while simultaneously enhancing our defenses against enemy traps." The incessant rain at the border had ceased, allowing for clearer visibility to detect any foes. "Captain," Yamanaka Nezumi suddenly announced, "there is a team of 9 rock ninjas ahead within the Land of Rain." Fugaku nodded. He had intended to first establish a rapport with the Rain Ninjas, but it seemed they had encountered Rock Ninjas directly. With a squad of 9 Rock Ninjas against their own 12, they were confident of victory unless faced with formidable high-ranking opponents. Remain vigilant, Fugaku instructed. Accelerate our pace and position ourselves ahead to ambush them unexpectedly. The team re-entered the Land of Rain, with Nezumi continuously monitoring the enemy's movements through his insects. Ready to relay their positions, 3 Jonin stealthily targeted one of the Rock Chunin, with Fugaku urging, "Let us resolve this first encounter swiftly and then intercept the 3 Jonin from the Rock side." The remaining 9 would coordinate to ambush a single Chunin. Ensuring no opportunity for escape, the squad dispersed, concealing themselves according to the formation of their respective adversaries. In the blink of an eye, the 12 ninjas vanished from sight, hiding in various shadows, awaiting the approach of the Rock Ninjas. The crimson of the Sharingan glimmered in Fugaku's eyes as the three-tomoe began to whirl, revealing the silhouettes of the Rock Ninjas. A total of 9 figures approached, 2 of which were exceptionally tall, indicating they were not ordinary opponents. "Exercise caution," Fugaku advised. "Those 2 towering figures are not mere Jonin. Be prepared to defend against their assaults." The 9 silhouettes moved closer, their pace unhurried. As they entered the perimeter of the ambush, in a flash, a shadow darted from Fugaku's concealed position, targeting one of the Rock Chunin with swift precision. The other 11 figures also sprang into action, each seeking their designated target. 9 Rock Ninjas stood poised and composed, seemingly unfazed by the ambush orchestrated by Fugaku and his companions, as if they had anticipated it. One of them formed hand seals, and with a flurry of afterimages, struck the ground forcefully. Earth release, earth flow wall. Instantly, a towering wall of earth emerged around the 9 Rock Ninjas, obstructing the advance of Fugaku and his team. Simultaneously, another imposing ninja executed hand seals. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. A massive earthen dragon rose from the ground, stretching its form in the air, its scales vivid and lifelike like that of a true dragon. Several projectiles were expelled from its mouth, hurtling directly towards Fugaku. It appeared they had identified him as the most vital member of the squad, likely having recognized his Sharingan, hence their focus on him. Underestimating him with mere projectiles was foolish, Fugaku swiftly countered. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing line of fire erupted from Fugaku's mouth, colliding with the projectiles ejected by the earthen dragon. The ambush faltered, transforming a blitzkrieg into a full-scale confrontation. Despite their numerical advantage, the initial strategy had unraveled. Oil Girl Yase, Yamamoto Ichizu, and Kota Maru engaged in a diversionary assault against 6 of the Chunin. Fugaku commanded, "The rest of you engage one-on-one to hold them back. Hinata and I will each confront a powerful Rock Ninja." With several Chunin engaged individually, supported by 3 team members in a disruptive role. Even if they could not overpower the adversaries, they could safeguard themselves and prevent casualties within the squad. Unexpectedly, a routine patrol mission had led them to encounter the 2 illustrious clans of Konoha, the Hyuga and Uchiha. The towering Rock Ninja remarked, "I have heard that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have always been at odds. I did not expect them to form a team." The ninja, known as Kuroiwa, added, "Capture the Hyuga and Uchiha members alive. They must possess valuable intelligence." Such confidence could stem from either the strength of the Rock Ninjas or a blind arrogance. Otherwise, they would not speak of capturing high-ranking members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The pressure emanating from their presence was palpable, marking one as a formidable Rock Ninja. Fugaku's gaze grew solemn. He had not anticipated that the first battle after reassembling the team would be so arduous. With a swift motion, he launched several kunai, which collided midair, veering towards one of the tall Rock Ninjas. The kunai's trajectories were erratic, continually changing direction as they soared. Having long heard of the Uchiha clan's renowned skills in throwing concealed weapons, the tall Rock Ninja stated, "Today, I shall witness it firsthand." "Chikuro, do not underestimate any ninja," cautioned the ninja, known as Kuroiwa. "The Uchiha clan is most famous for their Sharingan. Be wary of the genjutsu that may emanate from their eyes." Though Chikuro remained silent, Fugaku discerned the caution in his demeanor. 2 kunai appeared in Chikuro's hands, and with swift movements, he unleashed a flurry of afterimages, showcasing a speed that belied his imposing stature. Fugaku advanced rapidly. For him, close combat was essential to leverage the advantages of his Sharingan. His exceptional insight allowed him to perceive every movement of his opponent. The potential for instantaneous Genjutsu could expose vulnerabilities in their attacks, granting Fugaku a chance for a decisive strike. Chi-Yin evidently recognized that the Genjutsu associated with the Sharingan could be quite troublesome. As a seasoned ninja who had endured countless battles, he would not underestimate any opponent. With swift precision, Chi-Yin formed a series of hand seals. Doton, Tsuchi Ryuhiki. A sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground. Muscles bulging, Chi-Yin unleashed a powerful strike with his fists against the wall, sending a flurry of hard stones hurtling towards Uchiha Fugaku's line of sight. Although the stones flew rapidly, they could not evade the perceptive gaze of the Sharingan. Chi-Yin continuously evaded, maintaining a safe distance while maneuvering to the side. Fugaku refrained from recklessly advancing. Given that his opponent had opted for ninjutsu, it was clear that Chi-Yin anticipated Fugaku would exploit the Sharingan to close in, perhaps already preparing a technique to ensnare him. The realm of Doton was fraught with unpredictable ninjutsu. As Fugaku deftly dodged the incoming projectiles, he remained mobile, making it difficult for Chi-Yin to lock onto him. With a flick of his wrist, Fugaku sent several shuriken slicing through the air at peculiar angles towards Chi-Yin's body. Stealing a glance at the ongoing skirmishes around him, Fugaku noted that several of his comrades were collaborating effectively, while they had yet to secure a definitive victory. They maintained the upper hand. Inuzuka Maru had already distanced himself from a rock ninja jonin. Fugaku held no concerns for Inuzuka Maru's safety, as the adversary was merely an ordinary jonin, and with the assistance of Kurama, he was assuredly capable of preserving his life. Hinata Niji found himself locked in a stalemate. As a jonin of the Hyuga branch, he had been endowed with the technique of Kaiten, enabling him to counter the opponent's ninjutsu assaults. Scanning the area, Fugaku surmised that his team had the advantage overall, yet the possibility of encountering patrolling rock ninja squads loomed, raising the risk of encirclement. As several shuriken missed their target, Chi-Yin leapt to avoid them, concealing his hand seals behind the motion. Doton, Yomi Numa. Although Chi-Yin was swift, Fugaku's Sharingan was swifter. He observed Chi-Yin's hand movements clearly and activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position and surging towards Chi-Yin. Before the Yomi Numa could manifest, Fugaku had already launched himself forward. It was implausible for Chi-Yin to execute another ninjutsu in the brief moment required to cast the first. The Yomi Numa silently emerged behind him, failing to ensnare Uchiha Fugaku. With his crimson Sharingan swirling, Fugaku initiated a Genjutsu, thrusting a kunai directly at Chi-Yin's heart. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, Chi-Yin awakened just in time to block the kunai before it could pierce his chest. Fugaku was resolute in not allowing Chi-Yin to create distance again. With relentless kunai strikes, the Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing Chi-Yin's every movement to Fugaku. Fixated on his opponent's eyes, Fugaku continued his assault, denying Chi-Yin any opportunity to unleash ninjutsu. The Genjutsu activated once more, but in that fleeting moment of confusion, Chi-Yin regained his composure. The limitations of the three-tomoe Sharingan became apparent. Its effectiveness waned against formidable adversaries. Undeterred, Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly as he began weaving subtle illusions within Chi-Yin's field of vision, ensuring they did not interfere with the ongoing combat. Perhaps it was the multitude of stones that appeared in the opponent's gaze, or perhaps a fleeting illusion of earth. These phantasms dissipated in an instant, failing to arouse any suspicion, merely guiding the opponent's thoughts. The two clashed once more, and all the accumulated ocular power from the Sharingan was unleashed to manipulate the adversary's actions. Fugaku stepped into a small pit at an angle behind him, causing his stance to falter. This pit, encompassing Fugaku's form, disrupted his own focus, yet he continued to subtly steer his opponent's movements with notable effect. Chiquan observed the unsteady Uchiha Fugaku, and with swift precision, his kunai sliced through the air toward the opponent's throat, a spray of blood arcing past him, followed by a sudden, intense pain in his chest. The reality before him diverged sharply. Chiquan had not struck Fugaku's throat, but rather his arm, the illusion having induced a visual distortion. Meanwhile, Fugaku's kunai had pierced Chiquan's heart. The blend of genuine reality and the bodily misdirection crafted an exceedingly convincing illusion, not easily discernible. When the ocular prowess had not yet overwhelmed his foe, Fugaku realized that such illusions could more readily confound the opponent. With a deft motion of his right hand, the kunai severed the opponent's throat, inflicting a double fatal wound, and torrents of blood gushed from Chiquan's chest and mouth. Staring in disbelief at Uchiha Fugaku, Chikuan felt a profound deepening of his understanding of the Uchiha clan, astonished that he had unwittingly fallen prey to an illusion. Yet, Chikuan no longer had the opportunity to relay the secret of the Sharingan to others. A thought flickered in his mind, confirming the news of Chikuan's demise. Having slain a Jonin, Fugaku gained a significant boost in ocular power. The Sharingan emanated waves of refreshing energy, continuously soothing his eyes. A heart-wrenching roar of anguish erupted from Kuroiwa as he beheld the scene. Though not blood brothers, Chikuan and Kuroiwa had grown up together, learning ninjutsu side by side, and had anticipated an easy victory over the Leaf Ninja. They had never expected that in the blink of an eye, Chikuan would lose his life. Kuroiwa was consumed by a mix of sorrow and rage, yet the years of his ninja career instilled a fragment of rationality within him. Otherwise, should he succumb to despair, the entire squad could fall to ruin. Suddenly, a signal flare shot into the sky, exploding above. It was a middle-ranked IWA ninja, who had sustained a wound to the ribs, sacrificing himself to send out a distress signal. Upon seeing the flare, several Jonin, previously despondent, were ignited with frenzied determination. Realizing that only by stalling could they hope to survive, Fugaku understood that time was of the essence. Reinforcements from IWA would not be long in coming. "We must retreat," he declared. "The enemy's reinforcements will arrive shortly." Hinata, ascertain the location of Inuzuka Maru. "You think you can flee?" Chikuan must not have died in vain. Kuroiwa, in a state of hysteria, insisted, "Hold them off. The reinforcements will arrive soon. I shall use their lives to honor Chikuan." Kuroiwa, now desperate, activated his body-hardening technique, launching into frenzied attacks in close combat, beginning to suppress Hinata. In a flash, Fugaku appeared before Kuroiwa. The latter, emotionally unstable, beheld not Uchiha Fugaku but rather the resurrected figure of Chikuan before him. As the illusion took hold, the chakra within the black rock exhibited signs of disorder, and the surface-hardening technique could no longer be sustained, disrupting the opponent's nerves. In the fleeting moment the adversary fell into an illusion, Hinata Ning swiftly advanced, assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. The 64 palms of the 8 trigrams unleashed a barrage of strikes upon various chakra points of the black rock, severing the flow of chakra within. Just as Hinata Ning's strikes landed, the black rock regained consciousness, and the chakra within erupted violently, barely evading the gentle fist's assault. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, even though the 64 palms were not fully executed, the internal injuries were already significant. Uchiha Fugaku, wielding 2 kunai, launched a relentless assault targeting the opponent's vital points. His Sharingan spun rapidly, allowing him to perceive every movement with clarity. The clash of kunai generated sparks, while Hinata Ning attacked from another angle, chakra surging through his hands as he employed precise strikes aimed at the black rock's chakra points. Injured, the black rock found himself in a precarious position against the combined might of Hinata Ning and Uchiha Fugaku, sustaining numerous wounds in the blink of an eye. Blood soaked through his ninja uniform, mingling with the rainwater that dripped from his attire, vanishing into the puddles beneath. Unable to withstand the dual onslaught, the black rock resorted to exchanging injuries to buy time, believing that reinforcements from the rock ninja would arrive soon, rendering these leaf ninja incapable of resistance. However, Fugaku would not grant him the luxury of time. Every moment spent here was fraught with peril. The illusion technique activated in Fugaku's Sharingan, momentarily disorienting the black rock. Seizing the opportunity, Fugaku plunged a kunai into the opponent's left rib, inflicting severe damage. A torrent of blood erupted from the black rock's mouth, each breath becoming increasingly labored. Laced with blood froth, Fugaku discerned that the kunai had pierced the lung. At this juncture, the 5 great nations had yet to prioritize medical ninjutsu, sealing the black rock's fate. With another swift motion of the kunai, Fugaku ended the black rock's suffering, further deepening the well of hatred in this world. A message materialized in his mind. Eliminate a Jonin, gain moderate ocular power. Fugaku distinctly felt the enhancement of his Sharingan's potency, having absorbed ocular power multiple times before. This occasion marked a significant change, likely a result of prior accumulations. Preparing to retreat, Fugaku commanded, "Oil Girl Nozowa, remain vigilant for any movements in the vicinity. Notify us immediately upon sighting any rock ninja." "Understood," came the reply. With the aid of the insects stationed for early warning, they would be minimally caught off guard by any approaching rock ninja reinforcements. In a flash, Fugaku and Hinata Ning vanished from their location, reappearing among several rock ninja Chunin. One by one, the Chunin met Fugaku's Sharingan gaze, momentarily ensnared in an illusion. Kunai struck forth in rapid succession, eliminating 3 rock ninja Chunin. 3 notifications echoed in Fugaku's mind. Eliminate a Chunin, gain a small amount of ocular power. Captain, there are individuals appearing in the distance, Nozawa suddenly announced. Fugaku glanced towards the direction indicated by Nozawa. Though the figures were not yet visible, the speed of ninjas was remarkable. The early warning insects had sensed their presence, indicating they were not far off. Observing the remaining 3 injured rock shinobi, I declared, withdraw. Hinata Ning will lead the search for Inuzuka Maru. Stay close to me. In a swift flurry of shadows, only the 3 wounded rock shinobi and Uchiha Fugaku remained on the scene. One of the injured rock shinobi, eyeing the still figure of Uchiha Fugaku, gulped and urged, "Why haven't you left? Our reinforcements are on their way. Remaining here will only lead to our demise." Fugaku regarded the 3 rock shinobi with a discerning gaze. Their concern was not for their own well-being, but rather a manifestation of sheer terror. Fearing they might meet their end at his hands, a series of afterimages flickered past, blood splattering in their wake. 3 distinct pieces of information surged into Fugaku's mind. His presence was not merely to eliminate the last 3 rock shinobi, but also to obliterate any traces of their battle. The intelligence department of Konoha possessed the ability to delve into the memories of the deceased and conduct searches on the living. Fugaku was uncertain if other shinobi villages shared this capability. The team had to continue engaging with the rock shinobi, and Fugaku was reluctant to reveal their full strength too soon, lest it incite targeted retaliation from their foes. He constructed a chain of explosive traps around the corpses, effectively erasing evidence while simultaneously impeding the enemy's pursuit. Utilizing body flicker technique, he executed a series of swift movements, vanishing into the curtain of rain. Just as Fugaku disappeared, several afterimages emerged in succession. The sound of consecutive explosions resonated behind him. Whether any rock shinobi reinforcements had fallen into the trap remained uncertain. Accelerating his pace, 11 figures came into view ahead, each bearing wounds. Some sat cross-legged while others stood silently, awaiting Fugaku's arrival. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the fallen rock shinobi, he instructed, "Destroy the brain tissue of the corpses. Withdraw." It was imperative that they did not disclose too much information about their team within the next 3 months. Otherwise, if the rock shinobi became aware of their capabilities, the situation could turn perilous. The wound on his left arm continued to seep blood, waves of pain occasionally causing him to furrow his brow. A brief survey revealed that the others were not faring much better. Their injuries, while not fatal, were nonetheless bloodied. They needed to find a secure location for treatment promptly, as encountering the enemy again would only afford them an advantage. Fugaku gazed upward at the sky, where the rain intensified and dark clouds loomed heavily, oppressive in their presence. "We must find a refuge," he urged. "Our wounds require urgent attention." In the current shinobi world, medical ninjutsu was alarmingly scarce. Tsunade's medical reforms remained an abstract notion, a vague idea that would take years before medical ninjas would appear on the battlefield. Countless insects swarmed about Yamanaka Nezumi, transmitting messages throughout the vicinity, while Hinata Ning activated her Byakugan, searching for suitable shelter. The 12 figures advanced rapidly until Yamanaka Nezumi discovered a relatively concealed hiding spot. Amidst a pile of rubble lay a flat-topped mountain, half of which had collapsed, presenting an excellent refuge. One by one, the 12 figures entered the cave, which offered both an open area for reconnaissance and a sheltered space to evade the rain. Seated upon a stone, Fugaku swiftly tended to his wounds. At that moment, the red rock was ensnared in an illusion, distorting the scene before his eyes. The incised wounds were not as deep as they appeared. Sato Maru and Yamada Shinji sustained considerable injuries, likely due to the formidable strength of the rock ninjas they faced, rendering them incapable of engaging in vigorous activities for the foreseeable future. It appears that equipping the team with a medical ninja is indeed essential. Fayek once again unfurled the mission scroll, which explicitly indicated operations in the northwestern region of the Rain Country, with the objective of eliminating all non-village ninjas. This was a purely extermination task, aimed at depleting the military strength of the Wind, Earth, and Rain countries. Having expended half of his shuriken and kunai in today's skirmish, Fayek realized that another confrontation would necessitate a return to the forward camp for resupply, and both Sato Maru and Yamada Shinji required recuperation at the camp. For 2 consecutive days, the 12 individuals remained in the cave, resting and recuperating, and Fayek's arm had largely healed. Nozawa released the parasitic insects to monitor the surroundings. Fayek instructed, "This time, we shall not engage the enemy head-on. Instead, we will set traps and ambush them once they fall into our snares. Yamada Shinji and Sato Maru, you two will be responsible for creating distractions." Fayek spread out the map, and the group gathered around it. He pointed to a pile of rubble on the map and remarked, "We are located at Half Moon Mountain, a name given by the local civilians of the Rain Country, as it resembles a half moon. Moving southward from Half Moon Mountain for 3,000 meters leads to a main road, a thoroughfare frequented by both civilians and ninjas of the Rain Country. A mere 500 meters from the road lies a heap of stones, presenting an excellent geographical position for our traps. We shall set our traps here, and Nozawa will join me in luring the enemy into this rubble, inflicting initial damage with our traps before launching a surprise assault for secondary damage. Chiyoze Daino, after setting the traps, utilize your sealing techniques, ensuring that no weaknesses are revealed to the enemy." "Rest assured, Captain," Chiyoze Daino replied confidently. "The sealing techniques of Konoha are unparalleled among the 5 great nations. They are far inferior and will not detect any flaws." Fayek nodded, having faith in this assertion. The land of whirlpools still harbored advanced sealing techniques that had yet to disseminate beyond its borders, but that would soon change. In a few years, discontent with existing sealing techniques would provoke major nations into action against the land of whirlpools. After 2 days confined within the cave, standing in the rain, the weather remained gloomy, yet Fayek felt a sense of clarity and openness. He consulted the map to ascertain their direction, and the group set forth, positioned amidst the rubble. It truly appeared to be an ideal site for trap deployment. Physical traps would be ineffective against nimble ninjas, serving only to attract attention and ensnare novice ninjas. The primary lethality would stem from the explosive tags buried underground, forming a chain reaction of explosive traps with tremendous destructive power. Finding suitable places to conceal themselves, Fayek instructed, "Nozawa and I will act together to utilize the parasitic insects to locate the enemy's precise positions nearby." The 2 figures began to move within the borders of the Rain Country, approaching the main road marked on the map. A path not only traversed by the inhabitants of the Rain Country, but also occasionally by ninjas from other nations, who would use it for navigation while traveling along its sides. Fugaku and oil woman Nozawa sought refuge among a seemingly concealed, yet easily exposed cluster of rocks. The concealment lay in their ability to fully immerse themselves within, while the exposure stemmed from the fact that this was the only pile of stones in the vicinity, inevitably drawing the attention of anyone passing by, who would scrutinize the area for potential ambushes. They utilized a peculiar insect to monitor their adversaries, camouflaging their bodies within the stone heap, occasionally peering out to survey their surroundings, presenting themselves as novices in the art of stealth. As ninjas, the skill of disguise is paramount. Mastering this craft is essential to diminish the enemy's vigilance. From the north, a squad of rock ninjas emerged, and Nozawa reported, "There are 12 in total." Fugaku nodded, cautiously extending his head to observe. From a distance, their position remained relatively concealed and not easily detectable. Indeed, there were 12 individuals. Yet they appeared to have recently engaged in battle. Faint murmurs floated towards them, though they were too far away for Fugaku to discern clearly. The prominence of their rocky refuge made it nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. "Qingyan, check the front of the stone pile," commanded the leader of the squad. The rock ninja Jonin, Qingma duo. Qingyan, a junior member of his clan, had shown remarkable progress under his mentor's guidance over the past few years, emerging as a promising talent within the family. "Yes, Captain," Qingyan replied, and as he moved, the 2 ninjas sprang forth from their hiding place. Fugaku, with a deft flick of his wrists, sent several shurikens slicing through the air at oblique angles, targeting the leaping Qingyan. Luring the enemy required strategic finesse, otherwise, they might abandon the pursuit, wary of an ambush. Despite the bizarre angles of the shurikens, Qingyan was not to be underestimated. He swiftly drew his short blade from his back, parrying the incoming projectiles with skillful precision. The rock ninjas behind them were equally taken aback, casually glancing over. They were astonished to see 2 Konoha ninjas emerge. In response, over a dozen rock ninjas simultaneously unleashed their projectiles. Fugaku sensed the commotion behind him, pivoting midair, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, granting him acute insight into the trajectories of the incoming weapons. With a flurry of movements, he wielded his kunai, creating a whirlwind of metal clashing. Seizing a momentary lull, he retrieved a small scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Nozowa, instructing, "You must retreat immediately. This contains classified intelligence from a Wagakure, and it is imperative that it reaches its destination safely." This plan had been devised on their journey, for had they relied solely on two ninjas emerging unexpectedly, the enemy would surely suspect a ruse designed to draw them in. With the crucial intelligence they had painstakingly gathered from a Wagakure, the enemy would be compelled to secure the information, verifying its authenticity. Failure to do so could lead their comrades to suspect them of collusion with spies. A perilous accusation in the ninja world where the mantra is better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. A single piece of information from a spy could indeed determine the outcome of a war. Fugaku and Nozawa pushed their speed to its limits. Should they be caught by their pursuers, they risked falling into the hands of the rock ninjas. In the realm of ninjas, the fate of a captured individual is invariably grim. Interrogation for intelligence followed by execution. A deceased prodigy of the Uchiha clan, apart from evoking sorrow in his parents and lament from his friends, would scarcely stir any significant waves, at most. He would become a mere topic of conversation during leisurely gatherings. Sensing movement behind him, Fugaku once again leaped and turned, his three-tomoe Sharingan clearly perceiving the trajectory of the concealed weapon, yet his expression remained grim. The hidden weapon was tethered to an explosive tag, fluttering in the wind. Attempting to block it would only lead to self-destruction. With swift hand seals, his chest swelled, and flames erupted forth from his mouth. Fire style, wind-scorched fire technique. The flames engulfed the entire trajectory of the hidden weapon, igniting the explosive tag connected at its rear. A series of explosions echoed in succession, buying time for the retreat of Fugaku and his companion. The fierce wind swept through, dispersing the smoke of the blasts, while the IWNine squad pursued them relentlessly. "Captain," Yamanaka Nozawa suddenly remarked, "a pair of ninjas has appeared ahead, likely IWNine as well." Fugaku nodded. The ninjas ahead were probably sent to intercept them, having received word from their comrades behind. Adjusting their course, Fugaku instructed, "Lead them into a trap." Meanwhile, Kingshimo, realizing the potential exposure of the ninjas ahead during Fugaku's directional shift, noted the swarm of insects rising from the Konoha ninjas, likely members of the insect-controlling clan. Utilizing insects for reconnaissance and communicating with them, akin to the IWNine's Kemizuki clan, Kingshimo's expression darkened. The strategy of preemptively ambushing the other teams seemed increasingly untenable. Moreover, the secret intelligence held by the opposing IWNine was a source of great concern for Kingshimo, as unverifiable information disrupted the operational tasks of the two squads. Resisting the urge to notify more teams for an interception, the entire squad accelerated once more. The authenticity of the intelligence remained uncertain. Mobilizing forces across the battlefield could disrupt higher command's operational plans, and if the information turned out to be false, Kingshimo could not bear the consequences. Fugaku remained vigilant, observing the movements behind them, noticing the opposing forces accelerating again. He produced several kunai, flinging them directly. The kunai sliced through the rain, colliding and altering their paths as the IWNine squad maintained their speed, prompting Kingshimo to form hand seals. A violent wind burst forth from his mouth, redirecting the rain and carrying a multitude of debris directly toward the kunai ahead. Several kunai were scattered by the whirlwind, drifting aimlessly. Fugaku's expression remained impassive. This had been entirely within his expectations. The kunai served merely as a probe. He never intended to slow down the enemy with a handful of concealed weapons. At the moment the enemy dispersed the projectiles, Fugaku completed his hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. 3 small fire dragons were unleashed, swirling in the air like living beings, charging toward the IWNine squad from various angles. A formidable earthen wall rose before the IWNine squad, and Fugaku did not glance back. The Great Fire Dragon technique would delay the enemy for a while, at least until they reached the trap, alleviating concerns of being pursued. Ahead, the pile of rocks arranged as a trap came into view, not far from their destination. "Slow down," Fuyue instructed, feigning exhaustion to instill a glimmer of hope in the pursuers. Otherwise, the rock ninjas at the rear might report to their higher-ups upon realizing the chase was futile. Observing the surroundings intently, Jizai nodded, while Fuyue glanced around, noting the adept concealment. Not a single member of their team was in sight. The Qingma duo once again pursued from behind, and Fuyue vigilantly monitored their positions until they entered the trap-laden rocky area. Sealing techniques can be remarkably enigmatic, a mere trap. When shrouded with a layer of concealed seals, went unnoticed by an elite team of rock ninjas. Fuyue often pondered that Konoha would need to devise strategies to safeguard the land of whirlpools in the coming years of war, preventing the leakage of sealing techniques. With such techniques alone, Konoha could gain a significant advantage in battle. He cast several shuriken, triggering a series of physical traps. Stone spikes, previously concealed, erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the rock ninja team. Traps have been set, Qingma cautioned. The enemy may have further arrangements. Maintain formation and do not disperse to avoid being picked off one by one. Walls of earth rose in succession, providing protection for several individuals as the stone spikes collided against them, creating a thunderous cacophony. The ground trembled, and the rock ninja team's footing became increasingly unstable. Much of the rocky terrain had been hollowed out by Fuyue's squad, rendering it susceptible to collapse upon strong impacts. The formation of the rock ninja team faltered. Those fortunate enough found solid ground to leap out of the traps using body flicker technique, while the unfortunate ones fell into the abyss below. Fuyue formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Sparks ignited across the rocky expanse, engulfing the rock ninja team within. The scattered sparks detonated the concealed seals, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that engulfed the entire rocky area. The few rock ninjas who had escaped the traps lost their composure, huddling together as four earthen walls surrounded them. Those who fell into the traps fared worse. The walls were plastered with explosive tags, and as they descended, despair washed over their faces just before the flames and violent explosions consumed them. The entire rocky landscape was transformed by the detonations, leaving a vast pit obscured beneath debris. And the earth walls lay in tatters. Numerous Konoha ninjas emerged from various locations, and Fuyue noted the dirt on their bodies, indicating they had buried themselves underground earlier. Harada Tsuji stepped forward, forming hand seals, unleashing a gust of wind that dispersed the dust from the detonations, revealing three hidden rock ninjas behind the earthen walls. From the depths of the vast pit, a rock ninja emerged to join the three others. Fuyue was uncertain if any ninjas remained alive within the pit. Eliminating the visible adversaries took precedence. The three Earth-style ninjas stepped forward, Yamada Shinji, Chioza Danya, and Itamaki, forming seals in unison. This was a combined ninjutsu, where multiple practitioners wielding the same technique not only amplified its power, but also conserved chakra. The earth trembled as a colossal earthen dragon emerged from below, stretching its form in the air, its maw agape, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Sato Maru, Haranoki, and Uchiha Fugaku stood united, their hands weaving intricate seals. Fire release, fire dragon technique. A multitude of fireballs, resembling cannonballs, surged from various directions towards the central rock shinobi. The two ninjutsu were merely intended to create a modicum of disruption. Fugaku never harbored the illusion that a single earth technique and a fire technique could annihilate the opponent. Most ninjas from the land of earth excelled in earth techniques, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, the cacophony of the recent explosion would soon draw nearby rock shinobi to investigate, necessitating a swift resolution of the conflict. As the dust settled, four disheveled figures emerged, two jonin and two chunin. We must conclude this swiftly, Fugaku declared. The explosion will soon attract more foes. 12 silhouettes advanced with a pincer movement toward the four rock shinobi, a flurry of hidden weapons encircling them completely. Breakthrough, Moda urged, assessing the situation. Signal for reinforcements. Saving even one is paramount. A fierce gust erupted from Moda's mouth, scattering a majority of the hidden weapons through the air, while on another front, a wall of earth rose to block the remaining projectiles. The four fled at breakneck speed towards the direction of Yamada Shinji and his companions, evidently calculating that the three chunin would be unable to impede the four rock shinobi. Targeting the vulnerable, they sought to escape. Otherwise, a moment's delay could spell disaster. Let them go, Fugaku shouted. With 4 against 3, and 2 of the enemy being jonin, a forced confrontation would likely yield no benefit and could result in the immediate demise of two of their own. Once again, Fugaku produced several kunai, hurling them forward. Sensing movement behind, a rock jonin turned, shadows slicing through the air as a short blade danced around them, a master of the blade, clearly trained to a high degree. Fugaku discerned. To the side, Inuzuka Maru and his canine companion conjured a whirlwind midair, cutting through the rain and striking the rock shinobi, compelling them to halt. Body flicker technique. Fugaku leaped over the throng of leaf shinobi, his kunai aimed directly at Ching-Mota's chest, engaging in a fierce melee. Hinata Nene and Inuzuka Maru united against another rock jonin, while the remaining 9 banded together to confront the 2 rock chunin. Observing the unfolding scene, Ching-Mota lamented the inevitability of defeat. Remaining here would only lead to futile demise. Launching 2 rapid attacks, he forced Fugaku back, retreating swiftly into the distance. Fugaku pursued closely, aware that the enemy possessed too much intelligence. Should they relay information back to the rock shinobi, the situation would become perilously dire. 2 kunai were cast forth, followed by a shower of sparks as Fugaku unleashed flames. Ching-Mota was compelled to halt, rapidly forming seals with his hands. As a wall of earth rose from the ground, Fugaku understood the implications. Possessing both wind and earth attributes, a ninja typically began with a single chakra affinity. But as one's strength grew and comprehension of chakra deepened, the potential to cultivate a second attribute emerged. Certain individuals with unique physiques, endowed with dual or even triple attributes, do not fall within the ordinary classification. Uchiha Fugaku, inherently possessing only the fire attribute, seemingly upholds the Uchiha tradition. His secondary attribute, yet to be refined. The confrontation with King Maduo has now become a one-on-one duel. Observing the surroundings, King Maduo chuckled, stating, "Now, it appears you stand alone. The outcome remains uncertain. Should I manage to return with a Uchiha corpse, it would compensate for my previous errors." Fugaku regarded his opponent with calmness. The more one spoke, the more information was potentially revealed. Some adversaries were simply not worth his breath. His Sharingan whirled with astonishing speed, casting an illusion as a kunai darted forth. Blood spurted from King Maduo's shoulder as Fugaku launched another assault, his hands moving like phantoms, each blow lethal. King Maduo's movements, under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, were laid bare. A kunai from Fugaku's left hand pierced through the gaps in King Maduo's defense, striking his left rib. The pace of their confrontation was rapid. Yet Fugaku appeared to maneuver with ease, parrying King Maduo's throat-slicing strike while countering with a kunai aimed at the outer scapula of his chest. Grasping his wound, King Uo's gaze towards Fugaku shifted from previous ease to one of grave despair. He realized that today he might very well meet his end. The Sharingan of the Uchiha was more troublesome than the legend suggested. Information could not be relayed back to the IWA ninja headquarters. King Maduo understood that the attack on his scapula had rendered his left arm useless, leaving him with only his right. "May I know your name?" King Maduo inquired, "Before I perish, allow me to know the identity of my slayer." Fugaku's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any inclination to respond. The villain perishes through excessive chatter, and Fugaku would not grant him the luxury of delay. The kunai struck in a relentless flurry, each incision marking King Maduo's flesh, and the continuous injuries left him struggling to cope. A shadow lunged toward his chest, ending King Maduo's life. As the information flooded his mind, Fugaku gazed upon the lifeless body and uttered the answer King Maduo sought, "Uchiha Fugaku. In the days to come, many more ninjas shall fall beneath this name. You shall not be lonely." A detonating tag affixed to the corpse, Fugaku turned away. Among the rubble, the other IWA ninjas had already been dealt with. After managing the remains, Fugaku commanded, "Return to the forward camp for resupply." Team 009 adeptly affixed detonating tags to each IWA ninja corpse, creating a chain reaction trap. Not all ninjas have experienced the ravages of war. This brutal lesson would teach them the harsh realities of the battlefield. The forward camp remained bustling, and with the intelligence capabilities of the wind, rain, and earth nations, it was implausible they were unaware of the camp's precise location. However, with the multitude of leaf ninjas present, only a significant mobilization of forces could mount an assault. Given the intelligence capabilities of the leaf, it was a fool's errand for the other nations to clandestinely gather substantial troops for an attack, as doing so would only lead to disastrous consequences. The espionage efforts of the various nations had been commendable, including the concealment of some large-scale operations by the leaf. Should they amass too many troops, leaving their rear vulnerable, they would ultimately find that their efforts had backfired. To Fugaku, the Leaf's forward camp merely served as an overt stronghold, designed to camouflage various covert operations. At the very least, Uchiha Fugaku would not presume that all the ninja dispatched by Konoha to the Land of Rain had established their strongholds solely at the forward camp. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention Konoha, which has consistently maintained an advantage in the ongoing war. The 12 individuals entered the camp and first proceeded to the logistics department to collect supplies for their mission. Sato Maru and Aburame Nozawa retired to their tents to rest. Fugaku, however, made his way directly to Uchiha Itachi's tent, believing that a considerable amount of time had passed since he last communicated with Itachi's summoning beast. And he was confident that his father would have new correspondence for him. The tent of Itachi was tightly shut, and the interior was devoid of occupants. It seemed that he had not yet returned from his mission, or perhaps had embarked on another one. Fugaku hoped that no unforeseen incidents had occurred. Uchiha Itachi was one of the few elites Fugaku had encountered within the Uchiha clan, possessing not only extraordinary insight and formidable strength, but also a rare breadth of character among his kin. Turning around, Fugaku headed towards Uchiha Kin's tent. Although Kin's discernment was not as sharp as Itachi's, he was still among the few friends with whom Fugaku could engage in meaningful conversation. Even before stepping into the tent, Fugaku heard Kin's voice. "I suspect you are about to return, here to collect supplies, I presume?" Fugaku nodded and inquired, "Is Itachi not back yet? I wish to ask my father if he has received any news." Kin pondered for a moment and replied, "Given the time, he should be returning soon. You all have a few days of respite this time." 2 days, Fugaku responded. "We shall depart again in 2 days to continue our mission." Kin's expression became more serious as he remarked, "The timing is right. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, supplies should arrive back at the camp within a day or 2. "Let us hope," Fugaku said. "Has there been any significant change in the Land of Rain recently? The place where I have been stationed is rather remote, and I cannot see the developments elsewhere in the country." "There have indeed been changes," Kin replied. "The Rain Ninja are evidently retracting their forces. Those we frequently encountered have become exceedingly rare." Fugaku nodded, sensing that Hanzo was not foolish. With the wind, earth, and fire countries yet to unleash their full might, it was likely that the Land of Rain had already sustained considerable losses. If they did not consolidate their forces, they risked being obliterated before the 3 nations concluded their conflict. The Rain Ninja likely preferred to watch the struggle from a distance, Fugaku surmised. After all, their foundation is insufficient. They may wait until the 3 major countries have exhausted themselves, and then intervene for a more advantageous outcome. Kin nodded in agreement. These old-timers are anything but simple. It is unclear what the higher-ups in Konoha are contemplating. "Do not concern yourself with it," Fugaku advised. "This is beyond our purview. Our focus should be on demonstrating the true strength of the Uchiha clan in the midst of war." After parting ways with Kin, Fugaku returned to his tent to rest. Having engaged in 2 consecutive battles deep within the Rock Ninja territory, Fugaku was utterly fatigued and in need of substantial recuperation. By midday the following day, Uchiha Itachi's team returned. Though the situation was far from favorable, there were casualties among the squad, which was a grim reality at the forward camp. War has always been brutal. From the very first day of becoming a ninja, one must be prepared for death, even Uchiha Fugaku himself. Each mission is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Hence Fugaku approached every operation with utmost caution, striving to minimize the occurrence of accidents. It was only in the evening that Fugaku encountered Uchiha Itachi, who had just completed the task at hand. Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, spoke gravely. "We fell into an ambush set by the Sand Shinobi. After breaking through, 4 of our comrades succumbed to poison, while the others sustained injuries. This oversight is entirely my fault." He continued, "One cannot blame others in this situation. The Sand Shinobi are adept at employing toxins. Given the current state of medical treatment, it is a futile hope to save them. By the way, Fugaku, I have a letter entrusted to me by the clan leader, Uchiha," and handed him an envelope. Fugaku took the letter, noticing that it was addressed to him in his father's handwriting. The seal was intact, confirming that no one had read it prior. He tore open the envelope and began to read with great care. The letter conveyed that Konoha had secretly dispatched 2 additional forces to the Land of Rain, notably without any members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tenkan intended to propose an increase in troop deployment to the 3rd Hokage to support the war efforts at the Konoha front. This action by Uchiha Tenkan was both a declaration of intent and a means to restore the clan's image among the villagers. The two contingents sent by Konoha had not visited the forward camp, possibly to establish new strongholds. In the long run, the impending conflict would involve three nations. Relying solely on the forward camp for supplies would be inadequate, especially if hostilities escalated, leaving them vulnerable and distant from support. Establishing nearby bases was the most prudent course of action, though it was not yet time for full-scale war, necessitating discretion. After 2 days of recuperation, the team set off once more towards the northwest of the Land of Rain to carry out their mission. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, during which Fugaku celebrated his 14th birthday amidst the trials of their assignment. A kunai pierced the heart of a rock shinobi before him, and a message flashed in his mind. Eliminated a rock shinobi jonin, gained moderate ocular power. With the conclusion of 3 months of brutal missions, the entire team underwent a significant transformation. Even the once inexperienced Yamamoto Ichizo made remarkable progress. Let us depart. Fugaku addressed the 11 members with a calm demeanor. The mission is complete. We shall return to the forward camp to report. Initially, the mission proceeded smoothly. But the rock shinobi soon became aware of the inexplicable disappearances of their squads. They organized search parties multiple times, and during the last 2 months, it was considered fortunate to eliminate a squad of rock shinobi each month. In total, they had dispatched 7 squads, comprising 68 individuals, thus fulfilling their mission flawlessly. The forward camp showed no signs of expansion over the 3 months. They merely maintained a consistent number of personnel, suggesting that perhaps there was an unspoken agreement among several powerful nations, preventing the conflict from escalating. However, the animosity among the people was steadily rising. With every fallen ninja, their hatred grew. When that hatred reached its zenith, it would signal the onset of all-out war. Entering the tent of Kakashi Hatake, Fugaku noted that the latter's sharpness remained, though the pressure he exerted on Fugaku had diminished significantly. Over the course of 3 months, Fugaku had made rapid advancements, and the other team members no longer appeared as intimidated as they had during their initial encounter. The tent had not changed much since his last visit, save for the markings on the central model of the Land of Rain. Team 009, led by Uchiha Fugaku, arrived to hand over their mission. Fugaku gazed intently at Kakashi Tsukumo, who stood beside the model of the Land of Rain, and stated, "This mission resulted in the elimination of 47 rock shinobi and 21 rain shinobi, totaling 68. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Kakashi Tsukumo's face as he replied, "You are the most outstanding among the numerous combat teams, with no casualties and a high completion rate." Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku lived up to his reputation as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Having successfully completed their preliminary tasks, the team was allowed to return to Konoha for a period of recuperation while awaiting new assignments. Kakashi-senpai, Yamada Shinji inquired, "Will it still be the 12 of us for the next mission?" Kakashi Tsukumo shook his head and responded, "It depends on Konoha's arrangements. However, some of you are now capable of advancing to Jonin, making it unlikely for you to be assigned to the same team for future missions." After resting for 2 days at the camp, a new batch of ninjas would be returning to Konoha the day after tomorrow, and upon their departure, another group would replace them. Fugaku understood Kakashi's implication. It appeared that Konoha was utilizing the battlefield in the Land of Rain for training purposes. It was likely that the other 2 nations shared similar intentions, though such practices were undeniably cruel, as those who failed faced death directly. Many years had passed since the last Shinobi World War, and without knowledge of each other's strengths, no one dared to engage in full-scale warfare. Mutual combat served both as a test and as a form of honing their skills. Upon exiting Kakashi Tsukumo's tent, the entire team emanated a sense of joy and lightheartedness. Only those who had experienced the horrors of war could truly grasp the greatness and rarity of peace. To leave the battlefield and enjoy a period of tranquility was a dream cherished by all. "Captain, what do you plan to do upon returning to Konoha?" Yamada Shinji asked. "Transitioning from the brutality of combat back to a peaceful life feels somewhat aimless." "That's pretentious," Satomaru interjected. "We haven't even returned to Konoha yet. By the time you feel bored, another mission will likely arise." Fugaku observed the playful banter among the team members and chose not to intervene. Prolonged concentration on warfare placed a significant burden on the body, and having team members lighten the mood served to facilitate relaxation. From Kakashi Tsukumo's words today, It was evident that reuniting the team in the future would pose a challenge. All gatherings must eventually disperse, Fugaku remarked to the members of Team 009. If fate allows, we shall meet again, especially since we are all from the same village. Henceforth, let caution be our priority during missions. We shall disperse. These members had spent a minimum of 3 months together, and a maximum of less than half a year, yet they had endured countless life and death struggles. And Fugaku felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart. As the members disbanded, Fugaku refrained from seeking out his clansmen for conversation, preferring to save certain discussions for their return to Konoha. After resting in the dormitory for several days until the team was ready to gather back to Konoha, Fugaku finally emerged from his tent. Konoha was relatively stable at present. Prior to the Nine-Tails attack on the village, conflicts had not yet escalated. Although the Uchiha clan was unscathed, he needed to exercise caution. As the clan's foremost prodigy, his prominence had increased significantly, particularly after the conclusion of the mission in the Land of Rain. His performance there would undoubtedly circulate among the higher echelons of Konoha. Some might not wish for an exceptionally talented clansman to emerge, fearing a loss of control, and could potentially act in secrecy against him. Uchiha Jin arrived in the Land of Rain alongside several members of the Uchiha clan and Fugaku, yet upon their return, they were met with the grim reality of having lost half their number. The others had fallen in battle, their remains hastily transported back to Konoha. In Fugaku's eyes, regardless of their strength or temperament, the members of the Uchiha clan possessed an unwavering sense of familial honor. Even in death, they would rather not tarnish the Uchiha name by clinging to life. In this era, the cells of the first Hokage remained a mystery, and Konoha had yet to embark on the study of wood release. Only a handful of ninja paid heed to the Sharingan, and for those not of Uchiha blood, the rejection of the Sharingan was far too potent. Thus, the bodies of the fallen Uchiha were retrieved with relative completeness, their eyes not surreptitiously plundered. As Uchiha Jin surveyed the scene, a somber expression crossed his face. "Take it easy," Fugaku remarked. "War has always been brutal, yet they upheld the honor of the Uchiha. Perhaps, in their hearts, honor outweighed life itself. Having their names etched upon the memorial stone serves as the greatest consolation. After all, they had sacrificed their youthful lives for the sake of Konoha and their clan." Jin nodded. As a ninja, he comprehended Fugaku's words. No one could guarantee that they would not encounter unforeseen circumstances during a mission leading to their demise. When one chooses the path of a ninja, one must accept the possibility of confronting the death of comrades, or even their own. Yet, it was disheartening to witness comrades, once laughing and executing missions together mere months prior, now reduced to lifeless forms. The team departed in the morning, taking 2 days to return to Konoha. The current Konoha bore little resemblance to the village of decades hence. It still retained the visage of its founding era, only to be restructured after the Third Shinobi War and the Nine-Tails assault on the village. Upon entering the village, one could observe numerous ninja adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem patrolling the streets of Konoha. Following the assassination of 2 elders, the guard had adopted this vigilant mode of operation without respite, successfully apprehending numerous spies intent on sowing discord. The stringent measures of the guard led to a significant improvement in Konoha's security, leaving many families with biases against the Uchiha at a loss for words. In the Uchiha household, clan leader Uchiha Tenkin sat quietly on the floor, awaiting Fugaku's arrival. As the Uchiha patriarch, he possessed his own intelligence network, making it far from difficult to ascertain the well-being of his son. Upon entering, Fugaku was slightly taken aback to find his father seemingly having waited for an extended period. "Father," Fugaku greeted, "I have returned." The mission went relatively smoothly. Uchiha Tenkin nodded, well aware of Fugaku's conduct in the Land of Rain, and felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his only son's performance. "Yesterday, I gathered intelligence from Lord Hokage," Uchiha Tenkin continued. "Ninja returning from the Land of Rain have been granted a 2-month leave, after which they will be reassigned. At this stage, I do not wish to place you in the guard." Fugaku nodded, refraining from interrupting his father's discourse. "Your starting point is quite high, and you performed admirably in the Land of Rain. The higher-ups have begun to take notice of you. Joining the guard would be too comfortable and may gradually dull your ambition, potentially leading to mediocrity. I hope you can continue to remain within the conventional ninja ranks. Forge friendships across various clans, engage in numerous battles to elevate your reputation, and gain recognition for your prowess within the ninja world. As your strength is acknowledged, The Uchiha clan will likewise flourish. Fayake understands the concerns of Uchiha Tenkan. The primary duty of the guard is to ensure the safety of Konoha. And there are times when a year passes without a single conflict requiring Fayake's personal intervention. A ninja, no matter how talented, may stagnate or even regress in their abilities if they find themselves in a comfortable environment devoid of combat experiences. Heeding his father's guidance, Uchiha Fayake said, "I wonder if the clan possesses any sealing techniques or scrolls. I wish to dedicate the next 2 months to studying sealing techniques." The sealing techniques employed by Chiyoze proved invaluable during the recent journey to the Land of Rain, and now that he has time, Fayake aspires to master them. The clan has indeed preserved several scrolls regarding sealing techniques, and he can commence his studies tomorrow. Uchiha Tenkan added, "As for what the clan does not possess, you must rely on your own abilities to acquire it." Fayake nodded. An exceptional ninja may earn rewards for learning certain ninjutsu. The two engaged in extensive discussions, spanning from morning until afternoon. The following morning, Uchiha Tenkan led Fayake into their usual study, where he opened a concealed chamber. A brief glance revealed many secrets pertaining to the Uchiha clan, including several unique ninjutsu, such as fire release. This chamber serves as a miniature vault for clan secrets. Uchiha Tenkan explained, "Within lies a portion of our clan's secrets and treasured ninjutsu, which will gradually be disclosed to you. Much of the information contained within is confidential and must not be disseminated, as it could incite unnecessary alarm." Fayake nodded, recognizing that this chamber likely held the mysteries of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolution and detailed descriptions of the Mangekyō. The Mangekyō has become somewhat mythologized within the Uchiha and Konoha, primarily due to the formidable strength of Uchiha Madara, which led many to attribute his power to the Sharingan. This has fostered a blind pursuit of the Mangekyō, as if merely awakening it would bestow the ability to suppress the ninja world as Madara once did, an understanding shared not only within the Uchiha, but throughout the entire ninja realm. However, there are no legends surrounding the eternal Mangekyō, as Uchiha Madara was the first to achieve its evolution through the transplantation of his brother's eyes. Given your current strength, you are now permitted access to certain Uchiha clan secrets. Uchiha Tenkan handed Fayake a scroll, stating, "This is a treasured sealing technique scroll of our clan. While sealing techniques are easy to learn, mastering them is challenging. Few ninjas achieve true proficiency without the guidance of powerful mentors from a young age." Fayake nodded, aware of the difficulty of mastering sealing techniques, as evidenced by the few who have excelled in the ninja world. "This is the key to the chamber," Uchiha Tenkan said, presenting Fayake with an intricately designed key, pentagonal in shape and adorned with various irregular patterns. "In the future, you may allocate several days each month to delve into the secrets of the family and the treasured art of ninjutsu." However, Uchiha Tenkan cautioned, "I do not wish for you to become ensnared in these pursuits. Ultimately, what matters most is strength. Possessing an array of ninjutsu is futile if one's prowess does not match." Throughout history, too many talented clan members have succumbed to obsession, neglecting their own power, resulting in them being merely regarded as elite within the family, far from attaining the status of formidable figures in the ninja world, let alone reaching the pinnacle of the Sharingan. "I shall always remember the words of my father," Fugaku declared, as he exited the secret chamber. The guards had their duties to attend to, and Uchiha Tenkan hurriedly departed. Fugaku gazed at the scroll in his hand, slowly unfurling it. The art of sealing techniques is a method that utilizes specific techniques to isolate or confine objects within a designated space, encompassing both tangible and intangible entities, living beings as well as inanimate objects. The Uchiha clan has never been renowned for sealing techniques, yet the scroll contains a considerable number of them, many of which were meticulously gathered from the Warring States period. During the Warring States era, amidst the chaos of conflict among various clans, the Uchiha clan, one of the most prominent in the ninja world, engaged in countless battles and acquired innumerable spoils. To learn sealing techniques, one must first inscribe the sealing formulas. Each formula embodies a distinct meaning, and by combining various formulas, one can create different sealing techniques. Some sealing methods require specific hand signs, while true masters of sealing techniques inscribe the formulas directly using chakra within the human body. For example, Orochimaru's 5-element seal employs 5 different chakras to inscribe the 5-element seal within Naruto, thereby disrupting the sealing technique used by the 4th Hokage to seal the 9 tails. Fugaku's initial practice focused on the inscribing of formulas. Only by committing each formula to memory and inscribing it with ease could he gradually progress to utilizing chakra for inscribing. For 2 consecutive weeks, aside from essential daily training, Fugaku dedicated himself to mastering the inscribing of sealing techniques, and he had already memorized several simple formulas. It was now time to conduct experiments. The back mountains of the Uchiha clan are adorned with a lush forest, where Fugaku planned to experiment with small creatures. Starting from the weakest to the strongest, the Land of Fire boasts impressive greenery, with a perpetual spring-like climate, and the forest remains perpetually verdant. He passed by the usual training grounds, where wooden targets had been set up for shuriken practice. Many of these targets had cracked from extensive use, indicating that replacements were necessary, and the arrangement of the targets required adjustment, as the current difficulty had become somewhat simplistic. The forest teemed with snakes, insects, and rodents. Fugaku's initial focus was an anthill, bustling with activity. He meticulously inscribed the sealing formula on the ground surrounding the anthill, taking 10 minutes to complete a simple sealing technique. This was the most rudimentary form of sealing, employing a sealing array. He formed hand signs, resonating with the formula inscribed on the ground, and then struck the anthill with his right hand. On the ground, the formulas began to dance and converge above the anthill, successfully executing the sealing technique. The ants, once freely traversing in and out, were now impeded by the seal, accumulating on either side, while some began to gnaw at the seal itself. The sealing technique shattered within less than a minute, for it was merely a rudimentary seal, devoid of a medium, a pure confinement of limited strength. After hours of experimentation into the afternoon, Fuyue, having mastered the technique, resolved to capture a living creature to serve as a vessel, within which he could inscribe the sealing formula and assess its potency. A rabbit darted past him, seeking refuge in a burrow, while a mouse emerged shortly after. Fuyue swiftly grasped the mouse by its head, capturing it effortlessly. Upon returning home, he procured a transparent glass box and meticulously inscribed the sealing formula within. He placed the mouse inside and formed hand seals, striking the box. Waves of sealing symbols enveloped the box, confining the mouse within. The lid was not tightly secured, easily opened with a gentle nudge. However, it was firmly bonded to the box by the sealing technique. Occasional thuds reverberated from within, likely the mouse's futile attempts to escape. Yet the seal showed no signs of yielding. This sealing endeavor was deemed a success. For half a month, Fuyue had been capturing small creatures for experimentation. From the initial mouse to later squirrels and rabbits, he had sealed them all. Having returned from the Land of Rain a month prior, Fuyue had spent this time studying sealing techniques, gaining a preliminary understanding that allowed him to perform simple sealing arrays. He ventured to the back mountain once more, this time intent on capturing a larger animal for his experiments. Fuyue, it has been a while, called Uchiha Jin from behind, his tone laced with mirth. I hear from the clan leader that you are engrossed in sealing techniques. While profound, such studies may be a diversion from enhancing your ninjutsu skills during this precious time. Fuyue turned, noting the playful glint in Jin's eyes, recognizing the gentle admonition not to let sealing distract him from his training. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Rest assured, my strength has not waned. I have been diligently honing my skills and making progress." Jin's eyes brightened. "It has been a month since your return from the Land of Rain, and if all you've done is train, why not engage in a friendly spar? It has been far too long since we last clashed." Fuyue agreed, eager to gauge his recent advancements in strength. For even the most rigorous training requires practical application for validation. Previously, before his promotion to Jonin, he had faced Jin in combat, but at that time, he lacked the prowess he now possessed, ultimately succumbing to Jin's superior skill. In a clearing within the forest of the back mountain, the two stood facing each other. The present Uchiha Fuyue was a far cry from the one who had once been defeated by Jin. The latter's demeanor had turned serious, unwilling to underestimate his younger opponent, especially one who had previously fallen to his hand. With their Sharingan activated, the two locked eyes, and Fuyue felt a significant advantage in their confrontation. Both wielded the three-tomoe Sharingan, yet Fuyue's repeated absorption of ocular power rendered his eyes more formidable than those of many in their clan. In the forest behind the Uchiha clan's territory, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a symphony of sounds. Two figures stood locked in a silent gaze, their unspoken contest of ocular prowess having commenced. Fugaku concentrated an immense amount of visual energy in his eyes, casting illusions that darted toward Uchiha Kin's gaze. The exchange of their ocular energies dissolved into nothingness. Both wielders of the three-tomoe Sharingan were adept in the manipulation and counteraction of Jinjutsu, rendering victory through illusion nearly impossible. Simultaneously, the two figures sprang into action, launching an array of shuriken that traversed peculiar angles, colliding with one another and continually altering their trajectories. The sharp clang of metal echoed as numerous projectiles clashed, sending sparks flying and scattering across the ground. Occasionally, one or two shuriken evaded the initial impact. Yet they could not escape the keen perception of the Sharingan, being deftly deflected. While Fugaku's throwing technique might pose challenges to other shinobi within the ninja realm, it held little threat against the two Sharingan wielders, as their advantages diminished significantly. Both figures leaped into the air, colliding with one another as their kunai met with a brilliant flash of sparks. In this clash of strength, Fugaku found himself at a disadvantage. At merely 14 years of age, he was clearly outmatched by Uchiha Kin. However, through the insight granted by his Sharingan, he managed to hold his ground against Kin, though he sensed that sustaining this contest would not be feasible for long. The tomo in their eyes spun continuously as their attacks grew increasingly intricate and unpredictable. The four kunai frequently collided, and Fugaku discerned that Kin was also aware of his own superiority. A series of powerful strikes emanated from Kin, shattering Fugaku's defenses, who retaliated swiftly. Yet, he found himself lacking any edge in this exchange, and moreover, he was at a distinct disadvantage in strength. Fugaku's only advantage lay in his Sharingan, which absorbed visual energy. With careful manipulation, he might very well turn the tide in his favor. He executed a simple Jinjutsu, crafting a semblance of reality within the illusion. As branches scattered leaves during their fierce engagement, a few of those leaves were illusions conjured by Fugaku, going unnoticed by Kin amidst the chaos of battle. Prior to the conflict, it was likely that Uchiha Kin had already surveyed the surroundings with his Sharingan. Thus, Fugaku's attempt to create the illusion of leaves on the branches would be easily discerned. However, the leaves that fell during the skirmish would be overlooked. Amongst the scattered foliage, the leaves fabricated by Fugaku's Sharingan began to multiply in Kin's perception, blending seamlessly into the cascade of falling leaves, drawing no suspicion. Insects scurried from the battlefield, startled by the residual energies of their clash. Among them, several were mere illusions crafted by Fugaku's Sharingan, having never existed in the recorded scene as perceived by Kin's ocular prowess. Their sudden emergence, a blend of reality and illusion, likewise evaded Uchiha Kin's scrutiny. "Fugaku, I never anticipated that you would progress to this extent," Jin remarked. "I initially thought that having just activated the three-tomoe Sharingan for less than a year, your advancement would be modest. Yet, the pace of your improvement has exceeded both my expectations and those of many others. It seems the entirety of Konoha has underestimated you." "You overestimate me," Fugaku Uchiha replied. "Many in Konoha possess hidden depths, concealing their true strength, and countless individuals far surpass my own abilities." These words were a sincere reflection of Fugaku's thoughts. In this era, the legendary Sannin had yet to establish their renown, and it would be several years before the populace would comprehend the formidable prowess of the three disciples of the third Hokage. Similarly, the renowned Konoha White Fang had not revealed his capabilities, despite Kakashi Hitaki being the highest commander of the front line. His power had not yet been unleashed on a grand scale within the ninja world. The two swiftly maneuvered, engaging in a fundamental taijutsu duel. As fellow elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan, their mastery of ninjutsu was comparable, and the genjutsu of their three-tomoe Sharingan proved ineffective against one another, leaving them to compete solely in physical prowess. However, Fugaku did not abandon his efforts to infiltrate Jin's Sharingan with genjutsu. Gradually, Fugaku's illusion began to permeate Jin's perception, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, without raising any suspicion from his opponent. The ground, ravaged by their fierce confrontation, lay in disarray, pockmarked and chaotic, as the two continued to shift locations. Among the craters, some were genuine while others were mere fabrications, strategically placed by Fugaku's Sharingan for Jin to witness him creating them. Jin's Sharingan scoured the surrounding terrain, and amid the skirmish, he discerned a pit behind Fugaku's right leg, completely out of his line of sight. If he could force his opponent back just one step, he would land in that very trap. Clang, clang. Jin intensified his assault, attempting to drive Fugaku into the pit behind him. Should Fugaku reveal a flaw, an opportunity would present itself. However, these illusions were merely extensions of Jin's imagination, easily shattered. As Fugaku shifted his footing, he reappeared in front of another pit, thrusting a kunai towards Jin's chest. Clang! With a powerful block, Jin retaliated with a swift strike from his other hand, moving as quickly as lightning. Yet Fugaku evaded the assault once more. Unbeknownst to Jin, numerous small pits had quietly appeared at his feet, a mix of reality and illusion. Jin launched another vigorous attack, aiming to force Fugaku into the original pit, only to find that the ground he trod upon was an illusion conjured by Fugaku. In an instant, as he attempted to extend his leg, it struck the solid earth. In that fleeting moment, the Uchiha Jin, engaged in a fierce struggle with Fugaku, found himself exposed. Two kunai were aimed at his bent leg and rib, respectively. Realizing he had fallen victim to Fugaku's Jinjutsu, Jin managed to intercept the kunai aimed at his ribs with one hand, but the other kunai remained suspended in midair, as Fugaku's weapon had already found its mark on his leg. In the harsh reality of battle, he had sustained a wound to his leg. In a struggle of equal footing, such vulnerabilities would only lead to his gradual demise at the hands of his adversary. I have faced defeat. However, on Uchiha Kin's visage, no trace of negative emotion emerged. After a moment of careful contemplation regarding the intricacies of the battle, he swiftly grasped the sequence of events. From the very outset, you had been subtly constructing an illusion. From an inconspicuous corner, without raising my suspicion in the slightest, the two pits that appeared behind you were indeed your traps. You intentionally lured me into forcing you into them, causing an imbalance in my body, ultimately leading to my hasty folly falling into your snare. Fugaku nodded and remarked, "You are nearly correct. From the very beginning, you never contemplated the possibility of my victory over you. Thus, I gradually wove the illusion, enticing you step by step until you ultimately fell into my trap." Kin, somewhat speechless, had originally intended to defeat Fugaku to redirect his focus toward enhancing his abilities, only to find himself schooled by his opponent. "It seems your comprehension of the Sharingan surpasses mine," Uchiha mused, acknowledging that what appeared to be a simple series of illusions had ensnared him. Fugaku shook his head and explained, "The strengths of the Sharingan vary. Some emphasize taijutsu, others ninjutsu, and some focus on jinjutsu. It cannot be generalized. The Uchiha clan currently lacks this understanding, perhaps due to some missing documents or a lack of serious research." When Uchiha Madara departed from the clan, he took with him some top-secret materials containing the clan's secrets and forbidden techniques. In the future, Fugaku's two sons, Itachi and Sasuke, would serve as the finest testament to this, one wielding Jinjutsu with near-legendary prowess, rendering opponents defenseless, having nearly maximized the potential of the Sharingan's illusionary capabilities, save for the inability to alter a person's will. The other, however, seldom utilized Jinjutsu, focusing solely on taijutsu and ninjutsu. Kin scratched his head and conceded, "Perhaps. Yet your Jinjutsu is indeed formidable." Fugaku comprehended that presently, with both possessing the three-tomoe Sharingan, the differences in their Jinjutsu performance were minimal. Once one awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, the emphasis on physical enhancement would differ entirely, leading to marked discrepancies. Kin refrained from hindering Fugaku's continued research into sealing techniques. Words alone could not rival the significance of combat. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, the potency of one's fighting ability correlates directly with the weight of their words. Parting ways with Kin, Fugaku dedicated several more days to experiments with sealing techniques, utilizing a wild boar and a gigantic centipede. The stronger the chakra, the greater the destructive power against sealing techniques. Basic sealing techniques could only momentarily confine a creature within the realm of physical existence, lacking the ability to enlarge or diminish biological entities or objects. Advanced sealing techniques could create their own sealing spaces based on the technique used. However, mastering them proved exceedingly challenging. For instance, the four-symbol seal employed by the fourth Hokage created a sealing space within Naruto's abdomen, straddling the line between reality and illusion to confine the nine tails. Danzō's variant of the four symbols seal similarly opened a space within his chest, capable of drawing everything within a certain range into his body for sealing. The Uchiha clan did not possess overly intricate sealing techniques. The existing ones sufficed, having laid a solid foundation in the early stages, and there would be opportunities to study further when time permitted. As for rare sealing techniques, Fugaku was not overly anxious, preferring to wait and see if the need or opportunity arose in the future. Upon returning home in the evening and crossing the threshold, I found my father kneeling silently in the living room, his demeanor steeped in a profound melancholy. It was evident that he was not in good spirits. This sorrow resonated deeply within Uchiha Fugaku's memories. When Fugaku's mother had passed away, Uchiha Tenchi bore a similar expression, marked by a silence that echoed with grief. "Welcome back, Fugaku," he said. "Uchiha Yanagi has fallen in the land of rain. The funeral will be held tomorrow morning. Please prepare yourself." Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Yanagi, a former subordinate or perhaps a student of his father, was no wonder his father wore such a sorrowful countenance. In the outside world, he was the formidable leader of the Uchiha clan, ever vigilant in upholding the family's honor. It was only within the confines of home that he could shed his facade and reveal himself as an ordinary ninja, mourning for a former subordinate, student, and even friend. Fugaku recalled conversing with Yanagi at the forward camp, where the latter had left a lasting impression on him, broad-minded and extraordinarily perceptive, unconfined by personal grievances. A clan member Fugaku held in high regard. It was shocking to learn of Yanagi's demise in the land of rain. He remembered Yanagi's words, "To fight for the honor of our clan is the greatest reward for me. My father, please accept my condolences. I will be prepared." Fugaku replied. The chaos of the land of rain had persisted, with bodies being transported from the front lines every few days. Each one a testament to the sacrifices made for Konoha. During wartime, funerals occurred with alarming frequency, often limited to notifying the deceased's family and close friends, while the wider populace of both civilians and shinobi remained largely uninformed. In the morning, after completing his ablutions, Uchiha Tenchi did not report to the guard unit. The father and son donned their funeral attire, carrying small white flowers as they stepped outside. Numerous members of the Uchiha clan quietly emerged from their homes, the crowd gradually coalescing as they made their way to the Konoha cemetery. At the memorial stone, a considerable gathering had already assembled, comprising both civilians and ninjas. Fugaku gazed ahead, and a figure to his side caught his attention. Turning to look, he realized that the individual had perhaps sensed his gaze and was now looking back. With long black hair, golden pupils, and pale skin adorned with magatama-shaped earrings, it was none other than Orochimaru, one of the future legendary Sannin. They exchanged nods, a silent acknowledgement, before redirecting their gazes. Fugaku had not anticipated encountering Orochimaru at a funeral. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to delve into forbidden techniques. Merely a calm and ruthless ninja, still infused with a strong sense of camaraderie and teacher-student bonds. It was likely that Orochimaru had begun preliminary collaborations with Danzō. Though they had not yet embarked on any series of forbidden technique research, Konoha's would-release research initiative had yet to commence, and their partnership would likely not deepen in the immediate future. Fugaku's thoughts raced. The would-release research program would not commence until the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion. Perhaps the would-release research could be expedited. Fugaku believed that it would not be long before he awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, and until he reached the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he would be treading a precarious path. Once used frequently, it is highly likely to lead to blindness. Even if Fugaku can absorb ocular power, certain precautions must be taken to stabilize the power of the Sharingan. The original cells play a crucial role, with Obito serving as an exemplary case. Uchiha Madara utilized a significant number of cells derived from Hashirama to create a special white Zetsu body that repaired Obito's physique, allowing him to wield the inherent Kimui abilities of the Sharingan without the fear of losing his sight. Furthermore, future awakened clan members can mitigate the risk of blindness, thus enhancing the Uchiha clan's heritage. Should a few members of the clan awaken their Sharingan, they would pose an immense deterrent to the entire shinobi world without needing to take any action. Accelerating this process is not particularly challenging. Topics such as would release can easily spark fervent discussions among the populace. It is inconceivable for the higher-ups in Konoha to remain indifferent to would release. However, their actions are often constrained by numerous limitations. The presence of the first Hokage's granddaughter, who is also the apprentice of the current third Hokage, significantly impedes research into would release. Yet, once rumors about would release begin circulating in the village, it is likely that some ambitious individuals will take action. Even if the village refrains from initiating experiments due to internal pressures, private research will undoubtedly ensue. Fugaku is acutely aware of the character of Konoha's upper echelons. Even the third Hokage occasionally turns a blind eye to evident mistakes. For Fugaku, regardless of who leads the research on wood release, the extraction of the original cells will remain abundant. This presents an opportunity for him. As long as it exists, there is a chance to seize it. The funeral has yet to commence, yet many relatives are already unable to contain their tears. Although Konoha is strong, its strength lies in its entirety. Each fallen ninja represents an individual, a vibrant life extinguished. The shinobi world, plagued by incessant warfare, reduces the deceased to mere statistics for others. Only those who have experienced it firsthand can truly grasp its brutality. Witnessing a once vibrant Uchiha clan member reduced to mere inscriptions on a stone tablet, Fugaku's heart is heavy. His peripheral gaze lands on his father, Uchiha Taijima, who is expressionless as he gazes upon the name of Uchiha Ueno on the monument, his calm demeanor betraying an undercurrent of sorrow. The funeral proceeds smoothly, with attendees offering white flowers, nearing its conclusion. As the captain of the guard, Uchiha Taijima is particularly busy, hastily departing after the ceremony. Fugaku, too, intends to turn away when a voice halts his steps. Fugaku-kun. It is the distinct, husky voice of Orochimaru, one that leaves a lasting impression after a single encounter. Uchiha Fugaku turns to address him. Orochimaru-senpai. At this moment, Orochimaru's gaze appears tranquil, devoid of any hint of his future treachery. Perhaps his experiences are still insufficient, and his encounters with the darkness of the shinobi world have yet to forge a complete transformation in him. After all, Orochimaru is merely 5 or 6 years older than Uchiha Fugaku, barely qualifying as a peer. Upon graduation, the individual was taken under the wing of the third Hokage, who devoted considerable effort to his mentorship. Over the years, he successfully accomplished numerous challenging missions, consequently elevating his status within the Hidden Leaf Village. A few days prior, I perused a report from the Land of Rain, where Orochimaru's voice resonated. It specifically highlighted Fyake's remarkable performance in the Land of Rain, a testament to his prowess as a prodigious Uchiha ninja. Feeling the almost tangible gaze of Orochimaru, Fyake humbly responded, "Your praise is unwarranted, Orochimaru-senpai. It is merely the seamless cooperation of my teammates. Any other jonin would likely achieve similar results. You are far too modest. I have reviewed the profiles of your teammates, and they do not stand out. They are merely traditional teams of the Hidden Leaf. The situation in the Land of Rain is dire, and I anticipate that it will not be long before I find myself on the battlefield," Orochimaru stated. "I hope you will not decline my invitation when the time comes." Fyake understood the underlying motive. Orochimaru sought to win him over in advance, aiming for him to join his ranks in future conflicts. Given the accelerated growth of the legendary Three of Konoha, it would not be long before Fyake, in terms of both experience and strength, would qualify to lead troops into battle. His performance in the Land of Rain warranted such early overtures from Orochimaru, and as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he would lend some influence to Orochimaru's future standing in the Hidden Leaf. The Uchiha clan faced rejection from the higher echelons of Konoha, yet their strength and significance could not be easily dismissed. To Fyake, Orochimaru appeared to be a commendable choice, indeed the only viable option. Jiraiya's whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he was heeding the prophecy of the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, wandering the ninja world in search of the child of destiny. It was unlikely that the third Hokage would summon Jiraiya back before the situation escalated. Tsunade was engrossed in the study of medical ninjutsu, striving to expand its reach, and Fyake was uncertain of her sentiments towards the Uchiha clan, especially considering the first Hokage's demise, for which the Uchiha bore some responsibility. As for Kakashi Hatake, Fyake had never considered him. His emergence likely caught the Konoha leadership off guard, given that he bore no ties, neither master-apprentice nor bloodline, to the Senju clan. The higher-ups in Konoha would not idly watch as power fell into the hands of outsiders. Currently, Kakashi could be likened to a blade for the Hidden Leaf, effectively wielded during wartime. However, once the conflict subsided, that blade would need to be sheathed, the proverb "when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden" aptly describes his situation. The failure of a mission due to an attempt to rescue comrades could serve merely as a pretext for a deeper conspiracy, and the Konoha elite possessed myriad methods to implicate an individual. The third Hokage's concessions indicated his reluctance to allow the role of Hokage to slip into the hands of outsiders. Even if they had inherited the first Hokage's will of fire and achieved significant military feats during the war, I too aspire to collaborate with you, Orochimaru-senpai, Fayek declared. I hope you will provide me with your guidance at that time. Upon hearing Fayek's response, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. They engaged in further discussion regarding the situation in the Land of Rain before parting ways. Fayek had already grasped the foundational aspects of sealing techniques and was not in a rush to delve deeper. He returned to his quarters and retrieved the key to his father's hidden study from a concealed compartment beneath his bed, making his way towards the location of the study. The chamber remains unchanged. Stepping into it feels akin to traversing the currents of history. The Uchiha clan, tracing its lineage back to Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, stands as one of the most venerable families in the world of ninjas. However, a portion of its history has been lost to the ravages of time and the tumult of war. The remnants that endure are still ample enough for Fugaku to peruse. He glanced over the scrolls within the chamber, noting the scarcity of those pertaining to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, only 3 in total. It seems that the majority of scrolls may be concealed within the South-He Shrine, or perhaps have been taken by Uchiha Madara. Upon opening one scroll related to the kaleidoscope, he discovered a sealing ninjutsu known as the transcription seal. This technique allows one to seal specific ocular powers into the eyes of oneself or others, activating automatically under certain conditions or after a designated period. Whether it was Itachi sealing Amaterasu within Sasuke's eyes for a surprise attack on Obito, or during the Fourth Great Ninja War when Itachi used Shirsue's eyes to escape from the grasp of Edo Tensei, the transcription seal has played a pivotal role. Currently, Fugaku has yet to awaken his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Attempting to utilize the transcription seal with his three-tomoe eyes proves to be somewhat challenging and of limited utility. After placing the scroll back, Fugaku approached the shelves documenting ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan predominantly employs fire release techniques, and most scrolls on the shelves detail various fire techniques. From the Great Fireball technique to the Great Fire Destruction, all are meticulously recorded. This represents the essence of the clan, with a systematic repertoire of ninjutsu that can elevate a genin to dominance in the ninja world. While some common ninjas take pride in acquiring a C or B rank ninjutsu, the heirs of prominent clans are already discerning the techniques best suited to their abilities from a plethora of options. Thus, in the ninja realm, few common ninjas rise to prominence. Those who do are typically disciples of powerful or well-connected ninjas who personally mentor them. Fugaku retrieved the scroll labeled with the Great Fire Destruction technique. A jutsu he recalls vividly. It was the first B-rank technique used by Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, characterized by its immense power and vast range. The expansive reach and formidable strength of the Great Fire Destruction come at a significant cost, making each use a considerable drain for Fugaku at this stage. In contrast to the Great Fire Destruction, Fugaku harbors a deeper affinity for the Great Fire Dragon technique, which, once mastered, allows for precise targeting of adversaries. He meticulously noted the hand signs and principles behind the Great Fire Destruction, intending to practice diligently, as these techniques will be essential with the progression of his strength. As for the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, Izanagi and Izanami, there was no trace to be found. They are likely hidden away in the South-He Shrine or another secret chamber. Fugaku is certain that Izanagi remains within the Uchiha clan and has not been taken by Madara. Otherwise, later figures such as Danzō would not have been able to learn this forbidden art. As for the whereabouts of Izanami, he must leave it to fate, as this technique is not of paramount importance to him at present. With only a few days left in his 2-month break, Fugaku dedicates each day to necessary training and exploring historical texts within the chamber. By a small lake on the outskirts of Konoha village, Uchiha Fugaku performed a series of hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A fierce line of fire erupted from his mouth, swiftly spreading across the surface of the lake. The flames blazed with intensity, raising the temperature in the vicinity, and the inferno rapidly engulfed a small area. Fugaku felt a tinge of disappointment. Though he acknowledged it as expected, what he had conjured was merely a powerful fire technique, whereas Uchiha Madara would have transformed the scene into a sea of flames. The disparity between them was immense, spanning 3 transformative stages, from the three-tomoe Sharingan to the Mangekyō Sharingan, and finally to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, culminating in the Rinnegan. Each metamorphosis represented a significant enhancement for the individual. For Fugaku, this path appeared long and arduous, fraught with challenges. as he concluded his training and returned to the village. The cacophony of sounds jolted Fugaku back to reality. The turmoil in the land of rain had no bearing on the vibrancy of Konoha, and with the war not yet fully erupted, it felt distant to the ordinary populace. In the evening, as Fugaku delved into his research, the voice of Uchiha Tenchi resonated from nearby. Setting aside the scroll, Fugaku proceeded to the living room where Tenchi awaited him. "Father," Fugaku inquired, "is there a task at hand?" "Nothing of great significance," Uchiha Tenchi replied with a smile. "The two sons of the Hyuga clan leader, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, are about to graduate from the ninja academy. I have heard their performance in school has been commendable. Both clans, being prominent families in Konoha, have been in constant competition for years. Your recent accomplishments have greatly enhanced the Uchiha's prestige. I hope you do not squander your strength and allow the two Hyuga youths to surpass you." Fugaku nodded earnestly. "Yes, father, I shall not disappoint the family's expectations." With the Hyuga brothers graduating, the future leaders of Konoha's esteemed clans would soon follow suit, and this generation of ninjas would form the backbone of the village. "May I inquire if you are on duty with the guard tonight?" Fugaku continued. "As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have yet to contribute to the guard. With some time left before my leave ends, I wish to patrol for a few days to lend my support to the family. Have you heard something? Or has someone been whispering rumors in your presence?" Uchiha Tenchi's demeanor turned serious. "Do not heed the gossip of outsiders. With your current talent, you should not confine yourself to the guard, and I would prefer you not to join them so soon." Fugaku was taken aback, sensing that his father was hinting at some unfavorable rumors concerning him, likely originating from within the Uchiha clan, as otherwise, his father would not be so sensitive. Nevertheless, he did not let the rumors trouble him. The Uchiha ultimately revered strength, and as long as he continued to grow stronger, such whispers would fade into oblivion. Yet, he still hoped to partake in the guard for a few days, as certain matters could be conducted discreetly. "Do not worry, father," Fugaku reassured him. "I merely wish to observe the usual working conditions of our clansmen. There are no rumors directed at me." Uchiha Fugaku found himself overly sensitive, his solemn expression returning to normal as he stated, "Since you wish to go, then report to the guard team for a 7-night shift. Proceed directly to the guard team this evening and seek out Uchiha Zaki. He will arrange matters for you." Uchiha Zaki had been present at the meeting during which his father had convened last time, and he held a relatively high position within the Uchiha clan. "Yes, father," Fugaku replied, his thoughts swirling as the sky outside gradually darkened, a bright moon hanging in the night sky. Exiting the Uchiha clan's grounds, Fugaku strolled through the streets of Konoha, not rushing to the guard team, for he had significant undertakings this evening. Certain matters could not be entrusted to others, as the risks of exposure were exceedingly high. This night, Fugaku's intentions were straightforward: to disseminate the greatness of Senju Hashirama and the power of wood release, ensuring that the populace recognized just how formidable the first Hokage had been in pacifying the tumultuous ninja world. He sought to instill belief that with wood release, the war in the land of rain could be resolved swiftly. Fugaku's targets were uncomplicated, consisting of several civilians within Konoha, beginning the discourse among the common folk. In a world dominated by ninjas and governed by strength, no one would pay heed to the conversations of a few civilians. As the discussions proliferated, the news would inevitably reach the upper echelons of Konoha. Amidst the throng of people, Uchiha Fugaku chose a modest eatery across from an inn, entering and taking a seat by the window, allowing him a clear view of the inn opposite. He ordered a few light dishes, casually observing the bustling inn. The establishment was thriving. After a long day, it was commonplace for people to unwind with a drink in the evening. A group of civilians soon emerged from the inn, engaging in animated discourse outside. Fugaku quickly identified his first target among them, the most loquacious individual in the crowd. After settling his bill and leaving the eatery, he ambled down the street, observing as his chosen target stumbled into a courtyard. Fugaku paused to memorize the location before turning towards the guard team. This department, established by the second Hokage to accommodate the Uchiha clan, afforded them power while simultaneously imposing limitations and isolation. Among the first 3 Hokages of Konoha, the magnanimity of their characters seemed to diminish with each generation. The first Hokage had relinquished the position of Hokage to Uchiha Madara for the sake of village establishment, and for the peace of the ninja world, he had even distributed tailed beasts to other ninja villages. The second Hokage fell short in comparison, as evidenced by his attitude towards the Uchiha. The third Hokage's inability to accommodate the renowned Konoha White Fang, allowing slander to circulate within the village, further illustrated this disparity. The guard team, serving as Konoha's internal defense force, remained brightly lit even at night. Following the assassination of an elder last year, Uchiha Tenkan had intensified the patrols of the guard team. Upon entering the guard team's precincts, Fugaku noted that the number of ninjas present was scant at this hour. Most had already commenced patrolling the village, leaving behind only those prepared for emergencies and ready to provide support. As a young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was easily recognized by nearly all the ninjas within the family. Upon stepping through the gates of the guard team, he was greeted by familiar voices. "Fugaku, what brings you to the guard team?" Turning around, he saw an old acquaintance, Uchiha Yamaki, who was 2 years his senior, a chunin of Konoha, possessing a pair of tomoe in his Sharingan and skilled in fire release. "It has been a while, Yamaki," Fugaku replied. "I happen to have some free time lately and thought I might lend a hand at the guard team. Is Senior Saki around?" "Haha. I've heard you've been performing admirably in the Land of Rain. Word has spread throughout the clan," Yamaki said. "It's rare to see you at the guard team. Senior Saki is in the office on the second floor. Allow me to escort you." Fugaku nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. We should catch up when time permits. I thought that after your promotion to Jonin, you might look down upon us old friends," Yamaki remarked. "Surprisingly, you remain unchanged from your childhood." Fugaku gently shook his head internally. He had indeed changed. The former Fugaku Uchiha had been indecisive and hesitant, never fully awakening to the reality until the massacre of their clan. He resolved that he would not allow history to repeat itself. He could only transform himself. The internal office area of the guard team was divided according to respective patrol zones. In the evenings, a senior Uchiha would remain at the guard team's premises to address emergencies. The door to the conference room on the second floor stood ajar, revealing a familiar silhouette gazing out at the bustling streets of Konoha. It was Uchiha Saki. Yamaki knocked on the door and called, "Senior Saki." Saki turned around, and a serious middle-aged man came into Fugaku's view. His piercing gaze carried an imposing aura, a stark contrast to the amiable demeanor Fugaku had witnessed during family meetings. One was a beaming middle-aged uncle, while the other resembled a seasoned Uchiha warrior hardened by countless battles. In the past 6 months, Fugaku had encountered numerous elite Uchihas. From his dear friend Uchiha Jin to En, and now to Uchiha Saki. A question arose in Fugaku's mind. How had the Uchiha clan been annihilated? It seemed implausible that a newly awakened Itachi could swiftly eradicate the entire clan. Each use of the Mangekyō Sharingan prior to achieving the eternal form was an immense burden. Perhaps these clan leaders lacked insight, but they were all seasoned warriors, formidable in their own right. Even with the involvement of Danzō's route, it would pose a challenge unless part of the elite Umbu directly under the Hokage was deployed. These thoughts flickered in Fugaku's mind upon seeing Saki, only to dissipate in an instant. Saki's gaze swept over, and the stern expression faded into a smile. "Fugaku, you've come." "Senior Saki," Fugaku replied. "I decided to learn a few things at the guard team during my recent leave. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it is essential to understand the workings of the guard team." Saki nodded. "Your initiative is commendable. It brings me great satisfaction to see you recognize this. The guard team is fundamental to the Uchiha's existence. Even if an Uchiha is not part of the guard team, they should possess some knowledge of it. Your presence here suggests that the clan leader is already aware of your arrival. The essence of establishing one's foundation for existence." Fayek sighed inwardly. For the proud Uchiha clan, which found itself lacking the pinnacle strength of the ninja world and facing exclusion from the higher echelons of Konoha, the security team indeed represented the bedrock of their survival. Fayek began to comprehend the rationale behind the second Hokage's establishment of the security team. It served not only to gradually diminish the Uchiha's power, but also to stabilize this emotionally rich clan. Otherwise, the potential for unforeseen incidents was all too great. Yet, who could have anticipated that even with the formation of the security team, an anomaly such as Uchiha Obito would later emerge? Fayek could only lament that one must not underestimate any young Uchiha, regardless of their innate talents. For their relatively simple experiences and untainted thoughts could lead them to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan due to a single or a few unforeseen events, thus ascending to become formidable forces in the ninja world. "Indeed, Senior," Fayek replied. "I have already spoken with my father prior to my arrival. and he has instructed me to serve 7 consecutive night shifts to familiarize myself with the entire security team. Very well, Yinmu, since you are Faike's friend, I shall ask you to bear the burden for these 7 days, Zamu said. Accompany Faike and help him become well acquainted with the patrolling procedures of the security team and the divisions of various districts. Certainly, Senior, Yinmu said, his face lighting up with a heartfelt smile. Allow me to first guide Faike on a tour of the security team headquarters. Follow me. The primary mission of the security team was to ensure internal safety within Konoha, wielding considerable authority that encompassed matters ranging from invasions to minor disputes between villagers. However, this was merely theoretical. The magnitude of authority was intrinsically linked to one's own strength. The Uchiha clan had not awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan for many years, and as a result, the power of the security team had diminished significantly. Yinmu produced a map and handed it to Faike. This is a map of Konoha. The village is divided into 4 large regions along the central street, with each large region further segmented into 4 smaller areas. In total, Konoha comprises 16 regions, each designated by a numerical identifier, which is utilized for distributing patrol assignments. Faike nodded and unfolded the map, revealing an aerial view of Konoha, with each region numbered from 1 to 16. The individual he had been observing was located in Area 3, while the security team operated in Area 6. Not far from the bustling heart of Konoha. Let us first visit the initial 4 districts, Faike suggested. By patrolling 4 small districts each day, I could cover the entirety of Konoha in 4 days, reserving the remaining 3 days to understand the internal workings of the security team. Naturally, within a clan, conflicts were inevitable. In an era devoid of the Mangekyō, even Uchiha Tenkan, as the clan leader, could not unite all clan members around him. It was essential to ascertain who the enemies were, who could be allies, who might be swayed, and who needed to be eliminated. Indeed, time is of the essence. Yinmu remarked. I shall take you to the initial 4 districts to assess the situation. Upon exiting the security team headquarters, the duo made their way toward the 1st district. To reach the 1st district, they had to traverse the 3rd district, which was also Faike's objective. Otherwise, once the patrol commenced, the variables would increase significantly, and the original patrolling members might include acquaintances of Faike, complicating matters if they were to adjust the patrol districts and remain close to him. At this moment, the streets of Konoha lay desolate, with the vibrant lights of the bustling districts dimming, while other areas were cloaked in darkness, as most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Shadows flitted through the various quarters of Konoha, with the Scarlet Sharingan seemingly reigning over the night. The Uchiha clan intensified their nocturnal patrols, instilling trepidation in the spies lurking in the shadows, and compelling even the clandestine machinations within Konoha to retreat into the shadows. Otherwise, there existed a tangible risk that their covert operations might be uncovered by the patrolling Uchihas, thereby exposing hidden conspiracies and rendering certain individuals vulnerable. Yamaki, where is the nearest restroom? Fujitaka inquired. I need to use the facilities. They were perilously close to the target's abode, and Fujitaka seized this pretext to temporarily slip from Yamaki's sight and execute his own scheme. Activating his Sharingan, he scanned the surroundings to ensure his actions remained concealed from his clansmen. Such clandestine matters were best kept known only to himself, with no one in the vicinity. It was the opportune moment to act. Encountering patrolling Uchihas would necessitate the abandonment of tonight's mission. Yamaki, observing Fujitaka's Sharingan without raising any suspicions, thought it perfectly natural for the security detail to maintain order by surveilling the area. Not far ahead, a turn beckoned, and Yamaki, with no doubts, gestured forward, saying, If you don't wish to go, just find a corner. Many members of the security team would simply seek out a secluded spot during patrols. Fujitaka paused, his countenance serious. We must not encourage the poor habit of indiscriminate urination. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. In an instant, he executed the body flicker technique, propelling himself into the air and vanishing from sight, reappearing around the distant corner. Within less than a minute, Fujitaka returned, albeit with an unassuming stray cat now lingering at the corner. The feline, blending seamlessly with the environment, remained unnoticed until Fujitaka and Yamaki had departed, at which point it darted from the shadows and infiltrated the target's residence. Listening intently, Fujitaka discerned the rhythmic sounds of breathing emanating from various bedrooms. The cat traversed before the windows of several rooms, confirming the location of the target. A wisp of white smoke enveloped the feline, which morphed into Fujitaka's likeness, an avatar he had conjured. Approaching the door to the bedroom quietly, he employed a simple technique, deftly unlocking it without a sound. As he neared the slumbering target, Fujitaka extended 2 fingers and gently lifted the individual's eyelids, unleashing the long-prepared jinjutsu of his Sharingan. Fleeting, indistinct images began to infiltrate the target's mind through the Sharingan, though these visions would not manifest immediately. Only when the target beheld the statue of the first Hokage would memories of the legendary figure's prowess during the pacification of the ninja world, along with the might of would resurface. In his consciousness, no imagery of the Sharingan would materialize. All recollections of would release stemmed solely from his childhood memories. With a soft exhale, Fujitaka recognized that employing this hypnotic jinjutsu on a mere civilian posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in leaving no trace of his actions. Fugaku never underestimated anyone. Once the rumors of would release reached the higher-ups, both the Root and the Umbu would undoubtedly investigate the origins of the gossip, ultimately tracing it back to the target. After securing the lock on his bedroom once more, the shadow clone dissipated into a wisp of white mist. As Fugaku hurried along the path with Yamaki, he momentarily froze upon the clone's disappearance, but quickly resumed his composure. Beyond the 3rd and 4th districts lay the first area delineated by the security forces. Although this was not the outskirts of Konoha, the number of residents had significantly dwindled. In the distance, patches of forest interspersed with open spaces indicated the presence of Konoha's training grounds. As soon as they landed, shadowy figures marked with crimson dots emerged nearby. Fugaku recognized these as patrolling members of the Uchiha clan, the red dots being the Sharingan of his kin. Yamaki, with 2-tomoe visible in his eyes, swiftly executed a series of hand signs, causing the surrounding Uchiha to vanish in an instant. Only one squad of ninjas continued to advance towards them, ultimately coming to a halt at a short distance. Yamaki, I thought you were stationed at headquarters for support. What brings you out on patrol? Asked a 3-tomoe clan member, who then scanned Fugaku, standing beside Yamaki. Fugaku, I didn't expect you to join the security team this soon. I assumed you would have to wait until the war in the Land of Rain concluded before the clan leader would consider your placement. Ching, it's been a while. Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. The newcomer, named Uchiha Ching, was the head of Area 1 for the night. Although Fugaku and Ching were not particularly familiar, their shared clan connection sufficed for a cordial recognition. Captain Ching, Fugaku will be with the security team for a few days, Yamaki informed. Captain Saki asked me to introduce him to the specifics of the security division. Ching nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Uchiha members join the security team, it is indeed essential for them to understand its workings. I am far more familiar with this area than Yamaki. Would you like me to provide an overview? This was the second time Fugaku had heard someone assert that Uchiha clan members ought to be acquainted with the security team, further elevating the importance of the division in his mind. People tend to seek fortune and evade misfortune. The security team, responsible for maintaining internal safety in Konoha, was undoubtedly safer and more stable compared to conventional ninja forces. It was no wonder that Uchiha members developed a sense of reliance on it. After all, no one wished to live amidst perpetual warfare and bloodshed. Fugaku responded to Ching, that would be greatly appreciated. I am indeed not well versed in Konoha's layout, and this presents a perfect opportunity for me to learn more. You're too kind. Please, continue your patrol, Ching replied to the Uchiha members beside him. I will accompany Fugaku and familiarize him with Area 1. The trio ascended to a relatively elevated structure. Area 1 is considered one of the more tranquil places in all of Konoha, Ching remarked. Ahead lies a training ground, and to the left is the territory of another prominent clan, the Hyuga, which rivals the Uchiha in stature. Fugaku nodded. Ever since the Senju clan withdrew and Uchiha Madara departed, the rivalry between the two clans had intensified, fostering a competitive atmosphere among both leaders and clansmen, each vying to be recognized as Konoha's foremost clan. Fugaku understood their motivations, once awakened. Both the Sharingan and Byakugan conferred significant advantages during the transition from Genin to the early stages of Jonin. They represented the backbone of Konoha's strength. Inheriting the bloodline limit of the ocular technique, there exists a natural desire for rivalry. The Sharingan ascends from the three-tomoe form to the Rinnegan, with the Kaleidoscope and Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan as intermediary stages, whereas the Byakugan transitions directly to the Rinnegan without any transitional phase. Under normal circumstances, the Uchiha clan should have an overwhelming advantage over the Hyuga clan. However, Since the time of Uchiha Madara, the clan has failed to produce any ninjas capable of awakening the kaleidoscope, leading to significant competition between the two families. As for the subsequent awakening of 4 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan, Fugaku passed away without revealing his own, Shursui died too early, and Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan. By the time Sasuke returned to Konoha, the Uchiha had ceased to exist, allowing the Hyuga to naturally ascend as the foremost clan in the village. Fugaku could only lament the turbulent fate of the Uchiha family, yet this time would be different. He would alter their destiny. Region 1 not only encompasses the territory of the Hyuga clan, but also houses numerous members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Apart from a large family estate designated for gatherings, the majority of the clansmen live in close proximity to the commoners of Konoha, a practice that has persisted since the village's inception. After listening to Ao's introduction, Fugaku gained a general understanding of Region 1, which is relatively tranquil. Particularly within the mountainous clan, most members are sensory-type ninjas, making it easy to detect any espionage activities. Spies from other nations typically avoid this area, as every major nation possesses a sophisticated intelligence system. Ao remarked that only smaller nations, lacking in intelligence, would find this place appealing due to its desolation and dense forests, leading them to infiltrate here. Just days prior, a group of foreign spies attempting to infiltrate had been apprehended as soon as they acted, thanks to the vigilance of the mountain clan's ninjas. Other regions are similarly structured, with prominent families either gathering or cohabiting on the outskirts of Konoha, while the central areas are primarily populated by the village's commoners. Fugaku paused, suddenly enlightened. During the initial layout of Konoha, the higher-ups had indeed put significant thought into it. In the event of an invasion, the families residing on the outskirts would serve as the first line of defense against intruders, allowing for the evacuation and consolidation of forces from behind, thereby minimizing casualties. The founding principles of Konoha are truly commendable. Yet the current village lacks the exceptional ninjas of the first Hokage's era. Though the night passed slowly, it was peaceful, devoid of spies or assassins. Over the next 2 days, Fugaku cast hypnotic illusions on 2 civilians, believing that with the guidance of these 3 individuals, more commoners would begin to recall the greatness of the first Hokage, thus highlighting the power of wood release. Once the topic was broached, it would not easily fade unless forcefully suppressed by the village's higher-ups. Today marked the 4th day of his duty with the security team, responsible for patrolling the southeastern corner of Konoha, specifically areas 13 to 16. The Uchiha clan resided in Area 16, which did not require Fugaku's attention as the clan's own patrolling ninjas would oversee it. As Fugaku and Yamaki strolled down the central street, the flow of people had become quite sparse as they approached Area 13. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted in the distance, near the outer forest in Area 15. It appears that someone, unable to endure the silence any longer, has taken the initiative to act. After all, the Uchiha clan has been under strict surveillance for 6 months, and no one knows how much longer it will continue. Fugaku speculated that some might be nearing the deadline for their missions and feel compelled to take a risk. Observing his surroundings, he noted figures rushing towards the epicenter of the explosion, urging them to hasten their pace and assess the casualties. Should the losses be minimal, the Uchiha would not bear excessive pressure, for although they command the security forces, they lack control over the village's gates. The authority to oversee gate registrations has always been vested in the Hokage's faction. While guarding the gates may seem a trivial task, it grants insight into the comings and goings of Konoha's shinobi. This includes the activities of the Umbu and certain root members, and thus, the higher echelons of Konoha would never entrust such a pivotal position to the Uchiha. Furthermore, the perimeter barrier has consistently been managed by ninjas from the Hokage's lineage. The war erupted swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, instigated by a group of Sunigakure ninjas intent on sowing discord within Konoha. However, their plans were thwarted before they could take action. With the war looming, nations were dispatching spies and assassins to each other. And while the damage caused by ordinary civilian spies was manageable, the involvement of ninja spies or assassins could lead to catastrophic casualties. Even with a substantial number of Uchiha, they would find themselves at a disadvantage against the relentless tide of foreign assassins, repeatedly tarnishing the honor of the security forces. The only viable solution was to prevent these ninjas from breaching the borders of Konoha. This is an issue that Fugaku believes both the Uchiha and the Konoha leadership are acutely aware of. Moreover, the Hyuga clan, which could play a crucial role. Similarly lacks any ninja assigned to guard the gates. Only one person could illuminate Fugaku's lingering doubts, his father, Uchiha Taijima. Through prolonged observation, Fugaku's perception of his father has steadily evolved. As the clan leader, Taijima, despite lacking somewhat in strength, is exceptional in every other regard. However, the legacy of Uchiha Madara casts a long shadow over the current clan leader. After a night of patrol, Fugaku returned home to find his father preparing to leave. "Father," he addressed him respectfully, "I have a perplexity weighing on my mind, akin to a thorn in my throat. I hope you can provide clarity." Uchiha Taijima appeared momentarily taken aback and replied, "Let us discuss it in the study." He was acutely aware that the hope of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan in his lifetime was exceedingly slim. At his current age, it was nearly impossible. Thus, he had invested much of his hope in his son. Fortunately, Fugaku has proven to be remarkably capable, possessing a composed demeanor and a strategic mind that surpasses that of his father in his youth. Once they entered the study and took their seats facing each other, Uchiha Taijima broke the silence, saying, "What doubts do you have? Speak freely." Regarding the gates, Fugaku began. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga clans are far more suited for the responsibilities of guarding and registering at the gates than conventional ninjas, and they would be more effective at preventing the infiltration of spies and assassins. It is inconceivable that the higher-ups of Konoha remain oblivious to this situation, yet they continue to permit foreign individuals to infiltrate at will. "Your progress brings me solace," remarked Uchiha Tenkan with a genuine smile, acknowledging that the ability to connect the presence of guards at the gate with potential assassination and sabotage within the village is equally commendable. "You ought to be aware that the actions of the Umbu and Root remain undetectable to the Uchiha. During the reign of the first and second Hokage, the gates of Konoha were consistently guarded in rotation by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as these two families were most adept at discerning hidden foes, resulting in a relatively tranquil internal atmosphere for the village, with conflicts predominantly occurring outside its boundaries. Following the sacrifice of the second Hokage, Konoha found itself in a state of disarray, lacking a leader. Although the position of Hokage was bequeathed to the current third, his youth rendered him insufficiently authoritative, leading to considerable dissent. It was not until the third Hokage sought the Uchiha, exchanging regular ninja slots for the task of guarding the gates, that a semblance of order was restored. The conditions set forth by the Hyuga clan remain known only to the current head of the family. With the third Hokage in control of the gates, several disciples of the second Hokage united to utilize the gates' registration information, cleansing the village of elders or clan heads with ulterior motives. Only after the third Hokage successfully ascended to the position did the bloodshed cease for a time. Fugaku comprehended the rationale behind the actions of Konoha's upper echelons. Certain matters, once acquired, are never relinquished, even at the expense of the village's welfare. Encompassing Konoha are barriers, along with the ninjas tasked with their vigilance, making entry and exit cumbersome. Thus, the gate remains the sole point of ingress and egress, seemingly inconspicuous yet critically significant. This circumstance is a product of mutual compromise, as Uchiha Tenkan articulated. Without absolute strength, one must engage in concessions. Even the formidable third Hokage must yield on certain disagreements. Fugaku grasped the Uchiha's willingness to compromise, ceding positions of lesser importance to the family in order to safeguard their interests. This not only ensures the preservation of their privileges, but also provides an additional avenue for the clan's ninjas. Ambitious members of the clan may join the regular ninja forces, with the potential to enter the direct service of the Hokage's Umbu through rigorous examination. In an era where the tensions between clan and village had yet to escalate to a critical level, joining the Umbu did not necessarily equate to betraying one's family. Though the criteria for admission were indeed stringent, the animosity harbored by Konoha's upper echelons towards the Uchiha has persisted since the second Hokage's time, until the then prominent Minato Namikaze endeavored to alter this dynamic by taking an Uchiha as his disciple. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Uchiha would awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan through a series of unforeseen events, ultimately leading to the demise of the fourth Hokage and positioning the Uchiha directly in opposition to Konoha, igniting the fuse for their clan's annihilation. "I can empathize with my father's predicament," Fugaku mused. "Since we cannot eradicate the root of the issue, we must continue to toil for the benefit of our clan's descendants." For 3 consecutive days, Fugaku diligently served in the guard unit, yet he heard no whispers or rumors. Even those clan members who harbored discontent towards Uchiha Tenkan refrained from casting aspersions on Fugaku for not joining the guard unit during his duty. The guard squad appears to be a symbol of the Uchiha clan. It is only natural for any ninja of the Uchiha family to serve within the guard, regardless of their formal affiliation. Not only is there no dissent among the Uchihas themselves, but even the higher-ups of Konoha, who have historically marginalized the Uchiha, harbor no rumors, suggesting an intrinsic unity between the guard and the Uchiha clan. Fugaku understands that this is the result of numerous compromises from both parties. After concluding 7 days of duty with the guard, Fugaku stepped outside when a member of the Umbu, donned in a cat-faced mask, appeared before him. Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage requests your presence, the Umbu member conveyed, promptly vanishing before Fugaku's eyes using the body flicker technique. Calculating the remaining days of his 2-month leave, which still had about 10 days left, Fugaku surmised that this summons could not pertain to a casual conversation. It must either involve new developments on the battlefield or an urgent mission, both of which demanded his immediate attention. As a ninja, one must undertake even the most perilous missions, though such tasks are infrequent. In a flash, he too utilized the body flicker technique, keeping pace with the Umbu member who had set off ahead. The member displayed commendable skill as a chunin. Their mastery of the technique was on par with many newly appointed jonin. The cat-faced Umbu glanced back momentarily, only to find Fugaku had accelerated past, leaving them behind. As the Umbu member stood in astonishment at the fading figure. Upon arriving at the Hokage office, Fugaku noted an increase in personnel from various departments compared to before. He exchanged greetings with some familiar ninjas before knocking on the door to the Hokage's office and entering. To his surprise, all 3 of Konoha's high-ranking officials were present in the office. The 2 current advisors, both in their 30s and at the pinnacle of their lives, resembled the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade Akatsuki exuded an impressive aura, while Mido Gate-in was equally formidable, being a disciple trained by the 2nd Hokage, and neither was to be underestimated during their prime. Lord Hokage, Senior In, Senior Akatsuki, Uchiha Fugaku reporting for duty, he announced. The 2 advisors nodded in acknowledgement and promptly vacated their chairs at the desk, opting for the distant sofa, signaling their disengagement from the Hokage's specific affairs. The 3rd Hokage took a puff of smoke and remarked, "You need not stand on ceremony, Fugaku. I can only apologize for your remaining leave." "Lord Hokage, you are too serious," Fugaku replied. "To receive an urgent mission from you must indicate its critical importance to the village." The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement, saying, "Your performance in the Land of Rain left a lasting impression on me. As a scion of the prestigious Uchiha clan, I have not observed the arrogance often associated with such lineage in you. Before we issue the mission, I would like to seek your counsel on a matter." The Hokage continued. Fugaku, taken aback, promptly responded, "Please, Lord Hokage, go ahead. The current students of the Ninja Academy are nearing graduation, and I wish for you to serve as a guiding teacher for them. Given the escalating situation on the battlefield, these newly minted ninjas are likely to be thrust into combat. A freshly graduated genin will often find themselves as mere fodder in war. As a ninja who has demonstrated exceptional prowess on the battlefield, I hope you can train them to become competent ninjas." The role of guiding ninjas in Konoha has always been of paramount importance, embodying not merely the impartation of skills and ninjutsu, but also the continuation of a person's will. The Senju clan has steadfastly maintained control over Konoha's governance for many years, with no dissenting voices emerging within the ranks of the ninja forces. This phenomenon is attributable not only to the educational system, but also to the influence of the leading ninjas. Each captain is personally selected by the Hokage, ensuring that whether they are chunin or jonin, they align ideologically with the upper echelons of Konoha. Through generations of instruction, even the most unconventional ninjas, under the influence of their surroundings, ultimately conform to the will of Konoha's leadership. From Fugaku's perspective, the policies of Konoha's higher-ups are beyond reproach. However, the world is fraught with unpredictability. From Orochimaru to Uchiha Obito, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage ultimately led to his demise, just as the disciple of the 4th Hokage became the architect of his downfall. The 3rd Hokage's decision to appoint him as an instructional jonin suggests that the forthcoming mission will be anything but simple, perhaps exceedingly challenging. This role serves as both compensation and a subtle means of allegiance. Fugaku understands that once he assumes the position of instructional jonin, Barring unforeseen circumstances on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he need not return to the front lines within the year. Instead, he can remain in Konoha, provided he completes a few requisite tasks. The door was knocked upon once more, and Hyuga Niji entered with 3 other ninjas. Both Fugaku and Niji were taken aback, exchanging glances as a form of greeting. With everyone present, the third Hokage announced, "From today onward, the 5 of you will form an elite team, designated as Team 006, tasked with missions that ordinary squads cannot undertake, under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku." Intelligence acquired from covert sources indicates that Inoki of the Stone Country intends to bolster his forces in the Land of Rain and is currently negotiating with the feudal lord of the Stone Country and several senior officials. Your mission is to assassinate the Minister of Logistics of the Stone Country along with several key officials in that department, thereby delaying their reinforcement efforts. The wars of the ninja world hinge not only on the numbers and strengths of ninjas, but also on logistics. While small-scale conflicts can be sustained by ninja villages, a prolonged war necessitates national support. Although the assassination of the logistics minister may seem straightforward under normal circumstances, during this sensitive period of war, the security surrounding the minister could be even more stringent than that of the feudal lord. Assassination missions targeting feudal lords are never sanctioned between nations, as such actions would plunge the world into chaos. The murder of a logistics minister, however, poses a significant test for the feudal lord of the Stone Country and its prominent clans, weighing the importance of redistributing power against the urgency of invading the Land of Rain and engaging in a four-nation conflict. As the 5 emerged from the Hokage's office, Fugaku recognized that leading an elite squad would not be an easy task. The Hokage's orders merely provided him with an overt identity. To earn the compliance of his team and effectively execute his operational strategies, it would be crucial to speak through strength, particularly in the absence of mutual understanding. In a secluded training ground within Konoha, the 5 jonin appeared in succession. Initially, there was a belief that opportunities for collaboration would diminish significantly in the future. However, Hinata Ning broke the silence by exclaiming, "I never anticipated that I would be placed in the same team as you. I hold immense respect for you as our leader." Fuyue understood that Hinata Ning's words were directed towards the others, subtly challenging any who might harbor dissent to reconsider their chances against her. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fuyue introduced himself, stating, "I am the captain, Uchiha Fuyue. Let us begin by introducing ourselves and sharing our proficiency in ninjutsu." As his dark gaze swept across the group, none dared to emerge and challenge him. Those who had attained the rank of jonin were typically astute enough not to provoke a confrontation immediately after the third Hokage had appointed them. Furthermore, both Hinata Ning's remarks and the weight of being an Uchiha instilled a sense of caution among the members. Without concrete intelligence, it appeared that no one would take the risk of provoking him. Disappointment flickered within Fuyue. He had intended to establish his authority through sparring. Yet the absence of challengers at least preserved a semblance of harmony within the team. The remaining 3 members introduced themselves in turn. Tsukikage Shuichi, heir to the swordsmanship clan of Tsukikage, specialized in the Leaf Village's sword techniques and the art of intangibility. Yamashiro Kiyakawa, adept in the crow summoning technique and fire release. Mitsurashi Akira, proficient in both fire and earth ninjutsu. From their names, Fuyue discerned that all 3 hailed from relatively prominent clans within the Leaf Village. Though few in number, they had produced numerous exceptional shinobi. "Prepare the necessary ninja tools for tomorrow," Fuyue instructed. "We shall convene here at dawn, and then we will disperse." 3 figures vanished from sight, leaving only Hinata Ning behind. "These individuals are not to be underestimated," she remarked. "Each possesses their unique strengths. Gaining their respect will require considerable effort." A smile graced Fuyue's face as he replied, "Ever since our missions in the Land of Rain, you have underestimated me. While you may have appeared composed, you failed to recognize the insight of the Sharingan. It was only through enduring numerous battles together that you began to regard me as a true leader." Although these 3 hailed from lesser clans, their capabilities were formidable. Fuyue resolved to dispel their biases before entering the Land of Earth, ensuring their full cooperation. Hinata Ning offered an awkward smile, realizing that her past actions had not gone unnoticed by Uchiha Fuyue. "Let us prepare for our return," he said, his expression turning serious. "This mission will be more challenging than the last. We will venture deep into the Land of Earth, and any exposure could lead to relentless pursuit by countless stone shinobi. Even if we succeed in our tasks, escaping from the heart of the land of Earth will be exceedingly arduous. Hinata Ning's smile faded as she replied, "It is indeed a matter of life and death, perhaps even a situation where survival seems impossible." Two figures subsequently vanished from the training grounds. Fuyue did not head home directly. Instead, he wandered the streets of Konoha, attentively listening to the conversations that filled the air. The 3 nails he had previously driven into the ground were beginning to bear fruit. With only 20 years having passed since the death of the first Hokage, many villagers of Konoha were still living memories of that era. The transformations within Konoha over the past 2 decades were evident to many. From the First Shinobi World War to the present, despite never having faced defeat, the village had endured considerable suffering. In times past, the inception of the first Hokage and the wood release technique went unspoken, as society collectively chose to forget. Yet now, the remarkable legacy of the first Hokage, who once quelled the tumultuous ninja world, has resurfaced in the collective memory of the people. Whispers echo through the streets, recounting the illustrious deeds of the first Hokage and the formidable prowess of wood release. Futake presumes that by the time he returns from the land of Earth, these rumors will have sufficiently fermented, and he is confident that there will be those unable to resist the urge to delve into the research of wood release. Upon entering the Uchiha clan territory, Futake learns that his father is already engaged with the security team, indicating that their discussions regarding his missions will have to wait until nightfall. Contemplating the task issued by the Hokage, Futake furrows his brow once more. The capital of the land of Earth lies deep within its borders, making the assassination of the logistics minister under such tight security an arduous endeavor. The greater challenge, however, lies in escaping the capital alive. Futake unfurls the mission scroll, which delineates the terrain surrounding the capital with clarity. The land of Earth is predominantly rocky and desolate, and the map reveals that the capital, unlike the rock village, is situated on one of the few sparse plains. Unlike the ninja villages, the capital is bustling with a significant influx of people and a vast volume of goods entering and exiting daily. Without an efficient transportation system, logistics would be nearly impossible. As Futake meticulously sketches potential escape routes on paper, he continually uncovers numerous flaws. Without a reconnaissance mission, theoretical strategies prove to be inherently unreliable. That evening, Uchiha Tenkan convenes with several senior Uchiha members in the living room, and Futake attends as an observer, having now become a representative of the new Uchiha generation. He greets the esteemed elders upon entering and quietly settles into an inconspicuous corner. Lord Clan Leader, one of the senior Uchiha members, remarks, "Recently, Tenka and his cohorts have been utterly audacious, disregarding the clan's interests and brazenly forming factions, seemingly establishing a separate circle within the Uchiha. Tenka is known for his discord with the clan leader, exhibiting haughtiness that belittles Uchiha Tenkan's cautious approach. During his days on duty with the security team, Futake had not encountered Tenka, leaving him with only a vague impression, albeit he had heard numerous rumors. Many arrogant and self-important clan members gravitate towards him, embodying the belief that the Uchiha clan is inherently superior, showcasing the pride and arrogance of their lineage in full display. Futake understands that these members represent the stubborn faction within the Uchiha, and much of the clan's tarnished reputation can be attributed to them. Completely dismantling this obstinate faction seems nearly impossible. Each advancement of the Sharingan correlates with a significant surge in power, making it difficult for an ordinary individual to remain humble in the face of such an almost unfair bloodline limit. Although Futake's previous purging plans may not address the root of the problem, they could temporarily shift the clan's atmosphere, as one's environment profoundly influences their character. Decades later, the choice of Uchiha Itachi to conspire with outsiders to eradicate the clan, rather than seeking to alleviate tensions through persuasion of the Konoha leadership and Uchiha Futake, can be attributed to the intractable nature of the situation. On the battlefield, each Uchiha's death is seen as an additional layer of glory for the clan, further igniting the awakening of new members' Sharingan. As long as there exists a single unexpected awakening of the kaleidoscope, it is deemed worthwhile for the clan. The prolonged conflicts of the Second and Third World Wars, spanning over 2 decades, afforded Fugaku ample time to strategize. After all, he is destined to be the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Some tasks are not overly challenging for him. No one would fathom his true intentions. In the eyes of outsiders, he would merely be perceived as the youngest genius of the Uchiha, the beacon of hope for the clan's resurgence. In the future, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful and illustrious patriarch of the Uchiha, rather than a so-called sinner of a ruined clan. A number of high-ranking Uchiha members expressed their frustrations towards Uchiha Tenka, yet none dared to voice sentiments about eliminating members of the clan during the meeting, lest they themselves become branded as traitors. Once the high-ranking officials departed, only Fugaku and his son remained in the living room. Upon hearing that he had been summoned by the third Hokage, Uchiha Tenka remarked, "It seems a new mission has been assigned." Fugaku nodded. There was no need for concealment. He was to undertake an assassination mission in the land of Earth, and the third Hokage had promised that upon completion, he would be appointed as a guiding jonin. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Uchiha Tenka's face as he commented, "It appears the third Hokage has great expectations for your future and is beginning to court you. However, during this delicate period, you must exercise caution while delving into the land of Earth." "Rest assured," Fugaku replied, "I will ensure my safe return." Early the next morning, fully equipped with the pre-prepared ninja tools, Fugaku stepped out of his home. The training ground, initially designated for assembly, saw figures materializing one after another as Fugaku arrived. Observing the 4 individuals who had gathered, Fugaku noted that they appeared adequately prepared. This mission would take them deep into the land of Earth. And retreating unscathed was not guaranteed. Unity was paramount for survival. Anyone wishing to withdraw or voice concerns may do so now. "I would prefer that no one undermines our cooperation on the battlefield, causing unnecessary complications for the entire team." The Leaf Village Jonin were silent, seemingly having done their research on him since their return the previous day. Faced with no evident mistakes, none dared to step forth. "Let us depart. Our initial destination is the border between the land of grass and the land of rain. The battlefield in the land of rain serves as an excellent crucible for honing teamwork, if they cannot surmount the challenges posed by the land of rain. Venturing into the land of earth would be tantamount to courting death." Figures began to vanish one after another, while Hinata Niji continuously activated his Byakugan to monitor their surroundings. They were still within the land of fire, yet the possibility of foreign ninjas infiltrating to assassinate their compatriots or key figures could not be disregarded. Gathering intelligence, eliminating significant individuals, and ambushing foreign ninja squads were common tactics in the realm of shinobi warfare. For 3 consecutive days, tranquility prevailed, with no encounters with foreign ninjas. When encountering leaf ninjas, they opted to circumvent them. Given the perilous nature of this mission, espionage was omnipresent, and every utterance could potentially unveil their objectives, jeopardizing the safety of the 5. The land of rain continued its relentless downpour, as the 5 set up camp at the border of the land of grass, with the land of rain not far off. Who would wish to dwell in a dark, damp place when one could thrive in a dry and pleasant environment? They took a day's respite here, with 5 individuals rotating the night watch. Hinata Ningen, Tsukikid Shuichi, and Yamashiro Kiyakawa ventured nearby to gather intelligence. "Be careful not to alert anyone," Fukuyama instructed. Tsukikid Shuichi possessed the unique ability of transparency, allowing him to eliminate his body heat and become invisible, providing him with a significant advantage in reconnaissance and eavesdropping. However, this ability had its drawbacks. Any considerable fluctuation in chakra would betray his presence. Similarly, Yamashiro Kiyakawa could summon crows for information gathering. With 3 members boasting reconnaissance skills, it was evident that the higher-ups of Konoha had invested considerable effort into this mission. The trio nodded in agreement. Hinata Ningen activated his Byakugan and vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. Tsukikid Shuichi gradually became transparent, completely disappearing before the eyes of his companions. Even Fukuyama would have struggled to detect him, save for the rustling grass underfoot. In the Moonlight Clan, few could master the art of transparency. It was rumored that Jiraiya had learned it merely to spy on a bathhouse, though the truth of that tale remained uncertain. Yamashiro Kiyakawa formed hand seals, summoning a flock of crows that circled around him before vanishing from Fukuyama's sight. Once the scouts were dispatched, Fukuyama closed his eyes to rest, patiently awaiting their return. Approximately 2 hours later, the 3 returned in succession. Fukuyama opened his eyes and inquired, "What is the situation nearby?" "The land of grass remains relatively tranquil," Hinata Ningen reported. "There is a village ahead where we can replenish our supplies. I traversed part of the border, and according to the crow's findings, the situation is far from optimistic. There are reports of rock and sand ninjas entering the land of grass." Yamashiro Kiyakawa added, We must remain vigilant for any sand or rock ninjas seeking refuge in the land of grass during the night. The land of rain is perpetually drenched. Even the strongest of ninjas require a change of environment to refresh their spirits after prolonged exposure. Fukuyama understood that not only rock and sand ninjas, but even Konoha-as highly mobile teams might seek rest in the land of grass. He had done the same during his previous missions. I overheard a squad of sand ninjas conversing. Tsukikage Shuichi contemplated. It seems they are developing a highly toxic substance to coat their puppets, which poses a significant threat to human life. Unexpectedly, this revelation proved valuable. However, Fukuyama was aware that the sand ninjas' toxins would not pose a severe risk, as Tsunade's antidotes were exceptionally potent. Even in its preliminary form, they would suffice against the new toxins of the sand. It could be said that Tsunade's myriad abilities effectively countered the sand's puppet techniques. Her medical prowess and formidable strength rendered many of the sand's puppet masters powerless. Yamashiro Kyakuwa resolved to relay the information regarding the sand ninjas' research on new toxins back to Konoha. Contributing to the cause, even in a minor capacity, would benefit Konoha by minimizing casualties. Though aware that these toxins would not inflict substantial harm upon Konoha, some actions were still necessary to convey a stance, a desire to mitigate losses. The terrains of the land of grass and the land of rain were entirely dissimilar. One was characterized by mountains and rocks, while the other was abundant in towering trees, making the land of grass more conducive for ninjas to conceal themselves. 5 individuals stealthily ventured into the woods, seeking refuge among the majestic boughs of a towering tree, where they concealed themselves within the lush foliage to rest, remaining vigilant to ensure their adversaries did not encroach too closely. For 2 consecutive days, they traversed the borders of the grass and rain countries. And despite the absence of conflict, a subtle camaraderie had begun to blossom among the team, as they were all elite ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. During their journey, Hinata Ning's Byakugan proved to be the most effective reconnaissance tool, allowing him to survey the surroundings with keen awareness. Particularly after their previous misstep into an enemy trap, Hinata Ning had become accustomed to focusing his investigations on the ground, mindful that the ninjas from the rock village were predominantly skilled in earth release techniques, often employing underground ambushes as a common tactic. Stop. Hinata Ning furrowed his brow. There are numerous ambushes ahead. The 5 ninjas positioned themselves among the branches of the great tree, while Fugaku scanned the forest before them. Without activating his Sharingan, discerning the slightest clues from the enemy was a challenge. Suddenly, a figure emerged before them, an IWA ninja. To their dismay, they had been spotted. The IWA ninja cast a grim glare over the group, and upon locking eyes with Hinata Ning, he spat through gritted teeth. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. It's no wonder you were exposed. The reputation of the Byakugan's reconnaissance capabilities had been renowned since the Warring States period, and the enemy's swift identification of Hinata Ning indicated they had likely studied the records of the Hidden Leaf Village extensively. From the depths beneath the grass, shadows began to emerge from the great tree, revealing a gathering of around 20 individuals. However, based on experience, Fugaku discerned that most of these ninjas were rather ordinary, with only a handful of true elites among them. While they might pose a challenge to a typical squad of ninjas, they paled in comparison to the 5 seasoned shinobi from Konoha, who held an undeniable advantage. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above, landing on the shoulder of the IWA ninja, preening its feathers. Fugaku understood that Konoha was not the only village with its reconnaissance shinobi. Other ninja villages had their own means of surveillance. This time, he had underestimated the aerial oversight, allowing their enemy's ninja hawk to detect them. It is common for ninjas to seek summoning beasts within the animal kingdom, as only a select few can forge contracts with the great clans of the summoning realm. Identifying one's weaknesses and compensating with summoning beasts is a typical strategy. Prepare yourselves and do not delay, Fugaku instructed. We must eliminate the enemy and withdraw immediately. They were perilously close to the land of Earth, and reinforcements from IWA could arrive at any moment. As the newly formed elite team of Konoha, engaging in battle against a numerically superior foe would likely become a regular occurrence. If they could not handle the IWA ninja before them, it would be prudent to disband now. In an instant, Fugaku's movement ignited the spark for action, as the other 4 figures surged forward, charging at the 20 IWA ninjas. In his hands, Fugaku wielded black kunai, their edges devoid of any reflective sheen, a testament to his specially crafted weaponry. The outer coating of the kunai was designed to obscure his presence from the enemy by eliminating any reflections that might reveal his location. The rock ninja observed the first move made by the Konoha ninja, sensing something amiss. However, with Uchiha Fugaku now within striking distance, he thrust his kunai directly towards Fugaku's heart. To the rock ninja, the Konoha ninja before him appeared to be nothing more than a mere rookie, recently graduated and at best a chunin level. Although he sensed something was off, he did not regard it with much concern. In an instant, Fugaku's ebony eyes transformed into a vivid scarlet, the three-tomoe of his Sharingan radiating an aura of lethal intent. The three-tomoe spun rapidly, and an illusion technique was unleashed. Within the confines of the Jinjutsu, the rock ninja's kunai pierced Fugaku's heart, and a smile began to form on his lips, mocking his opponent's audacity. Yet, the scene before him blurred and fragmented. A searing pain gripped his heart, and his strength ebbed away like a receding tide. Gazing at the youthful figure before him, adorned with the Sharingan, and the kunai embedded in his own heart, darkness began to envelop his vision. An ominous message echoed in Fugaku's mind. Slay a Jonin, gain moderate ocular power. A wild scream erupted in the air as a figure lunged at Uchiha Fugaku. Was this an act of vengeance for a fallen comrade? Fugaku had witnessed such scenarios countless times before. The assailant lacked the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and could not channel their grief into strength. The clarity of the Sharingan revealed the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Dodging deftly, Fugaku evaded the strike and unleashed a bolt of black lightning that pierced the assailant's throat, extinguishing the life of the grief-stricken rock ninja. Slaying a chunin, he acquired a small measure of ocular power. With the body flicker technique, Fugaku materialized amidst the throng of rock ninja, many of whom had yet to comprehend the unfolding catastrophe, as their squad leader fell before him. Kunai flashed like bolts of black lightning, carving through the air and claiming the lives of numerous rock ninja. Within the dense forest, the echoes of screams resonated, each cry a manifestation of the fear of death that the rock ninja experienced before meeting their demise. Slaying a chunin, he garnered a small amount of ocular power. Slaying a genin, he obtained a minuscule measure of ocular power. In the blink of an eye, Fugaku had dispatched 7 rock ninja, and the capabilities of his Sharingan intensified with each increment of ocular power absorbed. Often, merely a glance would render the movements of even a chunin or genin stiff and sluggish. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was ample time for Fugaku to harvest their lives. The dance of the crescent moon commenced. The moonlight cleaved into 3, as his long blade struck from various bewildering angles towards the rock ninja before him. Each assault was genuine and lethal. A single misstep could result in forfeiting one's life. The sounds of continuous blocks echoed as the opposing rock ninja struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught. A spray of blood erupted as the long blade found its mark, piercing the shoulder of a rock ninja jonin, severely wounding him. Fugaku's silhouette materialized before the injured foe. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu activated, and a shadowy kunai lunged toward the opponent's throat. Clang! A spark ignited as Fugaku's attack was intercepted by a rock ninja who appeared unexpectedly, blocking the strike. Fixating intently on Fugaku, the rock ninja declared, "We thought the Uchiha and Hyuga clans of Konoha would be easy prey, only to discover we've encountered a formidable opponent." In another direction, the mountain city of Chingha summoned a multitude of crows to harass the rock ninja before them. Under the cover of these crows, Hinata Ning and Mitashi Akihikari relentlessly eliminated the remaining members of the rock ninja team. Do not engage in prolonged combat. They are an elite squad from Konoha. Retreat. Smoke bombs struck the ground, producing a thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield. The Sharingan spun continuously. Despite the dense smoke, shadows could still be discerned beneath its gaze. Several shuriken flew from Fugaku's hand, piercing through the haze and disappearing in an instant, followed by screams that echoed as the smoke cleared, revealing several lifeless bodies. Though the skirmish was brief, Fugaku gained a clearer understanding of his companion's capabilities. Mitashi Akihikari not only excelled in both fire and earth techniques, but also possessed considerable prowess in close combat, making him the strongest among the trio. Conversely, Shansheng Chingha exhibited limited lethality in direct confrontations. His crow summoning technique primarily served for reconnaissance and disruption, rendering him relatively weak in a direct fight against a jonin. The Moonlight Clan's Konoha flow swordsmanship, inherited from the second Hokage, appeared to Fugaku as overly fixated on the peculiarities of sword techniques. neglecting the importance of speed and strength. Had this been addressed, he could have swiftly dispatched the opposing rock ninja in their recent clash. This oversight extended to the subsequent Moonlight Gale, which similarly prioritized intricate techniques while overlooking the balance of power and swiftness. Otherwise, in his battle with Maki, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could have maintained an undefeated stance, as they ensured that all rock ninja bodies were dealt with to prevent any survivors. Fugaku instructed, Hinata Ning will remain on guard. The enemy may appear at any moment. This seemingly simple encounter allowed Fugaku to demonstrate not only his own strength and the power of the Sharingan, but also to illustrate to his teammates why he was chosen as the captain of the elite squad rather than one of the other four. In the realm of ninjas, at times, sheer strength proves more advantageous than the use of cunning tactics. The five figures swiftly dispersed across the battlefield. Attending to the remains of the rock ninja, Mitashi Akihikari employed an earth technique to bury all the bodies, and they quickly retreated. The fleeing rock ninja could summon reinforcements at any moment, whether moving forward, backward, or into the land of rain. They were at risk of being pursued. This encounter prompted Fugaku to reassess the reconnaissance capabilities of various nations, recognizing that the level of danger had escalated significantly. As they retreated towards the land of grass, Fugaku contemplated, we must find the nearest town for resupply and rest. The five figures vanished from sight, and shortly thereafter, they reappeared at the site of their previous battle, now populated by the reinforcements of the rock ninja, led by a foe with whom Fugaku had previously clashed. The team spread out to search for traces of the enemy's escape. One of the leading rock ninjas remarked, the deployment of Hinata and Uchiha, along with several jonin, suggests that this is likely an elite team formed by Konoha. The captain noted, someone used earth techniques to bury the battlefield, as one rock ninja meticulously examined the remnants of the confrontation, stating, it appears we cannot ascertain the enemy's strength or the techniques they employed merely from the signs of battle or their wounds. Dayeyes, what is your perspective? Captain of the rock ninja remarked, you are the only ninja who has faced the adversary without sustaining any injuries. The ninja named Dayeyes replied with a wry smile. What I did hardly qualifies as a confrontation. I merely deflected a kunai. The five opposing ninjas are likely of jonin caliber, and they possess the two great Kekkei Genkai of Konoha, the Sharingan and the Byakugan. In a mere exchange with the Uchiha of Konoha, Shurien was pierced through the heart, indicating the formidable strength of their Genjutsu abilities. The rock ninja captain nodded thoughtfully. The appearance of an elite ninja squad from Konoha here suggests that their presence is not merely for a skirmish. They must be on a mission of great significance. He spread a map upon the ground, scrutinizing it, while several ninjas searching for traces gathered around. One of the rock ninjas remarked, Captain, it is highly probable that the enemy has retreated into the land of grass. Should we pursue them? No, replied the rock ninja captain. Now is not the time to complicate matters. Doing so could easily incite panic in the land of grass and lead to unfounded speculations from the grass ninja village, thereby disrupting their plans. The captain examined the map again, sensing that the enemy's appearance here was likely tied to a covert operation. Gazing at the nearby border, he understood that they might be probing the rock ninja's strengths and weaknesses in the land of rain or conducting intelligence reconnaissance. Kochi, relay a message to headquarters. A squad of elite ninjas from Konoha has been spotted nearby, possessing formidable strength. Should we encounter them? I advise a defensive stance while awaiting reinforcements. Understood, Captain. The five Konoha ninjas had never anticipated that they could infiltrate a Wagakure for an assassination mission, as a Wagakure's remote location and limited communication with the outside world made such infiltration exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the news of increased troop deployment in the land of rain was circulating solely within a Wagakure, given that the situation was still under deliberation and not suitable for widespread dissemination. Within the borders of the land of grass, Fugaku and his companions paused in a forest not far from a small town, utilizing transformation techniques. They blended into the town for supplies, with Fugaku stating, we shall rest here tonight. Entering the land of earth tomorrow may pose greater challenges for recuperation. A cloud of smoke enveloped them, and five seemingly ordinary citizens emerged from the forest, making their way towards the bustling small town. Although modest in size, the town thrived with activity, populated by many refugees from the land of rain seeking sustenance. The crowd was a mix of individuals, including spies from various nations, Perhaps an inconspicuous beggar on the street could be an agent dispatched by a major power in search of valuable intelligence. Be cautious not to reveal any traces of our ninja identities. We must behave as ordinary citizens, Fugaku advised. After dining at a local restaurant, Fugaku and his companions secured accommodation at an inn for rest, understanding that entering the land of Earth in peak condition would bolster their chances, whether in combat or retreat. In such a small town, as long as their true identities remained concealed, even if someone discerned their transformation techniques, they would not readily expose them. No one could ascertain which nation had sent the infiltrating ninjas on a secret mission, and it was just as likely that the exposed individuals could belong to their own country. As for the ninjas of the Land of Grass, they are scarcely in a position to evade trouble. In the midst of a chaotic clash among the four nations, none are smaller in stature than the Land of Grass. After a night of silence, the next morning, several individuals emerged from their quarters and made their way toward the outskirts of the town. Hyuga Ninjin walked alongside Fugaku, remarking, "Someone is following us. Though they do not appear formidable, they resemble wandering ninjas. It seems they have caught the attention of some ruffians," Fugaku suggested. "Let us hasten into the forest and deal with them." The five figures sprinted ahead at a pace neither too fast nor too slow, akin to ordinary folk. To avoid drawing the attention of any potential observers lurking in the shadows, Fugaku refrained from instructing the team to dispel their transformation techniques. Among the throng of wandering ninjas, a voice rang out, "They intend to flee. Quicken your pace to intercept them." "Boss, they've vanished," another responded. "Search the forest. We cannot allow this prize to escape." Within the dense, shadowy forest, a few wandering ninjas scoured for signs of the five, while Fugaku, concealed among the branches above, observed the erratic movements of the ninjas below. "Any suspicious targets?" Fugaku inquired. Hyuga Ninjin replied, "None. The surrounding wildlife comprises ordinary creatures, and there are no anomalies in their movements." "Engage," Fugaku commanded, producing several shuriken that he hurled with precision. The shuriken flew along an unpredictable trajectory, and before the wandering ninjas could react, they met their untimely fate. The screams of the fallen startled the other wandering ninjas, yet the elite team would not grant them the luxury of retreat. A series of cries echoed, abruptly silenced. Several notifications appeared in Fugaku's mind. Eliminated a genin, acquired a slight increase in ocular power. In Fugaku's estimation, these wandering ninjas were even less capable than an experienced genin. They were merely individuals who had extracted chakra, ranking among the lowest in their category. Let us bury the fallen and proceed to the land of Earth. The sky was clear and cloudless, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. The land of Earth, characterized by its rugged cliffs and massive boulders, occasionally witnessed a solitary raven soaring above, its keen eyes surveying the terrain below. The five individuals, dressed as ordinary civilians, bore no trace of their ninja identities. Utilizing the reconnaissance abilities of Hyuga Ninjin and Yamashiro Saika, they carefully selected secluded, uninhabited routes. The abundant rocky hills provided an excellent cover for their movements, despite the heightened patrols within the land of Earth due to the ongoing conflicts. The quintet found it relatively effortless to elude the scrutiny of the rock ninjas. Fugaku unfurled the mission map after 3 days of arduous travel. The team was now exceedingly close to the capital of the land of Earth. Upon crossing a rocky mountain, they beheld one of the few plains in the land of Earth, where a slightly larger city was nestled. This was the capital of the land of Earth. The towering city walls stood open, with a ceaseless flow of people entering and exiting. Although the land of Earth appeared desolate, it remained one of the few great nations in the ninja world, largely shaped by natural elements. The populace here was not insignificant, after all. Only the great nations could offer a semblance of safety in the ninja realm. Perhaps due to the war in the land of rain, there were also many refugees here. For as long as they could settle in the land of Earth, at least their lives were assured. Moreover, the more discerning refugees predominantly opt to seek their fortunes in the capital, for the opportunities here far surpass those in other locales. The guards at the city gate remained vigilant, not only consisting of soldiers from the capital conducting inspections, but also featuring ninjas from a Wagakure stationed at this location. Amidst the tumult of the four nations conflict, there is always the potential for foreign ninjas to appear within the crowd. While soldiers may suffice for dealing with ordinary folk, they would inevitably become mere cannon fodder in battles between ninjas. Additionally, the ninjas here possess the ability to conduct a rudimentary discernment of individuals within the throng. Standing at a distance, the 5 individuals quietly observed the capital of the Land of Earth. Fayek remarked, "Hinata, let us utilize shadow clones to probe whether there are any sensory-type ninjas at the city gate. Otherwise, we risk unnecessary exposure." Sensory-type ninjas are particularly adept at detecting chakra, and typical fluctuations in chakra would not escape their notice. With the shadow clone technique, 2 additional figures emerged, blending into the crowd from another direction as they approached the city gate. Hinata activated her Byakugan, discreetly scanning the surroundings, while Fayek similarly employed his Sharingan. At this distance, if sensory-type ninjas were stationed at the gate, they should be able to perceive the chakra fluctuations of the two. The atmosphere at the city gate remained exceedingly tranquil, with the station ninjas exhibiting no signs of activity. Fayek deduced that the presence of ninjas at the gate served more as a deterrent. Either there were no sensory-type ninjas present, or they were simply absent. The 2 shadow clones gradually withdrew from the vicinity of the city gate, dissipating into a white mist one after the other. The 5 figures seamlessly integrated with the crowd, inching closer to the gate without revealing any hint of their presence, their chakra carefully contained within. Although they did not ascertain the presence of sensory-type ninjas, some seasoned ninjas could still detect chakra fluctuations at close range. As experienced jonin, they would not falter over such details. The 5 maintained a humble demeanor, akin to the majority of the refugees, casting no glances around. Their gaze fixed firmly on the ground ahead, betraying no signs of peculiarity. After a brief inquiry, they successfully entered the city gate. While the exterior of the capital appeared dilapidated, within, there were signs of burgeoning vitality. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, rivaling the vibrancy of those in Konoha. Yet the architecture surrounding them was entirely distinct, offering an unusual experience. Fayek selected an inconspicuous inn for their stay, where the completion of their mission in the Land of Earth remained uncertain. They chose this refuge to both gather intelligence and devise their plans. Although IWA ninjas patrolled the capital, their vigilance paled in comparison to that of ninja villages, with the elite primarily concentrated around the residences of the daimyos or noble ministers. Unfurling a map, Fayek noted that the capital of the Land of Earth was divided into 5 distinct regions. The first section housed the daimyo's palace, heavily fortified but irrelevant to Fayek and his companions. The second section comprised the various governmental offices of the Land of Earth, including logistics departments. The third section served as the residences of prominent clans, where noble ministers predominantly resided. The fourth section was designated for the common populace, interspersed with numerous merchants and lower-tier officials of the Land of Earth. The fifth section encompassed the capital's thriving districts, featuring commercial streets, culinary avenues, and certain areas inhabited by the citizens of the Land of Earth. In the mountainous city of Qinghe, at the residence of the esteemed Fuyue clan, the primary objective is to investigate the garrison conditions of the logistics minister's family, the Nagai clan. Tsukikid Shuichi is tasked with examining the minister's habitual activities and specific itinerary, as well as the routines of several logistics officials. It is highly probable that the stronghold of each prominent family conceals perceptive ninjas, whose chakra fluctuations are notably pronounced. Hyuga intends to exploit this opportunity to observe the internal dynamics of the logistics department, while I, alongside Mitashi Akihiko, will scrutinize the particulars of the capital for reference during our operations. As night falls, we shall commence our first mission, initially employing shadow clones to gauge the sensitivity of ninjas in various locales, thereby averting exposure and potential mishaps in combat. The division of labor is straightforward, with each member fulfilling their designated role. The night descends swiftly, and 5 figures emerge from the inn in succession. The vision of crows diminishes significantly after dusk. Hence, Qinghe and Mitashi join forces to gather intelligence about the capital. Meanwhile, Tsukikid Shuichi utilizes the technique of shifting, concealing his presence to infiltrate the territories of the prominent clans and gather intelligence. Uchiha Fugaku pairs with Hyuga to investigate the governmental offices in the Land of Earth. The combination of Sharingan and Byakugan often yields astonishing results. The duo selects a secluded spot, where Niji activates his Byakugan, revealing the surroundings. They swiftly make their way towards the office of the Land of Earth, which has succumbed to darkness, save for a few rooms still illuminated by lights. Niji meticulously surveys the area, noting, there are no station ninjas here, though a patrol team has just passed. Fuyue nods in agreement, recognizing that only minor personnel are on guard during the night, as the ninjas of Iwagakure are not easily expendable. The two figures dart into a cluster of buildings, seeking the department responsible for their mission. The logistics division is situated away from the central area, likely due to the frequent transportation of supplies. Niji observes. There are 4 on-duty personnel, with no ninja oversight. Fuyue concurs. Let us see what information we can extract from these 4. With a calm yet swift demeanor, the 2 shadows infiltrate the logistics department. In the main office, 2 staff members are present, while 2 others occupy an adjacent room. The 2 figures swiftly enter the hall, rendering the staff unconscious as they slump onto their desks. Fuyue carries one of the staff members into a room, while Niji stands guard in the hall. The capital of the Land of Earth grows increasingly silent as Fuyue employs Jinjutsu on the 4 on-duty personnel, causing them to fall into a deep slumber at their desks. When they awaken, they will retain no memory of the interrogation, attributing their fatigue to sheer exhaustion. In the expansive hall, a wisp of smoke envelopes the area as Fuyue and Niji successively dispel their shadow clones. In the inn, Fuyue, resting with closed eyes, stirs, gradually opening them as the information gleaned from the 4 staff members surfaces in his mind. One by one, they gather around, awaiting Fuyue's intelligence. The intelligence gathered is rather scant. Fuyue remarked that the 4 office personnel are merely the lowest-ranking members and possess minimal knowledge, even unaware of when Nagai Shiro will arrive at the logistics department. However, it is known that 4 ninjas guard the logistics department during the day. Although their strength remains uncertain, nonetheless, we must treat them as an elite squad. As for the concealed aspects, it is unclear, but it is certain that there are ninjas monitoring from the shadows. Regarding the guards, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario and strategize to uncover any vulnerabilities, thereby enhancing our chances of mission success. Fuyue's gaze swept over his companions as he said, "Let's discuss the situations at the residences of the various clans." Tsukikid Shuichi shook his head, expressing a less than optimistic outlook, stating that many clan residences have already allied with the Wagakure, hiring a substantial number of ninjas to protect their members through various tasks, particularly the important ones. Hinata Niji remarked that it seems the war in the Land of Rain has heightened the vigilance of many nations' leadership. Before our arrival, Konoha had dispatched a contingent of ninjas to the capital of the Land of Fire to safeguard various critical sectors, fearing a sudden paralysis of certain departments could influence the war's outcome. Mitsuhashi Akira added that they had indeed heard in public settings about a Wagakure sending a considerable number of ninjas into the capital to manage unforeseen events. Fuyue nodded, urging patience. For the next few days, let us thoroughly investigate the situation before formulating a specific assassination plan. No matter how tight the security, there will always be a moment of weakness. The enemy is in the light while we remain in the shadows. We must meticulously verify any intelligence gathered. We have but a single opportunity to strike. Should we fail, a second chance will be exceedingly difficult. Fuyue understood that if IWA ninjas discerned Konoha's intentions, they would likely dispatch even more formidable reinforcements to the capital of the Land of Earth before troop deployments were coordinated. For 3 consecutive days, the 5 of them diligently collected intelligence, utilizing either shadow clones or their true forms. Time was of the essence. Once their mutual interests aligned and resources began to mobilize, even killing Nagai Shiro would be futile. In reconnaissance, Tsukikid Shuichi played a pivotal role, wielding the technique of phasing to eliminate his presence and become invisible, making him the only one with the opportunity to approach Nagai Shiro. After 3 days, they compiled the intelligence gathered. Of the 4 city gates in the capital, only the western gate exhibited relatively weak defenses, as a Wagakure lies to the west of the capital. Despite the distance, the likelihood of invasion remains minimal. Fuyue spread out a map, indicating that tomorrow afternoon, Nagai Shiro would first attend to some administrative duties in the logistics department before leading a large contingent of logistics personnel to the palace to negotiate resource coordination with the daimyo and IWA representatives. The opportunity lies in the window before the target enters the daimyo's palace, as all key figures will be within that convoy. Fuyue pointed to a specific location on the map, where the route taken by the logistics department intersects with a bustling street in the capital. Although this may heighten the vigilance of the enemy ninjas, it also presents our best chance. After all, it is here that we can approach them openly and without suspicion. The 4 individuals gazed at the map, nodding in agreement. Hinata Ning inquired, "How shall we arrange the specific action plan?" Fuyue pondered and replied, Mizukigami Shuichi will infiltrate the logistics department in advance to ascertain the target's situation. Hinata Ning will utilize her Byakugan to confirm the target once more. I wish to avoid the unfortunate fate of targeting a decoy. Once the adversary enters the ambush site, Yamashiro Kiyakawa will summon a multitude of crows to harass the surrounding ninjas. The four of us, myself, Mizukigami Shuichi, Mitashi Akiko, and Hinata Ning, will execute the assassination, primarily focusing on Nagai Shiro, with others as secondary targets, ultimately retreating through the western city gate, where defenses are comparatively weak. The four team members scrutinized the map, nodding in unison as they collectively endorsed Fuyue's strategy. The following noon, Mizukigami Shuichi vanished silently from the inn, and the remaining four sequentially exited the establishment, proceeding to the ambush site for reconnaissance to avert any unforeseen incidents. Upon reaching the end of the street, they encountered a wide intersection with a sparse number of pedestrians. Seizing the opportunity, Fuyue discreetly placed two explosive tags upon the road before him. Once provoked by substantial stimulus, the outer seals would shatter, detonating the explosives below. This would serve as a considerable aid, whether to create chaos or to eliminate the target. Time slipped away quietly, and a solitary crow soared overhead, cawing incessantly. Fuyue recognized that the target had exited the office area and was now approaching their vicinity. Hinata Ning appeared beside Fuyue, stating, "An unexpected turn of events. The individual being protected at the center is not Nagai Shiro, but rather a ninja endowed with copious chakra, possessing at least Jounin strength. The true Nagai Shiro lurks among the ordinary citizens behind them." Fuyue comprehended the ruse intended to obscure the truth, designed to thwart any assassination attempts. However, such trivial tactics could not deceive the Byakugan's discerning gaze. Two figures abruptly materialized atop the rooftops, surveying the crowd below to prevent any opportunistic chaos. Following them was a retinue of over 20 individuals, the outermost ring composed of numerous ninjas, while the central figures included various personnel from the logistics department, particularly a minister whose attire suggested a significant status within the land of Earth. This was the decoy for Nagai Shiro, with a nondescript figure lurking not far behind. Indeed, the genuine Nagai Shiro. A swarm of crows suddenly descended upon the crowd, targeting the ninjas encircling the retinue. Fuyue simultaneously launched several kunai, embedded with explosive tags, aimed directly at the decoy Jounin. A voice within the group bellowed, "Enemy attack. Call for reinforcements. Protect the dignitaries. Fire release. Great fireball. Earth release. Earth flow rampart." A fireball shot from an IWA ninja towards the crows in the sky. Under Yamashiro Kiyakawa's command, countless crows scattered, swooping toward the IWA ninjas. Earth walls rose to encircle the crowd, as several IWA ninjas leaped atop the barriers, confronting Fuyue and his comrades. Mizukigami Shuichi's figure emerged unexpectedly from within the earthen walls, his long blade piercing the chest of the primary target. An assassin's ambush. Remain vigilant in protecting the dignitaries. Fire the signal flare, request reinforcements. The sudden assassination plunged the once tranquil capital of the land of Earth into chaos, catching the rock ninjas tasked with the mission off guard. Despite their preparations, the actual appearance of the assailants took many by surprise. After all, for most rock ninjas, infiltrating a capital brimming with station ninjas to eliminate high-profile targets seemed akin to courting death. The very notion of projecting one's own reasoning onto others was absurd, and from the moment they became ninjas, they had already cast aside concerns for life and death. The explosion of a detonating tag engulfed half a street in smoke and dust, with debris raining down on the buildings along the roadside, which crumbled under the onslaught. Panicked civilians scattered in all directions, many suffering grievous injuries from the flying rubble. The stone structures, originally intended to shield against natural disasters, transformed into lethal weapons claiming the lives of numerous innocents. The cacophony of explosions drew a significant number of patrolling rock ninjas to the fray, their figures rushing into the tumult to provide assistance. Fuyue swiftly plunged a black kunai into the throat of a supporting rock ninja, ending his life. And in a flash of dark brilliance, he dispatched two more arriving ninjas. Turning, Fuyue also dove into the billowing smoke, his Sharingan spinning rapidly to capture the fleeting shadows. His kunai continuously slicing through the air, leaving trails of crimson. With each strike, a life was extinguished, even shrouded in fog. The adversary's movements remained crystal clear beneath the gaze of his Sharingan. A series of notifications flashed in Fuyue's mind. A kill of a Jinin granted a minuscule increase in ocular power. A kill of a Chunin yielded a modest enhancement. The successive absorption of this power left Fuyue's eyes feeling perpetually rejuvenated, a refreshing sensation as his Sharingan grew stronger. He reveled in the empowerment of his sight, yet remained vigilant, fully aware of who ought to be vanquished and who should be spared. The anguished cries, the thunder of explosions, and the clamor of the capital's populace conveyed a stark realization for many. War had encroached upon their lives, a phenomenon once felt only by the citizens of smaller nations. Although this was merely an assassination, it underscored a harsh truth. The world offered no sanctuary. In the blink of an eye, Fuyue had eliminated numerous personnel from the logistical department along with several rock ninjas. These ordinary individuals, including the common ninjas of rock, were indistinguishable under the blade of Fuyue's kunai, mere targets in a relentless harvest of lives. The Sharingan continued its relentless whirl, catching the movements of Hinata Niji. His repeated use of the Byakugan not only stirred the surrounding smoke, but also sent the attacking rock ninjas flying. While ordinary civilians faced dire fates, either death or severe injury if struck, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke that cloaked the battlefield. Unveiling the five engaged in combat, a signal flare ascended into the sky, and Fuyue's Sharingan swept the area, revealing that the negotiators had suffered near total casualties, including Nagai Shiro. The assassination mission had reached its conclusion. The next step was to devise a means of retreat. Fuyue was acutely aware that he had significantly disrupted the strategic deployment of a Wagakure. Desiring to escape from this dire predicament, the leading rock ninja gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze upon the five assassins. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans of Konoha are both elite forces. Be wary of the Uchiha Sharingan and avoid falling victim to their illusions. Engage them. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Captain, Shiro Nagai has already been slain. I am aware. The captain replied, his eyes reddening. The mission has failed, but our foremost priority now is to ensure that Konoha's assassins remain here. If we can keep a contingent of their young elites in the land of Earth, that Tsuchikage will surely be pleased. The five Uchiha, led by Fugaku, swiftly gathered together. Crows circled ominously overhead, and Saikawa Yamashiro remarked, Fugaku, rock ninjas are approaching from all directions, numbering over 100. We must break through the encirclement quickly. If we become ensnared, our situation will worsen significantly. Wish to flee? The rock ninja captain retorted with a bitter smile. You have already slain so many of us, including a notable figure from our capital. What regard do you have for the honor of a Wagakure? One of their ninjas is utilizing crows for reconnaissance. Shoot down the crows in the sky. There is no need to expend our resources here. Fugaku responded, for the forthcoming battle, having Hyuga Niji conduct reconnaissance will suffice. He confronted the rock ninja captain directly, sensing the emanating power from the opposing leader. Although formidable, he assessed that this captain was merely above average among jonin and had yet to attain the level of an elite jonin. The rock ninja captain drew his short blade from behind, its sharp edge gleaming with a radiant light. The blade lunged toward Fugaku's chest, the assault fierce and unpredictable. Narrowing his eyes, Fugaku activated his Sharingan. Maximizing his perceptive abilities, he deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a black kunai aimed at the captain's torso. The first exchange ended in a stalemate. Within Fugaku's Sharingan, an illusion began to brew. They clashed in a series of attacks and defenses, evenly matched. Fugaku understood that prolonging the fight would lead to the annihilation of his entire squad. Three-tomoe spun continuously. The long-prepared illusion shot forth toward the captain's eyes. With Fugaku's current ocular power, he possessed the capability to forcibly cast an illusion upon a jonin in a short span. The surroundings began to distort within the rock ninja captain's field of vision as he beheld the colossal three-tomoe Sharingan gazing at him, attempting to move and shout. He found himself utterly immobilized. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. For the rock ninja captain, what felt like an eternity passed, while for Fugaku, it was but a fleeting moment. A pitch-black kunai pierced forth, its dark gleam striking the captain's throat. With the killing of a jonin, Fugaku gained a significant boost in ocular power. Go! 5 figures darted forward like arrows released from a bow, leaving the lower-ranked ninjas in their path to become mere fodder, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Stop them. Do not let them escape. Earth Style, Hellspring Marsh. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The once solid ground beneath their feet transformed into a quagmire, as an earth dragon erupted from below. The vibrant street lay in ruins, buildings on both sides severely damaged. Fugaku surveyed the surroundings, fearing that the Tsuchikage would be exceedingly enraged with him after this ordeal. Utilizing ninjutsu in a densely populated capital, ostensibly to safeguard one's own 5 companions, egregiously disregards the safety of the civilian populace, thereby exacerbating the rift between the common folk of the Earth Country and the ninja villages, potentially sowing seeds of animosity. The Tsuchikage's ambition to mobilize resources for warfare may necessitate relinquishing a significant portion of their interests. In an instant, 5 figures leapt onto the rooftops. Hastily retreating along a predetermined path, the Sharingan continuously surveyed the surroundings, ever vigilant against sudden assaults. A flurry of shurikens sliced through the air, targeting the backs of the fleeing individuals. The emergence of these projectiles did not escape the keen observation of Hinata, who employed the Byakugan to deflect the incoming threats, sending them flying along with chunks of the surrounding architecture. The Iwanin seemed to recognize that employing ninjutsu not only bore minimal effect against their foes, but also posed considerable risks to the capital's structures and the lives of its inhabitants. Ahead of Fayek and his companions, civilians were already being evacuated, for while buildings could be repaired, lives lost were irretrievable. With every civilian casualty, the Iwanin grew increasingly cautious, further tarnishing Iwagakure's reputation within the Earth Country. The capital, unlike a ninja village, lacked the capacity to rehearse responses to assaults, resulting in a sluggish evacuation. Fayek comprehended the urgency of their situation and resolved to expedite their escape from the city before the civilians were fully evacuated. Otherwise, they risked being ensnared by their adversaries. The 5 figures accelerated once more, with Fayek conjuring shurikens, swiftly pivoting to hurl them backward to slow the pursuing ninjas. The Sharingan swept across all directions, revealing a multitude of Iwanin poised to encircle the quintet, particularly from the flanks and ahead. The relentless pursuit from behind significantly hampered the group's retreat, as a swarm of dark projectiles loomed into view, launched by the enemy. "Beware the shurikens," Fayek cautioned. Sparks erupted as the projectiles were deflected, his Sharingan reaching its zenith as his hands moved in a blur. A drop of blood floated before his eyes, and a sense of dread enveloped him. His worst fears had materialized. Someone was injured. Without the Sharingan's clarity, discerning all the threats was exceedingly challenging. Turning to assess the situation, he noted that both Mitsuhashi Akira and Yamashiro Kiyakawa bore wounds, the latter's aura notably weakened. Sensing Fayek's gaze, Yamashiro remarked, "It's merely a scratch, nothing of consequence. Since the day I became a ninja, I have been prepared for death. Such is the fate of our kind. If I can escort you out safely, I shall ensure your return as well." "Reform the formation," Fayek commanded. "Create a triangular arrangement, shielding Mitsuhashi and Yamashiro in the center, and continue the retreat." At this juncture, all civilians within the capital had evacuated the combat zone, and Fayek surmised that the Iwanin would soon abandon their reservations to unleash their full might. Kunai imbued with explosive tags soared through the air, colliding continuously as they surged toward the encroaching rock shinobi. Perhaps the rock shinobi hesitated due to reservations. Yet Fugaku harbored no such concerns, particularly with the absence of civilians in the surrounding structures. The cacophony of explosions reverberated relentlessly, leaving many stone edifices of the capital in ruin, while earthen walls rose from the ground, obstructing the force of the explosive tags and concurrently slowing the advance of the rock shinobi. Leading the charge, Fugaku found himself confronted by a squad of rock shinobi. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he exerted force beneath his feet and vanished from sight, his black kunai thrusting forward with a cunning angle. To Fugaku, this cadre of rock shinobi appeared rather ordinary, lacking any formidable adversaries capable of detaining him. In any ninja village, the number of strong warriors remains scarce. They must balance battlefield engagements with the security of their village. In the land of Earth's capital, there were at most a couple of elite jonin stationed. The bodyguards of the daimyo did not factor into Fugaku's considerations, for their very existence was to safeguard the daimyo's safety. From Asuma's departure from Konoha and his combat prowess, it was evident that the Fire Country daimyo was guarded by a contingent of jonin at most. The 5 great nations, with the land of earth and the land of fire standing among them, possessed little likelihood of elite jonin appearing within the ranks of the guards. Furthermore, elite jonin wield considerable influence in any ninja village, capable of contending for the position of village leader, and would not readily serve as long-term bodyguards for others. During his tenure in the security detail, Fugaku had already perused intelligence on the strong warriors of the 5 great nations and found no familiar faces. Advance without delay. To enter means life, to linger means death, Fugaku commanded. If they wish to flee, we must obstruct them at all costs. It will take no more than 2 minutes to encircle and capture them. The 5 plunged into the fray, with Fugaku's keen perception at its zenith. As he deftly wielded kunai, deflecting most attacks from all directions while simultaneously retaliating with rapid counterstrikes. A stream of alert notifications flooded Fugaku's mind. A chilling aura continuously nourished his eyes, and he acutely sensed the transformation occurring within them. Hinata Niji, as a jonin of the Hyuga clan, adeptly employed the Byakugan in conjunction with gentle fist techniques, proving to be a formidable combatant. However, the other 3 found themselves at a disadvantage amidst the chaotic melee, particularly Yamashiro Saika, who was ill-suited for close combat. Were it not for Fugaku's repeated interventions, Saika would have succumbed multiple times given his current capabilities. The number of rock shinobi increased with each adversary felled, their fervor bordering on madness. Ninjas typically retreat only when faced with a significant disparity in strength, as seen against the legendary Konoha White Fang and the Yellow Flash in their prime. In this close-quarters skirmish, the strength of both sides was relatively comparable, save for Fugaku, who alone maintained a notable advantage. The others, overwhelmed by defense, struggled to mount an effective offense. As wounds of varying severity appeared upon their bodies, even Fugaku, aided by the Sharingan, could not emerge unscathed. After all, he was merely 14, far from his physical peak. The most grievously injured, Yamashiro Saika, began to pale, a clear sign of blood loss. After extracting his kunai from the chest of a rock shinobi, Fugaku's chest heaved rapidly. Sensing the limits of his Sharingan's ability to absorb chakra, on the brink of transformation, glancing around at the surrounding ninjas, a large number of them were swiftly approaching the battlefield. In his hand, 2 smoke bombs materialized, which he hurled to the ground, instantly enveloping the battlefield in a thick haze. Hinata Niji and his companions summoned every ounce of their strength and charged towards the city's outskirts. This was their final opportunity, for otherwise, they would be mercilessly besieged by the encroaching rock ninjas. However, Fugaku did not rush to retreat. His Sharingan had already registered the positions of the enemy, and his dark kunai gleamed ominously once more. Cries of anguish echoed as it became apparent that no one anticipated Fugaku's intention behind the smoke bombs was to eliminate foes rather than to flee. A series of alert sounds reverberated in Fugaku's mind as the transformation of the Sharingan persisted, and a fierce wind swept away the smoke outside. With the body flicker technique, Fugaku's figure vanished from sight and reappeared behind Hinata Niji and his companions. The 5 of them had already reached the outskirts of the capital, with a throng of ninjas in hot pursuit. Fugaku discerned that the 4 were nearing their limits, and with the continuous loss of blood, their combat effectiveness had likely plummeted significantly. I will cover the rear. You 4 must withdraw first. Leave a crow for me to guide my path, he commanded. The 4 wished to protest, but Fugaku silenced them with a fierce glare. You barely have half a life left. Holding the rear 1T last a round, and would only lead to needless death. Withdraw immediately. Silenced, the 4 exchanged glances, their expressions having transformed entirely from their initial meeting. They were now completely awed by Uchiha Fugaku. It was well understood that remaining to cover the rear meant sacrificing one's own chance of survival for the sake of their comrades. The land of Earth was characterized by rugged cliffs and rocky terrain, and once they disappeared within, locating them again would be exceedingly difficult unless a large number of ninjas were dispatched. Fugaku turned to face the approaching rock ninjas, realizing that if he did not hold the rear, chaos would ensue, and perhaps only he would survive. His paramount objective was to ensure that all 5 returned safely to Konoha. The Sharingan was undergoing a continuous evolution, with three-tomoe rotating ever faster, while a small black dot appeared in the center, connected to 3 commas. 2 streams of blood wept from his eyes. This was the first manifestation of the Mangekyō Sharingan, a phenomenon most Uchiha experienced. The Mangekyō only flickered for a brief moment before Fugaku closed it, reverting back to the three-tomoe. Given the current circumstances, revealing the Mangekyō could significantly elevate the Uchiha's status, but it would also foster arrogance among many clan members. Even without the Mangekyō, Numerous Uchiha already considered themselves the backbone of Konoha, among its few powerful warriors. Should the Mangekyō appear, Fugaku predicted that many within the clan would harbor lofty ambitions, easily inciting fear and envy among other families in Konoha. An open attack is easy to evade, but a hidden dagger is much harder to defend against. It had only been 20 years since the Uchiha Madara incident, and a considerable number of ninjas from that era still lived. Moreover, possessing a pair of hidden Mangekyō would greatly facilitate many matters. Each evolution of the Sharingan represented a significant transformation in strength, especially the transition from three-tomoe to Mangekyō, which would result in a remarkable surge in power. Fugaku could distinctly perceive a monumental shift in the potency of his ocular abilities. If his previous three-tomoe Jinjutsu could be likened to a wooden sword, his current iteration was akin to an iron blade, marking a significant qualitative transformation. The chakra within him surged rapidly alongside the awakening of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Observing the approaching rock ninja from a distance, his expression remained remarkably composed. The awakening of the Mangekyō instilled in Fugaku the confidence to carve a path through the encircling foes. In the rear, a figure captured Fugaku's attention, materializing before him at an astonishing speed. A mere glance was sufficient for him to recognize the elite jonin from Iwagakure, Huang Yin, a master of both earth and fire techniques, as well as swordsmanship. After sizing up Fugaku, Huang Yin remarked, "I did not expect to encounter a scion of the Uchiha clan. While your bravery is commendable, your intellect appears rather lacking. Do you truly believe you can halt the advance of numerous rock ninja alone? Such delusions are laughable. Leave this one to me. You pursue the other four. Not a single ninja who disrupts the capital shall survive today." Fugaku observed him quietly. He had yet to ascertain the elite jonin's true strength, but noted his arrogance and hubris. A man devoid of reverence is not far from death. Even the formidable Madara Uchiha fell victim to betrayal by the one he trusted most, resulting in his demise. "First, you must pass my trial," Fugaku declared, swiftly forming a series of hand seals to unleash a jutsu he had seldom utilized before. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The former Fugaku could hardly wield the full might of this B-rank technique, but with the awakening of the Mangekyō, its potency had considerably increased. A torrent of flames erupted from Fugaku's mouth, instantly engulfing the area before him and sweeping towards the rock ninja with an overwhelming ferocity. A water-style ninja advanced. In the face of such inferno, relying on earth techniques for defense was a path to certain doom. Only through water techniques could one hope to extinguish the sea of flames or withdraw from its grasp. White steam began to billow as Fugaku single-handedly obstructed the enemy at the outskirts of the Land of Earth's capital, to the south of the Land of Earth, for battered figures pressed onward amidst the rubble. Despite their bloody bodies and pallid faces, they showed no signs of halting. This was the retreating Hinata Ning and his comrades, who, utilizing the terrain of the Land of Earth to their advantage, had altered their course and vanished from Fugaku's line of sight. "I once believed my strength was commendable, yet now I realize how vastly inadequate I am, incapable even of covering our retreat," Moonlight Shio remarked with a touch of self-deprecation. The group reflected on their initial feelings of doubt regarding Fugaku's leadership when the team was first formed. The battle had starkly revealed their disparities, a qualitative gap that made Fugaku more than capable of leading them. Hinata Ning turned to the extremely pale Yamashiro Kyakuwa, asking, "Kyakuwa, how are you holding up? Can you continue?" Kyakuwa wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "I'm managing. Don't worry about me. Just keep moving. Don't overexert yourself." "I'll carry you," Ning insisted. "Remember, you still need to guide Fugaku through the crows to help him escape. Should you faint, it may prove exceedingly difficult for him to find us again." In the mountain city of Qingha, a moment of contemplation passed as Qingha nodded in agreement to Hinata Ning, stating, "Unless I perish, the summoned crows shall not be dispelled." Beyond the walls of the Earth Country, the dissipating steam gradually unveiled the figure of Uchiha Fugaku, who reappeared before the gathered rock shinobi. However, the four who had retreated first, led by Hinata Ning, had vanished without a trace. "I previously mentioned that if you wish to pursue others, you must first contend with me," Fugaku declared, his expression serene. Huang Yin, gazing intently at Uchiha Fugaku, remarked, "I have reviewed your dossier. You are Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the Uchiha clan leader and a rising prodigy from Konoha. Several of our ninja teams have gone missing, and the investigation points towards you as the source. To eradicate Konoha's genius in its infancy and return your lifeless body to a Wagakure would surely quell the ire of the Tsuchikage. A hint of sardonic amusement flickered across Fugaku's visage as he retorted, I too have perused your records, Huang Yin, the elite jonin of a Wagakure, characterized by pride and arrogance. It seems the documentation does not misrepresent you. While Fugaku's words flowed with ease, his heart brimmed with caution. No elite jonin had achieved their status without extensive battle experience. It was improbable that Huang Yin was as haughty and dismissive as described. This could very well be a facade, a signal to mislead adversaries into underestimating him. Moreover, the Uchiha clan Sharingan was renowned across the ninja world, especially with the specter of Uchiha Madara, who had dominated the realm for 2 decades. Still looming large in the consciousness of contemporary shinobi. Let me witness the prowess of the Uchiha clan's prodigy, he mused. Before Fugaku's words had fully escaped his lips, Huang Yin had already appeared before him, his short blade slicing through the air with a ghostly precision. So swift, Fugaku thought. Although he had never witnessed the legendary Konoha White Fang in action, he had felt the intensity of his presence. Huang Yan's attack bore an intensity reminiscent of that famed shinobi. Had he not awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, he might have sustained injuries in that initial exchange. Yet, at present, he perceived his opponent's movements with crystal clarity. The specially crafted black kunai traced a peculiar arc, colliding with Huang Yan's short blade in a clash of steel. In an instant, Fugaku leapt backward, marveling at the sheer force behind Huang Yan's strike, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fugaku's primary intent in obstructing his adversary was to buy time, striving to delay any revelation of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Huang Yan's estimation of Fugaku rose yet again. Indeed, he was worthy of the title genius. A swift body flicker technique allowed Huang Yin to evade Fugaku's fireball while simultaneously crafting his own seals. Earth release, rock coffin. Among the elemental techniques, Fugaku held the utmost vigilance towards earth release, for its stealthy nature could ensnare one unexpectedly, often resulting in fatal consequences. With a powerful leap, he distanced himself from Huang Yin, aware that the numbers of the rock shinobi would only increase. By the time the rear ninja reacted, it would be challenging for Fugaku to retreat unscathed without exposing his Mangekyō Sharingan. As the rock coffin attack fell short, Huang Yin reverted to close combat, his short blade gleaming like a streak of white light, aimed directly at Fugaku's heart. The Sharingan distinctly perceived the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Fujitaka sidestepped, wielding 2 ebony kunai, one aimed directly at the adversary's throat, the other poised to pierce the vital area of the abdomen. A brilliant spark illuminated the scene as Huang Yan's short blade rose from below, deftly deflecting both kunai. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, their movements a dizzying blur, while the nearby rock shinobi could only watch in astonishment, unable to intervene. Who was this leaf ninja sparring with senior Huang Yin? A mere child who could stand toe-to-toe with such an esteemed shinobi? The prowess of the Uchiha clan had long been the subject of admiration. Little did they know it reached such extraordinary heights. Several rock shinobi, observing the stalemate, stepped forward, intent on offering assistance. While the 4 fleeing leaf ninjas could only ponder their next course of action, distancing themselves, Huang Yin locked eyes with Fujitaka, remarking, "It appears I have underestimated you. The genius of the Uchiha truly lives up to its reputation." Fujitaka replied, "Indeed, elite jonin are never to be taken lightly. Yet your every movement is laid bare before my Sharingan. Is that so?" Huang Yin responded, "2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Let us unite and eliminate our foe first." At this, the eager rock shinobi surged towards Fujitaka, understanding that it was time to retreat. Fujitaka unleashed the jinjutsu he had been crafting, directing it into Huang Yan's gaze. Jinjutsu, illusory shackles technique. This technique had once been employed by Uchiha Itachi during his confrontation with Orochimaru, ensnaring the victim in a state of immobilization accompanied by intense physical pain. In its initial form with three-tomoe, the technique was rather lackluster, offering little more than a bittersweet taste of futility. However, upon awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, the potency of this jinjutsu underwent a profound transformation. Its effectiveness in both mental simulation and ocular transmission was dramatically enhanced. Fujitaka considered his current jinjutsu inferior to Itachi's against Orochimaru, yet the adversary before him was not Orochimaru. Suddenly, Huang Yin felt his entire body immobilized, his limbs ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him utterly helpless, a look of horror flashing across his face. He had presumed that with his elite jonin prowess and resistance to genjutsu, he could withstand the Uchiha's illusions, having undergone rigorous training in that regard. To his dismay, he found himself ensnared nonetheless. If Fujitaka were aware of Huang Yan's thoughts, he would deem him woefully uninformed. Yet such ignorance was not entirely his fault. Since the shinobi world transitioned to a nation-village model, the Uchiha had produced but one Mangekyō wielder, Uchiha Madara, who was not renowned for his genjutsu. Thus, the understanding of Uchiha genjutsu among the ninja world largely stemmed from battlefield encounters with three-tomoe practitioners. Fujitaka believed that as he continued to rise, the potency of his Mangekyō genjutsu would elevate public perception of the Uchiha clan. In a flash, the black kunai lunged towards Huang Yan's heart, piercing through the veil of shock in his gaze. Huang Yan's heart raced, sensing death looming ever closer. With great effort, his rigid body managed to twist to the side, narrowly evading the fatal strike aimed at his heart. The kunai grazed the opponent's heart, piercing through the left chest. Behind him, the IWA ninja had already drawn his kunai, aiming for the vital points around Fugaku. With a swift motion, he extracted the kunai and dodged several attacks. The kunai sliced fiercely, catching an IWA jonin off guard, severing his throat and bestowing Fugaku with a fraction of his ocular power. Utilizing the body flicker technique once more, he retreated, casting a glance at the severely bloodied and unconscious Kogen, before hastily withdrawing. Numerous IWA ninjas had surrounded Kogen, disbelief flickering in their eyes as they beheld the blood-stained chest. This was an elite jonin, one of the few formidable warriors of Iwagakure, yet he had sustained grave injuries at the hands of an opponent. The alertness of the IWA ninjas towards the Uchiha clan heightened immeasurably. Fugaku had originally intended to eliminate one of their elite jonin directly. However, he had not anticipated the extraordinary willpower of his adversary, who had evaded the lethal strike at a critical moment. Whether he would survive now depended solely on fortune. At that time, the medical techniques available in the shinobi world were scanty, with Tsunade, who had first advocated for the importance of medical ninjutsu, still in the learning phase. The capabilities of other ninja villages were similarly inadequate. Nevertheless, Fugaku's aim to intimidate the IWA ninjas had been accomplished. Those who had intended to pursue him halted their steps, watching helplessly as he vanished from their sight. The crows still circled the sky, and Fugaku felt a sigh of relief. Even the gravely injured Kogen managed to remain conscious, suggesting that the other members would likely be fine. Continuous battles had nearly depleted Fugaku's chakra, yet he could not afford to rest until he found his four companions. Although they had escaped the capital of the Land of Earth, they remained within its borders, where encounters with Iwagakure's patrols were still a possibility. And some ninjas possessed reconnaissance techniques that were nearly impossible to counter. Following the crows, Fugaku mentally charted the retreat routes for his four comrades, nodding to himself. Unless the IWA ninjas conducted a thorough search of the surroundings, it would be challenging to trace their whereabouts. The crows in the sky cawed a few times before descending behind a large boulder, revealing four figures within Fugaku's line of sight. "Fugaku, you have finally returned," Hyuga remarked. "Since the moment we retreated, our hearts have been in our throats. Now that you are back safely, we can finally breathe easy. In those crucial moments, we were unable to assist you in sharing the burden, which is truly shameful," said Kogen. Enough with the sentimentality, Fugaku interjected. "This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us find a secluded spot to rest once we are far from the capital." That night, the five of them took refuge in a hollow surrounded by rocky formations. Allowing for some much-needed rest, they retrieved a rudimentary medical kit from their supplies, which contained only the most basic disinfectants and bandages, lacking even anti-inflammatory medications. Enduring the pain, they disinfected their wounds and performed rudimentary bandaging. More thorough treatment would have to wait until they returned to Konoha. The relentless battles, coupled with their hasty journey, had severely drained the spirits of the entire team. After tending to their injuries and suppressing the waves of fatigue that assailed them, they hastily set up simple warning traps around their encampment before finally closing their eyes. Meanwhile, the developments of the battle that had unfolded in the capital of the Land of Earth were already making their way to the desk of the Tsuchikage. Onoda gazed at the contents of the intelligence report, a mix of fury and bitter laughter welling up within him, nearly causing him to faint from the intensity of his emotions. He swiftly convened a meeting with the higher-ups of the Iwagakure, As he faced the assembly of Iwagakure's elite, he struggled to suppress his rage and handed the report to them, stating, "Behold, Huang Yin is severely injured and currently undergoing emergency treatment at the capital's hospital. His survival hinges entirely on fortune." The speed of Konoha's actions had taken them by surprise, and this assassination attempt had dealt a significant blow to Iwagakure's standing in the eyes of the capital's civilians. Their station ninjas had inadvertently slain numerous innocents and caused extensive property damage, undoing any semblance of harmony that had recently begun to form between the ninja villages and the capital, reverting them to an even worse state than before. Lord Tsuchikage, the prospect of rapidly reinforcing our forces in the land of rain seems bleak. The situation in the capital necessitates that a high-ranking official personally meet with the daimyo to convey our circumstances, one Iwanin elder remarked. I propose we conduct a thorough purge of the spies within our village. The news of troop reinforcements has only spread within a limited circle of the ninja village. Yet Konoha has already caught wind of it and dispatched assassins to eliminate the logistics minister. Those responsible for the information leak cannot simply be overlooked. Another senior figure from Iwagakure asserted. Tsuchikage waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I shall personally journey to the capital tomorrow to plead for the daimyo's forgiveness. However, we must take heed of Uchiha Fugaku, who managed to inflict such serious injury upon Huang Yin." He ordered that detailed intelligence regarding Uchiha Fugaku be disseminated to all Iwagakure ninjas, particularly those stationed in the Land of Rain, emphasizing the necessity of vigilance against the Uchiha clan's ninjas. It is paramount that we preemptively suppress any potential threats before they can rise. I do not wish to witness the emergence of a second Uchiha Madara within the ninja world. Deploy search teams, especially reconnaissance ninjas, to intercept them before they exit the land of Earth, eliminating the enemy within our borders. This will not only provide the daimyo with an explanation, but also restore Iwagakure's honor. As for the spies, I shall assign the Umbu for covert operations to ensure we root out the traitors. At the mention of Uchiha Madara, a fleeting look of panic crossed the faces of several Iwagakure leaders, quickly replaced by resolute agreement with Tsuchikage's viewpoint. Onoda sighed deeply. The terror instilled in him by Uchiha Madara over 2 decades prior remained vividly etched in his memory. Now, as the Tsuchikage, his understanding of Madara's formidable strength had only deepened with time, amplifying the dread that refused to dissipate. He would not permit the nightmare of the past to resurface. As the day brightened, Fugaku unfurled a map, laying it upon the ground. The land of Earth is not a suitable place for prolonged stay. He traced a line on the map, ultimately marking the land of birds, stating, "This is my latest proposed route. Given that none can ascertain whether any Iwagakure ninjas have detected our trail, we cannot afford any risks. We shall traverse through the land of birds, then enter the land of rain, before finally returning to Konoha." The four nodded in agreement, raising no further objections. After the intense battle yesterday, their spirits had remained high, bolstered by a sense of life-or-death determination during their retreat, rendering the pain from their injuries almost negligible. However, after a night of rest and relaxation, the throbbing pain from their wounds returned with a vengeance. Gasps of discomfort echoed as they supported one another, continuing their journey. Having faced a life-and-death struggle, the camaraderie amongst the teammates had notably strengthened. Fugaku instructed Yamashiro Kiyakawa to stow away the crow. The reconnaissance methods of the mountainous town of Qingha have been exposed, and employing crows for surveillance once more would only reveal our position. Fuyue understood the gravity of Hinata Ning's words. After all, an assassination attempt on high-ranking officials in broad daylight within the capital would bring disgrace upon Iwagakure if they were to allow their enemies to escape unscathed. The large-scale searches conducted by the rock ninjas are indeed difficult to conceal, as their summoning beasts vary greatly, and it remains uncertain whether any possess aerial reconnaissance capabilities. Fuyue had previously suffered a setback when their adversary's summoning beasts discovered their whereabouts from the skies, leading to an ambush. Even a mere bird or insect could serve as an enemy's scouting tool, and the presence of sensory-type ninjas would further heighten the risk of detection. Fuyue retrieved a map, glancing at it while hastening their journey. "Fuyue, is there a problem?" Hinata Ning inquired. Nodding thoughtfully, Fuyue replied, "We must quicken our pace. If Iwagakure intends to scour the entirety of the land of Earth, they will have to dispatch forces from their village. Although we are at an advantage in terms of distance to the land of birds, our opponents are still vigorous. Should we not accelerate our movements? We may very well fall into a trap," cornered at the borders, especially considering the reconnaissance capabilities of a major ninja village. Both Iwagakure and Konoha are among the 5 great shinobi villages. While Iwagakure may not match Konoha in reconnaissance, they certainly possess their own unique strengths, which starkly contrasts with the chaos of the Land of Rain. In the Land of Rain, the 4 nations are embroiled in conflict without allies. Anyone who is not a comrade is an enemy. The Land of Earth, however, merely requires the identification of a single team. The 4 nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Uchiha Fugaku's last-minute intervention, they might have perished the previous day, and there were no objections to Fugaku's assessment. On the first day, the entire team experienced a tranquil journey, yet Fugaku understood this serenity to be but the calm before the storm. In the morning, at the mouth of their concealed cave, Fugaku surveyed the surroundings. A circling swallow caught his attention. Its incessant chirping left him uncertain whether it was a reconnaissance bird dispatched by Iwagakure. Once the swallow flew away, Fugaku realized the necessity to disrupt the enemy's reconnaissance mindset and plans. "What new findings do you have?" Moonlight Shio approached after a moment. "Our continuous retreat will easily draw their attention. We must mislead their scouting efforts," Fugaku pondered. "We will utilize shadow clones to form a 5-person team heading towards the Land of Rain to divert their focus. I will create 2 shadow clones, one of which will take on the appearance of Shangqing. Meanwhile, Shangqing will send his shadow clone to the Land of Grass. Your crow summoning has already been exposed to Iwagakure, so we can exploit their familiarity with you to confuse them." The 3 teams departed the cave in succession, heading in different directions, while a multitude of crows soared into the sky, spreading towards the Land of Earth. The 5 hastened their pace, and as Fugaku created 2 shadow clones, his previously ample chakra began to dwindle significantly. Utilizing Hinata's Byakugan for reconnaissance, the 5 individuals traversed with utmost stealth. The shadow clones, burdened with the task of diverting pursuers, took a route devoid of any careful selection, significantly increasing the likelihood of being detected before the main body. After a day of calm travel, the group received news of the demise of the shadow clones. However, Fugaku had already achieved his primary objective. The revelation of the shadow clones had caused a deviation in the enemy's reconnaissance direction. They were now perilously close to the Land of Birds, and by the morrow, they would require merely half a day to retreat beyond the borders of the Land of Earth. The enemy would need at least a day to recalibrate their search direction and reach this location. Although the Land of Birds was diminutive and lacked even a hidden village, it was situated between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. Should IWA shinobi invade en masse, there was a significant possibility of provoking a backlash from Suna. Fugaku was convinced that the higher-ups of IWA would not overlook this strategic consideration. Standing atop a low hill, he surveyed the verdant forests of the Land of Birds in the distance, contemplating the improbable chance of returning to Konoha alive. He had initially prepared himself for the possibility of perishing in the Land of Earth. Hinata activated his Byakugan, gazing into the distance with a grave expression. The situation is rather dire. Perhaps in anticipation of a Suna offensive, IWA has stationed numerous shinobi along the borders. Our passage may prove to be quite challenging. What is the enemy's strength? Fugaku inquired, scrutinizing Hinata. Is there any possibility of forcefully breaking through? The scouting team could appear at any moment. Hinata shook his head. Their strength should not be underestimated. There are 50 shinobi, with 15 being jonin. These shinobi are deployed to thwart Suna's invasion, and it is likely that such encampments are scattered throughout the entire border. If they send out a distress signal, reinforcements will undoubtedly arrive swiftly. Fugaku nodded, acknowledging the objectivity of Hinata's analysis. The historical discord between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth made it unsurprising that numerous shinobi were stationed along the borders. Let us first employ shadow clones to draw their attention and divert a portion of their forces, Fugaku suggested. With our combined strength, the remaining shinobi should suffice to breach the Land of Earth. Once more, 5 shadow clones materialized beside the group, darting at incredible speed towards the IWA shinobi encampment, deliberately exposing themselves within the enemy's line of sight. The appearance of Fugaku and his companions captured the attention of the IWA camp. After all, the Tsuchikage had recently disseminated information regarding Uchiha Fugaku to all IWA forces, emphasizing the critical condition of their elite jonin, Kogen, gathering all the shinobi within the camp. One of the IWA shinobi declared, "Since we have detected their presence, we must not allow them to escape across the border. Otherwise, We will have no face to present to Lord Tsuchikage. The IWA shinobi assembled with remarkable speed, comprising well-trained lower and mid-ranking ninjas. Leaving a team of 12 to guard the camp, the remainder rushed towards Fugaku's shadow clones. As the figures of both sides became indistinct, Fugaku and his companions emerged from their concealed position, with Fugaku leading the charge towards the IWA encampment. In an instant, 2 ebony kunai materialized in Fugaku's hands. He executed a horizontal slash with his left hand and a direct thrust with his right, swiftly eliminating 2 IWA jonin. 2 successive messages flashed within Fugaku's mind. Enemy attack. A distress signal ascended from a nearby rock ninja, detonating in the sky. The supervising jonin, upon catching sight of the 5 members of the Fuyue, comprehended immediately that the 30 or so pursuers had embarked on a futile chase, falling prey to a diversionary tactic. Seeking to stall the enemy, the team quickly prepared to return. There was no time to waste. Fuyue cast a calm glance at his adversary, activating his illusion technique. A kunai was propelled with remarkable speed, piercing the opponent's heart, as he simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. For fire dragons erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards the remaining rock ninjas. The small squad did not linger. With a gentle push against the ground, they activated the body flicker technique once more. The explosion caused by the great fire dragons kicked up a cloud of dust, within which 5 figures moved with astonishing swiftness, vanishing across the border in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, 3 members of the rock ninja squad had been slain, instilling a profound sense of fear in the remaining warriors, many of whom stood frozen, watching the 5 Fuyue disappear from sight. Crossing the border into the land of birds, the dense forest provided ample concealment for the group. Without pausing, they pressed on, aware that elite rock ninjas could dispatch squads to pursue them at any moment. After a day's journey, with no sign of pursuers, the 5 slowed their pace. Deep within a cave near the border of the Wind Country, they found refuge to recuperate. The rock hidden pursuit team would not approach this location without a clear understanding of their whereabouts, as doing so could easily provoke conflict between the winds and the earth. Moreover, Fuyue noted that Yamashiro Kiyakawa had reached his limit. Further travel risked exacerbating his injuries and potentially leading to additional complications. Inside the cave, 4 figures rested quietly in various postures. Fuyue slowly opened his eyes, revealing the silhouette of Tsukikage Shuichi in the moonlight. "What is the situation outside?" Fuyue inquired. "Has there been any movement from Sunagakure?" The other 3 also opened their eyes at the emergence of Shuichi's form. "I took a glance at the Sunagakure camp. For now, there hasn't been any significant activity," Shuichi replied. "As for the rock ninjas, they are completely absent." Fuyue nodded, stating, "The events in the capital of the Land of Earth cannot be concealed. Each nation has its spies in the capital. In this chaotic conflict among the 4 nations, without allies, everyone is an enemy. Furthermore, Sunagakure, whether motivated by the desire to eliminate Konoha ninjas or other intentions, will not remain passive. Hyuga and Tsukikage Shuichi, please remain vigilant and observe the surroundings closely." After resting for a day, the following morning, the 5 relocated to another concealed cave to continue their recuperation. On that day, Sunagakure dispatched several elite ninja teams to infiltrate the land of birds for reconnaissance, yet all were successfully evaded by the 5. For 3 consecutive days, the Fuyue moved only short distances, evading searches by ninjas from both nations while resting in the cave. Over these 3 days, Yamashiro Kiyakawa's condition improved significantly. On the 4th day, the 5 increased their pace, entering the Land of Rain. Though perilous, the Land of Rain offered a semblance of safety amidst the chaos of ninja conflicts. In the Land of Birds, the rock and sand ninjas did not openly clash, yet they covertly sought Fuyue's whereabouts. In the Land of Rain, 4 nations are embroiled in conflict, devoid of any tacit understanding. If one is not a ninja of their own nation, an encounter becomes a battle for survival, and no one will actively seek out their whereabouts. At this moment, within the meeting room of a Wagakure in the Land of Earth, Inoki broke the silence with an irate tone, stating that for several consecutive days, there has been no trace of the enemy. It is time to withdraw the troops. Further expenditure of manpower and resources in search would be an exercise in futility. Inoki had not anticipated that despite having laid an intricate web domestically, the enemy had twice outsmarted them, once within the borders of the Land of Earth and once at its periphery. As for the Land of Birds, Inoki had relinquished all hope. "Lord Tsuchikage, What is the stance of the daimyo regarding the deployment of Iwagakure forces to the Land of Rain? Inquired a high-ranking IWA ninja. Mention of the daimyo darkened Inoki's expression. For as Tsuchikage, he had been humiliated in the capital due to the actions of certain ninjas within the village. The plan to deploy forces to the Land of Rain was temporarily shelved, as the Nagai clan was unwilling to relinquish their interests in logistics. And many prominent families in the capital were equally tempted, making it unlikely to reach a resolution in the short term. These individuals were solely focused on power and profit, utterly disregarding the larger picture. Instead, a portion of artisans would be dispatched to the capital to undertake free repairs of damaged buildings, with the expenses borne by Iwagakure. Inoki's fury intensified. The actions of the 5 members of the Uchiha clan had indeed provoked Inoki's ire. The ninjas stationed in the capital had not only failed to protect the important figures, but had also mistakenly killed several civilians, forcing him to personally apologize to the daimyo. Outside the Hokage's office, the 5 Uchihas knocked and entered. The 3rd Hokage regarded them, and Fugaku perceived a fleeting surprise in his gaze. Indeed, the 3rd was astonished. He had received intelligence from the capital of the Land of Earth days prior and had not anticipated the safe return of the 5 to Konoha. The ability to severely injure Iwagakure's elite jonin, Kogen, while evading the relentless pursuit of IWA ninjas showcased Uchiha Fugaku's exceptional prowess, far exceeding the 3rd's expectations. Whether through achieving the level of elite jonin or by other means, the 3rd felt compelled to reassess this Uchiha youth before him. Nodding, the 3rd remarked, "You have performed admirably in this mission. I have received intelligence regarding the Land of Earth. Given the injuries evident in your bandages, you should first recuperate at the Konoha hospital." Yes, the 3rd did not linger, offering only a brief commendation. In such a sensitive period of war, high-difficulty missions were not uncommon, and the contributions of these few seemed trivial in the grand scheme of Konoha. As they exited the Hokage's office, a figure approached from the distance, emanating a formidable aura, one eye wrapped in bandages, and a short blade strapped to his back. It was Danzō Shimura, a high-ranking official of Konoha and the leader of the Root organization. Danzō, now at the peak of his power, projected an aura that suggested his strength surpassed that of elite jonin. His eye had been damaged during the last Ninja World War due to an enemy ambush, and he had yet to undergo eye transplantation, perpetually maintaining his bandaged appearance. Fugaku was uncertain whether Danzō had ever undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan. However, it was evident that his injured eye remained impaired, lacking the balance provided by the first Hokage's cells. Even if the Sharingan were transplanted, his body would likely succumb to overwhelming rejection. After all, not everyone possesses the resilience of Kakashi. "Greetings, Danzō-senpai," the 5 individuals said in succession. With his narrowed eyes, Danzō scanned the group, nodding slightly before continuing towards the Hokage's office. As he passed by Fugaku, Danzō suddenly halted. "Uchiha Fugaku, would you be interested in joining Root?" Danzō's voice echoed down the silent corridor. Fugaku was not surprised by the invitation. Most distinguished ninjas from Konoha had received similar offers from Root. Yet few were deemed worthy of a personal invitation from Danzō himself. Moreover, his actions in the Land of Earth had likely already come to Danzō's attention. Though the higher-ups in Konoha harbored a certain disdain for the Uchiha clan, aversion did not preclude collaboration or utilization. It would be an honor to receive Lord Danzō's invitation. Fugaku pondered. "I too aspire to gain insight within Root, though it may require 6 months to a year before I can do so." Fugaku did not reject the notion of joining Root. To infiltrate their ranks would provide a deeper understanding of the enemy. While Root was under Danzō's control, not all the ninjas within were his loyal subordinates, as Danzō had yet to reach a point of unrestrained authority. Danzō nodded, comprehending Fugaku's intent. The position of Jonin instructor was not a secretive matter, and acquiring intelligence was not beyond Danzō's capabilities. The corridor fell silent once more as the two parted ways. The 5 individuals returned to Konoha Hospital to have their wounds redressed. Apart from Fugaku, the other 4 were instructed to rest in the hospital for a few days. After tending to their injuries and witnessing their companions complete their treatments, it was already late at night. Fugaku bid farewell to his comrades and exited the hospital. Gazing at the moonlit sky, he executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from the spot. In the darkness of Konoha, pairs of crimson Sharingan eyes emerged atop various rooftops, surveying the surroundings before disappearing into the night. All patrol members formed an extensive net, enveloping the entirety of Konoha. This web moved continuously, leaving no corner unexamined, thoroughly scouring the village. The previous guard's monitoring of Konoha had been riddled with flaws, but it had now become increasingly refined. With such tight surveillance, it was believed that no slightest disturbance would escape the perceptive gaze of the Sharingan. While employing the body flicker technique, Fugaku activated his Sharingan to signify his identity, thereby circumventing unnecessary complications, occasionally pausing to greet familiar clan members. At the Uchiha clan's residence, the living room lights remained aglow, casting a blurred silhouette against the door window. This figure belonged to Fugaku's father, Uchiha Tenkan. Fugaku understood that Uchiha Tenkan must have received word of his return, waiting patiently since the guard's shift had concluded. Uchiha Tenjo gazed at Uchiha Fugaku as he entered, his typically stern expression softening into a rare smile. In that moment, he was not the clan leader of the Uchiha, but rather an ordinary father, delighting in the safe return of his son, his joy unmistakably evident. At this instant, Fugaku felt a surge of emotion within him. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Father," Uchiha Fugaku remarked. "I spent a prolonged time at the hospital with a few companions. I find great solace in your return." Uchiha Tenjo replied. The mission to assassinate key figures was not particularly arduous. The true challenge lies in breaking through the encirclement of a well-laid trap. "I have heard of your exploits in the land of Earth," he continued. "Wounding the elite Jonin, Huang Yan, was a feat that surpassed my expectations." "You flatter me, Father," Fugaku replied modestly. "It can only be attributed to good fortune. Huang Yan's resistance to Genjutsu was rather feeble, which allowed me to inflict such injuries." Fugaku had no intention of disclosing the matter of the Mangekyō Sharingan to anyone at present. The timing was not yet ripe, and some secrets were best kept to oneself. Once shared with a second party, it would not be long before the knowledge spread to a third, fourth, and eventually the entire Konoha. Uchiha Tenjo shook his head. "Huang Yan is a well-known elite ninja across the nations. Your ability to injure him, regardless of whether it was through cunning or skill, will prompt a re-evaluation of your standing in the ninja world, including Konoha. After all, there is no room for luck in the warfare of ninja clans. In the past, the higher-ups in Konoha regarded you as merely a competent jonin, perhaps slightly above average, yet ultimately dispensable to the village. Now, however, their perception may have escalated you to the status of an elite jonin, a cornerstone in major ninja villages and a pinnacle of strength in smaller ones. Your capabilities now warrant direct engagement from the Konoha leadership, considering there are few elite jonin aside from the heads of the various clans. Today, upon leaving the Hokage's office, I encountered Lord Danzō from the root," Fugaku mentioned. Uchiha Tenjo nodded. "Root is a byproduct of extraordinary times. Over the years, it has contributed significantly to stabilizing Konoha, with its benefits outweighing the drawbacks, which explains its continued existence. However, as Konoha grows more stable internally, the necessity for Root has diminished, and Danzō's ambitions are beginning to surface. It is likely that future conflicts will arise concerning the dissolution of Root, creating irreconcilable differences with the third Hokage. Moreover, as Danzō is the successor of the second Hokage, he has inherited some of his traits and policies, including the ostracism of the Uchiha clan. Should you join Root, exercise utmost caution. Danzō is not as noble as he appears." Fugaku nodded, well aware of Danzō's true nature. In public, Danzō always displayed an image of self-sacrifice for the sake of Konoha, an unwavering commitment to the greater good. Tragically, Uchiha Shirsue's demise was partially due to being deceived by Danzō's facade, leading him to reveal his Mangekyō abilities, which ultimately incited the concerns of Konoha's higher-ups and fed Danzō's insatiable greed. Ultimately, he was ambushed by Danzō, resulting in the loss of one eye, leaving him to place his hopes solely upon Itachi Uchiha, with part of his decision influenced by his inherent kindness. Uchiha Fugaku was not surprised that Uchiha Tenkan could perceive Danzō's true nature. After all, the leaders of the prominent clans within the ninja world are rarely simple individuals, each possessing unique insights and information channels. "Thank you for your guidance, Father. I shall serve as a jonin for 6 months to a year, and then reassess the situation," he stated. Uchiha Tenkan grew increasingly pleased with his son's demeanor. This young prodigy exhibited composure and tranquility, devoid of the Uchiha clan's characteristic arrogance, perfectly aligning with his vision for the next clan leader. "As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, you have performed admirably, even as the future heir. You remain one of the finest among the Uchiha," Tenkan remarked. The father and son continued their conversation until dawn painted the sky with hues of light, after which they dispersed to rest. The following day, Fugaku awoke late, rising only after the sun was high in the sky. After a brief wash, he purchased 4 bouquets from a flower shop and made his way to Konoha Hospital. The previous day, the 5 had tended to their wounds, and Fugaku felt compelled to check on their recovery. Upon entering the hospital, a figure caught Fugaku's attention. Golden hair paired with a green coat emblazoned with characters signifying gambling, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the future legendary Sannin. Hearing footsteps behind her, Tsunade turned, squinting against the sunlight at the entrance. "Uchiha Fugaku?" she inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. To his surprise, she remembered him. "I didn't expect you to recall me, senpai," Fugaku replied. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement before continuing on her way. Watching her retreating figure, Fugaku surmised that this future Sannin still harbored some reservations towards the Uchiha clan. After all, the first Hokage had passed not long after battling Madara Uchiha, and despite Madara's departure from the clan, the bloodline remained a part of him. The hospital room for Hinata and her companions was not a series of private chambers, but rather a larger space housing 7 or 8 patients. At that moment, the hospital was short on rooms, with the better accommodations occupied by severely injured individuals transported from the land of rain. Pushing open the door, he found the 4 resting, and he placed the flowers gently on each bedside table before quietly exiting the room. Leaving the hospital, Fugaku headed directly towards the outskirts of Konoha, eager to experiment with his awakened Mangekyō Sharingan, which he had yet to utilize. While he had formed certain theories regarding his abilities during its awakening, he had not conducted any experiments to confirm them. Given the bustling village and the risk of exposure, conducting experiments with the Mangekyō was far too perilous, especially considering the third Hokage's keen observational prowess that could easily scrutinize Fugaku's situation. Once concealed within a secluded forest behind Konoha, Fugaku stood silently, activating his three-tomoe Sharingan, the crimson eyes swirling with 3 spinning tomoe. As the kaleidoscope unfolded, the world within his eyes transformed entirely, revealing a clarity previously unknown. The trajectories of all moving entities became vividly discernible before him. A surge of overwhelming power surged within Fugaku's gaze, instilling within him a fleeting sense of invincibility. Though this notion was swiftly extinguished, the arrogance prevalent among the Uchiha clan largely stemmed from such thoughts. Each advancement of the Sharingan promised a qualitative leap in strength. However, should one's power outpace their mental fortitude, it could easily lead to an imbalance of mindset. Fugaku adeptly managed his emotions, acutely aware of the impending horrors of the ninja world war. The kaleidoscope granted him strength among mere mortals, yet he was far from dominating the ninja realm. Regarding the capabilities of his eyes, upon awakening the kaleidoscope, the abilities resonated with his mind, albeit vaguely understood. He discerned that one eye was primarily for offense, while the other served a supportive role. His left eye's kaleidoscope spun rapidly, conjuring a black flame that ignited the ground before him, burning fiercely as if it would not extinguish until the earth was utterly consumed. As Fugaku severed the flow of chakra and ocular energy within him, the black flames gradually waned, and a line of blood trickled from his left eye. This represented his left eye's power, Amaterasu. Instances of Amaterasu awakening were not uncommon in Uchiha history, including for his future sons, who would also awaken this ability. The kaleidoscope's powers were influenced by the individual's mindset and experiences, but Fugaku sensed a connection to the Uchiha lineage as well. Each bloodline concealed unique kaleidoscope abilities, and even 2 unrelated Uchiha could awaken entirely different powers despite identical experiences. Fugaku speculated that the Amaterasu gene was embedded within his branch of the clan, hence the likelihood that his descendants would awaken this ability. As his right eye's kaleidoscope began to spin, a black mist enveloped Fugaku's form, shrouding him completely until the mist dissipated, taking his figure with it. Observing his vanished body, Fugaku recognized this as an unconventional form of invisibility. His physical presence remained, yet he became transparent, akin to the technique of moonlight shunshin, albeit distinct in nature. While the latter required minimal chakra fluctuation, his consumed black mist merely transformed into transparency, lingering around him, allowing objects cloaked in the mist to also become invisible. Fugaku stood resolutely until, after 5 minutes, his form gradually re-emerged. This ability starkly contrasted with Obito's Kamui, The latter allowed Obito to vanish into a separate space, rendering him impervious to external attacks. Each possessed its own merits and drawbacks. Yet Fugaku's technique showcased a pure form of invisibility. Fugaku is entirely different. As long as someone can perceive his location, they can launch an attack against him. Similarly, within 5 minutes, Fugaku can strike while remaining cloaked, rendering his opponents defenseless, albeit at an accelerated cost to his dark mist. He feels that the awakening of this ability may stem from a subconscious envy of the translucent escape of Tsukuyami, a wariness of Obito's Kamui, and a desire to conceal himself while secretly orchestrating plans advantageous to his own interests. After all, such abilities of invisibility, once fully harnessed, can yield immense benefits. With this skill at his disposal, many of his actions can be executed with legitimacy, evading detection. The capabilities of his 2 kaleidoscopic eyes have already been tested. Now he will awaken the power that all members of the Uchiha clan attain after their own kaleidoscope manifests, the Susanoo. As both kaleidoscopic eyes spin in unison, 2 distinct ocular powers begin to merge, ultimately fusing with the chakra coursing within him. A chilling aura begins to permeate the air, a unique dark chakra inherent to the kaleidoscope. A black, ethereal skeletal figure materializes around Fugaku, gradually enlarging into a colossal half-armor warrior form. The black warrior is shrouded in mystery, seemingly concealed within shadows, yet towering and formidable. In his left hand, a massive tomoe appears. A black tomoe phantom bursts forth from Susanoo's grasp, creating a deep crater in the ground ahead, a display of considerable might. In his right hand, he wields a long blade. Distinct from Itachi's Totsuka sword, this blade is a manifestation of Fugaku's ocular power and chakra, possessing solely the capacity for cleaving. Blood tears stream from Fugaku's eyes as he senses the rapid depletion of his physical strength, ocular power, and chakra, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. As Susanoo begins to dissipate, the ocular power consumed becomes permanently lost rather than gradually recuperated. Fugaku understands that without replenishment, the kaleidoscope becomes like a rootless floating weed, ultimately leading to blindness or, before that fate, overwhelming exhaustion that collapses his body. However, he harbors little concern for his eyesight. He possesses the ability to absorb ocular power and does not intend to frequently invoke the kaleidoscope in the short term. As the experiment concludes, the waning afternoon approaches dusk. He employs fire release to obliterate all traces of his presence, ensuring that even the most skilled reconnaissance ninja would conclude that Uchiha Fugaku was merely practicing fire release. He then turns to walk towards Konoha. Shortly after entering the village, a member of the Umbu appears before him. Uchiha Fugaku, please attend a meeting at the Hokage's office tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the Umbu member states. Fugaku nods in acknowledgement. I shall be there on time. The latest graduating class from the Ninja Academy is set to graduate, and it is likely that tomorrow's meeting will pertain to the allocation of these new graduates. Among this graduating class, the most illustrious are undoubtedly the twin sons of the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hinata. One is destined to become the future clan leader, while the other serves as the clan leader's personal guard. Though they are brothers, their fates diverge dramatically. The emergence of this outcome is significantly influenced by the relatively mild rejection response of the Byakugan towards non-Hyuga bloodlines. Although the Uchiha clan also has distinctions between the main and branch families, they measure valor by the prowess of the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, even the son of the clan leader is regarded as ineffectual in the eyes of his proud kin. Around 9:30 in the morning, Fugaku stepped out of his home. As today he was to oversee the division of the elite shinobi into classes. Upon entering the assembly hall, he observed that many had already gathered. The third Hokage, accompanied by several Umbu, stood quietly at the forefront. The ninja assembled swiftly. Among them were Jonin and Chunin, for in a shinobi village, the number of Jonin is ultimately limited, making it impossible for all graduates to be placed in that rank. Some scions of noble clans or exceptionally talented commoner ninjas would be assigned to the tutelage of Jonin, while the majority of average commoner ninjas would be under the guidance of Chunin. As Fugaku entered the hall, he drew the attention of many. Being the latest prodigy of the Uchiha clan who had completed several arduous missions, earning the admiration of numerous ninjas, the third Hokage cleared his throat and announced, "It appears that most have arrived. We shall now commence the class assignments. Those assigned to a class may proceed to the Ninja Academy to collect their students. For the first class, the guiding ninja is Takamaru, with students For the 5th class, the instructor is Uchiha Fugaku, with students Uchiha Kaze, Kamiyama Satoshi, and Kazama. Upon hearing the names of his 3 students, Fugaku understood immediately. One was an Uchiha member, while the other 2 were commoner ninjas. In the context of the Ninja Academy, none of them were considered prodigies, nor were they at the very bottom of the class. The 3rd Hokage's allocations were impeccable, regardless of Fugaku's guidance. Given their current talents, the ceiling for the 2 commoner ninjas was likely to be Chunin at best. Even if there were biases favoring the Uchiha in certain matters, these 2 Chunin would not stir significant waves. Fugaku had some recollection of Uchiha Kaze, who was rather introverted and had yet to awaken his Sharingan. To many clan members, his potential for the Sharingan was deemed lacking. However, Fugaku perceived every young Uchiha member as a reservoir of immense potential. One could never predict when they might experience a profound stimulus that could exponentially enhance their abilities. Just as Uchiha Obito, once considered an underachiever, transformed into a figure of monumental renown. Although Uchiha Kaze may not possess exceptional talent, Fugaku believed that by addressing his vulnerabilities, the awakening of the Sharingan would not be a formidable challenge. Perhaps even the Mangekyō Sharingan was within reach. On a rooftop in Konoha, Fugaku perched on the railing, observing his 3 students. Uchiha Kaze displayed a degree of excitement, as Fugaku was recognized as the youngest genius of the Uchiha clan and potentially the future heir to its leadership. As for the other 2, Kamiyama Satoshi was an unremarkable youth, with his chakra identified as Earth-type during the Academy's assessments. Kazama, a rather handsome boy, bore no Nara surname and possessed Water-type chakra. At the Ninja Academy, chakra was refined and subsequently tested, unlike the practice in later years, where students would play and learn for 6 years, merely mastering the basic transformation technique. I am your guiding instructor, Fugaku Uchiha. I trust some of you are familiar with me, while others may not be. As your teacher, it is imperative that you first comprehend the current state of the ninja world. The 4 nations are embroiled in a fierce conflict in the Land of Rain. As you are likely aware, at the memorial stone in Konoha, funerals are held every few days. War is not far from your doorstep. It could erupt next week or perhaps next month. The brutality of the ninja wars surpasses your imagination. Once you step onto the battlefield, you become the prime targets for the elite squads of various nations. As your instructor, I do not wish to receive news of your funerals the moment you enter the fray. Thus, you have little time to acclimate to the ways of a ninja. Starting tomorrow, we will undertake our first practical mission. It is essential that you quickly adapt to the combat of a ninja to survive the war. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, the 3 students did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. Rather, they appeared eager to engage. Fugaku understood their enthusiasm. Without witnessing the harsh realities of the outside world, one can never truly grasp their own capabilities. Much like Naruto, who believed himself formidable before the mission in the Land of Waves, only to find his mind blank during the first clash between ninjas. Every ninja requires an opportunity to recognize their own strengths, and Fugaku hoped their real combat experience would not occur amidst the chaos of war. Therefore, he decided to eliminate unnecessary preliminary tasks, opting to guide them through actual combat for their initial mission, fostering their synergy through experience. Teacher, could you possibly divulge the details of the mission, so we may prepare ourselves mentally? Inquired Kazuki. It involves bandit extermination, Fugaku replied. We shall assemble outside the mission center at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I hope you are ready. Understood, teacher, they responded, exhaling a sigh of relief as Fugaku disappeared from view. Teacher, what manner of person is he? Queried Shida, just standing before me. His presence was so overwhelming that I could hardly lift my head. He is incredibly strong. Upon hearing praise for Fugaku, Wind, another student, smiled and remarked, Fugaku-sensei is my idol. He is the youngest prodigy of our clan and has reportedly slain numerous foreign ninjas on the battlefield, frequently completing high-difficulty missions. Despite usually being somewhat reserved within the clan, Wind spoke animatedly to his companions, showing no signs of his usual reticence. After leaving the students, Fugaku made his way to the back mountains of the Uchiha clan, having contemplated for a considerable time regarding his first summoning beast. While there are no strict limitations on a ninja's summoning beasts, much like Sasuke Uchiha, who has entered into contracts with both the Dragon Cave and a separate eagle, most typically form contracts with a single clan. After all, summoning a cohesive group is far more advantageous than relying on an individual beast. Fugaku intended to cultivate a pangolin as his first summoning beast, as certain operations can be cumbersome even with the stealth capabilities of the Sharingan. The pangolin's ability to burrow would alleviate many logistical challenges for Fugaku. Certainly, in the eyes of Fyaek, the ideal summoning clan resides within the dragon cavern of the three sacred lands. Not only do they exhibit peculiar movements, able to traverse underground with ease, but they also possess formidable combat prowess. Currently, only Orochimaru has established a contract with the Dragon Cavern, and Fyaek shares no camaraderie with him. Orochimaru's initial overtures were merely verbal agreements, and his suspicious and cunning nature poses a challenge. Prior to Orochimaru embarking on his scientific experiments, Fyaek could not fathom a means to barter for the summoning scrolls. It would be wiser to strategize before acting. So he resolved to cultivate a pangolin of his own. Navigating past the clan's territory, he headed straight for the rear mountains. The lush, verdant forest presented a challenge in locating a pangolin of commendable quality. His black eyes transformed into the three-tomoe Sharingan, bestowing upon him an extraordinary insight that rendered all living beings within his gaze powerless to evade his scrutiny. The crimson Sharingan swept through the forest, revealing concealed creatures, mantises hidden behind tree trunks and serpents silently slithering through the grass. In the world of Hokage, many animals harbor chakra within their beings, endowing them with agility and ferocity surpassing that of ordinary fauna. As Fyaek traversed the forest, flecks of blue chakra permeated every corner. But the chakra contained within these small creatures was negligible, unable to withstand the toll of physical mutations. In contrast, the death forest teemed with numerous mutated creatures of considerable size, including giant centipedes and wild boars. A shadow flitted by, and in an instant, Fyaek vanished from sight. Clutching a half-meter-long pangolin, perhaps due to the presence of chakra, the pangolin had regained its sight, its small black eyes wide with terror as it quickly curled into a ball. This was a survival mechanism. The pangolin's exterior bore a robust layer of scales capable of withstanding the bites of predators. Fyaek hesitated to forge a summoning contract. This pangolin was too diminutive. It remained uncertain how long it would take to nurture it to a size capable of assisting him. He released it onto the ground, and perhaps sensing the aroma of the earth, the curled creature gradually unfurled, its black eyes surveying its surroundings. Agile claws swiftly digging into the ground before it vanished from sight. With a swift shunshin, Fyaek disappeared once more, weaving through the forest, his Sharingan sweeping back and forth. His keen perception ensuring that no rustle of leaves or whisper of wind could escape his notice. In the distance, another black pangolin emerged from the underbrush, its eyes scanning intently while its nose probed the air for nearby scents, displaying remarkable vigilance. Fyaek leaped gracefully, materializing beside the pangolin. Sensing his presence, it quickly rolled into a ball, attempting to escape his gaze. With a gentle nudge, Fyaek overturned the rolling pangolin, examining it carefully. Its length was comparable to the previous pangolin, yet its chakra was 3 to 4 times greater, marking it as a creature of superior lineage. He seized the pangolin, pried open its jaws, and noted the beginnings of mutations, with teeth already sprouting. This aligned perfectly with Fyaek's requirements. Once animals begin to mutate, their growth in size can occur at an astonishing rate, even if they cannot expand countless times in mere months like the toads of Myaboku Mountain. Those possessing chakra within their bodies can still increase in size several-fold within a short span. To establish a summoning contract with a solitary creature, it is essential that the animal does not harbor any aversion, otherwise, the endeavor may easily fail. The pangolin, curled into a ball, directed its head towards Fuya's eyes. Three-tomoe continuously revolved, and an illusion technique emanated directly from the Sharingan, rendering the pangolin's not-so-advanced mind unable to discern illusion from reality. In the blink of an eye, the pangolin had relaxed, occasionally extending its long tongue to lick Fuya's hand. In its mind, Fuya had become a companion it had known for several months, one who would sometimes provide it with food. Placing the pangolin on the ground, Fuya drew a black shuriken across his finger, beginning to inscribe the summoning contract upon its body. The summoning contract for a solitary animal differs entirely from that of a clan. Clans typically possess their own summoning scrolls. With the clan's consent, one can simply inscribe their name and leave a fingerprint. In contrast, a solitary summoning must be executed through a contract and the consent of the summoned creature. Upon completing the inscription of the summoning contract, Fuya meticulously formed the hand seals of the summoning technique, ultimately placing his palms against the pangolin-esque body. The inscribed contract simultaneously began to merge into the pangolin. Vanishing from sight, Fuya sensed an additional bond forming between himself and the pangolin before standing and turning in a circle. He then issued a simple command to the summoning beast. The now relaxed creature rose to its feet, circling Fuya while its dark eyes remained fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting a delectable offering of insects and ants. After testing several straightforward commands, the pangolin executed them flawlessly. Fuya nodded in approval. Indeed, the summoning technique possessed its own unique merits. He also contemplated his approach to nurturing the pangolin. While free-range feeding might be less demanding, the time required for growth would be excessively long. Fuya resolved to capture some chakra-infused insects whenever possible to serve as sustenance for the summoning beast, thereby accelerating its growth. From his ninja tool pouch, Fuya retrieved a Konoha headband, which he secured diagonally between the pangolin's front paws. The headband not only provided protection, but also signified its identity. Should any Konoha ninja venture into the rear mountain, they would recognize that a summoning contract had been established with the pangolin by a Konoha ninja, having given the pangolin its marching orders. Fuya departed from the rear mountain forest, reassured by the absence of formidable predators. Ordinary beasts posed no threat to the pangolin. The following morning at 8 o'clock, he arrived punctually at the mission assignment area, where 3 disciples had already gathered. "Good morning, Teacher Fuya," the 3 students greeted in unison. Fuya nodded and remarked, "I trust you are all prepared. I hope you are mentally ready, as the upcoming task will be practical combat." "Teacher Fuya, we are ready," replied Kazuha. Uchiha Kaze and Kamiyama Satoshi nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with determination. Observing the trio, one cannot help but ponder their capability. Let us witness their inaugural mission in practice. If they cannot even surmount this initial challenge, venturing into the land of rain would merely render them as fodder for the battlefield. Not many teams have taken on tasks, as the skirmishes in the land of rain have siphoned off considerable manpower from Konoha, while signs of resurgence among bandits within the land of fire have become apparent. Fugaku meticulously perused the registered tasks, extracting a particular mission sheet. 100 miles west of Konoha lies the Deer Call Mountain, where bandits have established their encampment, preying upon travelers, specifically targeting small merchant convoys or unguarded civilians. Although the 3 freshly graduated ninjas would typically be deemed unqualified for such a bounty hunting mission, the presence of their Jonin instructor and the current tense situation have rendered many circumstances quite different. Handing the mission list to the trio, Fugaku discerned from the scraps of information that the bandits were not particularly formidable. He surmised that encountering a Chunin-level bandit would already be considering them too highly. "Master, are there many bandits in the land of fire?" Kazuki inquired, gazing curiously at Uchiha Fugaku. "Indeed, there appears to be a flicker of resurgence among the bandits," Fugaku explained. With Konoha focusing its energies on the land of rain, they are emboldened to plunder indiscriminately within the land of fire. A competent ninja must remain vigilant while traversing. A lesson imparted by their instructors at the academy, he noted. "Now is your time to put theory into practice. 100 miles is not an insurmountable distance. A normal person can cover approximately 10 miles in an hour at a brisk pace." Regarding the trio's performance, Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. Their innate talents as ninjas were average, yet they had grasped the teachings from the academy commendably, displaying a commendable attitude and a willingness to learn. This is the reality for most ninjas in the shinobi world. Indeed, those with powerful bloodlines and exceptional talents are a rarity. After 2 hours, the 4 arrived at the base of Deer Call Mountain. The three-tomoe Sharingan manifested in Fugaku's eyes as he scanned the area above. There were not many bandits within. Fewer than 20, some possessing minimal chakra, while others appeared to be mere civilians. Among them were a dozen or so brigands. Fugaku declared, "I shall not intervene. The success of this mission rests entirely upon your abilities and teamwork." "Understood, Master," they replied. Fugaku utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight to perch quietly upon a distant tree branch, observing the actions of his disciples. Given their combined strength, it should not be particularly challenging to eliminate this band of brigands. The primary factor now lies in their mental fortitude. Surpassing this hurdle would simplify future endeavors significantly. The trio moved with utmost caution, aware that this was not only their first task, but also an opportunity to showcase their capabilities before their instructor. following their earlier disbandment. They had taken the time to reacquaint themselves with their mentor. Every child harbors a dream of heroism, and similarly, every newly graduated ninja aspires to become a formidable force. In the face of their limited innate abilities, having a powerful teacher becomes a pivotal advantage. The bandits atop the mountain, lacking formal training, were languid both indoors and outdoors, exhibiting alarmingly poor vigilance. It seemed they had never considered that Konoha, a mere 100 miles away, could dispatch ninjas to eradicate them at any moment. The mountain soon echoed with cries of despair and pleas for mercy. Fugaku silently observed his 3 disciples, noting their transition from hesitation to decisiveness as they eradicated all the bandits without displaying any sign of weakness. For the children of the shinobi world, such experiences were not difficult to accept, especially during wartime when Konoha held funerals every few days. The realities of war and bloodshed had become ingrained in their lives. As the 3 disciples approached, Fugaku nodded and remarked, "Well done, but do not grow complacent. These bandits are merely marginally stronger than civilians. Their extermination is no great feat." "Yes, sensei," the 3 disciples responded eagerly, yet their joy at completing a mission for the first time was difficult to mask, a sentiment Fugaku could understand. Upon returning to Konoha and submitting their mission report, Fugaku disbanded the team and made his way directly to the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage and 3 advisors convened. "What are your thoughts on the recent rumors circulating in the village regarding the 1st Hokage and would release?" Kurama Kotetsu broke the silence. "Humph, it is evident that someone is inciting these rumors," Danzō interjected, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Such rumors do not arise spontaneously. Claims of recalling the 1st Hokage statue are mere fabrications. I have dispatched root ninjas to investigate those disseminating these rumors." As a seasoned rumormonger, Danzō was well acquainted with such tactics. Years ago, he had collaborated with others to seize power in Konoha, engaging in similar schemes. The other 3 advisors recognized that these rumors were indeed deliberately fabricated, but they could not decipher the motives of the instigators. What could their purpose be? Mitarashi Anko pondered aloud. To glorify the greatness of the 1st Hokage. Back then, he suppressed the entire shinobi world with wood release and allocated tailed beasts. The entirety of the shinobi world is well aware of this. There is no need to fabricate rumors to stir up memories. The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, equally perplexed by the motives behind the rumors. Danzō sneered. What other reason could there be? The Senju clan members, once integrated into Konoha, are dissatisfied with the current situation and are deliberately crafting rumors to remind people of the Senju's illustrious past. Enough. The 3rd Hokage rose abruptly, glaring at Danzō, an aura of authority emanating from him. Without the sacrifices of the Senju clan, there would be no Konoha as it stands today. No one has the right to defame the Senju, not even you, a disciple of the 2nd Hokage. By specifically mentioning the 2nd Hokage, the 3rd Hokage issued a warning to Danzō not to forget his roots. The fact that a high-ranking official from Konoha was publicly disparaging the Senju was a grave offense, sufficient grounds to revoke Danzō's advisory position. In Konoha, there were many who coveted advisory roles, and numerous candidates were equally qualified. If Danzō's words were to spread, it would incite a tremendous uproar, particularly among the remnants of the Senju clan. Indeed, Danzō had overstepped his bounds. Regardless of Konoha's establishment or the First Shinobi World War, the Senju clan sacrificed too many lives, Kurama Kotetsu remarked. The conversation among the 4 ended on a discordant note, with Danzō exiting the office, leaving only the 3rd Hokage and the remaining advisors behind. The 3rd sighed and remarked, "In the past, the 1st Hokage commanded the abolition of the Senju surname, urging our clan to merge with the common folk of Konoha. Henceforth, there would be no Senju, only Konoha. Who can rival such a spirit? I wish for no further disparagement of the Senju name. Please inform Danzō. Rest assured, I shall notify him." "Today, Danzō has indeed overstepped," replied Minyan with a nod. "Koharu, you are tasked with discreetly observing the young ninjas of the Senju clan, ensuring that no promising youths are overlooked. Have there been any indications of potential heirs capable of awakening wood release?" Koharu shook her head, stating, "The overall quality is commendable, yet there remains a discernible gap when compared to the 1st and 2nd Hokage." "What of Tsunade's brother Nawaki?" inquired the 3rd. "Nawaki possesses considerable talent. His performance at the Ninja Academy has been stellar," Koharu responded. "However, the awakening of wood release is unpredictable, and we cannot ascertain any signs at present. Nawaki will graduate next year. Who do you intend to assign as his mentor, Hiruzen? The third fell silent for a moment before replying, perhaps Orochimaru. In terms of inheritance and mastery of various jutsu, he is the most suitable candidate. Among the legendary three, Tsunade specializes in medical ninjutsu, while Jiraiya roams the ninja world, often distracted by his lecherous tendencies. Only Orochimaru remains the most fitting choice in the third's eyes, as he had never considered anyone beyond the legendary three. At this moment, Fugaku stood atop a towering tree in the forest of death, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings in search of chakra-rich insects and ants to nourish his summoning beast. Purposeful feeding accelerates growth significantly compared to free-range methods. With a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from his position, reappearing in a grassy area where a massive anthill, towering 4 to 5 meters high, lay before him. Swarms of ants scurried in and out. These were not only large in size, but also rich in chakra. Fugaku estimated that should the pangolin consume all the ants here, it would undergo substantial growth. Drawing blood from his finger, he formed hand seals and invoked the summoning technique. A gust of white mist enveloped the area, revealing a black pangolin within the forest of death. "I've found you some food," Fugaku said, placing the summoned creature near the anthill to allow it to feed at its leisure. The pangolin, with its dark eyes darting about, sniffed the air, extending its tongue to ensnare the large ants, its mouth continuously writhing. Due to the presence of chakra, the pangolins of the ninja world have evolved not only enhanced vision, but also formidable teeth. A row of white fangs presented itself. Fugaku pondered their biting strength and resolved to test it when the opportunity arose. It was evident that the pangolin was thoroughly pleased with the ants before it, each one a nourishing feast. For the pangolin, now undergoing mutation, these large, plump ants, rich in chakra, served as an ideal means to replenish its energy. Previously, without Fugaku's assistance, it could only evolve to a slightly larger than average size. Now, with ample energy, it could indulge in consumption and evolution without concern for energy depletion. As it feasted, the pangolin glanced back at Fugaku, its gaze suggesting, "There is plenty of food here. You should eat as well." Fuya gently smiled and remarked, "At least you possess a modicum of conscience. I have matters to attend to. Once you are satiated, feel free to dispel the summoning technique." With a swift technique, Fuya vanished from sight, leaving behind a solitary black pangolin voraciously devouring ants. In the realm of ninjas, most are inherently endowed with but a single chakra nature, while those with 2 or more can be deemed prodigies, many possessing a singular chakra attribute. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, begin to seek ways to comprehend and develop a second attribute. Thus, the majority of jonin in the ninja world possess dual attributes. After all, should one's sole attribute be countered by an opponent, one's life may swiftly be forfeited. Uchiha Fugaku, whether in his prowess with the Sharingan or in fire release techniques, exhibited considerable talent, a rarity within his clan. His only shortcoming lay in his singular affinity for fire chakra. When faced with multiple water release ninjas, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage in combat. He intended to grasp and cultivate a second chakra nature, for it is not particularly challenging for seasoned jonin, well-versed in chakra properties, to comprehend a secondary nature. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku entered a secret chamber, approaching the shelves dedicated to the introduction and compilation of chakra nature transformations and various ninjutsu. He withdrew one of the scrolls. Unrolling it with deliberation, it detailed the conditions and mindset required to master diverse chakra types. The first he examined was Earth. Among the 5 chakra natures, Earth Release possesses the most elusive offensive capabilities, with many of its techniques manifesting silently, potentially catching an unwary target off guard at any moment. Techniques such as the Hell Swamp and Earth Spike emerge suddenly around the target, executing with remarkable swiftness. In contrast, the offensive techniques of the other 4 chakra natures predominantly follow a more gradual approach, such as the signature Fire Release of the Uchiha clan. Fire Release seldom directly incinerates an opponent during battle, primarily due to its slower activation. It is usually emitted through a mouthful of flames, granting adversaries ample time to defend or evade. Moreover, Fugaku harbored a keen interest in the dust release of the Iwagakure, which, aside from being countered by the Rinnegan's absorption capabilities, no ninja dares to confront head-on. Since the demise of the second Tsuchikage in the last Great Ninja War, where he perished alongside the Mizukage, dust release has become a lost art in the ninja world. Inoki has yet to develop dust release, or perhaps he has succeeded. Yet such news has not circulated outside. Though Fugaku was unaware of the precise timeline in which Inoki might have mastered dust release, he understood that the upcoming Great Ninja War necessitated a Wagakure's enhancement of its might to intimidate rival nations. Otherwise, following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the Iwa ninja would scarcely have the vigor to instigate a third, having suffered significant losses at the hands of Konoha and Kumogakure. The fusion of two distinct chakra types is termed a bloodline limit, with such abilities typically passed down through bloodlines. Those capable of independently mastering them are exceedingly rare. The amalgamation of three chakra types results in a bloodline elimination, and currently, only dust release is recognized as such in the ninja world, with no accounts of it being transmitted through bloodline inheritance. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, bears no blood relation to Inoki, and neither do Inoki's son and granddaughter inherit the dust release. This implies that the probability of mastering dust release through cultivation surpasses that of bloodline inheritance. The fusion of fire, earth, and wind chakras requires Fuyue to not only comprehend the nature of earth, but also the essence of wind. It is certain that a Wagakure harbors scrolls for the cultivation of dust release, and Fuyue's Sharingan abilities will greatly assist him in acquiring these scrolls. Upon unrolling the scroll, he directly delves into the introduction of Earth's properties. The essence of Earth is robust and weighty, capable of decomposition and nurturing all living things, encompassing trees, flowers, and crops. Earth, being ubiquitous yet inconspicuous, renders most earth release techniques unexpectedly formidable. After perusing the scroll's contents, Fuyue meticulously rolls it back up and returns it to its place. He exits the chamber and settles cross-legged in his bedroom, repeatedly reflecting on the scroll's descriptions of Earth while commencing his chakra cultivation. Since awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, Fuyue's chakra has been amplifying continuously. Cultivation has become notably easier, as if his innate talents have significantly surged alongside the awakening. With closed eyes, he envisions himself in an expansive wilderness, surrounded by various forms of earth that continually morph, sometimes as minerals, other times as disparate stones, and at times as boundless swamps exuding a perilous aura. For 5 consecutive days, apart from instructing his 3 disciples, Fuyue has immersed himself in understanding the nature of Earth, where spiritual energy and physical energy intertwine, giving rise to a strand of earthy yellow chakra. Sensing the transformation of his chakra, Fuyue realizes his success. The next step is to gradually comprehend the nature of chakra to employ earth release ninjutsu. In the back mountain, Fuyue stands still, his hands tracing several fleeting shadows as he incessantly forms hand seals. Through numerous encounters with Iwa ninja, he has memorized the chakra flow and hand seals of those who frequently utilize earth release techniques via his Sharingan. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The forest floor, hitherto tranquil, begins to undulate as a lifelike earthen dragon emerges, aiming its bombardments at a towering tree. 5 projectiles are expelled in succession from the dragon's maw, effectively shattering the tree. Fuyue nods in approval. The power is commendable. In the realm of earth release, the strongest practitioners in Konoha are the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru, followed closely by Kakashi in the future. Notably, the 3rd Hokage possesses the ability to combine fire and earth techniques, which, though not a bloodline limit, is still quite formidable. Reminiscent of the old sage's use of lava release, Fuyue has contemplated the arduous path of cultivating a bloodline limit through the fusion of fire and earth chakra, but understands the challenges, especially in the absence of a mentor. Relying solely on self-exploration, he intends to first attempt the amalgamation of the 2 chakra techniques to fully grasp their properties before seeking scrolls related to the fire and earth bloodline limit techniques. His hands once again begin to form seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. An earthen dragon surges forth from the ground at remarkable speed, but the following Fire Dragon Bullet Technique struggles to keep pace, resulting in a mere secondary attack. Observing the completely unrelated ninjutsu techniques, Fuyue harbored no other thoughts. Having just mastered earth release, he found it peculiar that the 2 jutsu could be combined. Even the 3rd Hokage only reached his peak prowess at nearly 30 years of age, mastering the 5 elemental chakra natures to an extraordinary degree. skillfully utilizing their interdependent and conflicting properties to develop mixed ninjutsu akin to a bloodline limit. In the forest, the underbrush rustled, and a small black head emerged, its dark eyes darting about as it crawled towards Fuyue. In just a few days, the little creature had grown significantly, climbing up beside Fuyue and displaying an affectionate demeanor, evidently boosted in intimacy by the large ants he had previously procured. As the small head nuzzled against Fuyue's clothing, it emitted a series of sounds. Through the summoning contract, Fuyue easily discerned the pangolin's message. It had not had its fill of ants and desired another meal. "Let us go," Fuyue said, lifting the summoning beast into his arms. "This time, I shall take you to the forest of death. The previous ant mound should suffice for several days of sustenance." He allowed the pangolin to curl into a ball, awkwardly placing it into his ninja tool pouch, and then turned towards the village. The streets of Konoha appeared markedly more somber than before. The smiles on the faces of the townsfolk were gradually diminishing, as the harsh realities of war encroached upon the lives of the villagers. Every few days, the remains of fallen Konoha ninja from the Land of Rain were returned to the village for funeral rites. This situation had become increasingly dire, with funeral ceremonies growing in scale as the count of deceased ninja rose. As the conflict among the four nations intensified, Konoha, after Fuyue's return from the Land of Rain, had dispatched 2 additional contingents of reinforcements, yet they still could not secure a significant advantage in the ongoing battles. Suddenly, a figure with flowing white hair caught Fuyue's attention. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The fact that the third Hokage had deemed it necessary to summon Jiraiya back to the village at such a critical juncture indicated that the situation in the Land of Rain had reached a critical threshold, with an impending full-scale war looming. As if sensing the gaze behind him, Jiraiya turned to look at Fuyue. "Senior Jiraiya," Fuyue greeted him first. Upon hearing the call, Jiraiya scrutinized Fuyue for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ah, Fuyue, it's been quite some time since you returned to the village. I almost forgot what you looked like. It took me a while to remember, but I have indeed heard quite a few rumors about you lately. Even bounties have begun appearing in the black market." Fuyue surmised that his recent actions in the Land of Earth had likely pressured the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, into issuing a bounty. However, he remained unperturbed by the so-called black market bounty, given his current strength with the Mangekyō Sharingan. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to capture him unless a top-tier ninja from the shinobi world personally intervened. Furthermore, the Akatsuki organization, which would later instill fear across the ninja realm, did not yet exist, and the mastermind Uchiha Obito had not yet been born. As for the other members, they were either too young, still non-existent, or currently serving in their respective villages. "I heard you've been traveling the ninja world and writing books. But what brings you back to Konoha at this time? Has there been a new development in the Land of Rain?" Jiraiya's smile faded, and he spoke with gravity. "The situation is indeed dire. The Rain Village has declared war on the 3 great nations of fire, earth, and wind, dispatching all its ninjas to engage in battle, with Hanzo himself at the helm." Fuyue felt a surge of astonishment. Hanzo has long been revered in the ninja world as a demigod, a figure whose charisma and intimidation even the 5 great nations would hesitate to provoke. It was unexpected for him to enter the fray so swiftly. Fuyue could comprehend Hanzo's actions. In terms of resources, the Land of Rain is inferior to any of the 3 great nations. Engaging in a war of attrition with all 3 would only lead to a slow demise. It is far better to strike now and take a gamble, perhaps seizing some advantage. Once Hanzo takes action, the conflict will inevitably escalate. Fuyue declared seriously, "Ordinary ninjas cannot withstand Hanzo's onslaught. Sunagakure and Iwagakure will surely reinforce their ranks, deploying even stronger ninjas to contain Hanzo. The onset of full-scale war is imminent. Should Sunagakure unleash its full might, the impact of all Fuyue's previous efforts in the Land of Earth will be rendered insignificant. At such a critical juncture, even the daimyo of the Land of Earth may have to set aside their grudges and lend full support to Iwagakure's military endeavors. Otherwise, the Land of Earth risks falling into a state of grave vulnerability." "Indeed," Jiraiya remarked, "it is rare to encounter such a young ninja with such foresight. The Uchiha clan has produced a true genius. The external assessments of your capabilities seem entirely justified." "You flatter me," Fuyue replied humbly. Jiraiya shook his head. "Do not underestimate yourself. You are unlike any Uchiha I have encountered. Not only do you possess formidable strength, but you also have a broad perspective, devoid of arrogance and complacency. By this measure alone, you surpass the majority of ninjas. The third Hokage summoned me back for matters regarding the mobilization of troops, and I suspect I will not remain in Konoha for long before departing for the Land of Rain. Would you be interested in fighting alongside me? Fuyue did not anticipate being courted by two of the legendary Sannin, yet having already pledged his support to Orochimaru, he could not accept Jiraiya's offer. Thank you for the invitation, but I have already promised Orochimaru my unwavering assistance following the mobilization. Bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Fuyue continued his journey towards the Forest of Death, retracing his steps from days prior into the depths of the forest. In the distance, a massive anthill reappeared before him, surrounded by countless large ants that continued to swarm in and out, their numbers showing no sign of diminishing. It seemed the pangolin nestled within his ninja tools sensed the scent of the ants and began to squirm restlessly, eager to escape its confines. Fuyue gently placed the pangolin on the ground. Consider this your new home. Dig a concealed burrow here. This place is teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Do not let yourself become their meal. The pangolin flicked its tail, curling into a ball and rolling forward, eventually coming to rest beside the ant colony. Emitting a few chirps, Fuyue understood the pangolin's intent. No matter how formidable a predator, it would find itself helpless against the pangolin, which could simply scurry away unharmed. Fuyue shook his head. Yet here lies a massive beast with a mutated form, capable of swallowing you whole in a single bite, leaving you no chance to escape. The pangolin flicked its tail, consumed a couple of ants, and returned to Fujitake's side. Sensing the fear within the other, Fujitake smiled reassuringly, saying, "There is no need for excessive trepidation. As long as you remain vigilant and concealed, no ferocious beasts will take notice of you." They lingered in the Forest of Death until darkness enveloped the surroundings, observing the spirit beast finishing its meal and excavating a secure burrow before feeling confident enough to leave the treacherous woods. This vast anthill would suffice for the pangolin's nourishment for some time, alleviating Fujitake's concerns regarding the spirit beast's training for the short term. With a series of instantaneous movements, he returned home within mere minutes. Upon entering the dimly lit abode, it appeared that his father had yet to return. He stepped into the living room, where a scroll lay upon the table, a scroll of intelligence. Fujitake recognized it as a report sent by Uchiha Tenjo, containing non-classified information gathered by the security team. Uchiha Tenjo always ensured that Fujitake received a copy to keep him apprised of the current state of the ninja world and the emerging circumstances surrounding notable ninjas. In the realm of ninjas, the disparity in intelligence often serves as the pivotal factor in achieving victory in battle. Thus, for an exceptional ninja, information is as crucial as strength. Fujitake unfurled the scroll, which detailed the Wind Country's increased mobilization of sand-hidden forces, now deploying significant troop strength into the Rain Country. Hanzo personally led the Rain ninjas into action, while the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries suffered considerable losses in the ensuing conflict. Tsukumo Hitaki commanded a large contingent of Konoha elites, sustaining numerous casualties among the upper ninjas, yet managed to repel Hanzo's onslaught despite sustaining injuries himself. Fujitake was somewhat astonished. Although Tsukumo had not yet attained the legendary title of Konoha's White Fang, the sheer aura he emanated indicated his formidable prowess, rare even among Konoha's ranks. The fact that Hanzo could injure Tsukumo and eliminate several elite Konoha ninjas while retreating unscathed illustrates his extraordinary strength. Fujitake set the scroll aside, knowing that others would handle these documents, sparing him from concern. A subtle sound of footsteps approached, growing nearer, and Fujitake recognized that Uchiha Tenjo had returned home. Observing his father entering through the door, Fujitake remarked, "Welcome back, father." Uchiha Tenjo nodded in acknowledgement. "Have you finished reviewing the intelligence?" The sudden declaration of war by the Rain ninjas took all the ninja villages by surprise. "Indeed, Hanzo is not merely a figure of empty reputation," Fujitake replied. "Engaging in a free-for-all on the battlefield of the Rain Country, a full-scale declaration of war is merely a matter of time. It seems Konoha must also significantly bolster its forces. Currently, there was no news indicating a shortage. Konoha had repeatedly reinforced the Rain Country, which was far from lacking in military strength and fully capable of addressing the present circumstances. However, they were deficient in formidable warriors. The ordinary ninjas would struggle against the upper echelon of foreign powers." Uchiha Tenjo remarked, "The third Hokage has summoned Jiraiya back from his travels. Relying solely on Tsukumo to navigate the intricate situation in the Rain Country is somewhat precarious. Konoha may indeed increase its troop deployment, with the Third's 3 disciples as vanguards supporting the Rain Country, yet it is not yet time for a full mobilization. After all, only 3 of the 5 great nations have engaged, while 2 remain in a state of observation, particularly the Mist Village. Fugaku understood that during the Second Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan remained largely passive, merely engaging in the conflict later on to address the issue of sealing the Three Tails. They allied with the Hidden Cloud to eradicate the country of whirlpools, seizing a significant number of sealing technique scrolls in the process. After a brief discussion regarding the current situation, the father and son retired to their chambers for the night. In the morning, as Fugaku stepped outside, a faint fluctuation of chakra caught his attention. It was the eldest son of Uchiha Senmu, a member of the guard who had perished when Senmu met his untimely end. The chakra emitted by him and his brother had drawn Fugaku's gaze. Months had passed, yet the young man had yet to awaken his Sharingan, and the intensity of his chakra had noticeably diminished. Fugaku was somewhat astonished. The passage of time should have allowed him to gradually emerge from the shadow of his father's death. Furthermore, the absence of an awakening during such an emotionally turbulent period would render the prospect of awakening the Sharingan even more challenging. As the future clan leader, Fugaku felt compelled to investigate the circumstances surrounding the awakening of the Sharingan among clan members aged 12 and under. He aimed to stimulate those with lesser potential, aiding them in unlocking their abilities. Consequently, Fugaku abandoned his plans to study ninjutsu in the back mountains and returned home, heading directly to Uchiha Tenkin's study. From the shelves, he retrieved a scroll. This scroll contained a family tree, chronicling the status of all current Uchiha clan members, including the number of individuals who had awakened their Sharingan, how many possessed one tomo, how many had 2, all meticulously detailed. This scroll was not a secret. Nearly every high-ranking Uchiha possessed a copy in their household. Upon unfurling the scroll, Fugaku first encountered a summary of the entire family. The clan numbered over 1,800 members, with nearly 400 adult members yet to awaken their abilities. There were approximately 100 retired elders and nearly 800 members under the age of 10. The remaining ninjas, totaling less than 500, were either part of the guard or engaged in conventional shinobi squads. Among the 400-plus ninjas, only around 80 had awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan, and fewer than 10 possessed the strength of elite jonin. The majority were either one-tomoe or two-tomoe users. The latter part of the scroll detailed the birth dates, death dates, and causes of death for each clan member. This was Fugaku's first direct encounter with the Uchiha clan's strength. With only over 400 ninjas among 1,800 clan members, the ratio seemed alarmingly low. A cursory glance revealed that the clan suffered its greatest losses during the First Shinobi World War, where numerous members perished on the battlefield. Originally boasting over 2,000 members and nearly 700 ninjas, the Uchiha had lost almost half. The Second War had begun, and its conclusion would inevitably lead to a third. The relentless succession of wars was sufficient to cripple even the most formidable of shinobi villages and clans. The enduring peace that followed the Third War, which saw the shinobi world plagued by conflict for over a decade, stemmed from the substantial losses each village had endured, creating a pressing need for tranquility to recuperate. The Uchiha clan, significantly weakened by the 3 shinobi world wars, was left with a dearth of powerful ninjas, a primary reason for their eventual near annihilation. Otherwise, with the current prowess of the Uchiha clan, even if they employed the Mangekyō Sharingan in conjunction with the root Umbu for a surprise attack, the annihilation of the Uchiha would merely lead to significant retaliation from the defiant Uchiha, rather than an instantaneous extermination that left not even a ripple. Fugaku sighed inwardly, recognizing the arduous task ahead to stimulate his clansmen to awaken their eyes and strengthen the family's foundation. Each additional member who awakens their Sharingan would enhance the clan's strength. If all 800 children, including those yet to be born, were to awaken their Sharingan, the Uchiha would not falter in the face of brutal warfare, let alone face extinction. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change holds true. Once the numbers reach a certain threshold, it becomes possible to produce geniuses akin to Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi, or even those like Uchiha Obito who awaken the Mangekyō with spatial abilities. At times, the impact of a singular peak powerhouse can outweigh that of countless ordinary ninjas. Uchiha Senju's eldest son, Uchiha Kaneki, aged 8, would graduate from the Ninja Academy in 2 years. Fugaku planned to stimulate his awakening soon. Otherwise, as the fluctuations in his ocular power diminished, the process would become increasingly challenging. After placing the scroll back on the shelf, Fugaku stepped outside to continue practicing ninjutsu. Deep within the forest of death, a vast anthill stood amidst the trees, with large ants coming and going. A curious pangolin voraciously devoured the ants that ventured out in search of food, occasionally glancing back. Not far from the pangolin, perched quietly on the trunk of a large tree, Fugaku sat with one hand raised, a flickering orb of red chakra emanating from it. This was a pure fire attribute chakra, untainted by any form or nature transformation, radiating a warm sensation rather than an intense heat. All ninjutsu relies on the transformation of chakra's form and nature, including bloodline limits, and even those that have been eliminated. As for stronger bloodline limits, Fugaku was uncertain if they even fell under the realm of ninjutsu, and deemed it unnecessary to ponder at this moment. Fire release is a common method employed by the Uchiha clan in combat. It seems that every Uchiha possesses fire attribute chakra within, including those who have yet to awaken their Sharingan. However, having perused the history of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku noted that no member had ever awakened a bloodline limit with fire release attributes. Rather than expending energy to study fire release bloodline limits, it would be more prudent to delve deeper into the Sharingan, as each advancement in its power represents a significant leap. A scholar of history, Fugaku understood that while the Sharingan is formidable, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is the pinnacle. Any further enhancement would necessitate the integration of Senju Hashirama's cells to achieve the balance of yin and yang and unlock the Rinnegan. Even the mighty Uchiha Madara only awakened the Rinnegan in his later years. Although Fugaku possesses the ability to absorb ocular power, he lacks the chakra of Indra's reincarnation, making awakening difficult in the short term. Rather than obsessively pursuing the Rinnegan, it may be wiser to pursue both paths concurrently, striving for the Rinnegan while harnessing the power of the 5 elements combined with yin release to form the 6 paths power. Akin to the strength possessed by Sasuke at the end of the 4th Great Ninja War. Sasuke, having received a boon from the Sage of 6 Paths, wielded the power of the 6 paths formed from the 5 elements and yin release, enabling him to contend with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Without the gifts of the 6 paths, Fugaku could only rely on his own cultivation to thoroughly comprehend the nature and form of the 5 elemental techniques, merging them to create a new bloodline limit. To achieve the unity of the 5 forms, the first challenge lay in fusing fire and earth to form the lava release bloodline limit. The Uchiha clan's records on earth release were scant, as they were primarily a fire release clan. Even after a millennium of existence and several transformations, their collection of earth release materials remained limited. The red chakra in his hand radiated a warm aura. To Fugaku, fire embodied ferocity, searing heat, and destruction. He envisioned the wildness of fire in his mind, imagining each strand of chakra pulsating with untamed power. After a morning of practice, the tranquil fire chakra in his grasp showed no signs of fluctuation. Yet, Fugaku remained undeterred. This experience paled in comparison to the future integration of the 5 elements. Akin to a small witch encountering a grand sorcerer, utterly incomparable. Stretching his body, he formed hand seals, puffed his chest, and expelled a stream of fire from his mouth, creating a colossal fireball in the open space ahead, enormous and scorching. His black eyes transformed into the three-tomoe Sharingan, intently observing every change in the great fireball technique. The technique continued to spew forth for nearly 30 seconds before ceasing, leaving the leaves on the ground swept away, dissipated into wisps of smoke, leaving only ashes behind. Once more he formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A small dragon-shaped flame erupted from Fugaku's mouth, within the Sharingan's gaze. The fire dragon exuded a ferocious power, causing the surrounding air to distort, tinged with a hint of heat. The dragon-shaped flame adjusted its trajectory, colliding directly with a large tree. A tremendous crash resounded as the tree splintered into several pieces, igniting in succession. Below, a pangolin appeared terrified by such overwhelming force, frantically digging a hole, vanishing underground in an instant. Utilizing fire release techniques was not particularly difficult. The true challenge lay in manifesting the nature transformation of chakra. It was reminiscent of Naruto's arduous training with the wind release, Rasengan, which took several days to master even with countless shadow clones aiding him. While both the Great Fire Dragon and Great Fireball belonged to Fire Release, they represented distinctly different natures, the former emphasizing ferocious power, while the latter concentrated on temperature and combustion. Once again, a flicker of fire chakra materialized in his hand, resembling smoke and flame, exuding a mild heat. He recalled the scene of the fire dragon crashing into the tree. As twilight descended, visions of the explosive force of flames filled his mind. The flicker of chakra in his hand seemed to emanate a dangerous aura, causing Fugaku to tremble slightly. With a soft pop, a subtle sound emanated from the chakra before him, and flames scattered, vanishing from his sight. A slight sting emerged in Fugaku's palm, a manifestation of the explosive ferocity of fire chakra. Though not potent, it marked an essential beginning. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. At least he had made some progress today, and it was commendable. Observing the dimming sky, Fugaku scanned his surroundings, wondering where the frightened pangolin had scurried off to. With a soft chuckle, he turned and strode toward the outskirts of the Death Forest. Upon entering the village, a member of the Uchiha clan appeared before him. Fugaku, the clan leader is on duty with the guard team today. Fugaku nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The clan member smiled and said, It's nothing. I happen to be patrolling this area today. I'll take my leave now. Fugaku nodded, watching as the individual vanished from sight. It seemed that his plan could be executed today. He would first experiment on Uchiha Kaneki, whose eyes were already showing signs of awakening, continuously emanating fluctuations of ocular power. Though the intensity was waning, it was still stronger than many of the clan members who exhibited no such fluctuations. At midnight, the entire Uchiha compound lay in silence. Fugaku abruptly opened his eyes, his crimson three-tomoe Sharingan spinning relentlessly. Stepping into the yard, his three-tomoe Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope, and a dark mist enveloped him, gradually concealing his entire form until he vanished completely. The nighttime Uchiha compound, in stark contrast to the daytime clamor, exuded an air of tranquility. Outside the compound, flickers of red appeared in the sky. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Fugaku advanced silently. The entire Uchiha compound was a vast square, with Fugaku's residence situated at its center. Uchiha Kaneki lived on the remote outskirts, requiring Fugaku to traverse a significant portion of the compound to locate him. Even with the awakening of the kaleidoscope, Fugaku remained exceedingly cautious. He would never underestimate the seasoned three-tomoe clan members, particularly those among them who were elite Jonin-level ninjas. Should he inadvertently rouse these clan members, his plan would be doomed to failure, necessitating a wait for another opportunity. Each of Fugaku's landings was executed with utmost lightness, his footsteps silent as he treaded the open ground. Despite the expanse of the Uchiha compound, Fugaku's relentless speed, combined with a detour of just over a minute, brought him to the doorstep of Uchiha Kaneki's home. Aside from the deceased Morimoku, there were no other awakened clan members in the Kaneki household. Kaneki's mother was merely an ordinary clan member. Here, Fugaku had no fear of exposure. Even if a few ordinary individuals noticed him, he could easily erase their fleeting memories using the Jinjutsu capabilities of his Sharingan. Stepping into the yard, he peered through the window, observing that as a child who had been enrolled for 2 years, Kaneki had already refined chakra within himself, rendering him vulnerable before the Sharingan. Silently, he opened the door and approached the bed, where the child lay with a slight frown, seemingly troubled by a nightmarish vision. Fugaku extended a hand, lifting Uchiha Kaneki's eyelid. In the darkened bedroom, 2 kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly before the bed. The Jinjutsu that had been simmering in Fugaku's mind flowed directly into Kaneki's consciousness through his eyes. While Kaneki was immersed in a dream of fighting with classmates, he suddenly perceived a darkening atmosphere. His companions began to fade, and he found himself standing in the midst of a bustling street in Konoha. In the face of these peculiar occurrences, Kaneki felt no suspicion within the realm of dreams. One does not find it strange for bizarre events to unfold unless one becomes aware of the dream state. Before him, a figure emerged in Kaneki's line of sight, his father, Uchiha Senju. As a member of the Uchiha Guard, Senju's presence appeared entirely normal to Kaneki, who frequently encountered patrolling members of the Uchiha clan on the streets. Moreover, within the dream, Kaneki remained oblivious to the fact that his father had passed away, joyfully running towards him while calling out his name. Turning around, Uchiha Senju smiled at the approaching Kaneki. Suddenly, several masked figures cloaked in black flashed past Senju in an instant. The smile on Senju's face froze, a line of blood appearing at his throat, gradually expanding until it formed a pool of crimson around him. Kaniki's elation at seeing his father was shattered like a thunderclap. Witnessing his father collapse to the ground engulfed his entire vision in blood. "Father!" A cry of grief and anger erupted, suffused with sorrow, as though the very fabric of the world were collapsing. For an 8-year-old child, a father embodies the entirety of one's sky and world. To witness such a loss firsthand is an immense trauma for a child of that age. The experience differs fundamentally from simply hearing the news or seeing a corpse. Only through such visceral connection can one awaken from the stupor of innocence. Fugaku understood the cruelty of this method, akin to forcibly tearing open a wound that was on the verge of healing and then dousing it with salt. This tactic was one often employed by Itachi against his younger brother Sasuke, and it was even more brutal, as it directly implanted images of the massacre and the death of their parents into Sasuke's mind. Until his dying breath, Itachi relentlessly provoked Sasuke, aiding him in awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, thereby securing his place in the ninja world. Abruptly, Kaniki's eyes flew open, revealing a pair of crimson orbs, each adorned with a swirling, tadpole-like tomoe. His forehead glistened with sweat, and as clarity returned to his surroundings, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, causing him to faint. Casting one last glance at the unconscious Kaneki, Fugaku murmured an apology in his heart. Perhaps enduring this profound pain once more would be a significant blow to his spirit. However, this anguish was preferable to the prospect of descending into mediocrity, becoming the subject of ridicule from clan members and friends alike. The sooner one awakened the Sharingan, the greater the aid it would provide for future growth. Fugaku himself had awakened his eyes at the tender age of 8, following a confrontation with older students at the Ninja Academy. Itachi, too, had been able to contemplate matters from the perspective of the Hokage by the age of 7, having already recognized the conflicts between the village and their clan, and he similarly awakened his eyes at 8. The Uchiha clan had always taken pride in their heritage, a pride etched into their very bones, blood, and souls. Fugaku understood this pride. It was a refusal to succumb to mediocrity. Turning away from the door, the concealed figure only revealed itself upon entering the house. In less than 5 minutes, the Uchiha clan welcomed another member who had awakened the Sharingan. The consumption of chakra when utilizing the Mangekyō Sharingan for ordinary genjutsu was minimal, and the transmission of illusions flowed more seamlessly compared to employing the techniques inherent to the Mangekyō, which entailed significant expenditure each time. Currently, Fugaku relied on the ocular power he had previously absorbed. Once his reserves were depleted, he would need to draw upon his own chakra. Lying back down to rest, the night swiftly passed as the moon descended and the sun ascended. Suddenly, Uchiha Kaneki, who lay in bed, bolted upright. Recalling the heart-wrenching sensations from his dream the previous night, he approached the mirror, where a pair of crimson, one-tomoe Sharingan glinted back at him. Sensing the surge of chakra within his being, a fleeting look of confusion crossed his face, yet a lingering pain resided in his heart. "Kaneki, it's time for breakfast." His mother's voice called from outside. "If you don't get up soon, you'll be late for school." "I'm coming, mother." Kaneki hurriedly donned his clothes and exited his room, where his mother and younger brother awaited him for their meal. In the Uchiha family, awakening the Sharingan was a mark of honor, and every child took pride in possessing this power. As Fugaku rose, he reflected on the events of the previous day, imagining the excitement that would envelop Kaneki's family upon learning of his new abilities. A woman with 2 children, all seemingly defenseless, bore a heavy burden. Kaneki's awakening of the Sharingan at the tender age of 8 represented a glimmer of hope for their fragile household. Stepping outside, today marked the day when Fugaku would reconvene with his 3 disciples. He had meticulously contemplated how best to mentor them. As an Uchiha, Wind possessed ample fire release techniques. The advantages of belonging to a large clan were evident. What outsiders deemed hard-won ninjutsu could be requested within the clan once certain levels of strength were attained. Fugaku believed that guiding Wind's mindset and aiding him in unlocking his Sharingan were paramount. While combat skills would certainly be honed, much of that depended on personal insight and the elevation gained through battle with adversaries. For a member of the Uchiha clan, mental guidance played a crucial role. Otherwise, an abrupt shift in character upon awakening the Sharingan could easily lead to alienation from peers. In Fugaku's view, the Uchiha clan was a paradox. The earlier one awakened the Sharingan, the greater the potential, yet acquiring such immense power at a young age often fostered arrogance. Conversely, as one aged, their thoughts matured, and their character stabilized, having grasped many life lessons. Even if they gained formidable strength through the Sharingan, their behavior would remain largely unchanged. However, the challenge of awakening the Sharingan increased with age. In summary, youth brings volatility and potential with the Sharingan, while maturity fosters stability yet complicates the awakening process. Recently, Fugaku had begun to explore earth release techniques, while water release remained uncharted territory. Nevertheless, as a jonin, he could certainly guide Shozen and Mizukes, imparting a technique or two without issue. In a training ground within the Hidden Leaf Village, 3 disciples had arrived ahead of time. A fleeting figure appeared. It was Fugaku. The disciples gazed at him with envy and admiration, sentiments that Fugaku readily comprehended. To become a formidable force in the ninja world is a dream cherished by every shinobi. However, the harsh reality prevails, as the majority of ninjas are destined to a life of mediocrity. The ninja realm is a domain that emphasizes lineage and innate talent, where historically, those without bloodline or exceptional aptitude, relying solely on diligence, are exceedingly rare among the elite ranks, with even the title of Jonin being a pinnacle for most. Observing the 3 disciples, Fugaku spoke gravely. The situation in the ninja world is currently tense, with various nations embroiled in conflict over the Land of Rain. I implore you all to strive diligently and enhance your abilities. War draws ever closer. The initially envious gazes of the disciples turned earnest, as rumors of Tsunagekyu's intention to initiate full-scale war had circulated within the village. Although as freshly graduated genin, their channels for intelligence were limited, they had certainly overheard the villagers' discussions. Having never encountered the brutal realities of battle, they nonetheless witnessed the frequent funerals in Konoha, understanding that each fallen ninja was stronger than themselves. In Fugaku's estimation, the Second Great Ninja War was likely to erupt fully this year. Once it began, the ensuing chaos of the Second and Third Wars, lasting 2 decades, would obliterate any hopes for tranquil cultivation or a peaceful existence. These 3 disciples could find themselves on the battlefield within a year, or even sooner, as they might soon undertake combat missions. Fugaku's insistence on the gravity of the situation was a bid to instill awareness in them. For each increment of strength gained, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Though their innate talents were lacking, Fugaku did not wish to see them reduced to mere cannon fodder. As genin, they might confront ninjas far stronger than themselves during missions. Fugaku advised, unity and seamless cooperation are the best means to ensure survival and even to overcome formidable foes. He refrained from excessive elaboration, knowing that teamwork fundamentally depended on the individual's insights and circumstances. Instead, he quietly observed their training, offering guidance tailored to their shortcomings while also discerning their unique combat styles. Fugaku's instruction in ninjutsu was not a mere rote transmission. It was a selective process based on the trio's synergy and combat characteristics. Kazawa, refrain from excessive flamboyance with your kunai attacks. In close combat, the emphasis should be on delivering a decisive blow rather than mere aesthetics. Uemura, pay attention to your leg muscle training and chakra control. Your kicks are uneven, some are heavy, while others lack power and are weak due to insufficient muscle strength. You have mastered wading through calm waters, but you have yet to master navigating turbulent currents. This is a common flaw among you 3, and your chakra control requires fortification. Observing the disciples' flawed training, Fugaku remained patient, for every powerful ninja evolves through incremental growth, with some merely experiencing a shorter timeline than others. The wisdom of combat is indeed a form of talent. Uchiha Kazuki, the timing of your actions is amiss. Given your current age, your physical strength and chakra reserves are quite limited. You must learn to seize opportunities rather than engage in blind consumption of your energy. Fugaku can discern that Uchiha Kazuki has been diligently training, perhaps due to the absence of his Sharingan, which has inadvertently intensified his regular practice. Although it may not be readily apparent, his stamina surpasses that of his peers. Perhaps it is this abundance of energy that leads him to misjudge the timing of his offensive maneuvers. Time passes swiftly, and as dusk descends, Fugaku observes the 3 exhausted disciples and decides to conclude today's training. That will be all for today. I urge you to reflect upon my guidance this evening. It would be prudent to contemplate your daily training, identify your shortcomings, and make the necessary corrections. With a swift body flicker technique, Fugaku vanishes from sight, leaving the three young ninjas to exchange glances before collapsing onto the ground. Is this how fatigued all ninjas become? I see some of my peers from the same graduating class still weeding in the fields, lamented Kazuki. Be grateful. Teacher Fugaku is one of the few formidable members of the Uchiha clan. His stringent demands are aimed at enhancing our strength, replied Yamashita. Uchiha Kazuki regarded his companions calmly, stating, war is imminent. Our teacher seeks to ensure we do not become mere fodder on the battlefield, sacrificing our lives in vain. He is imparting lessons on survival. Upon hearing Kazuki's words, the two fell silent. All ninjas from Konoha can perceive the looming situation. However, knowing and acting are entirely different matters. Many individuals tend to procrastinate until circumstances become critical. Even when aware of potential dangers ahead, they often feign ignorance or concoct excuses for delay. This is a common trait among many ninjas in the shinobi world. Within Konoha, as war approaches, unless commanded, few ninjas willingly engage in training to prepare for the impending battlefield. In the bustling streets, numerous ninjas still meander aimlessly. It is only upon receiving orders and rushing to the front lines, in the fleeting moments before clashing with the enemy, that they might regret their previous lack of diligence. Realizing they squandered precious time, the adversary may only possess a slight edge over them, and perhaps had they trained more rigorously, it would have been the enemy facing demise instead. Yet, by then, it is too late. Life offers no second chances. On his way home, Fugaku's attention was drawn to a green figure performing a handstand on the streets of Konoha. This was Might Guy's father, Might Dai, a lower-ranked ninja of Konoha who, during the later Great Ninja Wars, astonishingly utilized the 8 Gates technique to reduce the formidable Mist Ninja 7 from a cohesive unit to a mere trio. His extraordinary combat prowess left spectators in awe, although that battle marked the pinnacle of Dai's glory. At present, Guy had yet to be born, and Dai was of a similar age to Orochimaru and his contemporaries, appearing remarkably youthful, still under 20. Fugaku possessed the self-awareness to recognize that he was ill-suited for the 8 Gates technique. Engaging in battle while opening the 8 Gates would impose considerable strain on his body, even more so with each successive gate he unlocked, leading to greater physical deterioration. For those lacking a unique constitution, reckless training could result in self-destruction before they achieve mastery. Exchanging greetings with Might Dai, a fellow Konoha ninja, Fugaku acknowledged him. Although they were not well acquainted, it was nearly impossible for any Konoha ninja to be unfamiliar with Might Dai. In truth, there are few individuals within a hidden village who dedicate themselves to such arduous training. Most tend to gaze upon such a person with scornful eyes, particularly since Madara is a rare, millennia-old genin from Konoha, possessing a rather untainted mindset. Genuine masters are never underestimated. How could someone with unwavering determination, who has persevered in rigorous training for decades, be merely regarded as possessing the strength of a lowly genin? Upon returning home in the evening, Fugaku once again received a report meticulously compiled by the security team. The Root and Umbu began to mobilize extensively, primarily aiming to eliminate spies residing in the Land of Fire, with a particular focus on Konoha and the capital of the Land of Fire. However, Fugaku perceived numerous underlying motives, based on his understanding of Danzō. It seemed more plausible that the pretext of eliminating spies was merely a guise to eliminate dissenters and consolidate power within the higher echelons. Fugaku harbored little interest in the machinations of the upper ranks. His foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. As his prowess steadily escalated, his influence would naturally grow, be it within the Uchiha clan or Konoha. With the dawn of a new day, Fugaku dispatched shadow clones to instruct his 3 disciples, focusing solely on the essential movements required for a competent close combat fighter. The deployment of shadow clones sufficed for this task. His true self retreated to the back mountains, where, after a day of contemplation regarding the nature of fire, Fugaku made further advancements. A magnificent fire dragon erupted from his mouth, igniting the trees ahead. Standing before the raging flames, he keenly sensed the intense heat and the ferocious power they emanated, though the aura of destruction was less pronounced. He observed the burning trees until they were reduced to mere ashes, with wisps of blue smoke rising gently into the air. Only then did the flames extinguish. When the fire dragon was unleashed, its ferocity was at its peak, and during the combustion, an external searing temperature masked a formidable inner essence of annihilation. Without this hidden destructive force, it would be challenging for mere flames to turn wood to ashes. his black eyes transformed into the three-tomoe pattern, subsequently shifting into a kaleidoscopic form. A sphere of black flame materialized on a dry branch, and Fugaku refrained from severing the connection between the kaleidoscope and Amaterasu, allowing it to burn serenely. After witnessing the previous flames of the fire dragon, observing the calm combustion of Amaterasu instilled a sense of tranquility. A trickle of blood flowed from Fugaku's eye, as his ocular strength rapidly diminished. He furrowed his brow, prior to obtaining the eternal Mangekyō. The ordinary kaleidoscope not only drained significant ocular power, but also imposed considerable strain on his body. The dry branch before him gradually turned to ash under the black flames of Amaterasu, until not even the remnants of ash remained, with the earth beneath it scorched black. Only then did Fugaku sever the connection between the kaleidoscope and Amaterasu, placing one hand above the ashes left by the fire dragon and the other upon the charred earth. He recalled the records of the Uchiha clan's ancestral texts, which stated that Amaterasu summoned black flames from the sun's core. However, Fugaku did not sense intense heat from Amaterasu. Moreover, its combustion was notably tranquil, lacking the fervor and ferocity of fire, leaning more toward annihilation. The ability to reduce matter to nothingness was a feat that ordinary flames could scarcely achieve. Two distinctly different flames exist. One is inclined towards scorching intensity and ferocity, while the other is fundamentally imbued with destruction. As for any additional properties of fire, Fugaku has yet to witness them, leaving him unable to elaborate. Moreover, given Fugaku's current prowess, it is quite challenging to observe Amaterasu. To preserve the black flames for experimentation, he must also find a way to learn the sealing fire technique. It was this technique that Jiraiya employed to seal Amaterasu when Itachi Uchiha used it to pierce the stomach wall of the great toad, Gamabunta. Without the sealing fire technique, once the connection is severed, Amaterasu extinguishes rapidly. Regarding the nature of Earth, the Uchiha clan possesses scant information, merely documenting some commonplace Earth-released jutsu. The most knowledgeable about Earth techniques in the entire Hidden Leaf is the third Hokage, and Fugaku currently lacks effective means to gain insights from the Third-S understanding of Earth release. Furthermore, no one can ascertain whether the Third-S insights are a truncated version. Rather than being constrained by others, it is preferable to take the initiative. Additionally, future studies on water, wind, and lightning are necessary. Relying solely on the Uchiha's legacy, employing a few rudimentary jutsu would suffice. But it is implausible to derive much of value. The Third's research ultimately represents a singular perspective, perhaps possessing unique insights. Yet it pales in comparison to the more concrete knowledge distilled through the extensive histories of the great nations. Thus, it seems prudent to visit the other four great shinobi villages when opportunity permits. A comprehensive understanding of the 5 elemental techniques in the shinobi world is essential for achieving elemental fusion. As days pass, through the feedback from shadow clones, Fugaku observes that the 3 disciples trained diligently, demonstrating significant differences in both technique and strength. He contemplates their individual characteristics, solidifying the previously wavering selection of jutsu. Among the 3 disciples, Uchiha Kaze excels solely in fire release, which notably lacks defensive techniques. Therefore, within the trio's collaboration, Uchiha Kaze will assume the role of the primary attacker. The first technique learned by the Uchiha clan was the Great Fireball technique. However, this technique lacks agility in combat. Whether for assault or disruption, unless one masters fire release to an extraordinary degree, a mere genin cannot unleash its full potential. Fugaku intends for Uchiha Kaze to request the Phoenix Fire technique and the Dragon Fire technique from his clan upon returning. The Phoenix Fire technique offers greater agility than the Great Fireball, albeit with slightly reduced destructive force but an expanded range. The Dragon Fire technique, employed by Sasuke against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, utilizes wire and flames affixed to it to immobilize the enemy for an attack. Fugaku perceives its effectiveness. Had the adversary been an ordinary genin rather than Orochimaru, they might have sustained severe injuries or even perished. As for earth release and water release, Fugaku plans to select several techniques from the clan's collection of scrolls to impart to the 2 disciples. Regarding the earth release used by Yamashita Satoshi, Fugaku intends to teach the Yellow Spring Marsh technique, which evolves in strength alongside the user's ability and manifests silently, catching enemies unaware, a perfect fit for the trio's coordinated efforts. Utilizing the Yellow Spring Marsh to ensnare foes would facilitate their comrades in dispatching enemies. The second technique is the Earth Flow Rampart, a defensive jutsu capable of shielding against most projectile attacks and ninjutsu. Regarding the technique of water prison, it serves as a formidable means of restraining adversaries, with one variant being a defensive water barrier. The successful execution of the water prison technique heavily relies on the precise timing of its application. A misjudgment in this regard can lead to failure. In Fyake's perspective, although Ruzawa often appears carefree, his mind is remarkably astute, potentially enabling him to achieve remarkable results. Furthermore, most water-style ninjutsu are of a higher rank, and the Uchiha clan possesses a limited repertoire, allowing only the instruction of these two techniques. Upon returning to the training ground, the three disciples awaited Fyake's arrival. After several days of rigorous practice, subtle changes in their demeanor became apparent, and many previously noticeable flaws had seen significant improvement. "I have observed your efforts over the past few days," Fyake remarked. "Well done. I have specifically selected a few ninjutsu to teach you." Hearing that Fyake intended to impart ninjutsu, the trio could hardly contain their excitement. Had it not been for Fyake's usual stern demeanor, they might have expressed their enthusiasm more exuberantly. According to Fyake's estimation, for the trio to proficiently utilize the two ninjutsu, a minimum of 2 weeks to 2 months of practice would be necessary. Today, he planned to teach them one technique first, and once they could wield it adeptly and devise some combat strategies utilizing the ninjutsu, he would consider instructing them in the second technique. Uchiha Kaze. Today I shall teach you the Phoenix Fire technique. Watch closely, Fyake instructed. As Uchiha Kaze had yet to awaken his Sharingan, mastering the Dragon Fire technique posed some challenges. Fyake intended to assist Uchiha Kaze in awakening his Sharingan soon before teaching him the Dragon Fire technique. Fyake's hands formed seals at a deliberate pace, clear even to the untrained eye. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. A cascade of flames erupted from Fyake's mouth, engulfing a substantial area ahead. Although the Phoenix Fire technique lacks overwhelming power, its flexibility and extensive coverage make it effective. You may practice it for now. And do not forget to apply to the clan for permission to learn the Phoenix Fire technique when you return home, he reminded. Yes, master. While the Phoenix Fire technique may not be a particularly powerful ninjutsu, every prominent clan adheres to its own regulations. Thus, an application is required for each clan-specific ninjutsu learned, as ordinary Uchiha members do not possess ninjutsu scrolls. However, as the son of the clan leader and one of the rare prodigies within the Uchiha clan, certain rules do not apply to Fyake, such as needing to report when learning ninjutsu or acquiring classified clan information and participating in high-level clan meetings. Ushimura, pay attention. The earth-style ninjutsu I am about to demonstrate is the Hell Swamp, a rather common earth technique that proves quite effective against foes. Moreover, the area of the swamp will expand as your strength increases. Whether used for restraining opponents in team coordination or for stalling time, it possesses remarkable efficacy. Fyake once again formed hand seals, and the ground before him began to soften, ultimately transforming into a swamp that bubbled ominously. As Ushimura stepped into the swamp, observing its stark contrast with the surrounding terrain, he inquired, "Master, can the Hell Swamp truly engulf someone entirely, trapping them within?" Fyake pondered before responding. It is somewhat challenging to ensnare a ninja directly within the swamp to the point of death, and for some powerful ninjas, their mere presence can disrupt the Hell Swamp. However, the extent to which this ninjutsu can be effectively wielded in your hands ultimately depends on your comprehension of the Yellow Spring Swamp. "Teacher, I understand," Fujitake replied, nodding earnestly. "Kazawa, at present, I have yet to grasp the water attribute chakra and can only rely on your self-study. I shall offer guidance from the sidelines." Fujitake retrieved a ninjutsu scroll from his tool pouch and handed it to Kazawa, saying, "This is the scroll for the water barrier technique. Remember, do not carry it carelessly, nor disseminate it lightly." Kazawa accepted the scroll with a look of elation. As the sole ninja in his humble family, he had not yet mastered any ninjutsu until now. Fujitake's words, which implied a cautious sharing rather than a total prohibition, ignited a spark of hope within Kazawa, a hope that he could pass this knowledge to future generations, allowing his sons and grandsons to learn this technique. For a family of commoners, each ninjutsu is a treasure during times of war. Many lower-ranked ninjas from ordinary backgrounds have perished without ever learning a single technique, relying solely on hidden weapons and close combat in battle. What might be trivial for Fujitake is extraordinarily precious for Kazawa. The three disciples commenced their individual practice, while Fujitake activated his Sharingan, intently observing the chakra flow and hand seals of the trio. Although he lacked Kakashi's diverse chakra attributes and could not utilize every ninjutsu, he had memorized the chakra pathways and hand seal sequences for the three techniques. Through the formidable insight of the Sharingan, he discerned every nuance in their practice, correcting their errors. As he watched Kazuha begin to form hand seals, Fujitake sensed that despite the absence of inherited ninjutsu in Kazuha's family, he had undoubtedly dedicated considerable effort to mastering the hand seals. A day's time passed, and Fujitake disbanded the group. The disciples' fascination with ninjutsu had surpassed their interest in close combat, a common phenomenon among newly minted ninjas, as the allure of dazzling techniques captivates them. However, in battles between ninjas, unless large-scale group techniques are employed, individual confrontations rarely hinge on ninjutsu alone, unless close combat techniques are utilized. Upon returning home, Uchiha Tenkan resumed his duties in the guard unit. Fujitake understood that as the specter of war loomed ever closer, the situation within the village grew increasingly dire. In such times, the clan leader's personal presence in the guard unit was essential to avert unforeseen incidents or mitigate the damage they might cause. In the dead of night, Fujitake opened his eyes once more, placing prepared blank scrolls and several pens into his tool pouch before donning the mask he had ready. In a swirl of darkness, he vanished from the spot. The most comprehensive repository of ninjutsu in Konoha is housed within the location of the Sealing Book, which contains not only the sealing techniques, but also all forbidden arts collected since the village's inception, alongside data from the Hokage's ninjutsu experiments, particularly some of the computations conducted by the second Hokage during the development of various forbidden techniques. However, the security of this repository is exceedingly tight, even with his Mangekyō. Fujitake lacked the confidence to infiltrate it without revealing his presence. Fugaku abandoned this location and turned his attention to the Hokage building, where both the Hokage's office and various secret chambers housed invaluable documents and jutsu. His objective was to meticulously transcribe the critical materials within, allowing him to study them at a leisurely pace in the future. Although the night was tranquil, it was far from peaceful. In addition to the patrolling Uchiha, masked figures moved stealthily through the darkness of Konoha, members of Root and the Umbu conducting espionage and assassination missions. The Hokage building remained illuminated in the night, its doors wide open, revealing no signs of defense. Concealed within the black mist, Fugaku's Sharingan scanned the area, detecting numerous silhouettes. Beyond the standard ninjas, many elite Umbu operatives lurked in the building's shadows, among whom Fugaku recognized members of the Yamashiro clan, indicating the presence of sensory-type ninjas. Despite the presence of these sensory ninjas, Fugaku felt no concern. The potency of the black mist not only obscured his physical form, but also masked his scent and chakra fluctuations. Like a phantom haunting the night, he effortlessly infiltrated the Hokage building. There were two primary locations within the building that stored significant jutsu: the Hokage's office, which contained not only jutsu, but also highly classified intelligence. However, given the third Hokage's cunning, Fugaku doubted that the office was devoid of traps. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow over Konoha at midnight. The Hokage building comprised 3 levels. The third floor primarily housed the Hokage's office and several conference rooms, while the second floor was dedicated to storing documents and handling urgent communications. Emergency messages, often relayed via messenger hawks, were typically directed here before being analyzed and passed to the Hokage. The first floor served as the workspace for various administrative personnel. Apart from the Hokage's office, the secret chamber deep within the document room contained the most extensive collection of jutsu materials. Only the Hokage or ninjas authorized by the Hokage could access this repository for research or jutsu training. Upon entering the building, Fugaku swiftly made his way to the second floor. To avoid detection during his journey from the Uchiha clan compound to the Hokage's office, he opted to traverse the ground level, circumventing numerous structures along the way, taking nearly 2 minutes. The black mist invisibility could only be sustained for 5 minutes at a time. Once that duration expired, he would need to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan again, a process that exacted a considerable toll on him each time. With a gentle step, he silently appeared on the second floor. The sound of 2 sets of footsteps grew nearer, belonging to the patrolling personnel within the Hokage building. A beam of flashlight illuminated the corridor's corner, passing directly through Fugaku's form and casting light upon the wall behind him. The hallways inside the Hokage building were narrow, with two individuals walking side by side, nearly filling the entire corridor. Fugaku deftly leapt, pressing himself against the ceiling as he cautiously advanced, deftly avoiding the two patrolling guards. His Sharingan surveyed the surroundings, revealing several hidden ninjas within its scope. The security measures within the building were no secret to the prominent families of Konoha, and among the patrolling guards were indeed members of the security detail. Within the confines of the Hokage Tower, the vigilant ninja guards were divided into two teams, the overt and the covert. One team patrolled the visible areas, akin to the two ninjas on duty, while others concealed themselves in shadows, observing from hidden vantage points. The visible ninjas primarily comprised conventional forces, supplemented by a few members of the security detail, whereas the hidden ninjas were predominantly from the Umbu, the elite covert unit. As he observed the departing patrol, Fugaku gracefully leaped down from the rooftop, turning a corner that led to the archives. The room itself was devoid of stationed ninjas, though the patrols were notably frequent. The archives were meticulously organized into various sectors, reflecting the conditions of different nations: fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, rain, grass, and more. Fugaku casually retrieved a scroll from the earth sector and began to peruse its contents, which detailed specific information about a place known as Hanyan Town in the land of earth. From culinary delights to cultural nuances, the scroll provided comprehensive documentation, including recent intelligence updates concerning various events in the town. Fugaku was confident that by assimilating into the local populace of Hanyan Town, he could adeptly disguise himself as a resident, a common tactic employed by spies within the ninja world, particularly in villages that had endured the ravages of war. Some spies cultivated from a young age retained this knowledge, allowing them to masquerade as war orphans. This necessity for disguise was why outsiders, particularly orphans, were seldom welcomed into ninja villages. Even those who managed to enter remained under constant surveillance. Gently placing the scroll back on the shelf, two Umbu members, adorned with animal masks, entered the archives to conduct a routine inspection. The spacious room, lined with shelves, revealed no suspicious elements. Once the Umbu had departed, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar, gradually approaching the archives. Fugaku proceeded into the room, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, allowing tendrils of black mist to merge with the existing shadows, extending his concealment duration. As he prepared to act, two conventional patrol ninjas drew near, ultimately stepping into the archives, their flashlights sweeping across every corner. "Everything appears normal. Let us move," one remarked. "Agreed," replied the other, their footsteps receding. For Fugaku, these patrols posed no threat. They merely delayed him momentarily. He had now reached the final room, where the lock on the door was unremarkably simple. After unlocking it, he created a shadow clone, allowing his true self to enter the secret chamber. The clone secured the lock and then transformed into a scroll, concealing itself among the shelves. Though the secret chamber was not extensive, it housed the majority of Konoha's classified documents along with numerous Earth release techniques. While it could not compare to the repository of sealed books, it sufficiently met Fugaku's current needs. His Sharingan scanned the chamber, despite the darkness. He deciphered the inscriptions with clarity. However, he found little intrigue in the highly classified materials. His understanding of the ninja world surpassed even that of the Kage of various villages, and he knew he would have ample time to delve into those secrets later. Approaching the shelf that contained Earth-release ninjutsu scrolls, Fugaku narrowed his eyes, realizing that the scrolls on Earth techniques were equally scarce. Fugaku grasped a scroll inscribed with the title Essence of Earth's Properties, attributed to the author Sarutobi Hisashi. However, upon examining the scroll's condition, it was evident that it had been written at least 4 or 5 years prior. While the content might not be exhaustive and could potentially contain gaps, it nevertheless proved to be a valuable reference for Fugaku. The latest insights from the third Hokage were likely stored within the confines of the Hokage's office. Fugaku began reading from the beginning of the scroll. These scrolls were not the product of hasty writing. They were the result of years of diligent accumulation and meticulous documentation. The initial passages were assured, yet as he progressed, uncertainty began to seep in. He encountered a passage stating, "The Wagakure has inherited explosive and melting release techniques, with earth and lightning constituting explosive release, and earth and fire composing melting release. In my view, earth and fire can also create explosive release. For both fire and lightning possess elements of ferocity, The ferocity of fire should suffice to replace that of lightning. Here, explosive release refers to techniques akin to the landmine fist, not Daidara's explosive clay. Shortly thereafter, the subsequent lines contradicted the previous assertion. The ferocity of fire and lightning is fundamentally distinct. While both exhibit a savage nature, fire leans towards the ferocity of combustion, which necessitates another characteristic of fire, extreme heat. Once the property of extreme heat is unleashed, earth and fire will form melting release before giving rise to explosive release. Fugaku could not ascertain the temporal gap between these two segments. However, he sensed a significant evolution in the third's comprehension of the five elements techniques. Additionally, the scroll contained numerous speculations regarding bloodline limits, which, despite being conjectures, offered Fugaku substantial insights. Although the third's mastery of the five elements techniques did not integrate bloodline limits, his achievements in this domain were unparalleled throughout the shinobi world, even surpassing many bloodline limit bearers in theoretical understanding. After all, numerous possessors of bloodline limits did not originate their abilities but inherited them through lineage, awakening them instinctively upon activation. Within the secret chamber of the Hokage Tower's archives, Fugaku, masked, diligently transcribed the contents of the adjacent scroll. These comprised the third's early reflections on the properties of earth and insights into various earth release techniques. As he wrote, he contemplated the third Hokage's intellectual journey, and within the span of a single night, he had grasped about 30 to 40% of the years of the third's labor. This sensation of standing on the shoulders of giants captivated him. He began to understand why Orochimaru relentlessly pursued scientific inquiries. Whether he was contemplating the nature of chakra or researching various forbidden techniques, he was edging closer to the essence of the world, unraveling its mysteries. Outside the secret chamber, a scroll of information suddenly transformed into a masked ninja who approached the chamber's entrance and unlocked it, subsequently dissipating into a cloud of white mist. Once concealed, Fugaku relocked the door and silently exited the Hokage Tower, returning home to resume his slumber. The night's exertion, coupled with the frequent activation of his Mangekyō Sharingan's invisibility technique, had taken a considerable toll on his body. After sleeping until noon, he found that Uchiha Tenkin had yet to return home. After freshening up, Fugaku made his way back to the Forest of Death. The ants in the great anthill have noticeably diminished after several days of consumption by the pangolin. Fuyue estimates that within a few days, it will be time to provide the pangolin with a new ant nest, allowing the ants a period of rest and recuperation. Their population will likely rebound to its peak within a few months. Given their rapid reproductive rate, one must not deplete resources recklessly. Discovering the pangolin, now significantly larger after feasting in a corner, Fuyue intends to find a secluded location to establish a secret base for storing scrolls copied from the Hokage building. These scrolls would be easily exposed within the clan, as their contents are clearly not treasures of the Uchiha family. After spending a day exploring the Forest of Death, Fuyue felt it was not a secure location. Despite the presence of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, there were no particularly concealed spots. Additionally, frequent activities such as AMBU training or ninja selection exams could lead to potential exposure of the base. The following day, Fuyue dispatched a shadow clone to assess the ninjutsu training of his three disciples and to clarify their respective uncertainties. Meanwhile, his main body ventured to the back mountain of the Uchiha clan's territory, surveying the area and nodding in approval. Although not the largest mountain in the ninja world, it is considerable in size within the vicinity of Konoha, densely forested and relatively uninhabited. Only occasionally would a couple of Uchiha youths come here to practice, and outsiders, perhaps wary of the Uchiha, seldom ventured into this area. Standing amidst a fissure in the mountain, Fuyue resolved to construct his base here. He pricked his finger, invoking the summoning technique. Hachi, Inu, Tori, Shun, Wei. A swirl of white mist enveloped the space, and the bewildered pangolin appeared before him, prompting Fuyue to lament its concerning intellect. Observing the pangolin's size and digging speed, he realized that establishing a small base would require but a few days. Communicating his plans to the pangolin, Fuyue gestured toward a specific area of the fissure. The pangolin, appearing somewhat confused, nodded and began to excavate. With remarkable speed, the pangolin swiftly disappeared from Fuyue's sight, initially creating a small passage and then widening it until it could accommodate a person. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Fuyue materialized before a pile of rubble, selecting several stones to use as camouflage for the base. By nightfall, the pangolin had excavated the area back and forth, now idly watching Fuyue. "That's enough for today," Fuyue stated, "but we shall continue tomorrow, when you can allow me to walk directly inside. That will be when the work is complete. This task is solely yours. When you finish, you shall have your leisure." Despite its limited intellect, the pangolin, aided by the summoning contract, grasped Fuyue's meaning. Releasing the summoning technique, Fuyue sent the pangolin back to the forest of death for a proper meal. As he exited the forest, he felt a jolt. His shadow clone had dissipated. His 3 disciples had diligently practiced their ninjutsu throughout the day, each making notable progress. As a thought surfaced in his mind, it became apparent that Orochimaru had summoned him to meet at the izakaya tomorrow at noon. Fugaku understood that Orochimaru was about to head to the battlefield and likely wished to gauge his stance once more before departing. After all, following the mission in the capital of the Land of Earth, Fugaku's standing in Konoha had skyrocketed, with many now regarding him as an elite jonin. Simultaneously, his status in Orochimaru's eyes had risen considerably. In the past, Orochimaru had placed great emphasis on Fugaku's identity as the son of the Uchiha clan leader. However, Fugaku's recently displayed prowess had compelled others to take him seriously. That evening, Uchiha Tenchi was fortunate not to be on guard duty, instead relishing a rare moment of tranquility in the living room. "Father has been working hard these past few days," Fugaku remarked. Uchiha Tenchi shook his head, responding, "What hardship is there? Being on guard duty merely entails overseeing the headquarters, allowing one to eat and sleep. It is you, however, who has been diligently studying the second nature of chakra these past few days." Fugaku nodded. "Indeed, it has been a while. My second affinity is earth, and I have been practicing earth-style ninjutsu recently." Uchiha Tenchi displayed little surprise. His son was always prudent and calculated in his endeavors, much like the nature of earth itself. "Indeed, earth may seem unassuming, yet it conceals lethal potential," Tenchi remarked. "It is rather akin to your character." "Your praise is unwarranted, father," Fugaku replied. "I have heard that Konoha will soon be providing reinforcements to the Land of Rain." Uchiha Tenchi expressed mild astonishment. "You are quite well informed. The decision to deploy was made in today's meeting. 3 days hence, the third Hokage's 3 disciples, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, will lead the charge into the Land of Rain. Orochimaru contacted me today, expressing a desire to meet tomorrow at the izakaya for a chat. I suspect this is related to his impending deployment," Fugaku stated. "I had previously promised him that I would collaborate with him upon my return to the battlefield." Uchiha Tenchi furrowed his brow momentarily before returning to his calm demeanor. "Among the 3 disciples of the third Hokage, Orochimaru is indeed the most gifted and has received the true teachings of the third. His future prospects are bright. In a decade or so, he may very well vie for the position of Hokage. It would be wise to maintain a favorable relationship with him." From the present perspective, Orochimaru appeared to be an astute ally. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also exhibited deep respect for his mentor. Who could have foreseen that fate would twist, leading Orochimaru to witness the demise of his disciple and the subsequent affliction of his longtime companion with hemophobia, thereby awakening in him a fascination with the pursuit of immortality? In the stillness of the night, Fugaku took no action, enjoying a restful sleep. The following morning, he ventured to the Uchiha clan's rear mountain, summoning the pangolin spirit to continue excavating tunnels for the construction of a base. By midday, Fugaku made his way into the village, heading towards the izakaya, a well-known tavern in Konoha where many ninjas enjoyed a drink after their missions. However, at the age of 14, Fugaku was still considered a minor by the standards of the ninja world and was generally prohibited from consuming alcohol. At noon, the tavern was sparsely populated. Upon entering, a fleeting chill brushed past him, a sensation that might elude the average ninja. However, awakened by the Sharingan, Fugaku's perceptive abilities had significantly heightened, and he understood that Orochimaru had arrived. This ominous feeling, akin to being watched by a venomous serpent, could only emanate from Orochimaru, who had injected himself with the white snake cells and forged a contract with the serpent clan, thus mastering numerous snake-related jutsu. It is said that powerful individuals possess a unique aura, allowing many ninjas to discern the identity of the source merely through this sensation. Having encountered Orochimaru on multiple occasions, Fugaku was acutely familiar with this feeling. "Fugaku-kun, you arrived quite punctually." Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated from behind. Fugaku turned to face Orochimaru, feigning surprise. "Orochimaru-senpai." Orochimaru nodded. seemingly pleased with Fugaku's act of astonishment, and remarked, "Please, take a seat. I merely wish to converse with you today." Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, and the two casually selected a table to sit opposite one another. Observing the pale, almost sickly visage of Orochimaru before him, Fugaku felt an unusual tranquility. Perhaps prior to awakening the Sharingan, he had harbored some trepidation towards Orochimaru. However, now, the pressure from the Sannin, including Kakashi, had dissipated entirely. In fact, if a confrontation were to arise, Fugaku's invisibility jutsu granted by the Sharingan would place him in an advantageous position. Noticing Fugaku's calm demeanor, Orochimaru chuckled dismissively, believing that the youth before him was merely another overconfident Uchiha, inflated with pride after a mission in the land of Earth, convinced of his newfound prowess. Orochimaru held a certain disdain for the scions of prominent clans, recognizing that despite their privileged upbringing and access to esteemed mentors, few truly emerged as formidable ninjas. Once seated, a tavern attendant approached, but Orochimaru waved him away, prompting the staff to retreat. "I seldom indulge in alcohol," Orochimaru stated, "for it dulls the senses and can easily cloud a ninja's judgment." Fugaku nodded inwardly, accepting Orochimaru's wisdom without question. Among the Sannin, Orochimaru was the most circumspect in his lifestyle, making it difficult to discern his preferences. Jiraiya was known for his lechery, and Tsunade for her gambling, both unreserved in their drinking habits. Yet, it was challenging to pinpoint any overt flaw in Orochimaru's character. "Thank you for your guidance, senpai. As a ninja, one must indeed maintain composure at all times," Fugaku replied. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Fugaku, the golden slits of his eyes emanating an intimidating brilliance. Observing the unflinching youth before him, Orochimaru regarded Fugaku with newfound respect. "You are likely aware, given your Uchiha intelligence, that Konoha is preparing to deploy troops to the land of Rain." Fugaku affirmed, "My father informed me yesterday. You and your two companions will lead Konoha's reinforcements to the land of Rain. Regrettably, the esteemed Hokage did not issue a summons to me, preventing collaboration with my esteemed predecessors to achieve great deeds in the land of Rain." Orochimaru, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, remarked, "The war shall not conclude swiftly. There will be ample time ahead. I hope, Fujite-kun, that you do not forget the words spoken today. Rest assured, my esteemed senior." Both individuals, engrossed in their respective duties, occupied a tavern not for the sake of indulgence, but to convey their thoughts to one another before departing the izakaya in succession. Fujite casually placed a coin marked with a value of 1,000 ryo at the entrance's cash register. Orochimaru cast a curious glance at Fujite, his eyes reflecting a blend of skepticism, intrigue, and disdain. In Orochimaru's eyes, these civilians, barely worthy of being called ninjas, perhaps did not even qualify as human, without consumption. There was no obligation to pay, rendering the opinions of the common folk insignificant. Conversely, Fujite, as the future leader of the Uchiha clan, sought to gradually alter the perceptions of Konoha's citizens towards his lineage. Furthermore, having traversed two worlds, his perspective on consumption diverged significantly from Orochimaru's. Upon exiting the tavern, Fujite observed Orochimaru vanish into the throngs of people. With a swift application of the body flicker technique, he too disappeared from his location, reappearing in a frequently utilized training ground where 3 students were diligently practicing their ninjutsu. After a period of covert observation, he noted that the trio had successfully executed the techniques taught to them, albeit without full proficiency. Again employing the body flicker technique, he materialized in the training area, prompting his students to greet him in unison, "Teacher." Fujite nodded, acknowledging, "Your recent progress is commendable. Tomorrow, we may contemplate undertaking a mission of a practical nature to enhance your proficiency in ninjutsu and the synergy required during combat." Fujite seldom engaged his students in trivial tasks meant merely to pass the time. Each mission was purposefully designed for targeted training, with a singular objective: survival in war. "Teacher, will we once again be tasked with eliminating bandits?" inquired Kazuma, the first to speak. Fujite shook his head, stating, "Tomorrow, I will assess the situation before accepting a mission. We shall convene at the mission reception area at 8 in the morning. Do not be tardy." As he prepared to depart, Fujite cast a lingering glance at his student. Uchiha Kaze. Today, Uchiha Tenka remained on duty with the guard. Though diligent, Kaze often fell just short of his potential, and Fujite intended to provoke him. hoping to awaken his Sharingan. As they watched their teacher depart with haste, the three students exchanged glances filled with longing and admiration. That night, the hour was late, and the sky outside was overcast, obscuring the moon and stars. At the appointed time, Fujitake opened his eyes, his three-tomoe swiftly transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern. An imposing aura emanated from him, rivaling that of Konoha's white fang upon his initial entry into the land of rain. Stimulating an unawakened clan member to activate their Sharingan was not a novel endeavor for Fujitake. He felt a familiarity with the process. With a gentle leap, he found himself outside his home, making his way directly to Uchiha Kaze's residence. Today marked the day Kaze's father was on duty with the guard, a date deliberately chosen by Fujitake to avoid drawing undue attention. The black mist enveloped Fugaku entirely, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The residence of Uchiha Wind was not far from the Fugaku household. His mother, a member of the single-tomoe clan, had relinquished her ninja career after marriage, dedicating herself to the family. Within the Uchiha clan, it was rare to marry women from outside the family, and once married, many would abandon their identities as ninjas. Intermarriage was strictly prohibited, primarily to preserve the purity of the clan's bloodline and to prevent the leakage of the Sharingan. Such customs were prevalent among the major bloodline clans in the ninja world. Standing quietly before Uchiha Wind's door, he peered through the gap in the window to ascertain the identity of the sleeping figure within. He deftly unlocked the door and entered the room. On the bed lay a youth deep in slumber, entirely unaware of Fugaku's presence, occasionally breaking into a faint smile, suggesting he might be lost in a pleasant dream. Suddenly, the boy's eyelids fluttered open, and a pair of crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared before him, spinning rapidly. An illusion technique was swiftly transmitted from Uchiha Wind's eyes to his brain. At that moment in Uchiha Wind's dream, Fugaku was leading three disciples through the forests of the Land of Fire, engaged in a mission. Suddenly, Fugaku turned to glance at the trio, revealing a peculiar smile, before accelerating, pulling his disciples farther behind. Fugaku-sensei! Fugaku-sensei! Uchiha Wind's calls echoed. But the increasingly distant Fugaku showed no signs of slowing down, until he completely vanished from their sight. Yamashita, Kazuki, do you know why sensei suddenly sped up? Uchiha Wind inquired, perplexed. Is there something we've done that displeased him? Yamashita and Kazuki exchanged strange looks with Uchiha Wind. Startled by their gazes, Uchiha Wind stammered. Why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit frightening. A peculiar smile crept onto their lips as they too began to quicken their pace. Observing his companions gradually outpacing him, Uchiha Wind shouted, Yamashita, Kazuki, what is wrong with you two? Why the sudden acceleration? In dreams, it is easy to overlook the illogical aspects, accepting the absurd as natural. Even if bizarre choices arise, the mind tends to rationalize the dream experiences. Uchiha Wind felt this way. In his dream, Fugaku's strange expression and sudden disappearance seemed entirely normal, without any consideration that Fugaku would never display such expressions in reality. The oddities of his companions also appeared reasonable, illustrating the power of dreams to distort one's perception of reality, rendering the unreasonable seemingly plausible. As he watched his companions accelerate, Uchiha Wind called out loudly, attempting to summon his chakra to speed up, only to find his body weak and unable to channel any chakra. As the distance between him and his companions grew, and the sky around him darkened, Uchiha Wind could only shout repeatedly, Sensei, Yamashita, Kazuki, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. I'm a bit scared. Uchiha Kazuhiko shouted incessantly, yet the two figures ahead showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, their pace quickened. Eventually, when the two figures vanished from sight, Uchiha Kazuhiko was compelled to halt, surveying his surroundings, only to find the scenery indistinguishable, devoid of any discernible escape. Heart-wrenching cries echoed through the forest, but no response met his ears. A chilling, sinister laughter resonated from within the woods, causing Uchiha Kazuhiko to tremble in fear. Who is there? Come out, I can see you, he called out. The sharp, eerie laughter rang out once more, and a figure donning a terrifying mask suddenly emerged before him. Uchiha Kazuhiko's hair stood on end, his body quaked with terror, and he fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at the masked ninja. Who are you? My teacher and two companions are nearby. My teacher is formidable and will surely defeat you. Huh, they have their hands full. Who would have thought that I would encounter a member of the Uchiha clan so easily? Your Sharingan will belong to me. A powerful, cold aura enveloped Uchiha Kazuhiko, rendering even the slightest movement an extravagant luxury. Hearing those words and sensing the overwhelming pressure, Uchiha Kazuhiko's heart plummeted. As the masked ninja approached, despair engulfed him. Memories of his peers' ridicule and the disdainful glances from his classmates flooded his mind. He could not accept dying here. Yet, he understood that any struggle would be futile. An overwhelming sense of grief and rage surged within him. Since childhood, he had been of mediocre talent. Whether in the awakening of the Sharingan or understanding ninjutsu, he was painfully ordinary among his peers. After finally encountering a powerful teacher, a glimmer of hope for greatness had ignited within him, only to find himself facing death here. Still, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he held a sense of pride within, even if his eyes remained closed and he could not allow his opponent to seize his Sharingan. He trembled as he retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, summoning every ounce of strength to lunge at the masked figure's eyes. A crimson world enveloped Uchiha Kazuhiko, drowning him in blood-red hues, and his consciousness faded into oblivion. A pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared in his dream, each eye adorned with 2 spinning tomoe, while cracks began to form in the dreamscape until the entire realm shattered. Suddenly, Uchiha Kazuhiko's eyes flew open, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. Fujitake had vanished without a trace, his actions unknown to all, and the Uchiha clan gained yet another 2-tomoe member. Uchiha Kazuhiko, examined closely by Fujitake, was found to be mischaracterized. His introverted nature was a misconception. Between him and his 2 companions, it became apparent that his perceived reticence stemmed from his own mediocrity, which rendered him less noticeable, leading to his withdrawal into silence. Fujitake discerned that beneath this facade, Uchiha Kazuhiko possessed a gentle heart, entwined in a complex relationship with his clan. He felt both pride for belonging to the Uchiha family and a tinge of inferiority for having graduated from the ninja academy without awakening his Sharingan, coupled with a profound disdain for the peers who frequently mocked him. Thus, Fugaku guided the dream that formed in his disciple's mind. He never anticipated that his student could surpass the initial stage and directly unlock the second stage. A slight smile inadvertently graced Fugaku's lips upon returning home. He was pleasantly surprised by Uchiha Kaze. However, he hoped that this awakening of the Sharingan would not alter Kaze's character too drastically. In the early morning, Fugaku stepped out of his home, squinting against the rising sun. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing at the back mountain after a series of swift movements. In a secluded canyon there, the pangolin's excavation efforts had begun to bear fruit. With further expansion, a rudimentary base could take shape, summoning the pangolin to continue its digging. Fugaku departed from the back mountain. At the mission reception, Uemura Satoshi and Kazama had already arrived, and Fugaku's figure materialized before them. "Teacher," he greeted, glancing at the 2. "Has Uchiha Kaze not arrived yet? It seems the awakening last night drained quite a bit of his energy." Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. "Teacher, Uemura Satoshi." "Kazama, my apologies for being late." Uchiha Kaze approached, slightly breathless. Fugaku nodded, saying, "Remember to set out earlier next time." "Teacher, I had a nightmare last night that scared me so much I awakened my Sharingan," Kaze confessed, a mix of lingering fear and barely concealed excitement in his voice. The 2-tomoe Sharingan gleamed in his eyes, eliciting a flicker of complex emotions in Uemura Satoshi and Kazama. Before them, Uchiha Kaze resembled a child who had just acquired a precious treasure, unable to resist the urge to boast to his elders and peers. Previously, all 3 had been of average aptitude. Even though Kaze hailed from a prominent clan, he had been no different from them, the common ninjas. Yet, in the span of a single night, he had awakened his bloodline limit. This sudden rise of someone once on par with them left the other 2 feeling somewhat disconcerted. "Indeed," Fugaku remarked, "but do not let this lead to arrogance. In the ninja world, countless powerful individuals exist. Maintaining vigilance is the best survival strategy for a ninja." Uchiha Kaze concealed his Sharingan, responding, "Yes, teacher." Kaze's character had not undergone a drastic transformation due to his newfound power, prompting Fugaku to ponder. Kaze had not experienced much darkness or mockery. His parents were alive and respected, and his family suffered no discrimination. Although he had become somewhat introverted due to his earlier lack of aptitude, he had matured since graduating from the Ninja Academy, avoiding a distorted personality. He had maintained good relations with his peers and had not become arrogant or disdainful toward them. Fugaku sensed a glimmer of guidance towards leading his clan members on the right path, though this path required gradual exploration. The four entered the mission reception in succession, and Fugaku casually perused the task registration sheets on the table. One B-rank mission caught his attention. It was issued by a merchant from the land of Tea, reporting that a band of rogue ninjas frequently robbed and murdered passers-by on the main roads of the region. In the current realm of ninjas, those who can be deemed as wandering ninjas are predominantly of inferior rank. The era of the ninja world transitioning into a nation and village structure has only been underway for a little over 2 decades, resulting in a scarcity of rogue ninjas. Even the later notable defector, Kirigakure, is still in its infancy, with a considerable distance of a decade or two before it can truly earn the title of Blood Mist. Before the gates of Konoha, Fugaku observed his 3 disciples, stating, "In this mission, provided conditions allow, strive to practice the coordination of ninjutsu and identify your shortcomings." This task was specifically chosen by Fugaku. Wandering ninjas generally possess greater capabilities than mere bandits, with some even adept in ninjutsu, making them ideal for honing the skills of his 3 pupils. The land of Tea lies in close proximity to Konoha, requiring less than a day's journey. Within the forest, 4 figures darted swiftly, with Fugaku leading the way and his 3 disciples trailing behind. As they took in the surrounding scenery, Uchiha Kaze shivered, as the current scene closely mirrored the events of his dream from the previous night. Sensing the unease behind him, Fugaku glanced back at the trio, causing Uchiha Kaze to startle and nearly tumble from the tree, exclaiming, "Teacher, you cannot abandon us and go off on your own." Fugaku regarded Uchiha Kaze with a hint of curiosity. Evidently, the nightmare from the previous night had left a profound impression on him. It was clear that, despite activating his Sharingan, Kaze's timid nature would be difficult to alter in the near future. Yamashita Satoshi and Kizawa also regarded Uchiha Kaze with bewilderment, unable to comprehend his sudden display of nervousness. Under the scrutiny of his teacher and comrades, Kaze's expression grew sheepish. In the afternoon, the quartet arrived in the land of Tea. Fugaku instructed, gather intelligence, assess enemy conditions, and devise a combat plan. These are lessons you should have learned at the Ninja Academy. It is now time for practical application. Disperse. Yes, sensei. As he watched his 3 disciples vanish, a three-tomoe pattern appeared in Fugaku's eyes. He executed a body flicker technique, reappearing a short distance away on a main road in the land of Tea. Ahead, the wandering ninjas lay in ambush along the roadside. With a sweep of his Sharingan, Fugaku identified 6 wandering ninjas. Judging by the intensity of their chakra and the aura they exuded, all were of the genin rank. Engaging in such a task felt like an affront to Fugaku's intellect. Had it not been for the training of his disciples, he would have had no interest in even sparing them a glance. Finding a concealed vantage point, he patiently awaited the arrival of his 3 disciples, from where he could observe the forthcoming battle clearly. Time passed slowly until darkness fell, at which point Fugaku detected faint rustling in the distant forest. The 6 wandering ninjas remained oblivious, fixated on the main road, occasionally betraying glimmers of greed across their faces. At the forefront was Uchiha Kaze, his Sharingan activated. With hands forming seals, sparks of fire erupted from his mouth, engulfing the 6 wandering ninjas perched in the trees. The suddenness of the attack caught them off guard. They leaped from the branches, only to find their footing compromised as they sank into the hell of yellow springs unleashed by Yamashita Satoshi. Following closely was a magnificent fireball technique, which enveloped the 6 individuals, their screams, pleas for mercy, and curses resonating within the fiery chaos. As the fireball extinguished, Luze surged forward. As an ordinary water-style ninja, it proved exceedingly challenging to perform water techniques in this arid environment, witnessing his 2 companions displaying their prowess. He could no longer contain himself. Given the difficulty of utilizing ninjutsu, he resolved to resort to kunai for direct assault. Observing the coordination of his 3 disciples, albeit with some flaws, their performance in this skirmish among lower-ranked ninjas was commendable, particularly the seamless execution of 3 consecutive ninjutsu attacks. In a flash, Fujikage appeared before the trio and remarked, "Well done, but do not grow complacent. Wandering ninjas are ultimately of lesser caliber and cannot be compared to those from the great nations. Master, if we were to encounter such a sudden ambush, how should we respond, especially if ensnared in the Yomi swamp?" Luze inquired. The Yomi Swamp is a classic binding ninjutsu. Fully submerging an opponent within it is a formidable challenge. Fugaku pondered, to eliminate a ninja trapped in the Yomi Swamp. One would either resort to throwing shurikens or employing ninjutsu, as close combat is nearly impossible. Thus, you two must utilize shurikens or ninjutsu to thwart their attacks until the duration of the Yomi Swamp expires. Luze, remember to practice the water barrier technique I taught you. Only by conjuring water in a desolate environment can one truly be deemed a qualified water-style ninja. The following noon, upon returning to Konoha and completing their mission, Fugaku disbanded the team. Uchiha Kaze activated his three-tomoe Sharingan, significantly enhancing his standing within the clan. Several mid-tier fire-style techniques would now be accessible to him, requiring only Fugaku's guidance for comprehension. In the back mountains of Konoha, Fugaku was conducting experiments on the fusion of fire and earth, aiming to create molten release. This endeavor necessitated a combination of the intense heat of fire and the solid weight of earth. Having mastered most aspects of fire, he found the properties of earth to be far more elusive, particularly its myriad transformations, which demanded extensive practice. Furthermore, a personal visit to a Wagakure was essential, as it held the deepest understanding of earth properties. For 3 consecutive days, Fugaku traversed between his clan and the back mountains, either inspecting the excavation of a secret base or experimenting with fire and earth fusion. His 3 disciples, utilizing shadow clones for guidance, proved nearly as effective as his own presence. After 3 days, the base had taken shape, accommodating 1 person at a time. Fugaku prepared luminescent items such as night-bright stones and candles as he ventured toward the back mountains. In the gorge, he cleared the stones blocking the cave entrance and proceeded inside. The entire base was excavated at a downward slope, with the walls marked by scratch marks left by pangolins during their digging. With 1 person and 1 beast advancing, Fugaku would periodically place a night-bright stone against the walls of the base. The once dark passageway began to glow faintly. At the end of the base lay a somewhat larger hall. The overall structure was quite rudimentary, necessitating further development and embellishment in the future. Furthermore, within the corridor ahead, it is imperative to establish several traps and early warning mechanisms to deter any unwelcome intruders. Additionally, it is essential to excavate a few more exits at the rear. The notion of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows rings true, leaving only a single entrance makes one vulnerable to being cornered. Although he harbors no fear, the kaleidoscope's cloaking technique is sufficient to ensure his escape from any adversary. Directing the pangolin to carve 2 grooves into the walls of the base's hall, intended for the storage of scrolls, there is presently only one of local origin. Fukuyama estimates that within a few years, this place will rival the chamber in Konoha where the Book of Seals is kept. Various forbidden techniques and ninjutsu will grace the grooves of the base. Indeed, the collection of a single base could rival that of a great ninja village. Even years later, Orochimaru would not entertain such audacious aspirations. Fukuyama lingered in the mountains until nightfall before returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of Uchiha Tenchang. Moments later, the hall's grand doors swung open, revealing a member of the Uchiha clan emerging alongside Uchiha Tenchang, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Father, Senior Chuanha, Fukuyama has returned," he announced. Uchiha Chuanha scrutinized Fukuyama with keen eyes, remarking, "Indeed, Tenchang, they are quite well suited." Watching Uchiha Chuanha retreat into the distance, Fukuyama felt a sense of bewilderment until Uchiha Tenchang, wearing a broad smile, entered. "Today, I have discussed a marriage proposal with you. Chuanha is here to propose," Uchiha Tenchang stated. Fukuyama was taken aback. At merely 14 years of age, the prospect of engagement seemed premature. "Fear not, marriage is still far off. It concerns Uchiha Mikoto from the Chuanfeng family, who will graduate in a year," Uchiha Tenchang continued. "She has already awakened the Sharingan and possesses commendable beauty." Surprised at the mention of Uchiha Mikoto, Fukuyama reflected on how his trajectory had drastically altered since his arrival in this world. He had not anticipated that he would end up marrying Uchiha Mikoto. The inertia of the world is indeed powerful. Perhaps it is influenced by the reincarnation of Indra or even the machinations of the Sage of 6 Paths. Such coincidences are uncanny, with the entire clan annihilated, leaving only the reincarnation of Indra. As night fell deep within the bowels of Konoha, at the root base, a ninja with a bandaged eye stood silently in the hall. This was Shimura Danzō, the leader of Root. A shadow flitted by, and a kneeling ninja appeared on the ground. What is the status? Danzō's voice resonated with gravity. The ninja presented a scroll to Danzō, stating, I have fulfilled my duty. As promised, Danzō nodded in acknowledgement. You may leave. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, Danzō fell into contemplation. Within it lay the sealed cells of the first Hokage, and he had not consulted the third Hokage regarding his research on wood release. The first's wife, Uzumaki Mito, still lived, as did his granddaughter, Tsunade. Even if he proposed to study wood release with Hiruzen, it would likely be dismissed, alerting Uzumaki Mito and compromising their plans. Thus, it was preferable for him to act independently. Danzō's understanding of wood release was limited. However, numerous loyal ninjas within Root were capable of conducting cellular research. In the days when the original Hokage was still alive, Danzō had already become aware of the formidable power of wood release. He understood that mastering this technique would enable him to ascend to the position of Hokage and unify the ninja world, transforming that ambition into reality. However, Fayek remained oblivious to Danzō's actions. To study wood release, extensive human experiments were imperative, unless Danzō sought out a multitude of eligible children beyond the borders of Konoha. Any instances of disappearances within the village would inevitably attract the attention of the Uchiha clan's watchful guards. Fayek had been biding his time, anticipating Danzō's movements. When rumors began to circulate, he surmised that the third Hokage might refrain from conducting experiments with the original cells due to various constraints. In stark contrast, Danzō was driven by insatiable ambition and possessed a temperament even more extreme than that of the second Hokage. Once he glimpsed hope, all restraints would be rendered ineffective, including the desecration of the remains of his predecessors. One morning, as Fayek stepped out of his home, a shadow darted past him. It was Uchiha En. Since their last encounter in the Uchiha clan, they had not crossed paths until now. Uchiha En exuded a more formidable presence than when they had met in the Land of Rain, radiating an aura of cold determination. En, it's been a while, Fayek greeted. Uchiha En nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been some time. However, my stay in Konoha will be brief. In a few days, I will lead a contingent of our clan to the Land of Rain. I have heard about your mission in the Land of Earth, where you dealt a significant blow to an elite jonin. It seems your strength has considerably improved. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, Fayek replied. Under whose command will you serve in the Land of Rain? Is it under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake or one of the third Hokage's 3 disciples? It is Jiraiya. All the Uchiha clan members accompanying me will serve under him, Uchiha En replied. Fayek nodded. The 4 leading figures from Konoha in the Land of Rain were all from the younger generation, showcasing the third Hokage's clear intent to nurture elite youth. Among them, Jiraiya was the most rational, unlike Orochimaru, who was notoriously ruthless and prioritized missions above all, disregarding casualties. I wish you a successful journey, Fayek said, observing the fierce aura emanating from En. You did not come merely to bid me farewell, did you? I am aware of your character. You seldom indulge in such sentimental gestures. Fayek harbored doubts about En's intentions for seeking him out, as it was uncharacteristic of him to engage in such displays of emotion. Uchiha En nodded. Before heading to the battlefield, I wish to spar with you. I have heard about your recent encounter with Jin, and it is clear he was no match for you. I desire to personally gauge the strength of the future Uchiha clan leader. Otherwise, even if I were to fall in the Land of Rain, I would carry a sense of regret. Fayek understood that although they were good friends, they were also competitors. Every member of the Uchiha clan harbored a sense of pride, especially the young prodigies. Sometimes, even in the face of seeming inferiority, they would issue challenges to assuage their own lingering regrets. Very well, I accept your challenge, Fayek responded. In the back mountains of the Uchiha clan's territory, the two faced each other. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, Fayek felt it was time to establish his own foundation. Within the Uchiha clan, there exist various factions, and even Uchiha Tenzo cannot ensure the unwavering loyalty of all his kin. To gain complete control over the Uchiha, both absolute strength and a substantial following are indispensable. Uchiha En, a commendable candidate, may, if necessary, be privy to the secrets of the Mangekyō to bolster his confidence. As both individuals activated their Sharingan with three-tomoe, shadows darted past, closing the distance between them. In their previous encounters with the three-tomoe, Uchiha Fugaku felt that, perhaps due to age, he was not yet a match for En in direct confrontation. However, since awakening his Mangekyō, Fugaku had made remarkable strides in strength. his speed now rivaling that of Uchiha, if not surpassing it. In just a few years, the disparity between them would likely widen, as they were at the age of 14, a time when one's abilities burgeon rapidly. A brilliant spark ignited, and Uchiha's demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. Seemingly astonished that Fugaku had achieved such significant progress in a mere few months. Previously, before Fugaku had awakened his three-tomoe, and had witnessed his prowess. Although he had been competent with two-tomoe, he was far from exceptional, particularly when compared to those with three-tomoe. To one's surprise, in less than a year since awakening his three-tomoe, Fugaku was now capable of directly contending with him, even exhibiting swifter speed. Their three-tomoe Sharingan spun rapidly, each fixated on the slightest movement of the other. Following a collision, both retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals in the air. Fire style, great fireball technique. Two fireballs erupted from their mouths in succession, colliding with one another. The great fireball had become the foremost technique employed by every Uchiha during combat, as it was the first ninjutsu they mastered, being both swift and familiar. In a duel of skilled practitioners, every moment of advantage is of utmost importance. As the fireballs violently clashed, obscuring their line of sight, Fugaku did not contemplate achieving victory over Uchiha through the illusions of his three-tomoe. He had already employed such tactics in his prior battle against Uchiha Jin, and surely understood the reasons behind Jin's defeat, despite having awakened his Mangekyō, which significantly enhanced his ocular power, creating an illusionary realm with the three-tomoe still demanded considerable time. The two three-tomoe Sharingan spun rapidly, ultimately converging into a Mangekyō. A plume of black mist emanated from his eyes, enveloping his entire form. As the smoke from the great fireball began to dissipate, a subtle chakra fluctuation emanated from the ground where Fugaku had once stood. A earthen spike surged forth, and Fugaku recognized this as Uchiha's secondary elemental affinity, earth. Within the Uchiha clan, aside from fire, earth and lightning were the most commonly mastered attributes. The nature of earth release is its suddenness, rendering it difficult to evade and easy to be struck. Lightning release is characterized by its speed, often, even when the opponent's technique is visible. One may fail to react swiftly enough and be caught unaware. Uchiha's earth-based ninjutsu was destined to be futile, as the dust settled to reveal an empty space, devoid of Fugaku's presence. Yin found it somewhat incredulous, unable to fathom how Fugaku could vanish right before his eyes without leaving a trace. The speed at which his Sharingan spun had increased dramatically, even when he pushed the inside of his three-tomoe Sharingan to its utmost limits. He was utterly oblivious to Fugaku's disappearance. Uchiha Yin turned his body repeatedly, scanning his surroundings, yet he still could not perceive any signs of his opponent. It dawned on him that he had lost this match, and quite decisively at that. He could not even catch a glimpse of Fugaku, let alone engage in combat. Suddenly, a chill ran down his neck as a shuriken appeared at his throat. Behind him, Fugaku had already dispelled his shadowy concealment, revealing his presence, while the kaleidoscope pattern of his Sharingan had also vanished. "You have lost," Fugaku stated calmly. Uchiha Yin managed a wry smile. "Indeed, I did not expect to be defeated so thoroughly." Yin yearned to inquire about the ninjutsu Fugaku had employed to completely disappear without leaving a single trace, but ultimately decided against it. Most ninjas kept their life-preserving techniques or deadly arts close to their chests, even from their closest comrades, lest such secrets be divulged. All 5 great nations of the ninja world possessed soul-searching techniques, and even some renowned powerhouses had mastered such arts. Fugaku stowed the shuriken in his pouch, and Yin sensed the danger at his throat dissipate. Turning around, he gazed at Fugaku in disbelief. Even now, he could not comprehend how Fugaku had managed to vanish. As for the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Yin had never contemplated it, ever since Uchiha Madara's departure over 2 decades ago. The Uchiha clan had not seen any ninja awaken the kaleidoscope. The current clan members' understanding of it was barely better than nothing, and it was likely that before Shursui, if Fugaku had not revealed his power, the kaleidoscope would have become a mere legend within the Uchiha clan. "To have fought with you has resolved a lingering regret within me," Uchiha Yin remarked. "It has also led me to abandon some of my unwarranted aspirations." Fugaku understood that Yin referred to the position of clan leader. Although Fugaku was the junior clan leader, if his abilities were deemed mediocre, he might not gain the support of the majority of clan members and could risk being stripped of his title. The Uchiha clan leader, even if not the strongest within the clan, could not be a weakling. He also recognized that Yin's challenge was not solely driven by his own ambitions, but was intertwined with the sentiments of other high-ranking members of the clan. As elder statesmen could not afford to lose face by intervening directly, encouraging other talented members of the clan was a means of exerting influence. Fugaku believed that news of his victory over Uchiha Yin would spread throughout the clan within a couple of days, and his reputation would soar, leading to a temporary quelling of dissent among certain clan elders. The obstacles to inheriting the title of clan leader would be significantly diminished. Observing Uchiha Yin's somewhat distracted departure, Fugaku realized that his opponent was still lost in the aftermath of their battle. After all, one could hardly blame him for questioning his own capabilities when he had initially thought the gap in their strengths was not insurmountable, only to find himself unable to discern any of Fugaku's techniques during their duel. Fuyue ventured directly into the forest of death, aware that the pangolin needed to seek new sources of sustenance. The perils of the forest rendered it exceedingly dangerous. Allowing the pangolin to forage independently posed a grave risk, as it could easily fall prey to the sudden appearance of mutated beasts, devoured in an instant. Within the depths of this foreboding forest, a small mound of earth soon bulged, as if sensing Fuyue's presence, and the pangolin emerged from its subterranean refuge. The once thriving ant colony had significantly dwindled. Without a new food source, extinction loomed imminent. Placing the pangolin upon his shoulder, Fuyue executed a swift body flicker, vanishing from sight. His three-tomoe Sharingan scanned the surroundings, revealing that ant colonies were not scarce in this primordial forest. In less than an hour, he discovered a fresh ant nest in a different direction. Circling the nest, he noted the claw marks on the towering trees, indicating the possible presence of other predators. Given the pangolin's current size, an encounter with such foes could leave it with little chance of escape, likely relegated to an after-dinner delicacy. Gently setting the pangolin on the ground to feed freely, Fuyue began to trace the marks left by the predator. As he landed on a massive tree, the ground suddenly ruptured, stones and soil scattering, as a gaping maw lunged forth. It was a gigantic mutated centipede, a formidable beast not uncommon in the forest of death. With a delicate leap from a branch, Fuyue's agile form soared into the air, his Sharingan swirling with intensity. The centipede, thwarted in its attempt to consume him, locked its gaze upon Fuyue's Sharingan. Its ebony eyes morphing slowly into the three-tomoe pattern, rendered motionless on the ground. With its limited intellect, the beast was ill-equipped to escape the illusionary control of the Sharingan. Even the notorious tailed beasts of the ninja world succumbed to the kaleidoscopic prowess of the Mangekyō. Fuyue commanded the centipede to seek its companions, determined to mitigate potential threats. The pangolin's burrowing capabilities still held significant value. Previously, Fuyue had contemplated seeking a giant python within the forest of death, a creature capable of burrowing at a swift pace. Yet Orochimaru had already forged a pact with the serpents of the Dragon Cave. No one in Konoha possessed a deeper understanding of snakes than Orochimaru. Thus, entering into a contract with a python could inadvertently expose many of Fuyue's secrets to him. Rather than prioritizing speed, the focus shifted to safety, as youth remained his greatest asset. As for the giant centipede, should it traverse the Uchiha rear mountains, it would likely attract too much attention. Furthermore, in the art of burrowing, the pangolin far surpassed the centipede. The giant centipede blazed a swift path ahead, leaving behind massive trails as it slithered past the trees. Upon locating the centipede's lair, Fuyue dispatched all the colossal creatures within. After a thorough survey of the surroundings, he found no other formidable beasts. Generally, without a significant size advantage, most predators would struggle against the pangolin. Days slipped by swiftly, and today, Uchiha-in would lead a portion of their clan away from Konoha, heading towards the battlefield. In the early morning, numerous clansmen voluntarily stepped out of their homes to bid farewell to those being summoned. Among them were Uchiha Tenkan and Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader and the young clan leader, respectively. This time, 50 clansmen were set to accompany the battle at the front lines. Having experienced the First Shinobi World War, many clansmen understood that the current conflicts between ninja villages were vastly different from the past warring states period. With the advent of the era of individual nations and villages, the scale of warfare had increased, becoming both more brutal and complex. Halting such battles was no simple task, as the stakes involved were immense, far beyond the influence of a single clan or even the leader of a village. Analyzing the situation of the impending battle, Fugaku lamented that at least half of the 50 clansmen sent to the battlefield would likely lose their lives in the land of rain. He recognized the inevitability of these sacrifices. There was no true sanctuary within the shinobi world. Without the bloodshed and loss of life, genuine peace could never be attained. The following noon, Fugaku received a message from the Umbu requesting his presence with the third Hokage. He understood that the elite team's mission had arrived. They had rested long enough, and had it not been for the serious injuries sustained by Yamashiro and his companions, the mission would have been assigned much earlier. In the Hokage's office, Fugaku entered after knocking, finding that all were already present. "Lord Hokage," he greeted. The third Hokage nodded gravely and handed him a scroll from the table, saying, "Take a look at this. It contains the latest frontline reports." Fugaku took the scroll and opened it. It detailed the large-scale reinforcements from Iwagakure and Sunagakure to the Land of Rain, launching a fierce attack against the ninjas of Konoha. Although the two nations had not formed an alliance, their intentions were clear. In the entire shinobi world, no land was as rich in geographical resources as the Land of Fire, and the occupation of its territory through war had become an open secret between the two nations. The Wind and Earth countries were either desert or rocky terrain. With depleted resources, any conquest would not be proportional to the costs incurred. He neatly rolled the scroll back up and placed it on the third Hokage's desk. "Lord Third, may I inquire about our specific mission?" After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage replied, "Orochimaru's support team has arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Rain. His defensive objective is Iwagakure, and your mission is to assist Orochimaru in launching a surprise attack on Iwagakure's supply lines, thereby slowing down their offensive." Fugaku was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Orochimaru on the battlefield so soon. He was uncertain whether this mission was orchestrated by Orochimaru himself or solely arranged by the third Hokage. "Prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow morning," the third Hokage instructed. "Understood," Fugaku affirmed as he exited the Hokage's office. The group reconvened, sharing a sense of elation, yet mindful that they would soon embark on a mission. Many conversations could wait until the journey began. The priority was to gather the necessary ninja tools for the mission, particularly those that required individual procurement, such as explosive tags and essential supplies. As the head of the security team, Uchiha had access to resources that were even more abundant than many of the shops in Konoha. After parting ways with the others, he made his way directly to the Forest of Death. Fugaku intended to escort the pangolin to the rear mountains of the Uchiha clan territory and, during his absence over the next few days, to further excavate the entire base. Although the rear mountains lacked large ant nests and were devoid of particularly dangerous beasts, given the pangolin's abilities, it would not struggle to secure its basic needs. Upon entering his home, Fugaku discovered another intelligence scroll laid out in the living room, inscribed with Land of Rain, dated 2 days prior. This information had been relayed back from the Land of Rain by the clan's ninjas, indicating that the news of his impending mission to the Land of Rain had already reached Uchiha Tenkan, which Fugaku found unsurprising. The guard force was dispersed throughout Konoha, including the Hokage building. Many pieces of information that were not exceedingly classified could be swiftly gathered by the guard team, often within half a day of the Hokage's remarks. Such operations were hardly secrets within Konoha, as the guard team not only maintained security, but also played a significant role in gathering intelligence for the higher-ups. Unrolling the scroll, he noted the 4 most critical strongholds of Konoha in the Land of Rain, with the leaders being 3 disciples of the third Hokage and Kakashi. Each stronghold now had a think tank responsible for formulating various combat strategies. Fugaku discerned the third Hokage's regard for the younger generation of elite ninjas in Konoha. The older generation, including the Elder Council and several advisors, were tasked with overseeing Konoha and would not rush to the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. Among them, Orochimaru primarily faced the ninjas of Iwagakure, Tsunade engaged with Sunagakure, and Jiraiya confronted the Rain ninjas. Notably, the supply routes of Iwagakure and various strongholds were not indicated, though Fugaku paid little mind to it. Orochimaru, being a ninja who had signed a contract with the Dragon Cave, utilized various summoned serpents, keeping a vigilant watch over all of Iwagakure's movements, making the acquisition of specific intelligence rather uncomplicated. This evening, Uchiha Tenkan was still on duty with the guard team. The role of clan leader during such shifts was largely symbolic. The guard team had dedicated rest quarters that rivaled the comforts of home. As night fell, Fugaku opened his eyes once more, donned his attire, and gently opened the bedroom door, stepping outside as a black mist began to envelop him. By the time he reached the courtyard, he had vanished entirely. Using the body flicker technique, he exited his home and proceeded directly to the Hokage's office building. Although he was set to depart for the Land of Rain the following day, the journey would largely be one of travel, which did not impede Fugaku's movements. The security surrounding the Hokage's building remained tight, with the patrols of ninjas unchanged from the last occasion. After all, a patrol plan that had been validated over many years was not easily altered. Fugaku did not rush to enter the building. Instead, he circled the entire structure, his Sharingan concealed within the black mist, meticulously observing the exterior to ascertain the precise number of guards present. His ultimate destination remained the Hokage's office, as it contained the most current intelligence and various documents, particularly regarding the third Hokage's research on ninjutsu and the experiments conducted by Konoha. However, now was not the opportune moment. He decided to assess the situation first, preparing for future endeavors. Upon entering the building, he cautiously made his way to the secret chamber, this time approaching the bookshelf marked with wind, and picked up a scroll to examine its contents. At present, he has yet to cultivate the wind attribute chakra, yet he can prepare for future endeavors. This journey to the Land of Rain may present an opportunity to visit the Hidden Rock Village, where he intends to document insights on dust and lava release techniques. He unrolled one of the scrolls, which described the essence of wind in nature. The formation of wind is a phenomenon arising from the movement of air, ranging from a gentle caress to the might that can topple cities. Fugaku set the scroll aside and scanned the bookshelf once more, retrieving another scroll inscribed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This scroll was akin to the previous Earth Release scroll, both being studies from the third Hokage's era. He opened it and examined its contents closely. The application of wind in ninjutsu primarily revolves around cutting, utilizing the friction of air to create a slicing effect, as well as ferocity. For instance, the wind release technique in ninjutsu harnesses the violent nature of wind to obliterate targets. However, wind possesses not only the qualities of cutting and ferocity, but also many other attributes, such as providing relief from heat, thus achieving a cooling effect. Most ninjas in the ninja world predominantly employ the cutting and ferocity aspects of wind, with little exploration of its other qualities. Nevertheless, I believe that each variation of wind carries significant potential, contingent upon the user's ability to harness its effects. For example, the Mizukage clan's ice release utilizes the cooling properties of wind combined with water release to create ice, a process I may not fully comprehend but acknowledge nonetheless. Fugaku, engrossed in his thoughts until dawn, felt a deep admiration for the third Hokage's imaginative concepts. He returned the scroll to its place and quietly departed from the Hokage building. Contemplating the descriptions of wind within the scrolls, his understanding of wind deepening, he was confident that upon the completion of this mission, he would soon manifest a third chakra. As dawn broke the following day, the five gathered at the entrance of Konoha, ready to embark. In an instant, the five figures vanished from sight. Hinata Niji, an exceptional ninja of the Hyuga clan, sensed that Uchiha Fugaku had grown stronger, even without activating his Byakugan. The aura he emanated was markedly different from before. The other three, though less perceptive than Niji, could still feel Fugaku's transformation. The disparity in strength had widened, yet their bonds remained unbroken. If anything, they had grown even closer. With a stronger teammate, the chances of successfully completing their mission and preserving their lives increased. For ordinary jonin, undertaking such S-rank missions was akin to gambling with their lives. Now, with Fugaku's enhanced prowess, they had gained substantial leverage. Traveling alongside formidable allies is a dream for many ninjas, even though such missions may entail greater peril. The allure of honor and the ambition to accomplish challenging tasks, thereby gaining renown in the ninja world, are aspirations shared by many. Crossing a stretch of open land in front of Konoha, they entered a dense forest that extended to the border. After 2 days, the team reached the Land of Rain, where the border served as a stark demarcation, one side basking under clear skies, while the other lay shrouded in ominous clouds. Hinata Niji remained vigilant. From this moment forth, the team must remain vigilant, for the Land of Rain could become a battlefield at any instant, even near the borders of the Land of Fire. There lies the potential for ambush by foreign ninjas. In Fukuyuki's eyes, the three-tomoe Sharingan began to manifest, revealing that no moving object could escape its formidable insight. Under the incessant rain, the day darkened early, and the group sought refuge in a relatively secure cave to rest. This was indeed one of the unfortunate aspects of the Land of Rain. Finding a sheltered place to rest was essential, otherwise, a nap in the rain could lead to illness. And in the midst of battle, falling ill equated to losing half one's life before even engaging in combat. Within the dimly lit cave, tranquility was a distant memory, as sporadic screams or explosions echoed nearby. The warfare in the Land of Rain had grown even more brutal and intense than before. Hinata Ninjin, Yu and Yamashiro Kyakuya, and Mitakashi Akihiro keep watch over the cave, Fukayuki instructed, while Tsukikage Shu and I scout the outside surroundings. Be wary of any approaching foreign forces. Leave this to me, Hinata Ninjin replied. With his Byakugan, he could penetrate the cave walls and see outside directly, making him the most suitable for early warning. Ensuring that Yamashiro Kyakuya and Mitakashi Akihiro would not be trapped within the cave. Fukayuki nodded and stepped outside with Tsukikage Shu, the two quickly separating, one heading south and the other north. Tsukikage Shu vanished after taking just a few steps, utilizing the purest form of Shunshin, effectively erasing his presence. Fukayuki, on the other hand, employed a body flicker technique, disappearing from his original position as his three-tomoe Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope, enveloping his form in swirling black mist, blending seamlessly into the darkness until he was entirely unseen. Following the sounds of conflict, Fukayuki stealthily navigated through the shadows, confident in his movements. As long as he avoided any traps set by others, he remained undetectable. The sounds of battle gradually faded, and upon employing the body flicker technique once more, he noticed vague silhouettes in the distance. The fighting had concluded. The night vision capabilities of the Sharingan were formidable, revealing several bodies of rain ninjas lying on the ground, while over a dozen figures stood upright. Fukayuki observed closely, noting that half of them were puppets. At this juncture in the Land of Rain, while the two great ninja villages of Iwagakure and Sunagakure had not allied, they rarely engaged in conflict with one another, as their interests did not significantly clash. With one less ninja village to contend with, a considerable number of ninjas could be redirected to support other battlefronts. Given the current battlefield dynamics, Konoha found itself at a disadvantage. Similarly, since Hanzo declared war against the three great nations, only through his direct intervention could he hope to reverse the tide. The village of Rain had suffered tremendous losses. Two kunai appeared in Fukayuki's hands, and he targeted the leading Sunagakure Jonin with precision. The kunai shot forth at an astonishing speed, and the Jonin remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still conversing with a nearby comrade about the number of ninjas they had slain that day. Suddenly, a fountain of blood erupted from the throat of the speaking Jonin, creating a gaping wound, and before the ninja beside him could react, Fukayuki had already slit his throat. Two notifications flashed in his mind. Eliminated a Jonin. Acquired a moderate amount of ocular power. Eliminated a Jonin. Acquired a moderate amount of ocular power. A refreshing sensation emerged in Fugaku's eyes, continuously replenishing the chakra consumed from recent use of the kaleidoscope technique. The relentless stimulation of his clan members' awakening and the infiltration of the Hokage building had drained too much of Fugaku's ocular power. If he did not replenish soon, he would be forced to deplete his own vision, diminishing the acuity of his eyes. The sudden and unexplained death of two elite shinobi sent shockwaves through the remaining four from Sunagakure. The group frantically maneuvered their puppets to launch a barrage of hidden weapons while positioning themselves back to back, bracing for an impending confrontation. "Come out! I can see you," they shouted, attempting to bolster their courage. Fugaku's strike was only revealed when he dispatched the first ninja. A kunai pierced through the black mist, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving even the fallen elite unaware of their fate. Perched on a nearby stone, he observed the four Sunagakure ninjas as they futilely unleashed their projectiles, which could not reach him. In an instant, he teleported between two of them, thrusting his hands forward with precision. Blood erupted as two Sunagakure ninjas experienced a sudden, excruciating pain in their hearts, yet their vision remained obscured. Clutching their wounds, they fell backward in confusion, fear, and disbelief. The moment they collapsed, Fugaku swiftly eliminated the remaining two. For notifications echoed in his mind, each indicating a minor restoration of ocular power. Gazing upon the scattered corpses, he affixed explosive tags to them, crafting a simple chain trap. As the black mist gradually dissipated, Fugaku ceased utilizing his stealth abilities, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Within a cave, Fugaku scrutinized his surroundings, finding no signs of battle. As he entered, Tsukiakari had returned. "Tsukiakari, what is the situation on your end?" Fugaku inquired. "It was a skirmish between our Konoha ninjas and Sunigakure. By the time I arrived, both sides had retreated," Tsukiakari replied, producing a headband stained with blood from his pouch. "I deduced it was a confrontation between Konoha and Sunigakure ninjas based on this." Fugaku nodded. "Indeed, there were quite a few Sunigakure shinobi here. I encountered a squad of 6 who had just concluded a battle with the Rain ninjas, and I dealt with them all." His casual demeanor sent a chill through his 4 companions. The combat prowess of Sunigakure ranks among the strongest in the 5 great nations, renowned for their expertise in poison and puppetry. Unless one possessed an inherent advantage, defeating a Sunigakure ninja is no simple task. The fact that Fugaku could eliminate 6 of them in mere minutes, even through a surprise attack, was no small feat, especially with at least one elite among them. The astonishment within his companions grew palpable. They could scarcely believe that in such a brief period, Fugaku had elevated his strength to such heights. Hinata Niji felt this realization most acutely. Having formed a team with Fugaku shortly after he awakened his Sharingan, he was acutely aware of Fugaku's initial capabilities. Yet, within less than a year, an immense chasm had developed between them. It was said that each additional tomo in the Uchiha Sharingan significantly boosted one's power, but none had anticipated such rapid advancement. Hinata Ning could not help but marvel at the emergence of a true genius from the Uchiha clan. The long-standing rivalry between the 2 great families for supremacy would soon see the Uchiha clan ascend to the foremost position, perhaps within just a few years, albeit a title of mere nominal significance. Outside the cave, distant sounds occasionally drifted in, yet they felt exceedingly remote. All skirmishes in the vicinity had ceased. The series of explosive traps set by Fugaku had not been triggered, suggesting that it would take until dawn, when a ninja might traverse this area, for the traps to come into play. As the night elapsed, the 5 companions embarked once more. The stronghold of Orochimaru was not particularly concealed, for the intelligence networks of the 5 great nations were quite adept. Even the most hidden locations could be discovered. The quintet traversed a nearby earthen slope, revealing a flat expanse of land where the stronghold was established. Fugaku observed that the terrain was slightly elevated and devoid of standing water. In the perpetual rain of the Land of Rain, effective drainage was paramount for constructing encampments. Rainwater flowed seamlessly into the pre-dug ditches of the camp, merging with the natural drainage system of the Land of Rain, thus preventing any accumulation. A gentle breeze wafted through as rain continued to wash over the ground, revealing a multitude of tents scattered throughout the camp. A cursory glance informed Fugaku that a large tent emblazoned with the Konoha emblem, positioned directly opposite the entrance, was likely the command center of Orochimaru. After a few moments of approach, the 5 neared the camp. As one of the few Konoha encampments in the Land of Rain, it was a hive of activity, with various ninjas coming and going, many of whom were somewhat familiar to Fugaku's team. Greetings rang out in abundance. Upon reaching the central tent, they lifted the flap and stepped inside. Upon entering the dim environment, Fugaku squinted to adjust his sight to the interior. Before him sat Orochimaru, deep in contemplation, while several tactical advisors stood around a sand table, simulating the assault routes of various squads. Noticing Fugaku's team enter, Orochimaru's distinctive raspy voice broke the silence. "I did not expect Lord Hokage to dispatch you, Fugaku-kun. It has been quite some time since our last encounter in Konoha, and with your assistance, vanquishing the supplies of a Wagakure will be a trivial matter." "Your praise is unwarranted," Fugaku replied. "You are always so humble." Orochimaru continued, "Kobayashi, please arrange accommodations for Fugaku's team." "Fugaku-kun, we must converse privately." "Very well." After exchanging a reassuring glance with Hinata Ning, allowing them to rest, Fugaku followed Orochimaru deeper into the tent, where the latter lifted another curtain. This revealed a separate chamber, the tent walls inscribed with soundproofing enchantments, ensuring their conversation would remain unheard. Upon entering this room, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Fugaku understood that the task at hand would not be simple. Otherwise, there would be no need for such formality from someone as capable as Orochimaru. Fugaku had pondered deeply about Orochimaru's character. Despite his cunning and ruthlessness, he had always valued companionship and the bond between teacher and student in his early days. While not as playful or mischievous as Jiraiya, he was not an excessively solemn individual either, often exuding an air of confidence and control in his endeavors, despite the awkward situations that would arise later. The seriousness on Orochimaru's face indicated that the matters requiring private discussion would be anything but straightforward. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurled it upon the table in the room, revealing a meticulously crafted map. Faye cast a glance at Orochimaru, noting that he had yet to adopt the habit of storing scrolls in his mouth, a peculiar tendency he might develop in due time. Faye-kun. Orochimaru's voice snapped Faye back to the present. Pointing to a specific location on the map, he stated, "Look here, this marks our camp." Faye nodded, recognizing the clearly labeled area, evident even to any seasoned ninja. Orochimaru traced a significant arc around the distant mountains and forests surrounding the camp, revealing his latest reconnaissance findings. The Wagakure is establishing secret strongholds within this perimeter, encircling our base. He continued, "A few days ago, I personally intervened and obliterated one under construction stronghold. However, while attempting to eliminate a second, I was thwarted by the timely arrival of a Wagakure's higher-ups." Faye understood. Orochimaru was still far from his peak prowess, and it was not surprising that he had been impeded. Moreover, direct confrontation was not Orochimaru's forte. Upon examining the map closely, Faye noted that Orochimaru had marked 8 strongholds, encircling the Konoha camp in a semicircle, with the exception of the side facing Konoha, which remained unfortified. One stronghold bore a diagonal slash, indicating its destruction at Orochimaru's hands. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Konoha's military strength was the weakest among the 3 great nations. Beset by numerous foes and simultaneously facing the Wind and Earth nations alongside the Rain, which left them somewhat beleaguered. Conversely, the Wind and Earth nations only had to contend with Konoha and the Rain ninjas, thus enjoying a surplus in manpower. Among the 5 great nations, the Wagakure was renowned for its sheer numbers. With Faye's abilities, complemented by Orochimaru, they were entirely capable of dismantling several under-construction strongholds. However, this merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root of the problem. It appeared that Orochimaru had devised a plan, aligning with the critical objectives of Faye's mission. By severing their supply lines and destroying their routes, the strongholds would inevitably collapse under the weight of insufficient provisions, forcing a Wagakure to retract its front. "I trust you comprehend my true objective, Faye-kun," Orochimaru continued. "Once I take action, formidable Wagakure ninjas will surely intervene. Even a preliminary ambush would yield limited devastation. Only with the aid of another powerful ally can we effectively dismantle several strongholds or obliterate supply lines." Currently, Konoha's camp lacked any ninja who could rival Orochimaru. Leading Faye to realize his standing in Orochimaru's esteem was perhaps greater than he had imagined. After all, he had been deliberately dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to assist Orochimaru in the Land of Rain. "Senior, do you possess a detailed map of a Wagakure's supply routes?" Faye inquired. Orochimaru nodded and once again retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, handing it to Faye. As Faye opened the scroll and examined it closely, he discovered 3 primary supply routes, each meticulously annotated. He pondered who could have compiled such intricate intelligence, as it was beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas to gather information with such precision. The most plausible explanation is that Orochimaru himself discerned the information through summoning various serpents. The 3 supply lines lead to 3 locations within the Land of Earth, one to a Wagakure, another to the capital of the Land of Earth, and the last to a valley outside a Wagakure, noted as a granary. It appears that the previous operation in the Land of Earth, although it caused a Wagakure to lose face, was directly neutralized by Oyoki. The 3 lines converge within the Land of Earth before entering the Land of Rain. Upon realizing this, Faye saw an opportunity to infiltrate a Wagakure. The granary situated in the valley outside the village serves as a plausible excuse. Orochimaru prioritizes tangible benefits over the 3rd Hokage. The distribution of supplies in the Land of Rain is centrally managed by a Wagakure-esque command post there. The implication is to destroy the supply lines at a Wagakure-esque command post in the Land of Rain, compelling a Wagakure to reduce its forces. Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging Faye's astuteness. "Indeed. Faye-kun, you are perceptive. You have deduced my true intentions simply by glancing at the supply route map. I do have such plans," he continued. "I have thoroughly investigated the strength of a Wagakure's command post in the Land of Rain. They lack elite jonin, making it nearly impossible for them to access the supply lines." Faye inquired about the timing of the operation. "The sooner, the better," Orochimaru replied. "I can act at any time. I wonder when you, Faye-kun, will be ready to proceed." He emphasized that fewer people would be preferable for the mission to a Wagakure-esque command post, as an overabundance of personnel would only serve to endanger their lives. In Fyake's assessment, none of his 4 teammates were suitable for this task. Only he and Orochimaru would ensure safety. He possessed the ability to conceal himself in shadow. While Orochimaru commanded countless venomous serpents and was adept in earth techniques, making their escape nearly unimpeded. Fyake examined the map and noted that it would take at least a day's journey from their current location to the Iwagakure base in the rear of the Land of Rain. Does the esteemed elder have a specific plan? He asked. Given Iwagakure's strength, it would be challenging to slip past unnoticed, and a frontal assault would not be easy. He added. Orochimaru nodded, stating, the highest commander at Iwagakure's base is Haikawa, a former captain of the 2nd Tsuchikage Shadow Guard. The last Iwagakure expert who intercepted me was Ishido, the captain of the Iwagakure Umbu. These two are the only ninja in the Land of Rain who surpass the average elite jonin. Ishido typically conducts patrols at the lower outposts, while Haikawa remains stationed at the base. I hope you can help me intercept Haikawa. Without his obstruction, the other Iwagakure ninjas will be unable to stop me. After contemplating Orochimaru's plan, Fyake concluded that intercepting Haikawa posed no issue for him, given the peculiar prowess of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Even eliminating Haikawa was not out of the realm of possibility. With Orochimaru's strength, as long as he was not restrained by an equal opponent, the strategy of sheer numbers would prove ineffective, allowing them to dominate with summoning techniques. Very well, the interception should pose no significant challenge, Fyake affirmed. Upon hearing Fyake's response, Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile. I look forward to witnessing Fyake-kun's capabilities at that time. Fuyue understood that this operation, although officially assigned by the 3rd Hokage, also bore the undertones of Orochimaru's probing. If Fuyue could manage to stall Haikawa at the Iwagakure base, it would signify that his strength had reached a level comparable to that of Orochimaru and his cohort. In this world, strength ultimately speaks volumes. Merely holding the title of Uchiha's junior clan leader would not suffice. Without commensurate power, achieving an equal standing in collaboration with Orochimaru would be an impossibility. I shall not disappoint my seniors, Fuyue declared calmly. Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at Fuyue. Intercepting the opposing commander at the Iwagakure encampment would necessitate even his own involvement in the use of summoning techniques. Fuyue's demeanor was so composed that it left Orochimaru pondering whether it stemmed from the innate arrogance of the Uchiha or a genuine confidence. At that moment, Orochimaru felt a sense of inscrutability towards this ninja, who was a mere few years his junior. Reflecting on their previous encounters, save for the last unexpected appearance in the tavern that had startled Fuyue, he had always maintained an air of tranquility. Turning away, Orochimaru's expression grew serious as he reassessed Uchiha Fuyue, realizing he had been entirely oblivious to the depths of his character. Fuyue rarely displayed overt emotions, leading Orochimaru to suspect that the previous surprise had perhaps been a deliberate act. However, whether it was arrogance or a hidden depth would soon be revealed in the battle to come. As they exited the chamber, Orochimaru retrieved a scroll labeled Iwagakure from the command room's shelf and handed it to Fuyue, detailing the specifics of the Iwagakure base. Upon returning to their designated tent, the 4 companions engaged in discussion regarding the impending mission. Fuyue, what is the situation? Hinata Nene inquired first. Fuyue promptly shared the details of his conversation with Orochimaru and the plan for the following day. Stalling Haikawa at the Iwagakure base, he stated. Hinata Nene expressed her astonishment. Fuyue, that is a perilous course of action. This mission differs significantly from previous ones, Fuyue replied. The specifics of the operation will be handled by myself and Orochimaru-senpai. You need only lay traps and provide support on the periphery. Should we both fail, we would have no choice but to initiate a large-scale war. It is crucial to note that Iwagakure possesses a far greater military presence in the Land of Rain than Konoha, given that their primary adversary is Konoha alone, while we also contend with Sunigakure. A silence enveloped the tent as they comprehended that Fuyue's strategy was motivated not only by the mission but also by the imperative to safeguard their lives. The night passed quietly, the sound of raindrops striking the tent resonating throughout, sometimes sparse, sometimes dense, akin to the unpredictable nature of the battlefield in the Land of Rain. In the morning, Fuyue's squad arrived at Orochimaru's command post, where he awaited their arrival. Orochimaru glanced at Fuyue's 4 companions and commanded, "Let us depart." The 6 of them set forth, with Orochimaru opting not to bring any subordinates. perceiving the ninjas in the camp as a burden. Their pace was swift, with Hinata Nene continuously activating her Byakugan to survey the surroundings. Orochimaru-senpai, Fuyue, there's a situation ahead. A team of ninjas is approaching our direction, Hinata Nene reported. If we proceed in a straight line, we are likely to encounter them directly. Let us resolve this swiftly, Fuyue responded decisively. At times, revealing a modicum of strength to partners can prove to be a prudent choice. The distance between both parties gradually diminished, allowing for a clearer view of one another. They were a team of 12 rock ninjas, a standard squad. The Sharingan swept over them, discerning 3 Jonin and 9 Chunin and Jinin solely from their chakra. The four-country melee in the Land of Rain had persisted for nearly a year. Even the most robust Awagakure had begun deploying lower-ranked ninjas, albeit as mere cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, Fugaku vanished from his position, and his 6 companions were likewise perceived by the opposing team. As they witnessed the rapidly approaching Uchiha Fugaku, expressions of excitement surfaced among them. To confront their squad with just one individual seemed rather presumptuous. The presence of Orochimaru, gradually advancing from the rear, failed to capture their attention, for he was still too distant and, as the commander of the Konoha base in the Land of Rain, typically refrained from straying far from camp. The Awagakure squad hastened their pace, weapons such as kunai appearing in their hands. The three-tomoe in Fugaku's eyes spun swiftly, transforming into the kaleidoscope in an instant. The lead ninja appeared somewhat perplexed. Was not the Sharingan's pinnacle the three-tomoe? After all, the kaleidoscope had vanished from the ninja world for many years. Just as the kunai in hand was about to strike, the illusion concealed within Fugaku's eyes activated instantaneously, driving the kunai directly into the opponent's throat. The eyes of the Jonin widened in disbelief as realization dawned upon him. Fugaku's eyes were akin to the legendary kaleidoscope awakened by Uchiha Madara, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. With the death of a Jonin, Fugaku acquired a significant measure of ocular power. The 2 Jonin behind him were utterly unprepared for their captain's swift demise, instinctively coordinating their thrusts toward Fugaku. With a deft pivot, 2 kunai grazed Fugaku's form, and as he turned, the kaleidoscope swept before the 2, leaving them momentarily stunned, completely stripped of their ability to act. The dark kunai sliced through their throats, drawing forth crimson blood, and simultaneously, a surge of ocular power flooded Fugaku's consciousness. In the span of a single encounter, 3 Jonin from the Awagakure squad perished, leaving Orochimaru, who had been trailing behind, unable to mask his astonishment. Even he could not have dispatched 3 Jonin with such efficiency as Uchiha Fugaku. It was evident to Orochimaru that Fugaku had skillfully utilized his Sharingan in concert with his own prowess to eliminate the adversaries. The might of Fugaku's Sharingan bewildered Orochimaru. The Awagakure Jonin had succumbed to Fugaku's illusion upon mere contact. As the deaths of 3 Jonin unfolded, the remaining Awagakure Chunin and Jinin finally began to comprehend the situation. Yet Fugaku had already approached them. The kaleidoscope Sharingan swept across the field, and not a single ninja could withstand its imposing presence or the illusions it cast. From Orochimaru's perspective, the Awagakure squad exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Each strike claimed a life. With the aid of the kaleidoscope, Fugaku effortlessly dispatched the entire squad of 9 lower-ranked ninjas with but a few deft movements. With a swift flick of his dark kunai, he pivoted, and the kaleidoscope transformed once more into the three-tomoe, subsequently morphing into a pair of obsidian eyes. The prowess of Fugaku truly opened my eyes. Orochimaru cast a serious glance at Fugaku, internally marveling at how the Sharingan indeed conferred a significant advantage in battles involving these lesser ninjas. Orochimaru did not contemplate the kaleidoscope further, for he had previously engaged with several members of the Uchiha clan bearing the three-tomoe. Now, Orochimaru, with his spirit pure, complete, and formidable, found that the typical three-tomoe Sharingan was of little use against him when attempting to cast illusions. Hinata, please handle the corpses, Fugaku instructed. Otherwise, it is highly likely that the arriving IWA ninjas will uncover our true intentions through the memories of the deceased. The group nodded in agreement, ready to act. But Orochimaru halted them. Allow me to take care of these bodies. Orochimaru prepared to break a finger, forming hand seals to perform a summoning technique. Enormous serpents materialized in the arena, swiftly devouring the corpses that lay on the ground. The 6 of them resumed their journey. The serpents, having feasted, burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight. Yet Fugaku was aware that they lingered nearby, poised to strike at any unsuspecting enemies above. The slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to a fatal encounter with a serpent emerging from below, for not every ninja possessed the resilience of Naruto Uzumaki. Although Fugaku aspired to make the Ryuchi cave his contractual ally, he realized that acquiring the summoning scroll from Orochimaru was nearly impossible. Even Kabuto, who had followed Orochimaru for many years, had not attained the qualification for a contract, merely signing for a single serpent. Ultimately, it was through his own efforts that he discovered the Ryuchi cave, underwent the trials set by the White Snake Sage, attained Sage Mode, and secured the summoning contract. However, by that later stage, the significance of contracting the Ryuchi cave had diminished greatly. As for Sasuke, he was merely a vessel for Orochimaru, bound by a contract. As twilight descended, the sky grew increasingly somber, and the clouds thickened, with rain intensifying. The six halted their advance, having approached the IWA ninja encampment. Standing atop a boulder, Fugaku could faintly discern the distant, undulating expanse of tents and the occasional ninja entering and exiting. Orochimaru unfurled a map of the IWA encampment, laying it upon a stone shielded from the rain. Fugaku-kun, this is the map of the IWA encampment. The massive tent at the center represents the command center, where Kurikawa will also be stationed, with a designated room prepared for him inside. Behind that tent lies the primary warehouse of IWA, stocked with abundant supplies, where most of the camp's ninjas are stationed. Fugaku-kun, you need to create chaos ahead to attract Kurikawa's attention and that of some IWA ninjas, while I will take responsibility for sabotaging the supply stores. As Orochimaru spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Fugaku, tinged with skepticism, as if he doubted Fugaku's capabilities. The Sharingan did not hold an advantage when facing multiple foes, particularly with the presence of the formidable Kurikawa. Rest assured, as long as you do not err, I shall ensure that Kurikawa is detained up ahead, Fugaku replied confidently. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile, which, when combined with his pallid complexion and golden vertical pupils, evoked an aura of insidious terror. Fugaku discerned the implications hidden within Orochimaru's gaze. Despite his status as the Uchiha clan's young leader, should peril arise during combat, Orochimaru would undoubtedly refrain from offering any assistance. Even if he were to perish here, all he would receive from Orochimaru would be a scoff at his audacity. For discussing bonds, camaraderie, or village ties with such a person was utterly futile. Only stark exchanges of self-interest held any value. As the sky over the land of rain darkened, Fugaku directed Hinata Niji and others to strategically lay traps along two separate routes, serving both to obscure their movements and hinder pursuing foes. As night enveloped the land, two figures advanced swiftly, drawing nearer to the Iwagakure encampment, pausing only upon reaching a small hillock not far from the camp. I will infiltrate the camp shortly, Orochimaru declared, and upon hearing the commotion you create, I shall act immediately. Fugaku nodded in agreement. A colossal serpent emerged from the grass, opening its gaping maw, and Orochimaru stepped inside. Remarking, Fugaku-kun, would you like to accompany me? I can transport you directly into the heart of the encampment. I appreciate your kind offer, senior, but I have devised my own strategy. Fugaku displayed no interest in entering the serpent's mouth with the power of his Mangekyō Sharingan. He felt invulnerable. There were virtually no barriers in the ninja world capable of restraining him, not even the office of the Five Kage. Once Orochimaru had entered the serpent's maw, it burrowed underground and vanished. Fugaku proceeded into a narrow cave, his Sharingan transforming into the Mangekyō. A shroud of black mist enveloped him, rendering the cave entirely devoid of evidence of Fugaku Uchiha's presence, as he executed a body flicker technique to depart from his original location. Crossing the camp's threshold and entering the encampment, Fugaku did not hasten towards the massive central tent in search of Kurikawa. Instead, he meticulously arranged traps around the vicinity. Upon reaching the entrance of a tent, he crouched down, the black mist obscuring the ground entirely. In the darkness, no one would notice that a portion of the soil's surface had vanished. Fugaku placed an explosive tag at the tent's entrance. He believed that once disturbances arose outside, the first step taken by the ninjas exiting the tent would land squarely on the explosive tag. Now that night had fallen, many ninjas within the tents had begun to slumber, and Fugaku's actions unfolded without incident, the sound of rain pattering against the tents serving as his most effective cover. Progressing from the entrance tent towards the rear, Fugaku was confident that once he detonated these explosive tags, chaos and casualties would ensue within the Iwagakure camp, thus fulfilling half of his mission. Ahead lay the enormous tent where Kurikawa resided, its entrance flap securely closed. Fugaku refrained from rushing in. Entering now would only raise the alarm among those inside, alerting Kurikawa to his presence. Instead, Fugaku intended to create an explosion first, drawing the attention of all the ninjas in the camp while simultaneously signaling Orochimaru, then seizing the moment of confusion to infiltrate and restrain Kurikawa. In the pitch-black night, only a few luminous stones emitted a faint glow, while rain relentlessly washed over the surrounding tents. A series of shuriken, connected to explosive tags, abruptly materialized in the air, hurtling towards the periphery. No one could discern how the shuriken had appeared, as if they had simply emerged from thin air. The camp was soon filled with the cacophony of explosions, and the alarm systems blared ominously. The sleeping young were jolted awake, hastily donning their attire. Among them was Xiaozhe, a Dongren novan, surrounded by teammates and longtime friends. In the instant the explosions erupted, most were already roused. Xiaozhe swiftly donned his clothing while loudly proclaiming, "We are under attack." During the ensuing battle, be vigilant and safeguard your safety. Within the tent, Xiaozhe was the swiftest, securing his ninja gear before dashing outside. His rapid response epitomized the qualities of a true ninja, yet fate seemed to play a cruel jest upon him. As he stepped beyond the tent, a tremendous explosion reverberated beneath him. He felt no pain. Rather, it was as if he had been propelled into the air. The night remained dark, yet was tinged with crimson. The world spun chaotically in Xiaozhe's vision until it finally ceased, his consciousness fading into obscurity. The front half of the Yanning camp erupted like a display of fireworks, explosions cascading one after another, illuminating the night with fiery bursts, which were soon quenched by the downpour. At the rear, the central warehouse trembled as the explosions from the camp reverberated nearby. Several squads of Ranger advanced to assess the situation when suddenly, a colossal serpent burst forth from the ground, sending shattered stones flying in all directions. Kar, the overseer of the central warehouse, a formidable elite Zan, was second only to Di-chan within the camp. As the explosions transpired, he had surmised that the enemy's target was likely here, trusting that Ishan would soon arrive. Gazing at the serpent, Kar realized who had come, Athalan, the disciple of the third Hokage of Vuyet, a formidable adversary. The massive serpent gaped wide, and Athalan emerged, casting a disdainful smile at her, who stood ready for confrontation. The serpent had obliterated the tents, granting Athalan a clear view of the camp's turmoil, though he had not anticipated his ability to wreak such havoc. Yurdru Boifuyet, indeed, was an intriguing figure, prompting Dashawan to reassess him. Meanwhile, the explosions disrupted Fichan's imminent slumber. As the camp's commanding officer, he had been stationed there for nearly half a year, never encountering an assault, save for those at the subordinate bases. A veteran of the First Ninja World War, Fichan's experiences could be deemed legendary. In the entire battlefield of the Land of Rain, aside from Bung, Fino were deemed worthy of his notice. At the moment the explosion echoed, Kurikawa had already donned his garments, and a ninja had entered to report the circumstances outside. What is the situation beyond? How many enemies do we face? Kurikawa inquired as he advanced outward. Boss Kurikawa, we have yet to detect the enemy. They have planted numerous detonating talismans in front of the camp, causing considerable chaos, and the casualty figures are still being assessed. Kurikawa understood that it was crucial to remain calm, especially in such turbulent times. The enemy had not yet revealed themselves. Yet they had managed to create such a significant disturbance, indicating that they were likely formidable opponents. As Kurikawa stepped outside, his mind raced with speculation regarding the identity of his foes. Could they be from the hidden leaf, the rain, or the sand? Upon exiting the tent, a grave warning resonated within him. He sensed a fierce wind aimed directly at his throat. Instinctively, he raised his kunai to parry the impending attack, hidden within the shadows. Fyaek was somewhat taken aback by Kurikawa's swift reflexes, affirming that he was indeed an adversary of great renown, even drawing the attention of the current Orochimaru. In an instant, Fyaek redirected his kunai, slicing through Kurikawa's side, a spray of crimson erupting from his left abdomen. Clutching his wound, Kurikawa retreated back into the tent. The ninja who had accompanied Kurikawa, realizing his injury, quickly reacted by producing a signal flare which shot into the night sky, exploding with a brilliant flash. Fyaek chose not to intervene, allowing the ninja to gather here, facilitating Orochimaru's maneuvers. Otherwise, he would ultimately need to step in himself. As the flare ascended, a line of blood appeared on Fyaek's throat, and he remained oblivious to the cause of his demise until the end. Grasping his lifeless body, Fugaku hurled it towards the entrance of the tent, where a torrent of water surged forth, colliding with the corpse. Behind this spectacle was Kirikawa's grim visage. At that moment, he discerned what had infiltrated his tent, realizing he had been deceived. Seizing the opportunity, Fugaku entered the tent with a body flicker technique, his kunai enveloped in shadow, rendering him virtually invisible as he lunged for Kirikawa's heart. An invisible alarm surged within Kirikawa. He swiftly dodged, yet the kunai grazed his body, carving a wound into his left arm, the blood gradually soaking through his garments, dripping onto the ground. In their initial encounter, Kirikawa had been oblivious to the attacking ninja, but now he comprehended the nature of his adversary's stealthy assaults. As a seasoned warrior, Kirikawa had never faced such a bizarre confrontation. Fugaku, lacking the patience to prolong the engagement, was certain of his eventual victory. However, once the disordered rock ninjas began to regroup, the difference between having command and lacking it would be monumental. Once again, the three-tomoe in Fugaku's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope, one eye spinning swiftly as black flames erupted upon Kirikawa's form. A trickle of blood escaped from Fugaku's eye, yet his ocular strength remained substantial. His gaze fixated unwaveringly on Kirikawa. A series of anguished cries erupted from H1's throat as his body thrashed desperately, hands flailing in all directions. Objects within the tent were ignited by the black flames, while Fugaku observed silently. When H1 finally broke free from the tent and rolled in the rain, hoping to extinguish the black fire with the downpour, his efforts proved futile. Fugaku sensed his adversary's weakening state, having severed the supply of Amaterasu's ocular power. The black flames gradually diminished, leaving H1 utterly exhausted, incapable of moving freely even without losing consciousness. With a swift thrust of a kunai, a gaping wound appeared in H1's throat, a torrent of blood gushing forth. An alert flashed in Fugaku's mind. Eliminated an elite shinobi, gained moderate ocular power. Instantly, he felt a refreshing surge enveloping his weary eyes, a revitalizing sensation far surpassing that of an average elite shinobi, rendering the moderate ocular power incomparable. Groups of ninjas began to assemble, yet Fugaku maintained his concealed state, observing quietly. One ninja, trembling, cleared the debris from H1's face, revealing a relatively intact visage. Upon recognizing him, the inspecting ninja collapsed onto the ground, quaking as he stammered, "It's Boss H1." A cacophony erupted among the gathered ninjas. For H1 was regarded as a near-divine figure among them, and his unexpected demise, without even witnessing the battle's details, sent shockwaves through their ranks. A signal flare erupted in the sky, this time from the main warehouse behind the Iwagakure encampment. Fugaku realized that Orochimaru had commenced his operation. As more ninjas congregated, the kaleidoscopic patterns began to whirl once more, dark mist enveloping Fugaku's form, expanding outward. No Iwagakure shinobi nearby could perceive his presence. They merely sensed a chilling aura surrounding them, dismissing it as a natural reaction to the relentless rain. From Fugaku's hand, a colossal long blade materialized. The Susanu's left arm raised, with a massive magatama incessantly spinning above. Observing the gathering Iwagakure ninjas, he brought the long blade crashing down. A multitude of unsuspecting shinobi were swiftly felled, with some sent hurtling away by the force of the strike. The black magatama from his left hand unleashed countless shadowy replicas, detonating amidst the distant crowd, the air filled with explosions, screams, and chaotic uproar from the Iwagakure ninjas. Fugaku's mind was bombarded with information as his ocular power was continuously absorbed. In an erratic dance, he moved without discernible pattern. The magatama in his left hand vanished, replaced by another colossal long blade. With relentless strikes, he remained undetected, and the darkness of night only amplified the ensuing chaos within the encampment. Many Iwagakure ninjas perished unaware of their fate, and sensing the rapid depletion of his ocular power, Fugaku dispelled the Susanoo. He wished to conserve enough power for his mission's conclusion, not wanting to rely solely on his own reserves. The black mist continued to shroud the figure of Fugaku, who, in a flash, found himself amidst the throng of people. His kunai struck swiftly, piercing through the air, while many of the rock ninjas scanned their surroundings, searching for the enemy. Suddenly, a chill swept across their necks, and one by one, their throats were severed. "Where's the enemy? Who has seen the enemy?" A voice bellowed from within the ranks of the rock ninja. Despite the numbers on their side, no one could provide an answer. All were engrossed in their futile search. unable to catch even a glimpse of their foe. In a sudden twist, a shadow clone of Fuyue materialized within the crowd, unnoticed by the rock ninja. This was a ruse devised by Fuyue to obscure his invisibility technique. The shadow clone deftly eliminated 2 or 3 rock ninja, finally drawing the attention of the main forces. It's a ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. We must kill him. He must not escape. The crowd erupted into chaos. A flurry of attacks encircling Fuyue's shadow clone. In a blink, the shadow clone vanished, executing a series of swift strikes with its black kunai, claiming 2 more lives before disappearing once more, sprinting towards the outskirts of the camp. Meanwhile, Fuyue's true self made his way toward the main warehouse at the back of the camp. He bore a lingering distrust of Orochimaru, being well-versed in the unfolding narrative. He understood Orochimaru's true nature, though his threat was somewhat mitigated by the overwhelming number of Konoha's capable shinobi present. Inside the main warehouse, chaos reigned supreme as several gigantic serpents coiled and darted about, clashing with the rock ninja. 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle, Orochimaru and a rock ninja, who was already gravely injured. It was only a matter of time before the rock ninja would succumb to Orochimaru's prowess. Fuyue cast a fleeting glance at the struggle before deftly maneuvering past the battleground, heading straight for the depths of the warehouse where provisions were stored. Among all the supplies, food was paramount. Without it, a ninja could not sustain their strength. Even the most skilled shinobi would falter without nourishment, their combat effectiveness plummeting if starved. The granary was the most secure of all supplies, guarded by a squad of 12 ninjas despite the battles raging outside. Fuyue surveyed the surroundings. The walls were etched with various seals, designed to protect the food from the elements of the land of rain. Approaching a senior ninja stealthily, the kunai gleamed with a chilling light as it swiftly sliced through the adversary's throat. One of the ninjas, standing close to the rock ninja, reacted swiftly, instinctively creating distance as blood sprayed from the wound. With the chakra of a chunin, the response was commendable. Perhaps in a few years, this individual would ascend as a rising talent of the rock village. However, their current strength was inadequate in the face of Fuyue. The kunai transformed into a streak of dark, cold light, concealed by the black mist, as it lunged straight for the opponent's heart. Witnessing the demise of their 2 comrades, the remaining ninjas quickly gathered, scanning their surroundings for any sign of the enemy. Fuyue observed them quietly. His Sharingan spun rapidly, summoning a multitude of black flames that erupted around the bodies of the 10 rock ninja, engulfing them in an instant. Ordinary ninjas. None could endure the excruciating pain inflicted by the black flames. Instantly, 10 ninjas scattered in panic, their cries of despair echoing as they begged for mercy. Even the formidable 4th Mizukage, capable of wielding the power of the 3 tails with finesse, found himself in a futile struggle against Amaterasu. How much more so for these common ninjas, whose strength had already waned significantly in mere seconds. The power of Amaterasu's black flames, characterized by their destructive nature, surpassed all known forms of fire. Perhaps a few might survive a brief encounter with ordinary flames, managing to extinguish the fire on their own. Yet, against Amaterasu, all struggles proved to be in vain. As Fugaku severed the supply of chakra, the might of the black flames gradually diminished, leaving the 10 Iwanin completely unconscious and grievously wounded. After mercilessly finishing off all the ninjas, Fugaku gazed upon the vast granary before him. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a thick stack of explosive tags, meticulously prepared for today's operation. Affixing the tags, he unleashed a torrent of 5 fire dragons from his mouth, igniting the entire granary. He then swiftly dashed out of the tent, racing towards the battlefield ahead. A deafening explosion erupted from the warehouse behind him. But Fugaku did not look back. He pressed on towards the battlefield where Orochimaru had just dispatched the Iwanin who had confronted him and was now clearing out the remaining ninjas. Within the warehouse, the only individual capable of halting Orochimaru, Carl, had perished, leaving the others to delay the inevitable, awaiting reinforcements. Do not engage him in close combat. He is Orochimaru of Konoha. Use ninjutsu to restrain him and await our allies, especially Boss Kurikawa, who will arrive shortly. They resolved to sacrifice their lives if necessary to prevent him from sabotaging their supplies. Amidst the crowd of Iwanin, voices called out, seemingly threats, but in truth, a means to bolster their own courage. With their leader Carl fallen to Orochimaru, the remaining ninjas, aware of their disadvantage, could only stall for time. as they could not bear the repercussions of destroyed supplies. Orochimaru smirked coldly, his hands blurring with speed. Wind release, breakthrough. A fierce gale surged forth, violently assaulting the group of ninjas ahead. Several were caught off guard, instantly lifted into the air. Wounds erupted on their bodies as blood mingled with the raging wind, leaving a vast scar upon the earth that stretched far into the distance. In the realm of ninja combat, aside from his myriad serpent techniques, wind release was what struck the greatest fear into his opponents. Its immense power and wide reach were a testament to the legacy of the third Hokage. The remaining ninjas retreated, creating distance as they unleashed a barrage of earth release techniques against Orochimaru. Earth release, earth spike, earth release, earth dragon bullet, earth release, rock thief staff. A deluge of ninjutsu rained down upon Orochimaru, resulting in a temporary stalemate, for he was still merely a conventional ninja, unacquainted with forbidden techniques. Fugaku dispelled the black mist of invisibility and slowly advanced into the fray. Once again, a leaf ninja has emerged, tasked with holding him off while awaiting the arrival of Lord Hekawa. Orochimaru, too, has noticed Fugaku's arrival, his eyes glinting with an unusual hue. "You shall not receive Hekawa's aid," Fugaku intoned as his Sharingan's three-tomoe began to rotate languidly, surveying the battlefield. "He has already met his demise at my hands." Fugaku's declaration stirred a cacophony among the crowd, many rock ninjas unable to fathom the gravity of his words. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, his astonishment rivaling that of the rock ninjas. After all, he had engaged in battle with Hekawa and had failed to vanquish him. Now, the Uchiha Fugaku, whom he had previously regarded as merely a contender, had succeeded in slaying Hekawa. Orochimaru's emotions surged tumultuously as he reassessed his own abilities. What he once believed to be an undeniable superiority over Fugaku now appeared uncertain. "Fugaku-kun, you have truly astonished me by managing to eliminate Hekawa. In the theater of war, claiming lives stands as the most effective means of accruing merit. Following this battle, Fugaku's renown within the Leaf will undoubtedly ascend to great heights." Orochimaru comprehended that should Fugaku reappear in the Land of Rain, he would not only stand as his equal, but might even surpass him. "Senior Orochimaru, I've destroyed the supplies in the granary. We can withdraw now. The main forces of the rock ninjas will soon be upon us," Fugaku stated. Orochimaru nodded, his expression increasingly serene, concealing any turmoil that may linger within. Several smoke bombs were propelled from Fugaku's hands, enveloping a vast area in obscurity. He sensed Orochimaru's presence dissipating swiftly, employing the same method as before. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spun rapidly, cloaking Fugaku in a veil of dark mist, and in the blink of an eye, he too vanished from sight. Dark kunai flew forth, reaping the lives of numerous ninjas, and as the smoke began to clear, several fallen rock ninjas lay strewn across the ground. Having absorbed a wave of chakra, Fugaku commenced his retreat. At the forefront of the camp, the casualties among the rock ninjas, while significant, paled in comparison to the loss of their commander, Hekawa, which struck a devastating blow to their ranks. Each ninja village possesses a limited number of elite warriors, and finding a replacement for Hekawa within the rock ranks would prove a formidable challenge. Furthermore, each elite had already been assigned a combat strategy at the onset of the war. Hekawa's death directly disrupted their plans. Within the camp, Hekawa's lifeless body was laid flat upon a clearing, while the remains of other deceased ninjas were continuously brought to this spot, likely destined to be transported back to the rock-hidden village. This was not solely for burial. It was also to obtain intelligence from the minds of those who had battled the deceased. In the entire rock encampment, only Hekawa could ascertain Fugaku's hidden presence, thus sealing the fate that the rock would not claim Hekawa's remains. Several explosive tags suddenly adorned Hekawa's corpse, and from a distance, Fugaku observed as a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the camp. The surrounding ninjas engaged in battlefield cleanup were startled, and in an instant, a multitude of ninjas encircled the area. Hekawa's body was left dismembered by the explosion, rendering any attempts at soul extraction nearly impossible. Enemy attack. Lord Hekawa's body has been destroyed by the opposition. Identify the enemy and avenge Lord Kurikawa. Fujitake paid no heed to the clamor of the rock shinobi. His hands transformed into scythes of death, relentlessly piercing with dual kunai. In the blink of an eye, for ninjas had already met their demise, some with pierced hearts, others with severed throats, leaving no room for defense. Many rock shinobi began to cluster, backs against one another, in search of Fujitake's shadow. on a small earthen rise at the camp's perimeter. He withdrew the kunai lodged in the heart of a nearby rock shinobi, his form materializing as he deliberately dispelled the black mist that concealed him. Casting a glance at the distant rock shinobi forces, he turned to retreat. A throng of rock shinobi pursued his direction, but their efforts were ultimately futile. The formidable Kurikawa had already fallen to the enemy, and blind pursuit would only lead to needless loss of life. Most of the lesser rock shinobi merely feigned an intent to chase, lacking any genuine desire to engage. Having exited the rock shinobi encampment, Fujitake once more cloaked himself in invisibility, altering his course towards the predetermined rendezvous with his companions. Within the stronghold, her comrades bore a somber demeanor. The nature of this mission was undeniably perilous, and Fujitake had already shared the battle strategy with them. Among his earliest allies, Hinata Nene had yet to witness Fujitake's current prowess, yet he held a silent assessment. Engaging with a powerful adversary like Kurikawa in the rock shinobi encampment was inherently fraught with danger. From the moment he learned of the battle plan, he harbored reservations about its viability, deeming it excessively reckless to delay Kurikawa and secure sufficient time for Orochimaru. Although he disagreed with the plan, he possessed no superior alternative. Even if the entire team were to engage, annihilation was the inevitable outcome. Now, all that remained was to hope that Fujitake's strength was sufficient or that fortune favored him in surviving the encounter. As Fujitake approached, he sensed the palpable unease among his companions, a reflection of their perceived inadequacy. He too had experienced such feelings. Dispelling the black mist, Fujitake's figure emerged not far from them, capturing the attention of his four allies. "Do not worry about me," Fujitake assured as he approached. "No one in the ninja world has yet been born who can kill me." Upon hearing Fujitake's voice, Hinata Nene instantly activated his Byakugan. While transformation techniques are fundamental to ninjutsu, they are also mastered by many elite shinobi in the ninja realm. Whether for intelligence gathering or assassination, transformation techniques serve a significant purpose. A seasoned ninja must possess a thorough mastery of such techniques. However, discerning the flaws in a transformation is no easy feat. The Byakugan, though, excels in identifying such discrepancies. The intricate flow of chakra and the subtle differences in a person's chakra points are not easily mimicked. One may replicate another's appearance and mannerisms, yet the intricacies of chakra pathways remain unique. As one of Fujitake's earliest companions, Hinata Nene was intimately familiar with the structure and distribution of his chakra points. Observing Fujitake closely, he remarked, "Fujitake, you have finally returned. We were all extremely worried about you. It weighs heavily on our hearts as companions to be unable to undertake the mission together." Fugaku cast a glance at his companions, already discerning their thoughts. As a jonin of Konoha, he knew that during mission execution, one could only be responsible for support from the rear, a circumstance no ninja wished to endure again. "Rest assured, the mission has been accomplished," Fugaku stated. Moreover, this task was a result of discussions with Orochimaru. The difficulty has significantly increased, so you need not blame yourselves. Furthermore, following this operation, the influence of a Wagakure in the Land of Rain will undoubtedly diminish, alleviating the pressure on Konoha considerably. Although the four companions acknowledged Fugaku's words to some extent, they recognized that it was their own lack of strength that rendered them incapable of participating in this mission. With their current abilities, venturing into a Wagakure's encampment would have merely led to their demise. From their initial pride during the team's reformation and dissatisfaction with Fugaku's leadership, to their realization that they could be of no assistance during the execution of this mission, the rapid growth Fugaku had exhibited in merely a few months compelled them to view him with newfound respect. On this tranquil night, the five sat facing each other, when Hinata suddenly activated her Byakugan to look down below. "No need for concern. Orochimaru has returned," Fugaku assured. A gigantic serpent emerged from the ground, and Orochimaru stepped forth. Fugaku observed Orochimaru closely. Despite the smile adorning his face, there was no trace of joy in his eyes. While the troubles concerning a Wagakure were temporarily resolved, Fugaku's prowess had surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. On the journey back, Orochimaru reflected on all the information regarding Uchiha Fugaku. From his initial promotion missions to this recent operation of severing supply lines, Fugaku had executed everything flawlessly, consistently exceeding external assessments of his strength. Orochimaru sensed that Fugaku had been concealing his true abilities. The instances of severely injuring Kogen and subsequently eliminating Kurikawa served as notable examples. Kogen's defeat could be deemed an accident, while Kurikawa's strength was indisputable. The fact that a high-ranking Iwagakure official could be thwarted by Fugaku's hand within their own encampment stood as irrefutable evidence. To have slain Kurikawa, Fugaku's power has become increasingly enigmatic, Orochimaru remarked. Fugaku smiled faintly in response. You flatter me, senior. Although Kurikawa was formidable, he lacked experience in battling against the Sharingan and exhibited minimal resistance to its genjutsu. My victory over Kurikawa was largely fortuitous. Whether Orochimaru believed these justifications or not would have little impact on Fugaku. The villagers of Konoha would only spread the tale of the prodigious Uchiha Fugaku, who had once again achieved great feats on the battlefield. In the world of shinobi, slaying foes on the battlefield is the most expedient way to elevate a ninja's reputation. Even without holding significant positions, one could attain a lofty status. This was true for figures like Jiraiya and Kakashi, who, despite not occupying important roles, held considerable esteem within the village, all accumulated through countless missions and battles. Orochimaru cast a profound gaze at Fugaku. He did not believe a word of the claim regarding the lack of resistance against the Sharingan. For the first time, he found himself feeling at a loss when faced with Uchiha Fugaku. A line of 6 individuals advanced towards the Konoha camp. As the dawn began to break across the horizon, marking the passage of a long night. Upon returning to the camp, the team started to disperse. After a night of tumultuous conflict, Fugaku felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He collapsed onto his bed the moment he entered the tent, not stirring until midday. Awakened by the voice of Shincho Kiyakawa, Fugaku rubbed his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Fugaku, what are our plans moving forward? Hinata Niji inquired. Shall we return to Konoha directly, or do we have other actions to undertake? After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku responded, You 4 may head back to Konoha. I have a matter to discuss with the 3rd Hokage. He unfolded a reconnaissance map of the supply routes to the Land of Earth, originally obtained from Orochimaru, and spread it across the table. You should all be able to comprehend this map. It details the supply routes of Iwagakure. Although our recent operation has disrupted their supplies, the long-term impact on Iwagakure is minimal, merely forcing a temporary withdrawal of their forces. From the map, it is evident that Iwagakure's supplies come from 3 distinct locations. My objective is this valley outside Iwagakure, which serves as their granary, and from where supplies are also transported by the rock ninjas from the Land of Rain. I intend to send word to the 3rd Hokage, hoping to infiltrate the Land of Earth for reconnaissance. If necessary, I will deliver a decisive strike on this granary, severely crippling Iwagakure's vitality. For at least the next few years, they will pose no threat on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. The 4 companions exchanged incredulous glances. The granary near Iwagakure, being their primary supply depot, was undoubtedly fortified. Despite Fugaku's strength, breaching such a stronghold would be fraught with peril. That's far too reckless. Tsukikage cautioned. Should chaos ensue, you would face the full might of Iwagakure, including the 3rd Tsukikage. Indeed, Niji added, the 3rd Tsukikage, being the grandson of the 1st, has received extensive training from both the 1st and 2nd Tsukikage, making him a formidable opponent. This endeavor is excessively perilous. Rest assured, Fugaku replied. This mission is primarily for reconnaissance. I will not take risks without a reasonable assurance of success. Today, we shall rest, and tomorrow you 4 will return to Konoha. I will utilize the camp's communication devices to contact the 3rd Hokage. The 4 companions felt powerless against Fugaku's determination, hoping that the 3rd Hokage could dissuade him from his plan. However, they understood that given the current state of the ninja world, the likelihood of success was slim. Should Fugaku's plan come to fruition, the conflict among the 4 nations in the Land of Rain would effectively reduce to a 3-nation struggle, swiftly amplifying Konoha's advantage. Winning a victory in a great ninja war is an irresistible temptation for any leader of a ninja village. At the Konoha camp, the 4 approached Orochimaru's tent to bid farewell. Orochimaru Senpai, Niji began, we have come to take our leave. Our mission has been accomplished, and we must return to Konoha to report to the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging their efforts. You have all worked hard during this mission. As an orphan who lost his parents at a young age, Orochimaru had indeed demonstrated remarkable qualities, particularly in matters of etiquette. Fugaku escorted the 4 individuals to the entrance of the camp, watching them vanish from sight before he turned to enter Orochimaru's tent. Observing Orochimaru seated calmly in his chair, he appeared significantly more composed than the previous day, his gaze now tranquil. As a ninja, one must learn to accept the existence of those who may be stronger than oneself at any moment. This is an essential psychological quality for an accomplished ninja. Only the strong can inspire further strength in one another, rather than competing to see who is weaker, much like the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, each of whom possessed the power to dominate the ninja world. Beyond the fact that they are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, their status as rivals also played a considerable role in their mutual enhancement. As Fugaku entered, Orochimaru regained his usual air of confidence, as if last night's indiscretion had no bearing on him whatsoever. It appears Lord Fugaku has not returned to Konoha with his team, suggesting he has a significant mission at hand. The elder's conjecture proved correct as Fugaku divulged his plans to Orochimaru. Despite Orochimaru's attempts to maintain an air of calm, his eyes betrayed him. Fugaku discerned the disbelief, disdain, and arrogance hidden within. Indeed, Lord Fugaku is a person of great ambition, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. If you manage to destroy the granary outside of Wagakure, your contributions to this ninja war will be monumental. To communicate with the third Hokage, there were ninja within the camp who had contracts with the Messenger Hawk clan. Once the summoning technique was released, the hawk would return to its home in Konoha, delivering messages in less than half a day. Fugaku nodded. Regardless of Orochimaru's intentions, he would make the journey to Wagakure. The insights gained by generations of ninjas regarding the nature of Earth were compelling reasons for him to go, along with various bloodline limits and the techniques of dust release. Moreover, no one was aware of Fugaku's hidden trump card. With his Mangekyō Sharingan's black mist concealment, even infiltrating the office of Tsuchika Jinoki would pose little challenge for him. The ninja responsible for delivering messages arrived promptly, a somewhat diminutive figure who appeared rather frail, with a messenger hawk perched quietly on his shoulder. Lord Orochimaru, he acknowledged with a nod. Fugaku handed the pre-written note to the messenger ninja, instructing, "Deliver this to the third Hokage." Understood. Upon dispelling the summoning technique, the messenger hawk vanished from sight. At that moment, within the Konoha Intelligence Department, several ninjas recognized the sudden appearance of the messenger hawk, signaling the arrival of new information. On the hawk's back sat a small box, from which a ninja extracted a letter inscribed with the words for the third Hokage. "I shall deliver this letter to the third, while you continue to monitor here." Fugaku's letter soon reached the hands of the third Hokage, detailing the completion of his recent tasks and, most importantly, his impending journey to the land of Earth. After perusing the contents of the letter, the third fell into deep contemplation. He remained skeptical of Fugaku's plan. In his mind, while Fugaku might possess the strength of an elite jonin, attempting to wreak havoc in the heart of a Wagakure seemed akin to courting death. The incident involving Fuyue's slaying of Kurikawa was not disclosed in the correspondence. As for Orochimaru, he had yet to report back. The others were only aware that the two had obliterated the supply point of a Wagakure, with no specific details made public. Although the third Hokage held little faith in Fuyue, he understood that if the plan succeeded, Konoha would have gained a significant advantage in the war against the Land of Rain. Before the plan's execution, no one could ascertain the outcome. A single elite jonin was an expendable asset for Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, the third inscribed the word agreed on the reply. The communication system operated within a time constraint, typically relaying information every 2 hours, a sufficient interval for message transmission. The letter of consent from the third swiftly reached Fuyue. "Orochimaru-senpai, Lord Third has approved my plan. When shall we depart?" "After lunch today," Orochimaru rasped. "I hope for your success." Upon leaving Orochimaru's tent, Fuyue proceeded to logistics to ensure all necessary supplies were prepared. Although shrouded in black mist, certain essential precautions were indispensable. Particularly, destroying a Wagakure's food reserves within a heavily fortified warehouse would prove challenging. A plethora of explosive tags was Fuyue's preferred choice. After lunch, Fuyue bid farewell to Orochimaru and silently departed the camp, the rain continuing to fall from the heavens as he traversed the roads of the Land of Rain alone. With his current strength, even against Hanzo, though victory would be arduous, escape would be unimpeded. His three-tomoe Sharingan spun incessantly. Fuyue did not hasten toward the Land of Earth, instead seeking potential adversaries to harvest their ocular power first. The abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan were predicated upon the consumption of ocular energy, making the acquisition of this power paramount for Fuyue at present, thus ensuring his reserves remained ample. Fuyue advanced quietly through the land of rain, his eyes continually scanning while his ears attuned to sounds emanating from various directions. A faint metallic clinking reached his ears, prompting his Sharingan to whirl into the Mangekyō form, cloaking him in black mist. In an instant, Fuyue vanished, reappearing before a squad of sand ninjas engaged in combat with rain ninjas. As a battleground, the land of rain had long been marred by conflict, with its ninjas adept in assassination techniques. The tumultuous clashes among the four nations had inflicted severe losses upon the land of rain, primarily due to its smaller size. However, the combat prowess of the rain ninjas was not to be underestimated. As the sounds grew clearer, Fuyue slowed his pace, observing a squad of sand ninjas locked in battle with a group of rain ninjas ahead. He stood silently aside, contemplating strategies to ensure both teams remained engaged here, lest he expose himself, especially given the daylight. The sand ninjas bore visible injuries, while the rain ninjas appeared relatively unscathed. A mere glance sufficed for Fuyue to discern that the sand ninjas had recently endured a fierce confrontation, now at a disadvantage against the rain ninjas. Several members from both sides lay on the ground. However, the sand ninjas suffered a greater loss, with 5 fallen, compared to only 2 from the rain side. Both teams consist of 12 members each. However, one team is down to 7 while the other has 10, clearly indicating that the rain shinobi holds the advantage. Since Hanzo declared war on the 3 kingdoms, the combat style of the rain shinobi has undergone a complete transformation, from a focus on expulsion to one centered on annihilation. Similarly, the attitude of the wind and earth nations towards the rain shinobi has shifted. As a small nation, even with formidable ninjas and a leader like Hanzo, they remain a mere shadow against the might of the 3 great nations. It is a rarity to witness the rain shinobi in a position of strength. Most battles see them outnumbered, ultimately resorting to retreat. On this battlefield, fortune smiled upon the rain shinobi as they encountered the sand shinobi, who had just finished a skirmish, presenting an opportunity for advantage. However, the other party's luck depleted the moment Fayek entered the fray, potentially costing them their lives. Fayek brandished several kunai, each linked to explosive tags, their sudden appearance unnoticed by the 2 battling factions. As multiple kunai collided, the battlefield was enveloped in a violent explosion. Despite the rain, a thick mist of water and smoke engulfed the area. In an instant, Fayek executed a body flicker technique, appearing amidst the chaos, shrouded in swirling black mist, rendering him undetectable. The kunai weaved through the crowd, painting the ground with blood. In the land of rain, there were no allies. The ninjas from the other 3 nations became mere targets for Fayek's harvesting prowess. Even the ostensibly neutral wind and earth nations would covertly eliminate each other's ninjas, as weakening rival villages was the common goal of all shinobi. Withdrawing a kunai from the heart of a rain shinobi, the mist generated by the explosive tags began to dissipate, revealing that only 10 of the 17 ninjas from the wind and earth remained standing, 7 from the rain and 3 from the sand, back to back, intently surveying their surroundings. The sudden assault left everyone bewildered. Initially suspecting it to be the work of the opposing ninjas, the clearing smoke revealed casualties on both sides. It became evident that a third adversary had emerged. Fayek observed the 2 teams from a distance, a kaleidoscope spinning rapidly in his eye, targeting the 7 rain shinobi. Instantly, black flames encircled several of them. The destructive force raged violently against the bodies of the rain shinobi, eliciting horrific screams as they writhed on the ground, desperately hoping the rain would douse the black flames engulfing them, but all was in vain. The power of Amaterasu could not be extinguished by mere rainwater. The 3 sand shinobi nearby wore expressions of horror, unable to comprehend how the flames had manifested, though Fayek had never experienced the might of Amaterasu himself. The agonizing cries of his foes conveyed the excruciating pain. One shinobi, in a final act of desperation, lunged toward the 3 sand shinobi, seemingly hoping to take someone down with him. One of the sand shinobi raised a kunai, aiming directly for the heart of his adversary. Yet, as he thrust the weapon forward, his hand brushed against the searing black flames, igniting his body at the point of contact. A chilling scream erupted. "Help me, Captain!" The sand shinobi, consumed by flames, collapsed to the ground, rolling in the mud and water, but all his efforts were rendered futile. The last two sand shinobi gazed at their fallen comrade, their expressions shifting with trepidation. "Retreat," one murmured. "That black flame is beyond our capacity to combat." Fayek stood at a distance, observing the performance of the remaining ninjas with quiet intensity. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan whirled once more, focusing on the two sand shinobi. As the ominous black flames re-emerged, igniting them both. Meanwhile, the Amaterasu flames enveloping the rain shinobi had been severed from the supply of Fayek's ocular power. The potency of Amaterasu, from its ignition to extinguishment, was more than sufficient to grievously wound an ordinary ninja. Not to mention that the black flames had already seared into these ninjas for several seconds. Witnessing the fallen ninjas, rendered utterly defenseless beneath the onslaught of Amaterasu. It took mere moments for them to be grievously injured. The pitch-black kunai continued to claim the lives of ninjas one after another. As a stream of information flooded Fayek's mind, the refreshing ocular power constantly nourished his eyes, gathering the bodies of the two squads and affixing explosive tags. Fayek turned and pressed onward towards the land of Earth. A kunai flew from his hand, now distanced, colliding directly with the affixed explosive tag. A series of violent explosions erupted, and Fayek vanished without a trace. For 3 consecutive days, Fayek operated within the borders of the land of Rain, eliminating foreign ninjas and harvesting ocular power. The strength of his Sharingan continued to amplify. However, he sensed no inclination toward the evolution of his Mangekyō Sharingan. In contrast to the substantial ocular power absorbed during the awakening of his three-tomoe, which had hinted at a gradual transformation, he now found no sign of evolution towards the eternal Mangekyō. Despite the increasing potency of his Mangekyō, it lacked any transformative essence. Fayek understood that merely absorbing ocular power would render the evolution to eternal Mangekyō exceedingly challenging. Fayek had meticulously studied the Mangekyō and eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha bloodline, tracing back to Indra, had persisted for over a millennium. Even though intermarriage with outsiders was rare among the Uchiha clan, the bloodline inherited from Indra had gradually thinned. Upon awakening the Mangekyō, the inevitable consequence of utilizing its power was blindness, a genetic flaw intrinsic to the Uchiha lineage. The ocular power of the three-tomoe Sharingan was not significantly taxing. One could recover the consumed power through their innate recovery abilities. However, the Mangekyō was different. Once awakened, a qualitative shift in strength occurred, and its abilities could not be replenished solely through one's recovery, leading inevitably to blindness. The eternal Mangekyō required the transplantation of a blood relative's eyes to awaken, be it from a parent or a sibling, much like 2 interlocking puzzle pieces. The Uchiha bloodline of a close relative corresponded to the model and shape of the puzzle pieces, complementing one another, halting the extensive loss of ocular power, and simultaneously enhancing the recovery speed of that power. Fayek had no siblings, only a father, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tenkan. To obtain the eternal Mangekyō, he would need to devise a way to procure it from Uchiha Tenkan. Not only did the eternal Mangekyō require the eyes of a close relative, but it also necessitated that the donor had awakened their own Mangekyō. It was utterly impossible to awaken the eternal Mangekyō solely through the three-tomoe. Fugaku had never contemplated seizing Uchiha Tenkan's eyes. Rather, he considered the possibility of cultivating a body sharing the same origin through cellular manipulation. Utilizing his own ocular prowess, he could elevate the opponent's eyes to the Mangekyō state, ultimately merging both sets of eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. To accomplish such intricate experiments, the presence of a formal laboratory was essential. It appeared that his journey to the land of Earth now encompassed an additional objective: to procure a collection of experimental equipment from the facilities of Iwagakure. As one of the 5 great nations, Iwagakure undoubtedly possessed its own laboratory, and with Inoki's ambitious nature, the experiments would not be trivial. This included the bloodline elimination inherited from the second Tsuchikage, which necessitated continuous experimentation. Additionally, Iwagakure was rich in various bloodline limits pertinent to ninjutsu, providing excellent subjects for experimentation. As the dim sky gradually brightened, Fugaku opened his eyes while perched on a concealed branch of a colossal tree within a forest. This was the Land of Grass, a region near the border with the Land of Rain. The incessant battles amid dreary weather had weighed heavily on his spirits. Thus, a brief sojourn in the Land of Grass was a commendable choice for Fugaku to recalibrate his emotions. The relentless killings over the past few days had accumulated considerable ocular power, enabling him to proceed towards the land of Earth. The distance to the border of the land of Earth was not far, and with Fugaku's speed, he would require merely half a day to traverse. Leaping from the branch, he adjusted his direction and swiftly vanished from sight. In the ninja world, the delineation of national borders, whether for major or minor nations, was distinctly marked. For instance, the land of grass, the land of rain, and the land of earth each exhibited clear geographical distinctions. The land of grass was characterized by towering ancient trees, the land of rain by its perennial thunderstorms, and the land of earth by its rocky cliffs and mountains. Even when bordering each other, the three nations remained easily distinguishable. On one side stood the towering ancient trees, while on the other lay a landscape of shattered stones and yellow earth. The defenses of the land of earth facing the land of grass were not particularly robust, primarily serving as a warning system. Given the size of the land of grass, it could only navigate the tides of war among great nations, and even in alliance with Konoha, it dared not dispatch troops against the land of earth. Instead, it remained ever vigilant against potential incursions from Iwagakure. Fugaku easily infiltrated the land of earth, and after 2 consecutive days of travel, he halted atop a mountain not far from Iwagakure. Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, only Konoha possessed a comprehensive early warning barrier. The other 4 nations opted to construct their ninja villages in strategically advantageous terrains. Conversely, Iwagakure was encircled by natural fortifications, making large-scale invasions exceedingly difficult for enemies. Likewise, Iwagakure's communication with the outside world was not without its challenges, as it had only carved out a relatively flat exit at the village's main entrance. While the term flat was relative, ninja could navigate it with ease. It posed significant inconvenience for ordinary citizens seeking to leave the village. Standing on the peak surrounding Iwagakure, Fugaku activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, gazing intently at the village below. In stark contrast to the tumultuous actions of Iwagakure within the land of rain, Iwagakure exuded an air of tranquility and peace. From a distance, there was no hint of warfare, which was one reason many civilians in the ninja world preferred to migrate to the great nations. After all, large-scale wars rarely impacted the territories of these nations. Most conflicts transpired within the borders of smaller nations, which existed largely to buffer the tensions between the great powers. Carefully observing the surrounding mountains, Fujiyama realized that infiltrating Iwagakure from this vantage point would not be a simple endeavor, yet it served as an excellent hiding place. After biting his finger, he employed a summoning technique, conjuring a black pangolin, approximately 1 meter in length, before him. He commanded the pangolin to excavate a cave in the mountains behind, intending to use it as a temporary storage for the experimental equipment he would later retrieve from Iwagakure. Having issued his orders, Fujiyama made his way towards the entrance of the village. As the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, casting the sky into twilight, Fujiyama concealed himself within a small cave on a low mountain, patiently awaiting the complete embrace of darkness. This marked his inaugural visit to Iwagakure. Thus, for safety's sake, he refrained from utilizing transformation techniques. Given his limited knowledge of his target, even the slightest flaw in his disguise could raise the vigilance of the Iwa ninja. Fujiyama possessed remarkable patience. Seated on the ground, he closed his eyes, mentally strategizing for the forthcoming actions. Whether it entailed transporting experimental equipment from Iwagakure or examining ninjutsu scrolls, each task demanded an intimate familiarity with the inner workings of the Iwa ninja. Rising to assess the night sky, now fully shrouded in darkness, he emerged from his hiding place. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he vanished from his location, enveloped in a veil of black mist, ultimately disappearing near the gates of Iwagakure. Unnoticed by the patrolling ninjas, Iwagakure's expanse was significantly smaller than that of Konoha, constrained by the surrounding mountains, unlike the latter, which thrived in a vast plain, boasting numerous training grounds and forests. Once within the village, Fujiyama refrained from reckless actions, positioning himself atop a taller structure, cloaked in black mist, with his Sharingan activated, surveying the entire village. Perhaps due to its natural fortifications and the village's insular nature, civilian traffic was sparse, and the patrolling arrangements were rather lax, far inferior to the vigilance of the Uchiha clan's guard. Leaping down from the rooftop, he navigated swiftly through the village's streets and alleys, his Sharingan continuously scanning the surroundings. In the shadowy corners, he spotted patrolling ninjas crouched in vigilance, albeit lacking alertness. given that the village had not experienced an incursion by external foes in many years. The complacency of the patrolling ninjas was understandable. Concealing himself in darkness, he dispelled the black mist. Mindful that the use of his Mangekyō Sharingan was exorbitantly taxing on his ocular power. In unnecessary circumstances, he would not squander his strength. Standing quietly for nearly an hour. The hour had grown late, and once again, he enveloped himself in black mist, meticulously observing the patrolling IWA ninjas concealed in the shadows. A figure leaning against a wall caught Fujiyama's attention. He approached cautiously. Though the mist granted him concealment, he never lacked the essential vigilance. This was a sleeping IWA ninja. As discerned by his Sharingan, a Chunin, Fujiyama noted that the ninja was in a light slumber, easily awakened by the slightest disturbance. Late at night, many who were awake would unconsciously drift into shallow sleep to alleviate mental fatigue. The Mangekyō Sharingan spun rapidly, and the black mist surrounding Fujiyama thickened, soon enveloping both himself and the sleeping IWA ninja, as they both succumbed to invisibility. If a patrolling ninja were to pass by here, they would only observe the wall behind, oblivious to the concealed rock ninja. Swiftly extending his right hand, he lifted the eyelid of the rock ninja, the kaleidoscope staring directly into the opponent's eyes. Before the rock ninja's brain could even register the situation, he was already ensnared by the kaleidoscope's control. I asked, you answered. Yes. Where is the location where a Wagakure stores its ninjutsu scrolls? The rock ninja's eyes bore no trace of struggle. An ordinary Chunin stood no chance against the kaleidoscope's power. And Fujitake's kaleidoscope was superior to that of many others. Aside from a few who had awakened Jinjutsu abilities, in terms of ocular prowess beneath the eternal eye, Fujitake could be considered the strongest. At the level of three-tomoe, even if the opponent were merely a Chunin, sensitive issues would elicit signs of resistance. Yet now, the situation appeared utterly tranquil, completely under control. Within the Tsuchikige's building lies a secret chamber that harbors the majority of a Wagakure's ninjutsu scrolls. Fujitake nodded, estimating that the circumstances were likely similar across the 5 great nations. Each ninja village's most fortified location was its administrative building, safeguarding a plethora of secrets, making it the safest place to store the scrolls. Only Konoha, perhaps, due to their extensive collection of forbidden techniques, has designated an alternative storage site for their sealing books. Where are the dust release scrolls stored? In Fujitake's view, the most crucial objective of this operation was the dust release scroll. Everything else, including experimental instruments, was of secondary importance. The scrolls were unique to a Wagakure, and even if the experimental instruments could not be procured from a Wagakure, they could easily be acquired elsewhere with sufficient funds. I do not know. Fujitake furrowed his brow, soon realizing that the dust release, as a Wagakure's most significant trump card, was inherently classified information, and it was only natural for an ordinary ninja to be unaware of its whereabouts. Besides the Tsuchikage, only a few others were training in dust release within a Wagakure. Only the Tsuchikage. Fujitake nodded. Perhaps others had researched dust release, but ultimately, only Inoki had succeeded in mastering it. Before obtaining the dust release scroll, it would be unwise to engage in any aggressive actions. Any disturbance might easily alert Inoki. Although Inoki cannot be deemed cunning, he should not be underestimated, having been taught by the first Tsuchikage since childhood. There are several concealed areas within a Wagakure, restricted to ordinary ninjas, marked on the map. Fujitake refrained from inquiring about the laboratory conditions, as it was likely that, due to the status of the Chunin, the individual would not possess knowledge of such confidential matters. The entire Wagakure village is not large. As long as the various concealed areas are delineated, Fujitake would personally scout them. A complete map of a Wagakure appeared in Fujitake's hands, spread out on the ground, and he handed a pen to the rock ninja. The rock ninja gazed silently at the map, periodically circling 5 locations. Fujitake was somewhat surprised. Were there so many concealed places within a Wagakure? In Konoha, there are rarely unfamiliar areas for ninjas, most of which are hidden underground. Fujitake was unaware of the specifics of a Wagakure, but given that its terrain predominantly consists of rock, perhaps excavating underground is not particularly convenient. He hypnotized the other party, causing them to forget all that had transpired moments before. Upon awakening, they would only retain memories of a fantastical dream. The dark mist began to retract, and the silhouette of an IWA ninja re-emerged from the shadows. A patrolling IWA shinobi, noticing the slumbering ninja, approached with a hint of surprise. Ace was actually sleeping during the patrol. The IWA ninja drew near and rapped the sleeping ninja on the head. Ace blinked his bleary eyes and, upon seeing the mocking gaze before him, suddenly recalled that he was on patrol, having unknowingly succumbed to slumber. He immediately began to apologize profusely. All memories of being hypnotized by Fuyue had completely vanished, and unless another ninja performed a soul search on him, it was unlikely that Fuyue's whereabouts would be discovered. Under the cover of night, Fuyue intended to scout the Tsuchikage building in preparation for future endeavors. Among the 5 great nations, only the Hokage's building in Konoha boasted the most stringent defenses due to the high volume of daily comings and goings. In contrast, the other 4 nations had relatively low foot traffic, which made it easier for spies to infiltrate. Geographically, the Land of Fire occupies a central position in the ninja world, enjoying a temperate climate, making it the most strategically advantageous nation, while the other 4 countries covertly covet its territory. His Sharingan swept over the exterior of the building, revealing only a few squads of stationed IWA ninjas lurking in the shadows. Inside, as in Konoha, the patrols consisted of pairs, though the density of their surveillance was markedly lower. The secret chamber housing the jutsu scrolls was located on the 2nd floor. Fuyue made his way directly to the 2nd floor, heading towards the western corridor, where the chamber was situated. Observing the patrolling ninjas in the hallway, Fuyue sensed the challenge ahead. Although the patrol density was not overwhelming, the location of the chamber was glaringly conspicuous. The patrolling ninjas moved at a leisurely pace. Yet whenever one squad disappeared around a corner, another would promptly emerge from the opposite direction, maintaining a seamless flow of vigilance throughout the corridor. This was an advantage for a Wagakure. The chamber was in plain sight, easily visible to any passerby, including the patrol teams. Attempting to enter the chamber would inevitably alert the patrolling squad, and unless one could simultaneously control 2 individuals, any misstep would undoubtedly provoke an onslaught from the IWA ninjas. After careful observation, Fuyue gradually retreated from the Tsuchikage building. The crucial dust release scroll remained elusive, and Fuyue would not risk exposure by forcing open the chamber door. Silently, he exited a Wagakure under the cloak of night, planning to visit several locations marked on his map the following day. On a high mountain outside the village, Fuyue summoned a pangolin to dig a burrow, where he settled in for a rest, having expended considerable energy during the night's activities. As the sun set and the moon rose, the day passed, and darkness enveloped the land once more. Rejuvenated, Fuyue emerged from the burrow, making his way toward a Wagakure, where tendrils of dark mist enveloped him. With a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from sight. Within the village, the first place Fuyue chose to investigate was directly behind the Tsuchikage building, which also housed another structure. He stood quietly in a corner outside this building, meticulously observing his surroundings. The architectural style of the building bears little distinction from that of most structures in the Hidden Rock Village, occasionally interrupted by the fleeting silhouette that darts inside. Fugikage has surmised the purpose of this place. It is likely the headquarters of the Umbu, the village's covert division. Although the existence of the Umbu is not a closely guarded secret, the majority of the villagers and ninjas remain unfamiliar with its intricacies. For those who have never entered or do not have friends or family within its ranks, the Umbu remains a complete enigma. As Fugikage slowly steps into the Umbu headquarters, he notes that even at night, the defenses are not particularly stringent, perhaps a testament to the fact that the Hidden Rock has not experienced conflict for decades. Upon entering, he is immediately struck by an aura of lethal intent. Most of the ninjas within the Umbu are elite individuals selected from the conventional ninja forces or those who excel in specific fields, having undergone numerous battles, and are resolute in their lethal capabilities. Traversing a lengthy corridor leads him to a grand hall, which features 2 staircases, one ascending and the other descending. The latter appears to lead to the underbelly of the Hidden Rock. Fugikage makes his way down the staircase. In the ninja world, every village harbors a sordid side, and even the Leaf Village is no exception. Concealing these unsavory aspects underground has become customary for nearly all nations and organizations in the ninja realm, as no one wishes for outsiders to witness their darker truths. The first subterranean level comprises training grounds and equipment for ninjas, while the second level serves as the main hub for task assignments within the Umbu. A cursory glance reveals no anomalies. Beyond the task allocation area lies a modest laboratory, presumably the Umbu's experimentation site, equipped with several relatively sophisticated machines. The situation in the Hidden Rock differs markedly from that of the Leaf. There are no advisory councils or root organizations, as the word of Inoki, the village leader, is absolute, leaving little room for dissent. After thoroughly inspecting both the underground and above-ground sections of the Umbu base, Fugaku finds no particularly confidential materials. Perhaps they exist, but are well concealed, eluding his keen observations. Cautiously, he retraces his steps and marks the location of the Tsuchikage building on the map, deeming further exploration unnecessary. Taking advantage of the night, Fugaku ventures to a nearby circular structure on the left side of the building. This site serves as a clandestine interrogation center for prisoners and a source of intelligence derived from fallen Hidden Rock ninjas, boasting an array of equipment, including advanced technology capable of extracting memories from the deceased, comparable to that of the Leaf Village. Upon exiting the structure, he proceeds to a third, more obscure location, a modest two-story building not far from the interrogation site, unremarkable in appearance. Even in the dead of night, ninjas can be seen on duty inside, a rarity in the Hidden Rock. Exercising caution, Fugaku infiltrates the premises. His Sharingan scans the surroundings. The first floor is quite spacious, with a staircase leading to the second floor on one side. The number of patrolling ninjas is scant, allowing him to ascend with ease. The second floor is lined with bookshelves, each laden with scrolls categorized by country. Observing the scene before him, he surmises that it bears a resemblance to the resource room of the Leaf Village. Fugaku discovered the Land of Fire, which contained detailed descriptions of every village in town, along with notable ninjas. At the very bottom, he even encountered scrolls containing information on the first and second Hokages. The entire lower section documented the intelligence of ninjas from the Land of Fire who were confirmed deceased, while the upper section detailed those still alive, including the third Hokage, Danzō Shimura, Orochimaru, and others. Fugaku took out the scroll inscribed with Danzō's name and began to peruse its contents. Danzō Shimura, a disciple of the second Hokage, currently served as an advisor in the Konoha Advisory Council and was the leader of the Root Organization. Known for his cunning and ruthlessness, he harbored grand ambitions and would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals, rendering him a rather perilous individual. 15 years into the era of Awagakure, the high-ranking official of Sunagakure, Shiro, was murdered, with the blame placed on Awagakure. Although it was later confirmed to be the work of the newly established Root Organization of Konoha. In the same year, a clan leader in the capital of the Land of Earth was assassinated, with the blame again directed at the Land of Rain, only to be revealed as the handiwork of the Root Organization. 16 years into the era of Awagakure, a high-ranking official in the capital of the Land of Fire was stabbed in his home, and the assailant remains unidentified to this day. According to intelligence operatives, the Root Organization is suspected, with motives linked to clearing the path for the newly appointed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, thereby reducing any obstacles in his way. Fugaku continued to explore the scroll, which meticulously recorded numerous deeds of Danzō, including verifiable actions taken by the Root. Some entries were backed by irrefutable evidence, while others were mere rumors. After skimming through the scroll, Fugaku gained a renewed understanding of Danzō. Regardless of whether the ninja world was at peace or embroiled in conflict, the Root Organization had never ceased its activities. The scroll was dense with accounts of framing, espionage, and assassinations related to the Root's operations, allowing Fugaku to infer Danzō's mindset. Currently, Danzō's ambitions remained within manageable bounds, with most operations serving the interests of Konoha and only a few actions pursued for personal gain. However, based on Fugaku's insight into Danzō, he surmised that in a few years, Danzō's ambitions would likely surpass his capabilities. Setting aside Danzō's scroll, Fugaku's Sharingan swept across the room as he retrieved the scroll bearing his own name. Opening the scroll, he noted the brevity of the description, as he had only been active in the ninja world for a year. Uchiha Fugaku, son of the Uchiha clan leader, was characterized as calm and composed, with formidable genjutsu skills, suspected to possess the strength of an elite jonin. Reports relayed from Konoha suggested that multiple missing IWA ninja squads in the Land of Rain were attributed to Uchiha Fugaku. This individual was noted for his immense power and rapid growth, hailed as a rare genius in Konoha, with recommendations made for his elimination before he could fully develop. Upon reviewing the scroll, Fugaku realized it was not the most recent version. It still reflected events from the time of his group's disturbance in the capital of the Land of Earth. with recent intelligence on the destruction of IWA ninja supplies yet to be included. After setting the scroll down, he gradually exited the room. Many formidable figures in the ninja world, even without consulting intelligence scrolls, would have a general understanding of the situation. Upon reaching the first floor, he refrained from leaving the building, as the information gathered from the second floor was insufficient for a Wagakure to consider the location particularly discreet. Such intelligence likely permeated the 5 great nations, and even some powerful small nations could have amassed similar information. Having thoroughly examined the first and second floors of the Fuyue estate, I found little of a clandestine nature. Given that the rock-hidden ninjas deem this location relatively concealed, it is likely that there exists an underground space. As Fuyue traversed the entire hall, his Sharingan perpetually rotating, he meticulously scrutinized every subtle variation in the flooring. Upon approaching the wall in the opposite direction of the staircase to the second floor, he discerned a notable difference. The fissures in the ground appeared distinct from those elsewhere, suggesting the potential presence of a subterranean entrance, likely equipped with some sort of control mechanism, whether it be the vase positioned nearby or the lamp mounted on the wall. Fuyue sensed that either could serve as a trigger. As he entered the staircase, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spun incessantly, the black mist gradually expanding around him. A shadow clone emerged from the obscurity, transforming into a sleek black cat. The feline darted from the shroud of darkness, landing a decisive kick upon the vase, which shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the floor. The sound of the vase's destruction startled the patrolling ninjas within the building, prompting 2 rock ninjas to swiftly materialize in the hall. There's no need for alarm. It seems a stray black cat has wandered in. Just dispose of it, one remarked. As the 2 rock ninjas approached, the black cat leapt from the floor to the lamp mounted on the wall, which promptly shifted downward, accompanied by the sound of rocks shifting beneath. An entrance unveiled itself in the hall, and Fuyue, having prepared for this moment, swiftly slipped inside. Within the underground chamber, other ninjas were on duty. Hearing the commotion of the rocks, one rock ninja rushed to the entrance and inquired, "What is happening?" "A black cat, of unknown origin, has triggered the mechanism atop the lamp. We must capture it and expel it," came the response. However, by the time the ninjas had exchanged words, the black cat had already escaped the building, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. The feline evaded its pursuers, retreating into a shadowy nook where it dispelled the shadow clone. In the underground lair where Fuyue's true self resided, the area was illuminated, guarded by several rock ninjas. The underground space was quite expansive, with partitions adjacent to the walls, each section lined with numerous photographs. Upon entering, Fuyue noted that each layer bore a multitude of images, beneath which lay scrolls detailing the identities of various individuals. Fuyue understood that these were spies dispatched by the rock ninjas. Each compartment represented intelligence gathered from different nations or regions. As he perused the photographs, it became evident that the number of rock ninja spies was substantial, many of whom had likely been eliminated by the various ninja villages, their intel outdated due to prolonged silence. The Uchiha clan of Konoha had already neutralized a considerable number of these spies, including several from the rock-hidden village. Fuyue meticulously inspected all areas adorned with photographs until he identified the section housing spies from the Land of Fire. He scanned the scrolls, discovering that numerous towns within the Land of Fire had rock-hidden spies embedded among them. It was unclear how many had been neutralized during the recent operations by Root and the Yambu, but the presence of spies within Konoha had dwindled significantly. The Uchiha clan maintained records of the spies eliminated internally, and the intelligence scrolls entrusted to Fuyue by Uchiha Tenkan documented the most recent removals. As he gazed upon the photographs, several left an indelible impression, though they had been meticulously cleared away. Yet, the images remained affixed in place. Fujitake continued his downward scrutiny. One unfamiliar picture captured his attention. He unfurled the scroll to reveal Iwanin, a shinobi from a Wagakure, who had infiltrated Konoha 27 years ago, assuming the identity of the Konoha ninja Haru Fujimaru. Fujitake held little recollection of Haru Fujimaru, suspecting that he had perished at the hands of Iwanin. In his stead, the Wagakure had sought a shinobi named Iwanari, who bore a resemblance to Haru Fujimaru, and had undergone a simple cosmetic alteration to infiltrate Konoha once more, continuing to impersonate him. For a spy, discretion is paramount. Iwanari had managed to remain undetected thus far, clearly a shrewd individual who understood the essence of subtlety. Otherwise, Even a moderately active jonin from Konoha would have left an impression on Fujitake. He continued to sift through the images. A familiar figure caught his eye, a jonin from Konoha. Though Fujitake was not well acquainted with him, he often encountered this individual. He retrieved the scroll beneath the photograph. Sherman, a jonin from Iwagakure, had infiltrated Konoha 25 years ago, masquerading as the Konoha jonin Mikawa. Fujitake recognized Mikawa, who had served as a guiding jonin alongside him this year. Having infiltrated Konoha 25 years ago, and now at 29 years, Sherman had avoided exposure for 4 consecutive years and had even ascended to the rank of guiding jonin. Fujitake marveled at his proficiency as a spy. Had it not been for the intelligence gathered in Iwagakure, it is likely that neither of these individuals would have been unmasked. Perhaps, given an opportune moment, they might utilize the intelligence at their disposal to inflict considerable damage upon Konoha. As for the spies masquerading as civilians, he merely noted their names, intending to conduct further investigations upon his return to Konoha. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Iwanin's shift changes, he exited the building, leaving Iwagakure, and returned to his previous hiding place. Until he obtained the scroll containing the dust release technique, many of his undertakings would be hindered. The following evening, Fujitake planned to infiltrate the Tsuchikige's tower in search of it. Should he find nothing, he would have to resort to targeting Inoki himself. The sky gradually brightened. He summoned a pangolin to continue excavating, while he took refuge in a cave, resting for the day. After a full day of slumber, his previously weary countenance was revitalized. The village transitioned from a clamor to a profound silence. Since the days of the first Hokage distributing tailed beasts, Iwagakure had monopolized the 4 tails and 5 tails. Yet the identities of the Jinchuriki for the 2-tailed beasts remained a closely guarded secret. In this current era, Fujitake speculated that the 4 tails was likely the elder Ozuki. While he had no recollection of the 5 tails, the later Jinchuriki for the 5 tails had probably yet to be born or had only just entered the world. The whereabouts of the elder Ozuki should not be too challenging to ascertain, as few might know him to be a Jinchuriki. Nevertheless, as a ninja possessing the Kekkei Genkai of lava release, Ozuki was not without renown in Iwagakure. He coated his kunai with a potent anesthetic, for if the Mangekyō Sharingan's Jinjutsu failed to subdue his target, the anesthetic would serve as a second line of defense. As night deepened, he again subdued an Iwanin. Ascertaining the residence of the elder Ozuki, having served as a Jinchuriki for 40 years, it was likely that in the early years of becoming the 4-tails Jinchuriki, he had not yet fully mastered the control of the tailed beast. Before me stands a 2-story stone edifice, complete with a courtyard, which serves as the residence of the venerable Lao Zi. As one of the few bloodline limit ninjas hailing from Iwagakure, Lao Zi occupies a significant position within the village. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to roam as a monk, escaping the wrath of Iwagakure for his disagreements with Inoki, the village leader, despite being a Jinchuriki. Silently entering the courtyard, the heightened danger perception of a Jinchuriki far surpasses that of an ordinary ninja, compelling Faye to tread cautiously. The moment he stepped inside, Lao Zi, who lay upon his bed, abruptly opened his eyes, beset by an inexplicable sense of unease, as if forewarned of impending events. Yet, the room remained eerily vacant, devoid of any intruders. He reclined once more, not to succumb to slumber, but rather to enter a state of feigned sleep. As a Jinchuriki, he harbored a profound trust in his instincts. Throughout battles, this intuition had enabled him to evade peril on numerous occasions. Standing a short distance from the bedside, Faye observed Lao Zi silently, discerning from his breathing and the subtle shifts of his eyelids that he was indeed awake. With his Sharingan spinning rapidly, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate, revealing crimson eyes. As Faye's right hand approached Lao Zi's eyelid, a warning echoed within Lao Zi's mind, prompting him to open his eyes just in time. However, his vision remained unclouded, as the dark mist enveloped Faye once more, concealing him entirely. This time, Lao Zi did not close his eyes, for the foreboding sense within him indicated that the night would be anything but tranquil. An exceptional ninja understands that a combination of formidable strength and a cautious nature is the key to longevity. As a practitioner of lava release, Lao Zi does not possess the bloodline limit of lava release, as his lineage has never awakened such a chakra. Faye held 2 theories regarding Lao Zi's lava release, one being that it was a product of relentless effort, and the other, a fusion with the chakra of the 4 tails. Regardless of the origin, awakening a bloodline limit is no simple feat. likely requiring the possession of treasured scrolls dedicated to such abilities. Fyake's intention in confronting Lao Zi was to sow discord within Awagakure, seizing the opportunity to locate the dust release scroll rather than merely diminishing the village's strength. Observing Lao Zi scanning his surroundings with vigilance, the dark mist rippled once more, and the spinning Sharingan re-emerged in the air, aligning perfectly with Lao Zi's gaze. Fyake's Sharingan, having absorbed ocular power on numerous occasions, had evolved significantly since its initial awakening. Upon locking eyes with Fyake, Lao Zi's expression momentarily reflected a flicker of resistance before succumbing to a stupor, sinking deeper into its grasp. In the ninja world, only Kurabi from Kumogakure has achieved seamless cooperation with his tailed beast as a Jinchuriki. Attempting to control Kurabi with the Sharingan might awaken the Eight Tails, and the rapport between Lao Zi and the Four Tails was tenuous at best, only beginning to evolve into mutual understanding during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Where is the lava release scroll kept? In the hidden compartment of the study. Let me there. Yes. Lao Zi rose and guided Fyake. The study located on the left side of the second floor, filled with numerous scrolls and tomes. Fyake nodded. No formidable ninja in the realm of shinobi could afford to underestimate the challenge, as even with the assistance of the Four Tails, synthesizing lava release was no trivial endeavor, requiring extensive research and countless experiments. Old Z slowly moved a bookshelf aside, revealing a small hidden compartment behind it, where a purple scroll lay quietly, inscribed with the words analysis of lava release, along with Old Z's name. Fuyue carefully stowed the scroll away, his hand producing a black kunai. A shadow swept through, obscured by dark mist, rendering it invisible to Old Z. The kunai sliced through the opponent's clothing, and as the kaleidoscope spun, two rather rudimentary seals manifested at the navel. Compared to the four-symbol seal of Konoha, the seals from other regions of the ninja world were indeed quite simplistic. Though Fuyue had not studied the four-symbol seal extensively, he had perused it in the Konoha archives, and in terms of sealing techniques, it was far more intricate than the seals adorning Old Z. The seals before him comprised two parts, one external and one internal. The external seal prevented the tailed beast's chakra from leaking out, while the internal seal confined the beast within. The seals within Old Z were not particularly complex, consisting of both an inner and outer layer. Even with Fuyue's adeptness in sealing techniques, fully unraveling them would pose some difficulty. Yet harnessing the power of the Four Tails would not be overly challenging. As the kaleidoscope spun rapidly, a scene materialized before Fuyue's eyes, a vast water pool with a small island at its center, where a colossal ape was bound in place. This was Fuyue's first encounter with a tailed beast, and its sheer size was indeed formidable. Not only was it massive, but its strength and chakra were equally immense. Its only weakness lay in its feeble mental fortitude. Even the mighty Nine Tails, when faced with the kaleidoscope, was reduced to a mere tool. The sound of clanking chains echoed as the Four Tails' voice resonated. Who dares approach such a malevolent presence? Fuyue concealed his aura, maintaining his stealth, as the black mist thinned, revealing the rotating kaleidoscope that met the gaze of the Four Tails, Sun Wukong. The once clear eyes grew somewhat vacant as Fuyue approached, slicing his palm with the kunai. Blood pouring forth, he inscribed a colossal summoning contract upon the Four Tails' body. Fuyue sought to forge a pact with the creature, though opportunities for such may be rare. And following this event, the Four Tails would once again be sealed away. Yet, the future remained uncertain. Perhaps there would come a time when the Four Tails would be needed once more. Upon sealing the contract, a tumultuous and feral emotion surged into the Four Tails' mind, dispelling the vacancy in its eyes and replacing it with a fervent madness. A deafening roar erupted from the Four Tails, accompanied by the thunderous clanking of chains. The black Susanoo emerged around the creature, instantly adopting a skeletal form, layers of armor enveloping its exterior until it took on the visage of a half-armored warrior. With the black long sword poised, it struck down at the Four Tails, severing a substantial piece of flesh from Sun Wukong's left shoulder. This meat was Fuyue's trophy. The enormous wound began to heal swiftly, yet the chakra missing from the Four Tails' body remained unfulfilled. Perhaps this piece of flesh would serve as the key to mastering lava release. Fuyue collected the flesh, sealing it within the prepared scroll, and once more, the black long sword descended. Clang! A colossal flash of Mars surged forth, severing one of the chains binding the Four Tails. The long blade struck again, shattering the remaining chains. As only two chains remained tethered to the four tails, a kaleidoscope spun, revealing Fuyue before the elder Zilai. Two chains restrained the four tails, preventing its movements from awakening the entranced Zilai. Should the chains be completely undone, Zilai might awaken and reinforce the seals within. The internal seals had already been mostly undone. By merely disrupting a portion of the external seals, the four tails could break free in its current frenzied state. A pen materialized in Fuyue's hand, and he meticulously inscribed the unsealing technique upon the area of Zilai's abdomen where the seal resided, filling it with various intricate symbols until all were complete. He then formed hand seals and intoned, "Release." The intricate symbols spread forth, systematically erasing Zilai's original sealing techniques, leaving behind only a few complex symbols that trembled precariously yet persistently held their ground. As the external seals weakened, so too did the internal ones. The fortitude of the two chains diminished significantly. With a crack, the iron chain splintered, marked by a multitude of tear stains. The four tails roared in unbridled fury, and the chains shattered in response. At that moment, Zilai, trapped in the illusion, regained lucidity, but he could not halt the raging four tails from breaking free. In the blink of an eye, Fuyue vanished from Zilai's chamber, making his way toward the Tsuchikage building. Behind him, a resounding crash erupted. The two-story stone structure crumbled in an instant, its roof flung skyward. A massive figure materialized within a Wagakure, its furious roar reverberating throughout the village, awakening all. The Four Tails' mind was consumed by a primal urge for destruction. A dark crimson energy coalesced at its maw, signifying the initiation of its tailed beast ball. At that moment, a multitude of rock ninjas had just stepped outside their homes when a black-red sphere erupted from the Four Tails' mouth, obliterating every structure in its path. Civilians and ninjas alike were met with instant death or grievous injury upon contact. Fuyue did not linger to observe the Four Tails' rampage. He had already arrived at the Tsuchikage building, which was devoid of patrolling ninjas, allowing him to ascend directly to the third floor, where Inoki's office was located. He opened the door cautiously, his instincts urging him to tread carefully, for he would not underestimate any leader of a great nation. The office was adorned with numerous scrolls, encompassing both intelligence and ninjutsu. Fuyue's Sharingan swept across the room, alighting upon two scrolls that piqued his interest. One bore the title The Nature and Forms of Earth, while the other read Comprehensive Guide to Earth Release Techniques. Fuyue did not intend to simply take the scrolls. Instead, he resolved to transcribe their contents. For news of the loss of vital ninjutsu scrolls would swiftly spread throughout the ninja world, allowing Konoha's upper echelons to deduce that the scrolls were in his possession. Setting aside the two scrolls, Fuyue prioritized acquiring the Dust Release Scroll, relegating all else to a lesser importance. His Sharingan whirled with urgency, leaving no potential storage for scrolls overlooked. He opened the desk drawers, discovering only documents within. As he examined each file, one caught his attention, a secret agreement signed with Mangekyō. Though the Sand and Rock villages did not formally ally, they did enter into a clandestine agreement prohibiting mutual aggression, as evidenced by the recent date on the document. After placing the file back into the drawer, the Sharingan meticulously scanned every inch of the room, revealing no potential hiding spots for confidential items. With no leads here, the only option was to visit the home of Inoki. Emerging from the Tsuchikage building, the battle outside had escalated to a fever pitch. Inoki hovered in the air, directing a battalion of rock ninjas, intent on subduing the Four Tails. Rumors of Inoki mastering Dust Release had yet to circulate within the ninja world, and utilizing Dust Release against a tailed beast could very well result in its demise. Should that occur, reclaiming the Four Tails would necessitate years of waiting for its gradual resurrection. Moreover, given Inoki's strategic acumen, he would likely reserve his initial use of Dust Release for a pivotal moment in the war. The Four Tails did not yet warrant his full might. Casually approaching a fleeing civilian, Fujitsu gleaned the location of Inoki's residence, and in a flash of body flicker technique, he vanished from sight. Before him appeared a two-story courtyard, the abode of Inoki. The once bustling yard now lay desolate. The earth had been swiftly removed by rescue teams shortly after the onset of battle, and the black earth had yet to be born. Infiltrating the courtyard, Fujitsu inspected each room. The furnishings starkly contrasted with those of Inoki and his son, Kuratsuchi. Entering Inoki's bedroom, his Sharingan continued to sweep the area until a particular section of the floor caught his attention. It was conspicuously cleaner than the rest. with minimal dust visible in the crevices. A gentle tap confirmed its hollow nature, and a kunai appeared in Fugetsu's hand, allowing him to deftly pry up the floorboard along the gaps. Before him lay a hidden compartment containing a scroll marked with the title Analysis of Dust Release Training, signed by no one. Retrieving the dust release scroll, Fugetsu ascended to the study on the second floor, which housed an array of scrolls, all part of Inoki's collection. Among them were titles identical to those in the Tsuchikage's office, such as Nature and Form of Earth and Comprehensive Techniques of Earth Release. Giving the scrolls a cursory glance, he noted that their content mirrored that of the Tsuchikage's office. He set those aside and prioritized transcribing the dust release scroll, as the commotion caused by the Four Tails had notably diminished. Given the strength of the Rock Village, sealing the Four Tails would pose little challenge, a stark contrast to the Nine Tails' assault on the Leaf Village. Fugetsu surmised that such a crucial scroll as dust release would typically be carried by Inoki, and today's unforeseen circumstances had prevented him from retrieving it in time. With swift strokes, characters and symbols emerged upon the scroll's surface, the contents flashing by in a blur, promising a more thorough examination once he departed from the Rock Village. Stretching his slightly sore wrist, he flipped through the comprehensive techniques of Earth Release, reading from beginning to end, only to find no mention of the techniques frequently employed by Inoki. Heavy Stone Technique, Super Heavy Stone Technique, Light Stone Technique, and Super Light Stone Technique. Fugetsu frowned. While these techniques may not possess the potency of dust release, they were undeniably significant. The ability to fly, derived from the technique of light and heavy stone manipulation, grants numerous ninjas a distinct advantage in battle, akin to Deidara of the Akatsuki, whose considerable fame is largely attributed to his aerial prowess. Within the confines of Iwagakure, only Inoki and the second Tsuchikage possessed the gift of flight. The absence of such records in the scrolls is entirely understandable. After thoroughly reviewing the compendium of Earth Release techniques, I selected merely two, the Earth Rising Technique and the Rock Fist Technique. The Earth Mountain Technique, which utilized the yellow earth to ensnare the Ten Tails, was similarly unrecorded. It remained unclear whether this was a later invention by Inoki or simply omitted from the archives. The two Earth Release techniques did not require much time to master. Outside, the frenzied Four Tails was barely restrained by numerous IWA ninjas. Inoki soared behind the beast, placing a hand upon its shoulder. The Super Heavy Stone Technique emanated away from Inoki's hand, swiftly permeating the entirety of the Four Tails. The thick stone slabs laid across the ground of Iwagakure sank into the earth, effectively immobilizing the beast, as if it bore the weight of an entire mountain, only able to unleash furious roars. As the Four Tails, a creature of immense strength, faced the might of the Tsuchikage's Super Heavy Stone Technique, it appeared to struggle. Below, the IWA ninjas initiated a combined jutsu, Earth Release, Hell Swamp. A vast expanse of land began to soften, with the two techniques ensnaring the Four Tails, while those skilled in sealing techniques began to inscribe extensive seals around the perimeter of the Hell Swamp. With each increment of the seal inscribed, the area of the Hell Swamp diminished, as Iwagakure's elite maintained their focus on the area beneath the Four Tails' feet. A vessel for sealing the tailed beast was placed upon the ground. The former Jinchuriki, Old Ozai, had perished when the Four Tails broke free. In the absence of a new Jinchuriki candidate, the beast could only be sealed within these engraved vessels. After all, in the early days of the ninja world, Jinchuriki were not prevalent, and most were sealed within vessels, enshrined upon altars. Within Inoki's household, Fayake had meticulously transcribed the contents of the scroll, returning the dust release scroll to its hidden compartment in the bedroom, erasing any traces of his actions, and swiftly headed for the other two locations marked on the map. At this juncture, many secretive areas within Iwagakure had relatively lax defenses, as the majority of ninjas were concentrated on the battlefield against the Four Tails, while others were tasked with evacuating the village's civilians. The last two secret locations within Iwagakure were essentially laboratories, both guarded by ninjas who remained stationed there even amidst the chaos of the tailed beast, likely acting under orders from the higher-ups of Iwagakure. One laboratory was dedicated to the study of bloodline limits and the development of various jutsu, while the other served as a traditional laboratory encompassing biological and medical research. Many of the instruments within were unfamiliar to Fayake, yet he knew he would have ample time to learn in the future. There are two types of summoning techniques. One involves summoning living beings through the establishment of a summoning contract, while the other pertains to summoning inanimate objects. In Konoha, the likes of Marino Ibiki and Guy's disciple, Tintin, excel in this latter form, one specializing in summoning various torture devices, while the other is adept at summoning an array of hidden weapons. Before engaging in this summoning technique, it is imperative to establish a designated space for housing the items to be summoned, including daily concealed weapons. One must prepare a storage area specifically for these weapons, filling it with various tools before proceeding with the summoning. Silently approaching the laboratory, I swiftly eliminated the 4 rock ninjas stationed there, acquiring 4 sources of ocular power. A brush materialized in my hand as I approached the first machine, an ultra-high-speed centrifuge. With the brush, I deftly inscribed a series of summoning formulas upon its surface. Upon completion, I retrieved a blank scroll from my ninja tool pouch and inscribed a summoning formula that resonated with the machine before me. Only through the mutual resonance of these formulas can the summoned objects traverse space and manifest at the location where the ninja employs the summoning technique. Fuyue was well aware of the utility of many summoning formulas, yet their precise meanings eluded him. Mastering various techniques necessitated years of dedicated research. It is likely that the second Hokage's invention of the Flying Thunder God technique was inspired by the summoning techniques that traverse and mark spaces. The outside world had returned to tranquility, suggesting that the Four Tails had been successfully sealed. It would not be long before new ninjas emerged in this area. Fuyue quickened his pace, selecting several seemingly advanced instruments for his inscriptions, casually affixing explosive tags to various unused apparatuses and walls. The destruction of these instruments would serve as a valuable cover, minimizing potential complications. Shadow Clone Technique. A shadow clone materialized beside Fuyue, who, with the summoning scroll in hand, exited the laboratory and made his way toward the village's outskirts. The Four Tails had vanished into the night, yet a significant portion of the village lay in ruins, with 2 massive craters stretching from the battlefield to the mountains beyond, a result of the tailed beast bombs. Hidden within the black mist, Fuyue reappeared outside the rock village, employing the body flicker technique to find himself among the mountains. The burrows excavated by the pangolin had begun to take shape, ample enough to accommodate the instruments from the laboratory. Unfurling the summoning scroll to its full extent, he summoned each piece of equipment into the cavern. Within the village, the shadow clone observed the disappearance of several crucial instruments, patiently awaiting the unfolding events as the sounds of hurried footsteps and conversation echoed from outside. The shadow clone showed no inclination to evade, and as several individuals entered, they quickly spotted Fuyue, standing amidst the fallen companions. "Who are you? Daring to cause chaos in the rock village?" one demanded. "You will pay dearly for your intrusion into our territory," another threatened. The shadow clone regarded them in silence, swiftly launching a kunai that struck the explosive tag beneath their feet, resulting in a series of detonations that swiftly engulfed the rock ninjas. Standing amidst the mountains, Fuyue gazed toward the rock village, where a brilliant spark erupted from one of the buildings, causing a stone structure to collapse in an instant, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. In the rock village, a staff member hurried into the Tsuchikage's office. "What is the situation in the village?" Anoki inquired, visibly agitated. "We are still compiling the data. It will take some time to ascertain the exact numbers. However, the casualties among ninjas are relatively minor, primarily occurring during the capture of the Four Tails, with most fatalities being among civilians. The 2-tailed beast bombs have inflicted significant losses on the village." Daioki took a deep breath, striving to quell the fury that surged within him. Just days prior, he had received news of an assault on the Iwagakure base in the Land of Rain, where nearly all provisions had been incinerated. Today, the emergence of the Four Tails rampaging through the village compelled Daioki to ponder whether this was merely a coincidence or a deliberate act of sabotage. Had the corpse of Old Purple been located? "We have found it, although the body is severely damaged, making it difficult to ascertain if the incident was accidental or intentional," a staff member cautiously reported. Seething with rage, Daioki was about to speak when a thunderous explosion echoed from outside the window. Even if the truth could not be gleaned from Old Purple's remains, it was evident to both men that this incident was indeed orchestrated by human hands. Suppressing his anger, Daioki stepped outside the building and soared into the sky towards the site of the explosion. Below, the entire laboratory lay in ruins, and a figure materialized before him. "Lord Tsuchikage, the laboratory has been utterly destroyed. Have we located the enemy?" "No traces have been found. However, Injuries inflicted by kunai were discovered on the mangled corpses, indicating that someone infiltrated and eliminated the station's shinobi before setting the explosive tags, came the response. Daioki's mind was far from tranquil. Unleashing the Four Tails and demolishing the laboratory were no trifling feats. Old Purple, as one of the few bloodline limit wielders of a Wagakure, possessed formidable strength, ranking among the elite of the shinobi village. The ability to silently release the Four Tails from Old Purple's grasp, whether or not they had exerted restraint over him, spoke volumes of their power. The internal operations of a Wagakure continued unabated. Daioki refrained from returning to his office, as the work within the laboratory progressed swiftly. With several dismembered corpses strewn upon a stone slab, a fleeting glance at the remains suggested that extracting coherent information from the brains would prove challenging. He departed the wreckage of the laboratory, heading towards the battlefield where the Four Tails had been sealed. Two craters, now mere ruins, marred a significant portion of a Wagakure. Each site of devastation ignited a fierce rage within Daioki. Had he not been in the prime of his life, he might have been rendered breathless with fury. Corpses of civilians were being removed, occasionally intermixed with the remains of a Wagakure shinobi. Alighting beside a senior official responsible for village security, Daioki restrained his wrath and declared, "The defenses within a Wagakure have become exceedingly lax in recent years. As the overseer of security, you bear significant responsibility for this. Effective immediately, we shall bolster the village's defenses, particularly at night. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of today's calamity. The supply base outside the village must also be fortified. Since the enemy has targeted Old Purple, they are likely to strike at the supply base as well. Should another incident occur, you shall resign and reflect in the dungeons of a Wagakure." The senior security official, a robust ninja of considerable strength, nodded in acknowledgement of Daioki's words. "Rest assured, Lord Tsuchikage, I shall exert every effort to ensure the safety of our village." In the depths of his eyes burned a similar flame of indignation. As a high-ranking member of the village, he too was well acquainted with the inherent strife. Unlike Konoha, which boasted a security force comprised of the Uchiha clan, the positions within the guard remained largely unchanged even amidst calamity. In the realm of the Hidden Stone Village, the role of safeguarding the village is of paramount importance. Entrusted to an elite cadre of ninja warriors, such a position commands significant influence in high-level discussions, surpassing that of ordinary village leaders. As dawn gradually breaks, the night that has passed is notably protracted for the upper echelons of the Hidden Stone. Although the laboratory was destroyed, the loss is not catastrophic. All experimental data has been meticulously backed up, and the equipment can be swiftly replenished. The primary concern lies in the casualties among the civilians. Civilians constitute the foundation of a ninja village. Without them, the very essence of the ninja would be diminished. Many of the inhabitants of the Hidden Stone have lived there for over a decade, their identities wholly unblemished, making demographic replenishment a formidable challenge. The migration of populations from outside the village poses significant risks. Even those civilians who have been thoroughly